The magician was under great pressure when fighting two powerful gods alone. He had two devil fruits. He used the dark fruit in one hand to suppress the power of the two gods, and used the power of the Superman copy fruit in the other hand to fight the two gods with spells. In the initial stage of the battle, the magician used the power of the dark fruit to create a dark environment around him, trying to limit the opponent's vision and actions. However, the animal-type butterfly fruit ability users and animal-type mantis fruit ability users were still able to move freely even under the restraint of the devil fruit. In the final analysis, it was the difference in power system. Even if the magician was a genius, he still couldn't use the power of the stars to fight against the power of the gods. So the situation immediately reversed after the magician succeeded in suppressing them briefly in the early stage. The animal-type butterfly fruit ability user might use her ability to turn into a giant butterfly, flying in the air and attacking the magician from a high altitude. Her wings might be as sharp as a blade, able to cut through the darkness and cause large-scale destruction. At the same time, the animal-type mantis fruit ability user may turn into a giant mantis and use his double-blade arm blades to attack the magician. His speed and agility may enable him to avoid the magician's dark fruit restrictions and cause damage in close combat. The magician also looked solemn when the two divine power users attacked at the same time. With his current copy fruit power, he could only barely copy one person's attack. Once the opponent's two people attacked at the same time, he was actually in a disadvantageous situation. I didn't want to kill you, but since you are so determined to die, I will fulfill your wish. The mantis that continued to break through the dark water space forced the magician out of the valley. Not far away, Butterfly was about to aim at the magician to give him a fatal blow. With a roar, a giant dog phantom attacked from behind her. Butterfly dodged in shock, and Shuri, who attacked, saw that he could not keep up with the opponent and immediately turned his gun to attack the magician from front and back to deal with the mantis-shaped ability user. Dark water. Dark cage. The magician who noticed the opportunity immediately copied the mantis man's ability to cut space and stalemated with the opponent, while the dark water under his feet gradually deepened. The dark fruit has the power to weaken and suppress other devil fruits, so the mantis man wanted to get out at this moment. But the result was also obvious. Shao-Ri behind him stretched out his huge mouth and bit through the opponent's green wings on the spot with the ability to hit. The mantis man was in unbearable pain, but his two forelimbs were entangled by the magician's dark water. And then the magician holding the opponent's cutting ability slapped him with a palm. In an instant, a clear wound appeared on the mantis man's chest. Asshole. The mantis man was furious with murderous intent. When he was about to break through the blockade with divine power, a huge figure in the distance instantly fell on him, and the two rolled together and hit the cliff in the distance at the same time. It's Mu Bai. The magician was a little surprised at Mu Bai's strength. The mammoth was the strongest, but he didn't expect to be suppressed by Mu Bai in all aspects. At that moment, he and Shao-Ri ignored the others and surrounded the weakest butterfly man at the same time. After finishing the warm-up, Mu Bai turned into thunder and threw the mammoth that crashed into the cliff to the side. The mammoth wanted to get up with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, but the injury was too severe at the moment. When he was about to get up with heavy breathing, he was thrown over the shoulder by Mu Bai, and the strong vibration energy made him lose consciousness. The green figure not far away also naturally watched this scene, although he was a little hesitant in his heart. The mantis man's body movements were extremely agile. He was well versed in the fighting methods of mantises, and was good at using the surrounding environment and the weaknesses of his opponents to attack. His body was light, and his steps were flexible. He could move quickly in battle, avoid attacks and find the best attack opportunities. After carefully observing Mu Bai, the mantis man's sickle-like forelimbs quickly attacked. After hooking Mu Bai's legs, he was about to flip him over. According to his observation, the opponent's human form was the biggest weakness. When he lost balance, he could give him a fatal blow. While he was still thinking about this, he found that Mu Bai had come behind him without knowing when. Wait! How could this speed be possible? His compound eyes did not even see the opponent's moving path. The unbelievable mantis man only felt his head sink. The next moment a big hand pressed him directly to the ground. The biggest vibration round shattered the world. After using the vibration in his hand to give the ball cover to curb the opponent's actions, Mu Bai bombarded the ground with a terrifying vibration power. As the black and red overlord lightning creaked, the ground intersected like stairs. Feeling that his head was about to be crushed, the mantis man screamed out in the instinct of survival, "Mantis Phantom." The original body turned into a phantom and dissipated in Mu Bai's hands. The mantis, who was out of control, did not dare to fight with the opponent on the ground. When he shook his green wings and wanted to fly into the air, Mubai smiled and punched the air. The mantis man was frozen again in the shattered sky. Quick! I want to be faster. The mantis man who was frozen in the air immediately entered the complete mantis animal form, while his body's strength increased. His speed also increased by dozens of times. The fighting style of the animal-type mantis fruit ability user is agile, fast, calm and decisive. He is good at taking advantage of the surrounding environment and the opponent's weaknesses in battle, and launching attacks with lightning speed to catch the opponent off guard. So the agile attack assassin flow is his best choice. Green afterimages kept wandering around Mubai. Even Mubai could hardly keep up with the opponent's rhythm at this extreme speed. The opponent was indeed too fast. It seems that the warm-up state can't really get rid of you. In this case, let's be haunted by evil spirits. Mubai spread his hands, and his whole body's strength exploded instantly. The terrifying spirit swept across the 4 directions. Countless black and purple cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. In the creaking sound of condensation, Mubai's face gradually twisted, and a single eye grew on his black and purple face. And the whole body was covered in all directions by the wonderful armor with black and purple dripping patterns. The haunted by evil spirits itself was the strongest state he had developed with his physical body before. After mastering the power at this moment, this infinitely strengthened evil spirit form also climbed to an extreme level. You're fast? I'm faster than you. Mubai tapped the ground with his feet in a strange voice. The next moment, with the ripples on the ground exploding, Mubai actually surpassed the speed of the mantis man while running fast. Before the green afterimage disappeared, Mubai kicked away with a whip kick. The next moment, a deep pit of several hundred meters suddenly appeared on the ground not far away, and the mantis man was deeply trapped in the center of the pit. Speed is relative. When Mubai activated the state of being haunted by evil spirits, the speed he mastered had already surpassed the opponent. Under the dual crush of strength and speed, the mantis divine power user had almost no power to fight back, and the mammoth power user, who got a breath, also joined the battle with a roar. However, only 10 minutes later, Mubai walked out of the broken surface pit, and his hands were stained with blood. The 2 divine power users in the pit had been completely killed. He ended the battle on his side, and the magician's side also decided the winner. The magician and Shao rejoined forces to finally kill the butterfly man. But the process was rather tortuous, and the magician's vitality was greatly damaged, and Shao Ri's hair was not intact at all. When the 3 of them got together again, the magician sat on the ground in a slightly embarrassed manner and laughed loudly. They won. Even defeating some immortal lackeys was enough to prove that they succeeded. Ding dong. The death of the intruder was detected. There will be new intruders in 9 months. Attention! Attention! This mission is too difficult. It is recommended to give up. It is recommended to give up. Ding dong. Can't give up. Too difficult. Mubai's heart sank. What kind of enemy still poses an overwhelming threat to him? It must be the official members of the Immortal Organization. That is to say, the official members of the Immortal Organization will come in 9 months. And the opportunity for these people to come must be the appearance of destiny. The new era is about to end. Magic Master. I'm afraid we don't have time. The somewhat relaxed Magic Master was also stunned after noticing Mubai's expression, and then hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" 9 months later, the Battle of Destiny will begin, and the Immortals will come. Too fast. With their current strength, it is undoubtedly a futile effort to fight against the Immortal Organization. The Magic Master was also a little dazed at the moment, but he immediately cheered up. Is the news confirmed? What will you do if they really come? He was asking Mubai and undoubtedly asking himself. Mubai shook his head with his palms clenched. They still have a chance. As long as they collect 9 Jiuzhou dings in 9 months, there is still hope of victory. At this time, he also needs to cooperate deeply with the Magic Master. I have a way to defeat the Immortal, but you must help me find the remaining 7 Jiuzhou ding. The somewhat embarrassed magician nodded. I believe you, but according to what I know, most of the Jiuzhou ding are still missing, and only a few of them are in the hands of strong people in other continents. It is very difficult to find or snatch them. Many strong people who obtained the Jiuzhou ding only treasured it as an ancient treasure. They could not control the Jiuzhou ding, and could not use its power, so they naturally could not know its value. Rashly trading would only arouse suspicion. So it is reasonable for the magician to use the word rob. After all, this is the simplest and most efficient method. Please do this for you. Let's act separately. I will look for the fire that can ignite the Jiuzhou Ding, and you will collect the remaining Jiuzhou Ding. You can also help me take care of Yuling. She will also play a role in the whole plan. So she must be alive. I will do my best. As long as it can fight against the immortal organization. The magician is naturally willing to take risks. Time was running out. So after an in-depth exchange with the other party, Mu Bai went alone to the southern part of Yunzhou continent. It was rumored that there was a forging platform for casting all the weapons in the world. And there was a chance that the mysterious fire would appear there. The southern part of Yunzhou continent. Compared with the Great Plains in the north. The terrain in the southern part of Yunzhou continent is complex. From west to east, there are natural landscapes such as hills, large deserts, and sinking sand seas. The west is the towering Qihua Mountains. And the east is a hilly belt with high terrain and far-reaching sky and clouds. In the middle, there are large deserts and valleys interlaced. Further south is the junction of Lijiu continent, which is often disturbed by thunder. Although ordinary people have no problem living there, the high frequency of thunder makes it impossible for most practitioners to stay for a long time. The star power in the body of the practitioner is like a target for detonation, which is very troublesome. If it weren't for the difficulty of entering, the magic master wanted to pit those running dogs of the immortal organization there. After all, the star power reacts violently with thunder like firecrackers. If the divine power appears there, it is estimated that it can trigger a larger natural thunderstorm. Mu Bai, who followed the airship into the desert city, looked at the endless desert and was slightly surprised. After all, a desert of this scale seems to be the largest in the ancient world. The temperature here is extremely high. When he got off the airship, he could clearly feel that the temperature of the ground was higher. After entering the desert sand city, Mu Bai immediately walked into the tavern. He wanted to find out some news. The tavern was crowded with people of all kinds, which was the best place to listen to the news. Squeak! After pushing open the wooden door of the tavern, he found that there were indeed many people here. The sword spirit on his waist looked at some people who were playing with fire nearby and was amazed. Those who could control the fire at will on weekdays were basically high-level forgers. High-level workers that were very rare elsewhere could be seen everywhere in the southern part of Yunzhou. This was a wonder. You haven't had a rest recently, right? Why is this fire withered? The strong man at the table next to him looked at his apprentice with some dissatisfaction, and saw a snake-shaped flame with a faint white light and shadow in the hands of a young man constantly swimming. I don't know, master. I just took it out, and it was like this. The somewhat aggrieved young man seemed to smell a special smell, and looked at Mu Bai strangely. His master was also slightly surprised. But after seeing Mu Bai's outfit clearly, he did not go forward to disturb him. The other party must have extremely high-intensity flames on his body. Otherwise the fire spirit of the blacksmith here would not be so weak. Young man, what do you want to ask? The boss with scars on his face touched the purple crystal handed over by the other party with some curiosity. Anyone who can take out such a high-value item at will is not a small character. And the question he asks must be very important. I want to ask about the information of the final fire. Mu Bai's answer almost made the boss, who was drinking water, spit it out. Friend, you are not kidding me. Do you think I'm kidding? The tone was very flat. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's extraordinary move and special temperament could not be seen, the boss would have regarded the other party as a troublemaker. After all, it's not that no one in this sand city asked the meaning of the final fire, but those were just children who didn't know the world. If you really don't know, then you should not know the legend of the god of forging. The final fire is just a story for children before going to bed. That kind of powerful and abnormal fire cannot appear in the real world. The boss also deliberately told the legend again. It is said that tens of millions of years ago, there was an endless desert in the southern part of Yunzhou. The wind was as fierce as a wolf, rolling up yellow sand and dust, forming huge sand whirls. In this barren land, a story about the god of forging losing the fire began to spread. The god of forging, named Yin Yang, is the source of all flames and the ancestor of all forgers. He has a blazing fire, which is the source of creating life and forging treasures. However, in a battle with the gods, Yin Yang accidentally lost the fire in this desert. The moment the fire fell to the ground, a huge hole appeared on the surface in the center of the desert, like a tongue of fire, greedily devouring the surrounding heat. The wind was howling, the dust was flying, and the whole world seemed to be mourning for the lost fire. Yin Yang felt the loss of the fire. He traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers and came to the edge of the desert. Looking at the cracked surface, his heart was filled with anxiety and sadness. He knew that if he could not find the fire, he would lose the ability to create life and forge treasures, and become immortal without ability. And the world would fall into darkness and coldness. So Yin Yang decided to go deep into the desert to find the lost fire. He endured the wind and dust, the endless heat and dryness. His skin was tanned by the scorching sun, and his lips were as cracked as the soil in the dry land. But he did not give up, because he knew that only by finding the fire could the light and vitality of this world be restored. After countless days and nights, Yin Yang finally found the lost fire. He carefully held the fire in his palm. At that moment, he felt the heat and power of the fire. His heart was filled with joy and excitement. He knew that this fire was the key to restoring everything. Yin Yang brought the fire back to Yunzhou continent and integrated it into his body. At that moment, all life felt the hot power and light. Forgers also began to use the fire spirit passed down from this fire to forge more treasures. These treasures and weapons were filled with the bonus of the god of forging and became of higher quality. It is said that after that, Yin Yang kept the fire forever in a mysterious place. Whenever a new epic-making forger was born, he would guide them to find the fire and pass it on. This fire also became the faith and soul of all forgers in the southern part of Yunzhou continent. It's a very common and classic story, the tavern owner said helplessly. When young children heard this story, they always thought they would be the chosen ones. But when they grow up, they will understand that this kind of myth story can be found everywhere. And even a new story with a different name. It's really classic. After listening to this legend with a calm expression, Mu Bai actually had the answer in his heart. This time tens of millions of years ago was very far away. Perhaps there was no destiny and no god emperor at that time. This god of forging might really be just an ordinary strongman. But he was deified. His momentum had gradually begun to affect everyone present, while his heart sank slightly. The young man who was controlling the snake fire not far away could not even control the flames. The flames flowing out of his body swam rapidly like a real snake. It plunged into it. Seeing the other party attacking, Mu Bai stretched out 2 fingers and trapped it in an instant. Is this a fire spirit? After feeling the temperature of its surface, the golden crow flame power in Mu Bai's body automatically imitated the operation law of the white snake fire spirit. The next moment, a golden crow gradually grew out in his palm. The boss was stunned by this scene, and many blacksmiths present were also shocked. Too naughty. The released white fire spirit quickly returned to the little boy's hand, and his master came over with some apology and bowed to apologize. Sorry. My apprentice didn't control the fire spirit well. It's okay. The other party had no ill intentions. So Mu Bai was naturally too lazy to take action. He walked out of the tavern and disappeared on the corner of the street. The tavern owner twitched his mouth and said, Hack. There is such a thing? Isn't it said that blacksmiths need to worship or something to make fire spirits? How can this young man imitate the operation rules of fire spirits in one move? This means that he has a talent for forging and masters extremely strong flames. What this means, the young man's bald master naturally knows. With his decades of experience in the blacksmith industry, he can naturally see at a glance that Mu Bai has no experience in forging weapons. But the other party is too amazing in evolving fire spirits. It takes 3 years for ordinary people to master fire spirits. In the first year, try to sense the fire element. In the second year, he searched for the fire spirit through the fire element. In the third year, he came into contact with the fire spirit and fully mastered the operation rules of the fire spirit. But did the young man just take 3 seconds? Isn't this talent exactly what he is looking for? The bald forger immediately got up and chased after the other party with his apprentice. Unfortunately, when he came to the street blown by the wind and sand, he did not find the other party's figure. As if he was dissipated here like the sand that could not be held in his hand. What a pity. The bald forger muttered to himself with a frown. As if he missed a great thing. Mu Bai walked out of the sand city and stood on the endless desert and slowly opened the transmission channel. In the transmission channel, Jugu Elder, Pajun Star Lord, Tiantong Star Lord, Jiang Yang and others arrived one after another. And the mighty members of the Umbu also knelt on one knee to offer their loyalty to the great supreme existence, like the previous people. I will send 100,000 Umbu members for you to lead. The only requirement is to find intelligence information on all flames and collect various flames. No matter what. I must find the fire that can ignite the Jiushou Ding. All obstacles that hinder your work will be removed. For this, he must do so even if it means the destruction of lives and the original order in the south. This is cruel and has even announced the inevitable death of some people. But Mu Bai doesn't care, and won't regret it. When the immortal organization descends again, a new round of harvest will begin again. Compared with this, the death of a few people in the south seems to be easy for people to accept. Subordinates obey orders. Many Moonwheel Realm and Sunwheel Realm masters responded one after another. The orders of the creator of the Emperor Yin creation are iron laws. The heaven and earth. And the end of everything. Even if the creator Mubai asks them to go through fire and water, they will not hesitate. After each of them received a team of people, everyone went their separate ways. Only Elder Jugu stood beside Mubai and looked at the vast sea of sand. Master Mubai, I have some questions to report to you about the recent development of Tontian sect. Speak. Mubai, with a calm voice, actually didn't care much about the current situation in the original main world. When he completed the transformation of his physical body, no one in the entire main world continent could be his opponent. Many alien races appeared in the sea east of the East region. It seems that they were attracted by the power of the stars. They have begun to gather and attack the East region. Aliens in the sea? This matter made Mubai a little interested. What is the strength of the strongest among the alien races? I once saw that the leader of the alien race was some kind of ancient black tortoise on the periphery of the battlefield. He had amazing combat power and 5 magic weapons, namely the Qinxian battle armor, a furnace tripod with a strange shape, and... You said the furnace tripod? Mubai's eyes lit up. That's right. Jugu, who didn't know why the master was so interested, answered the appearance of the tripod truthfully. After hearing this, Mubai found that it was exactly the same as the Jojo tripod. Mubai opened the transmission channel casually and entered the sea area marked before in the east region from the desert. He instantly blasted into the deep sea in the form of a demon. He had already arrived at the underwater palace while wiping out hundreds of thousands of marine aliens with one thought. The ancient black turtle that had transformed into a human form was shocked. Just as he was about to use his magical powers to deal with the intruder, Mubai smashed the entire seabed and the chest of the ancient black turtle with one punch. The ancient black turtle, which was at the peak of the Sunwheel realm, was too weak in Mubai's hands at this moment. He was too lazy to even look at an enemy of this level. After killing the opponent casually, he crossed many traps and directly broke into the opponent's treasure pavilion. He took out the Jojo Ding from the deep water. When the Jojo Ding appeared, it turned into a stream of light and entered Mubai's soul. 3 Jojo Dings wandered in his spiritual world. Things happened too quickly. It took only a few seconds from the time the deep-sea alien king was killed to the time Mubai left. Many sea warriors in the palace didn't even see the enemy's figure clearly before they found the king's corpse rolling on the ground. When Mubai was teleported back to the desert from the deep sea through the channel, he was not even stained by the first sea water. That guy is dead. Jugu, remember to report to me whenever you see a cauldron like this. I understand. Kneeling on one knee, Jugu was amazed at Mubai's strength. After all, he killed a peak Sunwheel Realm expert in a few seconds. This inhuman strength was incredible enough. The search work of the Dark Department was still going on. When Mubai stayed in the southern part of Yunzhou for the 13th day, he finally got some useful information. Huiyun Valley is recently recruiting young disciples on a large scale to participate in a trial. I got through a middle-level person in Huiyun Valley and heard that this sect had just opened a secret space some time ago. It is rumored that it is related to a certain fire spirit. Fire spirit is fire seed. Although the two are sometimes called differently, they are the same in terms of the operating principle. In essence, they are still pure flame power. When Pajuan Star Lord reported this matter in the hotel, Mubai was still tempering his body. He frowned slightly after hearing about the abnormality of Huiyun Valley. Send the young disciples to check it out. You should also search carefully in other places. Just as Mubai reminded everyone. His expression changed slightly. Ding dong. Urgent mission. A formal member of the Immortal Organization has arrived. Please be careful as the mission is too difficult. Kill the strong enemy. Side mission, the formal member of the Immortal Organization has lowered his power level and entered the ancient world in advance. Please defeat him within 3 hours of his stay. The mission rewards 100 devouring points. In the desert in the distance, an old man wrapped in white cloth walked slowly. Behind him was the rolling sand. The desert lines twisted into vivid beasts swimming in the sea of sand. When the old man raised his head, he seemed to have passed through countless buildings and saw Mubai's clear face. Xiao Ri, if you don't come back now, when will you come back? In the room, Mubai immediately released Xiao Ri. Xiao Ri, who turned into a vicious dog, heard the familiar voice and uttered his words word by word with shock. It was the Sand King who became the God Emperor in my world. His current aura has obviously become a member of the Immortal Organization. After hearing Xiao Ri's answer, Mu Bai's expression was slightly cold. You go first. Yes, sir. After sending the others out, Mu Bai and Xiao Ri quickly came to the outside of the desert. The two looked up and saw the Sand King, who was controlling the endless sand, standing in front of a well and smiling at them. I didn't expect you to really make Xiao Ri a subordinate. I am Mu Bai who came to kill you this time. The old man's realm was obviously suppressed at this moment, and the aura of the early stage of the Sun Wheel realm was very obvious. But in Mu Bai's eyes, it was completely the opposite. The other party was the strongest existence among all the creatures he had ever seen. The strength of the early stage of the Sun Wheel realm was far greater than his by forcibly suppressing him with the realm of the God Emperor. Trouble. After looking at the rich power of heaven and earth in front of him, Mu Bai said seriously. He didn't expect that the formal members of the Immortal Organization would come in advance, which was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, especially under the premise that he had not yet mastered the power of the divine power system. In the endless desert, an old man wrapped in white cloth looked here with a smile. His white cloth robe was wide and worn, and was gently lifted by the wind, revealing his thin body underneath. His face was also thin. His skin was like topaz carved by time, and his deep wrinkles were like flowing streams, each of which was full of traces of time. Although his eyes were deep, they were like the surface of a lake in the cold winter, clear and deep, with a unique light. The old man held a yellow sand ball that was glittering with light in his hand. Its existence made the old man seem to hold the power of the entire desert in his hand. Mu Bai, I admire you very much. If you are willing to recognize me as your master here, I can spare your life. When the new era comes, you will be the next God Emperor. The old man walked steadily, as if every step left a deep mark in the desert. He was not burly, but the tough temperament from the inside out could not be ignored. His voice was like the wind in the desert, hoarse and distant. His eyes were like the fire in the abyss, seemingly weak, but full of power. That was a look that had gone through countless trials, life and death, and loneliness. At the half-step God Emperor realm, the young man in front of him gave him too many surprises, and the original idea of cherishing talents gradually emerged. Sand King, do you think it's possible? Standing in the sea of sand, Mu Bai's voice was calm. He did not have any fear or awe when facing a real God Emperor level strongman, as if the person standing in front of him was an ordinary old man. It's hard to say. People will always change. When you are promoted to God Emperor with ambition and see higher peaks, you will understand your own insignificance. The universe is too big, and there are too many worlds in the heavens. Why don't you follow me to step on the supreme peak? Sand King said mysteriously, as if he saw something fascinating. He extended his dry hand and made an invitation. Mu Bai, who understood the other party's eyes, knew that this was his first invitation and the last invitation. As long as he refused, he would go to war with the real God Emperor. Even if the other party forcibly suppressed his strength to adapt to this world realm and lost a lot, he was still a God Emperor after all, and was the strongest person in the world. No one dared to refuse this invitation. But Mu Bai refused. He shook his head and whispered, I don't want to be a puppet enslaved by others in this life. I want to pursue the power beyond eternity, and the ultimate secret of power. I am afraid that the Immortal Organization cannot bear my wish. The evil beasts made of mad sand roared. The calm king of sand leaned on the crutches made of sand, and said with some reproach, You shouldn't refuse me. Your pursuit is just a mirage. Since you sincerely refuse, I will sincerely send you to die. 3 words spit out between his lips. Big explosion burial. Sand splashed. The sand sea within tens of kilometers began to roll into vortexes almost at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Even many nearby cities were dismantled by the mad sand in an instant, and became the materials of the sand rolls along the hurricane. The desert is gathering into a point, looking at the countless sand rolls that went straight to the sky and the earth in front of him. Mu Bai did not wait for the opponent to attack, and turned into a series of afterimages. The vibrating ball cover in his hand covered his fist, and blasted in front of the king of sand. Squeak! Squeak! The space gradually shattered under the fist. Even a powerful man like the king of sand was slightly surprised by the power of the attack in front of him. Very good. But it's still far from it. He pointed out his sandy fingers slowly. In an instant, all the sand grains gathered behind him seemed to be given new power. Go! He pointed out the wild sand and swept. Mu Bai, who hadn't swung his fist yet, was immediately surrounded by these sand grains. Mu Bai, who couldn't shatter them with his strength, could clearly sense the special power in the sand grains. The power of the natural devil fruit must be able to control the wild sand. And this control of special sand grains is most likely the power of the fruit awakening. Collect. The king of sand, who didn't care about Mu Bai's thoughts, pointed his finger downwards. And in an instant, the wild sand gathered near Mu Bai gradually tightened. In his field of vision, these sand grains quickly formed an unbreakable structure. And in a blink of an eye, a yellowish-brown ball blocked Mu Bai in it. What a pity, the king of sand said listlessly with his eyelids drooping. The strength displayed by Mu Bai was very strong, especially the physical strength. According to common sense, even a half-step god emperor should not be able to withstand the sand-cutting attack in front of him. But this young man actually resisted it with ease. The power across a system can actually withstand it, just like an ordinary person using the body to resist a gun. This is extremely extraordinary. At least it means that the opponent can approach him under the attack. Xiao Ri, I didn't expect you to dare to betray the organization. The Sand King turned around and said with some disappointment, then stretched out his hand and flicked it downward. The endless wild sand formed more than a dozen sand dragons as if it had life, wrapping the terrified Xiao Ri in it. Old man, if you come to bite me like a running dog, I won't let you have it easy. Xiao Ri transformed into a big dog and vibrated his wings to fly rapidly. Just when he was about to rush in front of the opponent, the more than a dozen sand dragons behind him formed a swallowing mouth and welded Xiao Ri's lower body to the surface of the desert. The Sand King walked in front of the opponent and smiled and shook his head. Don't you realize that your divine power is gradually disappearing? Staying in this place soaked in the power of the stars. The divine power system will eventually collapse. Sand King wanted to give Xiao Ri a break. After all, they were born in the same world, and he had the responsibility to help him get rid of it. If he was caught again in the new era, his fate would be very miserable. The sand in the back roared, and under the command of Sand King, the gluttonous mouth bit down instantly. And at this critical moment, the sand ball that originally trapped Mu Bai beside him actually made a series of explosions. After a crackling sound, Mu Bai, who tore open the sand ball blockade in the form of an evil ghost, turned into a blue electric current and instantly slashed at Sand King's neck with the Emperor's sword. This speed was unbelievable, but Sand King still saw it clearly. Sand King, whose left hand turned into a desert blade to block the opponent's Emperor's sword, smiled and backhanded a giant sand sweeping in. Mu Bai, holding the Emperor's sword, turned around and slashed quickly. When he saw that Sharon was unable to withstand the opponent's attack, the Sand King calmly made a sand ball in his palm and threw it into the desert under his feet. The entire desert swallowed all objects at the same time. Mu Bai, who wanted to get out, was entangled by the divine power in the sand and could not break free in a short time. Endless sand flow. This is the move that the Sand King acquired after the fruit awakened. He can control all the sand grains to form an endless sand flow and launch a devastating attack on the enemy. This attack can not only cause a lot of damage to the enemy, but also change the terrain. Gather all the sand grains in the desert together, form a huge desert sea, and swallow the enemy. Muscle vibration. Mu Bai shouted and gathered all his muscle strength to quickly launch the power of the vibration fruit. His whole body was covered by the ball cover, and the entire desert area exploded layer by layer. Countless resonance forces are superimposed and upgraded to gradually offset the awakening skills of the sand fruit. This is just the beginning. I haven't moved my body for a long time. I will play with you today. The crutches in the hands of the Sand King, who was neither happy nor sad, gradually melted into sand grains, and then turned into a yellow spear again, although his skinny body looked fragile. At this moment, it was faintly like the breath of the gods descending under a certain momentum. Desert incarnation. Death is coming. A desert body gradually formed in front of the Sand King with his arms open. Its body is tall and majestic, like a solid stone sculpture, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding desert environment. Its head is that of a dog, with erect ears and deep and bright eyes, flashing the light of death. Its mouth is slightly open, revealing sharp teeth, as if whispering a death spell. A gem-studded collar is tied around its neck, and in the center of the collar is a special sand ball made by the Sand King. The tall desert death god with a human body and a dog's head was born. After the Sand King, like a summoner, entered the body of the desert death god with his spiritual consciousness. This creature made purely of sand clenched the spear in his hand. The moment the desert death god's domain unfolded, all the sand grains began to combine with each other. When the tip of the spear condensed with many sand grains gradually spread out, The wise desert death god immediately attacked Mubai. The gap between the two was already separated at the moment of collision. Mubai, who relied on the extreme physical strength, was still unable to fight against the desert death god without a physical body, and was submerged by the vast desert ocean in an instant. He used sand grains as weapons and delicately controlled each grain of sand, allowing them to form various shapes in the air, like a flowing painting. Under the attack of the group of sand, Mubai could only barely resist. In the final analysis, the opponent's divine power was too strong. Even if Mubai had good hardware without the support of a high-level power system, he could not resist this level of divine power. When the King of Sand was about to continue chasing, his whole body gradually began to fall apart. Time is running out. Mubai, it seems that you have escaped. As soon as the voice stopped, the figure of the King of Sand was gradually teleported out. It was obvious that even if he compressed his realm, he could not stay in this low-level world for a long time. However, there was no disappointment on the other party's face before he left. Obviously, the King of Sand knew that the two would meet again in the future. He really didn't believe that Mubai could become stronger in less than a year. Mission failed. Mubai, who had escaped, quickly adjusted his breath. Just now, the power of the entire desert was borrowed by the other party to attack him, so that after the Sand King disappeared, the entire desert gradually began to collapse, and countless remaining whirlpools were constantly rolling up the wild sand. God Emperor. Mubai, muttering to himself, somewhat understood the gap between the half-step God Emperor and the God Emperor. At this moment, he had no time. 9 months later, the destiny was about to come, and he had to further strengthen his strength. Otherwise, when the official members of the Immortal Organization came, it would be the beginning of his death. It's really bad to have life and death controlled by others. Mubai, clenching his fists, was about to leave, but he found that a special passage wrapped in runes appeared in the desert that had been opened before. It seemed that it should be the geological collapse caused by the battle between the two just now that made it appear on the surface. Shao Ri, go in and check it out. I understand. Mubai, with a somewhat unstable breath, turned and left, and the loyal Shao Ri immediately entered the strange special passage. This time, Mubai went directly back to Tontian's sect. The arrangements outside were all in place. The magician was looking for the Jiuzhou Ding. The dark department was looking for the fire and its information in Yunzhou continent. And Yuling was continuing her road of revenge. With 3 parallel lines, there were not many opportunities for him to show up. So Mubai, who had a feeling of fighting with King Sand that day, returned to the sect of Tontian's sect to start his retreat. He found that it was not enough to train his physical body to the top level. He decided to consume all the devouring points and strengthen them all into his physical body at once during this retreat. Before, his physical body devouring points had been strengthened to the extreme, and after mastering the force, his physical body could continue to increase the devouring points because of the improvement. This was a very favorable opportunity. Looking at the devouring points of nearly 70 million in his personal panel, he slowly closed his eyes. During Mubai's retreat, Yuling, who had formed a resistance army, gradually grew stronger. From the beginning, he gradually became a match for the royal family. In the Battle of Julu a few days ago, he even defeated Yu Yan's trump card army. Yuling, who entered the royal city 3 months later, killed Yu Yan and gained the leadership of the entire royal family. After becoming the empress, she named Mubai, who had disappeared, as the imperial teacher. Mubai, who completed the side quest at night, had already transformed the star power in his body into divine power. However, Mubai, who had not yet awakened, obviously did not know this. The external situation has also changed in the past few months. The ancient ruins of the entire ancient world have been opened one by one, and many of them even have ancient secrets with a history of more than 100,000 years. The star power between heaven and earth has gradually increased, and it is an extremely obvious increase. In previous years, a city may only produce 3% of cultivation geniuses, but now a city has at least 15% of talents. More importantly, in this illusory illusion, many organizations and forces have also moved their minds. They believe that the end of the Dharma era is about to end, and their era is about to come. Each force has launched many of its own proud disciples. These disciples seem to have received some kind of blessing. Their cultivation potential has been greatly improved, and the difficulty of improving their realm is often very low, which is in sharp contrast to most people. This change is extremely exciting in the eyes of many small forces, but it is undoubtedly ridiculous in the eyes of those big sects. because this is a sign that the end of the Dharma age is coming, and a battle that will affect the whole world will soon begin. And it is in this atmosphere of extremely rich star power that many disciples of big forces have been promoted to the Sun Wheel realm. Often the luck of a sect is controlled by a top disciple. The more enemies the opponent defeats on behalf of the entire sect, the more potential he has. Under this false carnival, various emerging figures have stepped onto the big stage. For example, there are 10 god-level disciples in Tantian sect, and some of the 10 strongest disciples have even been promoted to the Sun Wheel realm in a short period of time. In a few months, they also went down the mountain to practice and made a great reputation. This speed of cultivation is undoubtedly shocking. When people marvel at their growth, they will undoubtedly think of the most powerful and powerful person in the current main world, Wang Mubai of the Two Realms. Even if there is no news from the other party for such a long time, no one or any force dares to challenge Tantian sect in Zhongzhou. And it was during the 6th month, when the world was becoming increasingly chaotic, that Mubai, who had been in seclusion, finally woke up. Mubai, who woke up in the palace, took a deep breath, and his whole body made a bamboo-like explosion. He stood up slowly, and the star power in his body quickly disappeared, replaced by pure divine power. The vast amount of divine power flowed into his heart like another new life. This feeling was as fascinating as the transformation of life quality. 6 months have passed, and there are still 3 months. He looked up at the sky with deep eyes. He had a premonition that this battle of destiny would change the previous situation, and he was the one who broke the situation. 35 years have passed since Mubai came to this world. In the past 35 years, he has stepped onto the top of the world step by step, and has come to where he is now with a mortal body. He has experienced too much in the process. Time flies, and perhaps the end is coming. Mubai, who has half white hair and half black hair, said with emotion. This time, facing the battle of Tianming and the arrival of the immortal organization, he can only win and cannot fail. If he loses, he will be doomed. He can feel that at this moment. He is only a small step away from the unattainable realm of the God Emperor. As long as he wants, he can immediately step into the realm of the God Emperor. But he will not do that, as that will accelerate the arrival of the Day of Destiny in disguise. It's time to find the magician. Mubai took a step and crossed the space mark to the base camp of the magician of Yunzhou continent. The magician, who was cultivating himself, was a little surprised at the strength of the other party's aura. 3 months later, the battle of destiny will begin and the immortal organization will descend. How many Jiuzhou Ding have you found? The magician on the throne looked a little gloomy. He knew that Mubai had gradually obtained 5 Jiuzhou Dings in these days, and he currently had 3 in his hand. A total of 8 Jiuzhou Dings. But the last one was missing. You and I are missing one. After taking over the 3 Jiuzhou Dings handed over by the other party, Mubai was not too surprised. The current 8 Jiuzhou Dings are completely integrated, but only lack a luster. The incomplete Jiuzhou Ding cannot play a real role. At least the current eternal system prompt has not sounded, which means that the main task has not been completed. The fire and the 9th Jiuzhou Ding have not been found, even if they dig 3 feet into the ground. This can only explain one problem. The fire and the 9th Jiuzhou Ding are probably there. Mubai said calmly and pointed to the sky. The frowning magician was shocked when he heard it. You mean the immortal organization hid them? It is highly likely that they did. After all, this thing is the only thing that can threaten their survival. The immortal organization has existed for too long. I don't believe that the top powerhouses among them cannot see the scene in the future. Therefore, hiding the 9th Jiuzhou Ding in advance is the reason why they can remain undefeated. Even Mubai thought more. You should know that the eternal system was originally split and descended into the small world of the heavens where he was. Could it be that these immortal organizations did it? The previous generation of the owner of the eternal system may have been hunted by them here, which caused the system to lose its binding and drift to the small world of the heavens. This is also possible. The ancient worlds exploited those small worlds, and the immortal organization deprived the ancient worlds. The hierarchical order was strict under the layers of harvesting. If we only look at the history of the ancient worlds, this rule cycle has been at least nearly 100 million years. Challenging this order is to challenge all the strongest people in the interest chain. And the ultimate goal of the eternal system is to cultivate the host into the strongest force. The two themselves have irreconcilable and inevitable contradictions. If it's that person, he does have this power. The past, present and future are all under his control. The magician's expression gradually became serious. He had been tracking the traces of the immortal organization just to find that person and take revenge. Who? the only immortal in the immortal organization, and the leader of all formal members. The God Emperor of the End. He is the original God Emperor, and the only God Emperor who broke the fate. He sealed his memory 9 times, and transformed from a mortal to a God Emperor 9 times. In the end, he was promoted to the God Emperor realm to carry the destiny. So he is as strong as a god. Mubai was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had heard of the name of this God Emperor, but not in the surface world but in the inner world. This man is also a ruthless person. After being promoted to God Emperor, he entered the reincarnation again and cultivated from an ignorant mortal to God Emperor, regardless of whether he succeeded or not. This as a prerequisite of time requires a full 900,000 years. This also requires that he must obtain the destiny every time before he can finally awaken his memory. You guessed it right. My enemy is him. He wiped out my entire family in the 3rd life. I must avenge him. I can pay any price for this. But unfortunately, I don't even have the qualifications to meet him, let alone submit to a battle. Some self-deprecating magicians don't seem to care. If Mubai fails and dies in this era, he will use secret methods to retain his memory and be reborn in the next era to continue this long road of revenge. The immortal organization must be destroyed. Even if there are only 8 Jojo Ding, the battle must continue. Although there are many heroes in the ancient continents, there are only 3 people who can really fight against the immortal organization. Mubai, with his hands behind his back, spoke calmly. The magician, who was aroused, immediately realized who the other party was when he heard the other party say 3 people. Are you talking about Yu Ling, who inherited the pure blood of the ancient phoenix? That's right. She can match the official members of the immortal organization in a short time with all her blood power. This is not Mubai bragging. He has contacted Yu Ling before. If the other party's blood power is used to the fullest, it can completely gain the power to rival the God Emperor realm in a short time. 3 people against the entire immortal organization is simply a joke. But the magician's heart is warmed. No matter what, he is not fighting alone in this life. Mubai is also looking forward to the day when the destiny comes. When that time comes, he will prepare a gift for the immortal organization so that they will remember it for the rest of their lives. 13 chairs are placed in 13 directions in the eternal space. The surrounding tree roots seem to suck blood and constantly absorb the power of destiny that has just been obtained. Just now, the immortal organization has absorbed the destiny of a God Emperor. The destiny that contains the essence of billions of lives is far purer and more intense than any desire. It is the key to constantly transform the shackles of life and the ladder to eternity. The price paid is just the fall of a God Emperor. And one world will enter the Dharma ending age within 100,000 years. All the official members of the immortal organization think that this kind of thing that makes others pay the price is very worthwhile. After all, the rule of the world is that the strong get everything and the weak lose everything. The immortal organization is just the final station to harvest all the strong and the weak. Even without them, this harvesting system will still exist. But the stronger ones will replace them to oppress those people. 99 worlds have been harvested, and only the ancient worlds are left. This time, I cannot see the future from the long river of time. So I hope everyone will pay attention to safety. None of the people in the 13 chairs dared to refute. The one who spoke was the God Emperor Zhongtian, the strongest one standing above all the worlds, and the Supreme King who ended the past, future and present. When the God Emperor Zhongtian finished speaking, these people said yes respectfully. In the core area of the world tree in this eternal space, a body walked out step by step. His white hair seemed to be weathered, but there was an inexplicable smile in his light golden eyes, as if something he expected was about to happen. Entering late autumn. This period is the busiest time in the ancient continent. As the old era is about to end, countless star worlds appear in the void. Through the cold night, it is not difficult to see that these worlds are merging into a brand new world. Mountains, land, plains, snow-capped mountains, and all kinds of scenery begin to overlap, which is a portrayal of the fusion of many inner worlds. The world area expands, and the content of star power increases. The increased total amount of star power pushes the entire constantly merging inner world to gradually approach the real world. The entire ancient continent is coming to a crossroads. The collapse of the era will disintegrate the old order, and the arrival of the new era will also symbolize that the destiny is gathering everywhere. Looking at the gradually approaching inner world under the dark night sky, Mubai stretched out his hand as usual, as if his outstretched hand could touch the stars as gently as possible. This is the last Dharma era, and the last night of the entire old era. Mubai, muttering to himself, didn't know why he felt a little desolate. In front of the laws of the world, people are like ants. To some extent, the choice of the end of the heavens god emperor is correct. The magician sitting on the grass nearby said leisurely, letting the wine pot in his hand roll down the hillside. With the help of the entire low-level world to build a mature harvesting system, the generations of unprecedented god emperors are controlled in their hands, depriving them of their heavenly orders and making them dogs under their seats. This system will continue to thrive for tens of millions of years under the maintenance of strength. And the end of the heavens god emperor, who constantly harvests all resources, all destiny and star power, will become an existence that is infinitely close to God and close to immortals. There are no gods in this world, and there is only one person who spans the 9 heavens. Have you said goodbye to your relatives? The magician who took out the wine pot from nowhere said with a smile. Mubai nodded slightly when he was asked. Farewell. Grandpa Muhai cried very sadly. And his parents also begged him not to go and not to leave. But sometimes the development of the situation forces him to take this step, and there is no turning back. It is impossible to hide. From the moment he wants to step into the peak of this world, he is destined to face the situation in the future. Relatives are Mubai's last remembrance. When he abandons his family affection, he will complete the last transformation. It's really heartless. Mubai. Sometimes I suspect that you are also a reincarnation. The more rational a person is, the easier it is to indulge. This is inevitable. However, Mubai, a young man, seems to have experienced vicissitudes of life and has his own understanding of life. This rationality that is almost crazy even makes the magician doubt whether the other party is the same. Do you think I am? No. Mubai does not look like a reincarnation. After all, the magician can feel a kind of vitality in him, which is a portrayal of an extremely young soul. Compared with the other party, his soul has long been rotten. Now it is nothing more than the long-cherished wish of revenge that can support him. When he completes his wish, he will turn into nothingness and dissipate in this corner of the world. Liberation will be the best destination for the magician. The reincarnations of life after life have worn away too much of his possessions. All those human emotions gradually disappeared over the years. 3 months passed too quickly. The final battle is coming soon. It's funny to say that this is the time when I am most confident and least confident. I have confidence because of Mubai's appearance. And I have no confidence because of Mubai's appearance. He appeared too early. If such a demonic person is born at the beginning of the new era, as long as he can live for 100,000 years, he may really be able to check and balance the immortal organization to a certain extent. But unfortunately, there is no if in this world. All established facts are causal and cannot be changed. You are really leisurely. Yu Ling came from a distance. She had a long sword made of the blood of the ancient phoenix on her waist, which brought her a kind of majesty. Since Mubai told her the truth, she has also been investigating the immortal organization everywhere. There was no news about them in the entire ancient world, which made Yu Ling, who was originally a little skeptical, begin to believe. After all, an organization that did not reveal even a trace either did not exist or stood above the 9 heavens. Facing an enemy of this level, uniting is undoubtedly the best choice. The change of eras. The grand event that happens once every 100,000 years. A scene that many people can never see in their entire lives is right in front of us. How shocking it is. The magician seemed to be very familiar with this scene. He had been reincarnated countless times. Life and death could not affect his mind. The only thing that could always shock him was the scene in front of him. The world merged, and a new world was about to be born. Mubai, with his hands behind his back, had no intention of attacking the people in the inner world after learning about the existence of the immortal organization. At present, the huge stars were constantly moving and merging with the main world outside everyone's vision. The dreamlike fusion wave washed the world that was in need of reconstruction with rolling power. When the new sun slowly rose, and the night of the old era completely dissipated, a bell that resounded throughout the world rang. The first bell rang. The sky folded together and gradually merged. In a vast space, the sky approached each other and gradually merged into one. They are no longer separate individuals, but a new and unique existence. This fusion is not a simple addition, but a brand new creation. During the fusion process, the edges of the two skies gradually blurred and the colors began to change. One sky was the morning light, with a faint blue with pink and orange, and the other sky was the evening afterglow, with strong red and gold intertwined. When they merged, these colors began to penetrate each other, forming a new color that was both bright and soft. The second bell sounded. The ground was like a swirling wave piling up in one place, and began to create an artistic creation that almost amazed all living beings. The surface that stirred up the mountains, rivers and lakes was inlaid with each other, like a puzzle, and the most perfect fusion was carried out. The third bell sounded. The world was completely merged. The boundary between reality and illusion became blurred, as if there was an invisible barrier that made the two worlds penetrate and influence each other. In the outermost space of the three people's vision, the large area of houses and buildings was like a mirage. Under this kind of world fusion, purple breath rolled from the sky. That was the power of destiny. What is destiny? Destiny can be understood as a universal will or intention, which represents the essence and nature of the world's creatures. This will is a supernatural force that can influence and guide the behavior and decision-making of creatures. In many cultures and beliefs, destiny is regarded as a force beyond human understanding, which can determine the fate of individuals, the rise and fall of countries, the evolution of the world, etc. This will is beyond human will, and it can guide creatures to higher realms and goals. It is embodied and conveyed in various ways. For example, in some religions, destiny is regarded as the will of God, which is sacred and inviolable. In other cultures, destiny is regarded as a force beyond the individual, which can be conveyed through prophecy, divination, oracles, etc. It is unpredictable and uncapturable. But when the new era comes, it will also be redistributed throughout the world and into the bodies of all people. Those who have a profound impact on the future or are powerful will gain more bonuses of destiny, while the weak will gain a small part. The so-called battle of destiny is a fight between the heroes who have been gifted with the power of destiny. The winner will get the power of destiny of the other party. In the end, this endless war will come to a perfect end when the last person gets all the power of destiny, and the winner will enter the realm of God Emperor under the power of destiny and rule over billions of lives. There are countless participants, but only one winner. This is the cruel battle of destiny. Destiny has come. The purple power of destiny poured down from the sky, flowing like a purple waterfall. It permeated the air and exuded a faint fragrance, as if it was the fragrance of a mysterious flower blooming. Under the cover of this power, the contactor felt a power beyond the world, as if all troubles and worries were swept away. After the purple power of destiny came, the world seemed to be brand new. The originally plain scenery became mysterious and magnificent, as if the magic of nature was stimulated. Mountains, rivers, forests, and grasslands became full of vitality and vitality, as if the melody of nature was playing. Under the influence of this force, the power of creatures has also been improved. Humans have become smarter, braver and stronger, as if they have gained mysterious power. Animals have also become more agile, flexible and fierce, as if they have new vitality and combat power. When the rich power of destiny completed the transformation of the entire world, it immediately dispersed into countless parts and scattered in every corner of the world. The magician got some purple gas, and Yuling also got some purple gas with the power of blood. And Mu Bai, who was standing between the two, got a huge amount of purple gas, like a giant whale siphoning seawater. Not enough. Under the astonished eyes of the two, Mu Bai immediately entered the form of being haunted by evil spirits. The power of destiny is given by God? I must intercept it. After jumping into the sky, the monsters on all sides were absorbing the destiny. Seeing this, Mu Bai threw a punch. In an instant, all the powerful monsters in sight were almost all dead, and their not yet warm power of destiny quickly entered Mu Bai's body. Go! Harvest enough power of destiny to compete with the immortal organization. After speaking in a deep voice, the magician followed Mu Bai closely, and the powerful dark fruit immediately released a monstrous dark water to devour many demons on the surface. Dark water has multiple states of entanglement, devouring, and suppression, so that many demons surrounded by dark water have exhausted their star power after being trapped for a period of time. In such a scene, it is too late for low-level demons to run. Dark acupoints. The buildings swallowed by the dark water were quickly released. When the dark water with broken limbs washed the surface, it turned into sharp spikes under the control of the magician and pierced the demons who were fleeing in the distance. Yu Ling nodded, and the next moment the blood of the ancient phoenix condensed on the sword body, and the gorgeous light and fire under the layers of flames cut through the space. She slashed with a sword in the cry of the ancient phoenix. The demon king who sensed the danger was cut in half. The end was miserable. Kill! 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 Kill all these human beings. Seeing their compatriots die tragically, Many Sunwheel Realm demon kings were furious and attacked at the same time. But they obviously targeted the wrong person. Mu Bai's finger flicked the space in an instant. The powerful vibration power instantly submerged all the demons. These demons in the inner world did not even see how they died clearly before they were wiped out. In the extremely bloody scene, many demon warriors did not even dare to fight. Under the defeat, the power of destiny in Mu Bai's body became more intense. The gap was too big. It was flattering to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. The power of Mu Bai's finger flick was enough to cause a powerful earthquake that destroyed half of the demon country. In this case, the demon emperor who lived in the center of the demon country in the inner world was immediately dissatisfied. Where did the human bastards dare to massacre my demon race? The old voice came out from the ancient coffin. And the confidence of the demons around was greatly increased. Just when the peak Sunwheel Realm demon king was about to attack, a meteor-like figure went straight through the earth. Mu Bai, with a strong wave emanating from his body, slowly stood up from the ruined demon palace, holding the head of a demon king in his hand. It seems that you are indeed worthy of my warm-up. After saying that, Mu Bai stepped out. The ground collapsed by hundreds of meters. The demon emperor Shi Chun, who was hidden in the ancient coffin deep underground, rushed out of the collapsed ground in anger and transformed into the original body of the golden-haired lion Roar, which was nearly 100 meters long, and then slapped it down with one claw. The demon race itself is known for its strong physique and strength. So when the peak demon emperor of the Sunwheel Realm slapped it with one claw, no demon race figure thought that this human could take it. You are very... Huh? The claw of the golden-haired lion Roar was blocked by the tiny hand above. And no matter how hard Shi Chun tried, he couldn't let the claw fall, as if there was an unshakable existence across the ground. Very good. I haven't tried this kind of power competition for a long time. Since the star power system transformed into the divine power system, Mu Bai rarely used pure power after the infinite devouring points were added to his body. At this moment, seeing that the other party wanted to play a power competition, he was naturally very happy, pulling his left arm back. And then the void exploded. Single-handed continuous attack without breathing. Mu Bai, who only used one hand, had a ghostly figure, and in the dynamic vision beyond Shi Chun, a series of afterimages kept bombarding his flesh and fur. Collapse? Collapse? Extreme collapse. Just the fist wind has collapsed the surface of tens of thousands of meters. And Shi Chun, the peak demon emperor of the Sunwheel Realm, who can't keep up with this speed, has blood all over his body in an instant. The unconscious golden lion roared, and Shi Chun collapsed to the ground before he could even say a word and turned into a human form again. Crushing. Extreme crushing. Mu Bai, who instantly killed a powerful demon, smiled at the demon kings with a trace of blood on his fist and said, "It's still not very durable. This monster." All the demons collapsed. The arrival of the power of destiny represents the end of the era and the beginning of a new era. And what is needed in this opening is a war. A war that can subvert the entire fusion world. And there can only be one winner in the end. However, this battle of destiny is obviously different from the past. Transmission-like columns have appeared in various spatial positions one after another, as if a certain force's army is rapidly entering the ancient world. The ancient world, forgotten world continent. A wisp of green smoke enters the throat, and it is difficult to determine who will win or lose. The peerless figure who has been hidden for tens of thousands of years walked out of the restricted area step by step. And the wind and clouds suddenly changed and turned into a white real dragon flying in the sky. The purple power of destiny around followed and roared like a dragon god descending. Who is it? The white dragon looked at the horizon, and a strong man wearing a bear-skin coat walked out of the light in a transmission-like column. The 13th seat of the Immortal Organization is here to clear out all of you trash. The arrogant voice of the strong man resounded through the world, and a breath that enveloped everything gradually rose. It was the peak powerhouse of the God Emperor realm. You are so arrogant. I didn't cause any trouble for you, but you dare to come? The extreme coldness of the white dragon's body froze the earth. The freezing point in the white snow wave that was infinitely close to the limit actually made the bare-skinned strongman feel uncomfortable. Interesting. In this low-level world, you can actually cultivate to the half-step God Emperor. But it's a pity that you have to fall today. The strongman jumped up and collided with the white dragon, the western region of Yinbei continent. The Peacock King, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Buddha statues, held a colorful Buddha light in his mouth and transformed into hundreds of Buddha statues that connected the sky and the earth. And a graceful figure crossed the sea of blood and corpses in the Great Lane Temple and entered the Buddhist hall, looking at the Peacock King, who seemed to be well prepared. The girl said softly, "I didn't expect that my target was a monk? Or a reincarnation." The green snake sword was sharp. A strong breath burst out from her delicate body. It was as shocking as the falling of a star. The Peacock King frowned as he put his hands together to reveal his true form. He obviously didn't expect the people from the Immortal Organization to arrive so soon. It seemed that it was indeed the variable factor of Mu Bai that angered these people. "I once sat and discussed with the 8th generation of the Emperor Zhongqian 720,000 years ago. Now it seems that he has far surpassed me. You little girl underestimated me too much." The colorful stream of light descended. Under the infinite light, an ancient Buddha statue appeared behind the Peacock King. The slightly surprised girl condensed her whole body. In an instant, the pressure of the Emperor of God almost penetrated the entire western region. In the face of such a degree of oppression, the expected collapse of the opponent did not appear. On the contrary, the Peacock King could faintly resist the opponent with the Buddha statue behind him. The girl was surprised and looked solemn. She was going to be serious. Yunzhou continent. At this moment, the three people who had already killed the entire inner world demon country felt that their eyes were bright. And then a pillar of light descended here. All the scattered demons died in an instant. A young man with a standard figure and ordinary appearance walked out of the light column. "Mu Bai, you are very honorable. I am the first chief of the Immortal Organization, Silver Fang, and my title is the Death God Emperor." The man was very polite, and his smile was as relaxed as if he was meeting a friend. "Be careful. The fluctuations on that guy are very scary." After sensing the energy level of the breath, the magician said with some horror. And Yuling also frowned. The other party's divine power is very likely to be more terrifying than that of an ordinary God Emperor. Enya smiled and drew out the ordinary sword from his waist. "You are all very strong." The domineering aura condensed by the divine power tore everything around at an astonishing speed. The space collapsed heavily. The power of the stars was quickly extracted. And Enya suppressed all three people in a moment. And when he wanted to crush these people to death at will under this suppression, he looked at Mu Bai in surprise. "I originally wanted to develop my strength. But since you found me so quickly, I have to show my real skills." Mu Bai took a step forward. The peak sun wheel realm quickly broke. Instead, it was replaced by the evolutionary power like a black hole. The massive devouring points absorbed before were all concentrated on the flesh at this moment, which also caused the originally handsome Mu Bai to gradually twist his flesh and blood into a humanoid monster several meters tall. The power of that amazing spirit burst out and instantly dispelled Enya's domineering color. God Emperor Realm? The God Emperor Realm without all the blessings of destiny is just. Enya's pupil shrank. And before he finished speaking, the surrounding space was shattered by random punches. And he himself was constantly crushed in front of Mu Bai, whose figure could not be seen clearly. Not a slight advantage, but an all-round crushing. God's instant. Breaking the boundary punch. Thunder and vibration have no meaning at this moment. Enya was unbelievably beaten in all directions. He didn't even see the opponent's appearance at the moment. The opponent's physical body was so strong that even the infinite sword in his hand couldn't cut it. How is it possible? Not only him, but even Yu Ling and the magician were full of disbelief. Isn't the opponent's growth in 9 months too terrifying? When the evil ghost form was redeveloped and given all the devouring points, Mu Bai obtained the ultimate power beyond all flesh. He called this giant form, Ghost God form, the ultimate form beyond all flesh. The promotion to the God Emperor also completely made up for his last shortcoming of insufficient energy. To some extent, Mu Bai, who relied on his physical body to become the God Emperor, was stronger than those who relied on destiny to become the God Emperor. Destruction. 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 Every punch tore the space apart. Its speed and power made Enya unable to even counterattack. The breath in the opponent's body made him even more terrified, because it was clearly not a star power system, but a divine power system. Mu Bai, who was at full power, pressed his forehead and pushed him all the way into the deep sea. The sea level was rapidly reduced under the continuous blows without breathing. The high temperature of the space caused by the friction of the flesh made the seawater in the sea evaporate rapidly. Under the fierce attack in the steaming mist, Mu Bai forcibly penetrated 3 continents. All of them were pushed all the way. After enduring 5.72 million world-shattering punches from Mu Bai, Enya was able to stand up. In a wasteland somewhere on an unknown continent, Enya, with a face full of anger, wanted to teleport away from the other party. But as soon as he activated the teleportation, Mu Bai, who had already transformed into a monster of extreme strength, twisted his head into the mouth of some kind of beast and bit the other party in half. Inya, who rolled to the ground and regrouped his body, could see the other party's appearance clearly at this moment. The whole body was covered with twisted black flesh and blood, and the mouth of the glutton was all over the body. Behind Mu Bai were wings burning with the flames of the great sun True Flame. In a trance, Mu Bai seemed to have turned into a monster that could devour everything. This form made Inya think of the special creatures in the heavens and the worlds. That is, the evil gods. But according to the information, Mu Bai was definitely a pure human. This man cannot be defeated and retreated first. Inya, whose figure disappeared quickly, was caught up by Mu Bai again before he escaped into the space. His speed was so slow that the condensed flesh and blood power on Mu Bai's body tore his body apart again. After forcibly integrating a large amount of swallowing points into his body in these 9 months, Mu Bai entered 9 life evolutions successively. He relied on the system to rely on the power strengthened by swallowing points to a certain extent, which has surpassed the current world's cultivation system, and embarked on a path of ultimate strengthening of the body. In the process of these 9 life evolutions, he was able to approach the realm of the God Emperor infinitely. When the destiny came, he obtained a large amount of destiny power, combined with the title and all the current attributes of the system. He has surpassed the God Emperor in conventional combat power. Compared with Mu Bai, Inya, who had not fought a tough battle for nearly 10 million years, was undoubtedly confused throughout the whole process. Even if he reacted, he would still lose the battle under the huge gap in comprehensive attributes. So a very funny scene came. The first member of the Immortal Organization, who had lived for tens of millions of years, was beaten by Mu Bai, who had not developed for more than 36 years. Now he couldn't even break through the space to escape temporarily. What's more serious is that every time he was beaten into powder and reshaped his body, Inya could clearly feel that the power and life in his body were swallowed by the opponent's gluttonous mouth. The opponent was wearing him down. Where are you going? Mu Bai, in the form of a ghost, put his hands together and suddenly bombarded. Inya, who had just condensed into a physical body, turned into powder again. You forced me. The space flickered. And Inya, who had regained his body, slid the long sword in his hand to perform the instant death sword. As a user of the death fruit, he has the ability to kill the person he touches immediately. And this will explode 100% of the lethality when combined with his swordsmanship. The first style of the instant death swordsmanship, Ghost. The pitch-black cold sword cut through the void and condensed a lot of death aura. Under the endless black aura, all the trees on the surrounding wasteland died, and the earth was covered with deathly silence, as if it had entered the realm of the god of death. A sword was slashed out. Black slashes suddenly appeared on all sides of Mu Bai, like a ghost chasing people. It followed him closely. Kendo? Mu Bai, who was somewhat interested, could sense that the opponent's slash was accompanied by the power of the devil fruit. But he did not dodge. On the contrary, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black slash in one gulp when the opponent's slash was about to hit. What? The body that was enhanced to the peak by the armed color domineering was now immune to the power of the death fruit. After swallowing the opponent's slash, Mu Bai's strength actually increased a little. Unbelievable. Inya did not dare to delay and released the information immediately. Several beams of light appeared in the sky again. Several God Emperor level strongmen who appeared found their heads falling before they walked out of the beam. Mu Bai, who acted quickly, was not done yet. After killing these people this time, he tried to integrate one of them into the body of a ghost. That is, the energy SHL outside his body. After being swallowed by the gluttonous mouth formed by the gluttonous fruit, Mu Bai immediately accelerated the external digestive system of his body. When he exhaled a breath of turbid air, he suddenly gained a huge amount of comprehensive attributes. This is really too wonderful. If I had known that the swallowing points could even digest you, why would I worry about your arrival? Mu Bai, who was still unsatisfied, could feel that the body outside his body had gained stronger power, and the members of the Immortal Organization swallowed by him were gradually digested in the stomach connected to the gluttonous mouth. Immortal Organization? No. It should be said that it is an energy replenishment organization. Mu Bai has a hunch that if his ghost-like body can swallow all of them at this moment, it should evolve again. What can the digestive system that evolves again eat? Air, water, soil, or, and even air planets. These are all existences that can replenish energy and strength. The ghost-like form that was originally exhausted by the human form is gradually twisted at this moment. And a dark giant hand grows again from the ribs on the left side. His energy level is also rising rapidly. Stop him! Enya roared. And the next moment, powerful God Emperor Dharma images from all directions immediately surrounded Mu Bai. These Dharma images were solemn and dignified. Compared with him, Mu Bai in the form of ghosts and gods seemed like a real ultimate monster that brought disaster to the world. 6 God Emperors besieged a newcomer who had just entered the realm of God Emperor. The scene can be said to be very spectacular. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by many Dharma images, drooled at the towering Dharma images. These were all energy. He jumped, facing the attack of the Dharma image. Tao Ji's big mouth suddenly opened. In an instant, he swallowed the attack and half of the Dharma image into his mouth. The others immediately increased the strength of the Dharma image. But Mu Bai seemed to be an endlessly hungry monster at this moment, swallowing non-stop. The more he swallowed, the stronger he became. And the stronger he swallowed, the faster he swallowed. What kind of monster is this? Enya, did you ask us to die? Everyone asked Enya in shock and anger. But Enya shut them up with one sentence. This is the killing mission given to us by the end of the Heaven's God Emperor. Although you may not believe it. He is Mu Bai. Enya clenched his fists and said with an ugly look. He had not felt this kind of repressed emotion for hundreds of years. Mu Bai's current form was obviously very strange and extremely powerful. If it was still the conventional fighting mode, no one would be his opponent. Why don't we retreat? The middle-aged man on the far left said speechlessly. At this moment, even he didn't know how long these people could hold on. No. If we retreat, what will the end of the Heaven's God Emperor do to us? Haven't you thought about it? Enya's cold words made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. In desperation, several God Emperors joined forces to release their own tricks. Mu Bai, who was forced to follow, fell into the deep underground in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the formal members of these immortal organizations joined forces to arrange a large formation surrounding the entire surface area of 100,000 meters. 10 layers of complex light and shadow gradually condensed together. This was the 9 Heavens Dragon Trap formation, which could trap a God Emperor level strongman. Let's trap him first. I want to see how he survives after the Battle of Destiny is over. Enya had no choice but to resort to this strategy. They had come to the low-level world by themselves, and their strengths could not be fully exerted. Even their upper limits were restricted. In this case, it was not suitable to fight Mu Bai head-on. It would be better to trap him here and wait for the Battle of Destiny to end before joining forces to concentrate their strength to deal with him. Mu Bai, who was trapped in the 9 Heavens Dragon formation, seemed to bear the weight of the whole world. He kept sinking into the ground and tried his best to break free from this bondage. Since I can't break it, I will eat you bit by bit. Mu Bai's flesh and blood in the ghost form expanded rapidly. Many swallowing mouths densely covered the formation, and the suppression power of the formation was weakened step by step with the subtle swallowing sound. Eat, 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 eat all the energy. In order to strengthen his own strength, Mu Bai took out the Jiuzhou Ding in his soul. If he couldn't gather the Jiuding, he might as well let it become his own nutrients to strengthen his comprehensive attributes. Thinking of this, Mu Bai bit it. The Jiuzhou Ding originally existed in the soul. At this moment, it was torn into pieces by him and immediately merged into his body. Evolution. Evolution again. Mu Bai, whose body was transformed again, accelerated the speed of swallowing the formation. After Enya went down to the deep pit underground, his expression was slightly condensed. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he was always uneasy. At this time, several transmission channels were opened at the same time. Enya's expression became even uglier as he was surprised. I saw that the official members of the Immortal Organization who went to hunt those important targets were actually injured and escaped from the transmission channel. Song Bai, Peacock King, East Domain Sword Immortal, Magician, Yu Ling, and many other powerful people appeared from the transmission channel. Members of the Immortal Organization actually lost? Enya felt like he was struck by lightning in disbelief. This was impossible. The upper limit of an ancient world had been locked. How could there be a person who could defeat a powerful person at the level of the God Emperor in this situation? Is it possible to win so quickly? Mu Bai, who jumped out of the ground after tearing the formation, said with a smile. In fact, he didn't do anything big in the 3 months after waking up. He just summoned all the strongest people in the world to unite them and used all the treasures and collections that can be used in the ancient world, and then converted them into devouring points to strengthen them. Doesn't the immortal organization like to play group battles? Doesn't it like to fiddle with destiny? Then it's just right to fight today to see if they can harvest the destiny of this era here. Inya. The ancient worlds are not something you can reap whenever you want. If you don't believe me, we can fight to the death here today. Let's see who can leave alive. Behind Mubai, who was crossing the void, were all the strong men from the ancient worlds. On the other side, the formal members of the immortal organization were confronting him. Exactly 13 people. The space was making a subtle cracking sound in the rolling air waves. With the gathering of strong men, the current world could not wrap them all up at the same time. This meant that one of them was destined to leave or be destroyed today. Stubborn. Inya was full of murderous intent. No one had ever challenged the immortal organization so blatantly and challenged the top of power. If Mubai didn't die, he would become a big trouble in the future. Infinite death. Soul-destroying slash. The overwhelming death intent gathered on the sword body. And the two sides immediately fought together. When the slash fell, the space collapsed in an instant. The void gradually twisted. The ultimate energy collision made both forces uncomfortable. The members of the immortal organization who gritted their teeth and forcibly supported themselves were even more uncomfortable with the rejection effect of the world. Almost none of the people who came here were the god emperors of the ancient worlds, which also led to all members having to withstand the rejection and suppression of the ancient worlds in the fierce battle, and also withstand the attacks of Mubai and others. Under various restrictions, many people's realms and divine powers are being rapidly reduced as time goes by. The death slash and the vibrating iron fist collided again. The energy fluctuations caused the entire space to collapse again. Mubai! The world needs stability to operate. And everything that Lord Zhongtian Divine Emperor does is for the people of the heavens. If you insist on interrupting the destiny, it will not bring salvation but destruction. Inya persuaded earnestly. In his eyes, the era can still be replaced and maintained. It is the credit of Lord Zhongtian Divine Emperor. The world of the heavens needs a leader. A person who controls all resources and stabilizes the world. There will be a God's organization without the immortal organization. So the resistance of Mubai and others is also his unreasonable behavior to some extent. If this is what you think of as salvation, then I would rather have the sky collapse and the earth break, and the world reshape order. Mubai, who was facing the members of the immortal organization, roared and turned into a terrifying white light, which instantly shattered their bodies. The pupils of the magician in the collapsed world shrank, because he saw time stop and an invisible illusory hand from the fragments of the bursting world pulled Su Yi and other members of the immortal organization out of the ancient world. Yes, the end of the heavens god emperor took action. The excited magician immediately jumped up and followed. And at the last moment when the giant hand dissipated, the magician's figure also disappeared on the spot. Eternal space. This is the end of everything and the beginning of everything. The emergence of the god emperor realm and the birth of destiny all originated from here. And they came from the hands of the first person who set foot on the peak of the heavens. That person lived for billions of years. Countless reincarnations and eras washed away his name and buried his existence. Now he appeared again on the supreme throne. Light and shadow flickered. 13 members of the immortals appeared in the eternal space. And Mubai and the magician appeared not far from them. It's the end of the heavens god emperor. The magician couldn't suppress his anger. He jumped up and used the power of the dark fruit to stimulate infinite dark water. Like a whirlwind, the dark water rushed towards the figure at the highest point of the throne. Just as the dark water was about to hit the head of the emperor of the end of heaven, time began to flow backwards. Like a weird and absurd animation, the magician gradually retreated and finally returned to Mubai's side again. See you again in the reincarnation. Magician. It's been a long time since I last saw you. The emperor of the end of heaven, dressed in white, looked indifferent. Although he was speaking, he always gave people a sense of distance. Emperor of the end of heaven. The magician, who was filled with hatred, fell into a rare kind of madness. Mubai looked at the leader of the immortal organization with caution. He didn't know why he always felt that he had seen him somewhere. But he just couldn't remember. The 13 members of the immortal organization knew that their mission had failed, and all knelt down and dared not speak. From beginning to end, the emperor of the end of heaven did not look at them. His eyes were always on Mubai. You are no match for me. This is true for all beings in the long river of time. Mubai, you have already lost. After hearing these words, the calm Mubai suddenly vomited the fragments of Jojo Ding from his stomach. and these fragments seemed to be attracted by the ground under his feet, and gradually merged with it. Amid the earth-shaking tearing sound, the bronze lines under the ground gradually appeared. The ninth Jiuzhou Ding is right under everyone's feet. To be more precise, the entire eternal space evolved from the ninth Jiuzhou Ding. Jiuzhou Ding? The Emperor Zhongtian immediately understood why he could not see through Mu Bai's direction through the long river of fate. He was not in the past, not in the future, but only in the present, with Jiuzhou Ding protecting him. 9 golden lines gradually appeared on Mu Bai's body. One step forward. Dragon roars and phoenixes cry. All the chains that shackled him were breaking. Mu Bai withdrew from the ghost form and restored his original appearance. Under the power of Jiuzhou Ding, the divine power of his whole body gradually began to evolve. The divine power dissipated in the purple air coming from the east, and the pure power of destiny filled his body. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task of the current world. Broken God's chosen era, the era changes, but the people in the cage are always oppressed. If you want to break the oppression, you must go along with the perpetrators or fight against them. But when the rebels have no capital, there is only one way. War. Fighting against the immortal organization can survive. Task requirements. Go to other continents of the ancient world to collect the remaining 8 Jiuzhou Ding. Task reward. Destiny power without impurities and without any restrictions can help the host step into the realm of God Emperor, Ding Dong. It is detected that the host has exceeded the task and the realm has been upgraded to the realm of God Emperor. And the task reward has been increased. Mainline task reward. Qualification for promotion to the named God Emperor. Named God Emperor is a special honor for the peak existence of the God Emperor realm. Obtaining the name will have the ultimate power beyond ordinary God Emperors. Mu Bai, who was blessed with the power of destiny, clenched his fists. The power of the 9 provinces cauldron has affected the surrounding void. The end of the heavens God Emperor looked at this scene coldly. Even if the 9 provinces cauldron was gathered, it would at most weaken his control over the power of destiny. In actual combat, no one could match him. What is he afraid of? Mu Bai, whose body was attached to 9 golden lions, immediately called out his own name. See the true self again in fate. The sun rises and sets forever. The eternal God Emperor is me. I am Mu Bai. The power of destiny that has been absorbed in the body of the end of the heavens God Emperor for billions of years is actually flowing out rapidly. The rolling red dust and purple air all gathered on Mu Bai's body. The end of the heaven God Emperor was silent. First, he gathered the 9 provinces cauldron. And then, he was promoted to the named God Emperor. One was a coincidence, and the 2 together were enough to threaten him. There cannot be 2 God Emperors in one world. And it is even more impossible for a world to have 2 named God Emperors. The end of the heaven God axe gathered in the palm of the end of the heaven God Emperor. Mu Bai, this alien, must be eradicated, and the operation of the world of the heavens and myriad worlds must be carried out in an orderly manner under his control. Behead. The axe fell. The ancient space shook. Ding dong. System upgrade completed. Ding dong. Start the last mission of the current world. Decisive battle. Kill the end of the heaven God Emperor. The mission reward is unknown. At the same time that Mu Bai was promoted to the named God Emperor, the system upgrade and the last mission appeared at the same time. Seeing the opponents move, Mu Bai did not dare to be careless. He gathered all his destiny power on the martial god's weapon in his hand and blocked it in front of him. The destiny power symbolizing order cut the entire space along the end of the heaven god axe. The 13 members of the immortal organization wanted to help their master, but could not get close to the center of the battlefield. The moment the power of destiny that condensed the attack collided with the divine axe, the eternal space was shattered layer by layer. Mu Bai, who was constantly oppressed, tried his best to block the opponent's axe. Even with the power of the named God Emperor, the gap between Mu Bai and the end of the heavens God Emperor was still very large. This gap might be made up with time, but Mu Bai obviously didn't have that time now. Time domain. Decay. As a user of the special mythical time fruit ability, the end of the heavens God Emperor can control the laws of time. The entire ancient space quickly returned to its original state during his time decay. But Mu Bai, who was surrounded by this power, did not enter the decay state. There is a higher level of rule power protecting him. The heart of the end of the heavens God Emperor was obviously not clear about the power of the eternal system. The power of the named God Emperor it bestowed was above all the rules of the current world. The time fruit of this world could not allow Mu Bai to go back from the state of the named God Emperor to the power of an ordinary God Emperor. Shattering the world. Shattering the origin. Mu Bai, holding the martial god sword. Slashed with the powerful power of destiny. Fire surged between the thunders. Space turned into nothingness along the line of thunder and fire. The vibration ball cover on the sword body covered it layer by layer. As the sword was slashed, a powerful force of breaking the world attached to it. Noisy. The indifferent Zhongtian God Emperor slapped it with his palm. The two people who fought again entered a collapsed state before their attacks touched the void. The palm and the sword intertwined in the eternal space. And the attacks of both sides had already collided with each other across the collapsed space. How did you become the named God Emperor? Zhongtian God Emperor was very curious about this. It took him 90 million years to be promoted to the named God Emperor. And this was based on the fact that he had already harvested the world of the heavens. What about the other party? An ordinary genius in the lower world could be promoted to the named God Emperor in front of him. Guess. The martial god's weapon cut through the void and cut rapidly. The remaining vibration power was integrated into the space to completely shatter the entire eternal world. After smashing the opponent's moves with the divine axe, Zhongtian God Emperor shook his head. I don't like to guess. Since you don't want to say it, I will make you never say it. Time accelerated. The long river of destiny. The awakened power of the fruit of time turned into a galaxy of stars and spread in the void. Every step taken by the Emperor of the End of Heaven's breath increased by more than 10 times. This is the great power of time. It can destroy a civilization and create a world. It can also infinitely increase the comprehensive attributes of the Emperor of the End of Heaven. Mastering the power of time itself is mastering everything. The Emperor of the End of Heaven, who walked towards Mu by step on the long river of destiny, ignored the collapsed ancient space. His axe of the End of Heaven merged into the long river of time and condensed the power of destiny to smash the entire time dimension. In the white special world, countless clocks are running, and after the axe of divine power crossed a clock, a wound appeared on Mu Bai's body. The opponent crossed the time dimension to hurt Mu Bai in the air. Faced with this unsolvable move, Mu Bai in the white world kept dodging along those weird clocks. The opponent's axe attacked him in the past and in the future. But these attacks can act on the present. Mu Bai, who had no countermeasures, could only keep dodging along the time dimension in this absurd world. The Emperor of the End of Heaven, who was flying like a god above the world of white clocks, said in a cold voice, Mu Bai, even if you can escape the constraints of space through eternity, you can never escape the dimension of time. This is your fate. You are destined to fall. In the infinitely extended time dimension, Mu Bai ran further away. In the time that kept going backwards, he saw the Shura God Emperor, who was obsessed with killing, and stepped on the sea of blood and corpses. The Cha Shung God Emperor, who wanted all things to live forever. And the Sword Emperor, who repelled the alien coalition, and stood by the boundary. One by one, the God Emperors and scenes set off ways in the long river of this world dimension. They may have been high-spirited, but in the end, they could not escape the punishment of time. Mu Bai, who passed by them, looked back and saw that the power of destiny, which symbolized the will of these God Emperors, was following him from the long river of time. After crossing the eyes with the heroes of all generations, he understood. The Zhongtian God Emperor, who was stepping on the time, looked at the long river of time and felt a little funny, because on the other side of the time dimension, there was another force that was colliding with his time fruit. And that force was also time. Throughout the ages, the only one who controlled time was the dead man, the last generation of God Emperors in the ancient world, the founder of the royal court, the Chaos Ancient God Emperor. Under the impact of the two forces of time, the God Emperors of all ages, who were about to be swallowed by the long river of time, actually materialized their bodies here. The God Emperors of the ancient worlds for tens of millions of years came back to life here. Mu Bai looked into the distance and found that the Star Lords Tan Lang and Ziwei followed a white-haired old man from the other side of time and space. Life is like a chess game. You can't win the whole life by winning for a while. Thank you for your hard work, friend Mu Bai. It was not until this moment that Mu Bai realized that it was the reflection of the Haotian mirror in his body that resurrected the God Emperors of all ages. How could he not understand the current scene as smart as he was? Is all this within your calculation? Even the God Emperor Zhongtian was a little absent-minded at this moment. The power of destiny of the God Emperors absorbed in his body was disappearing, which meant that the God Emperors who had been killed by him were resurrecting, which had exceeded his expectations. With billions of years as the chess game, this Chaos Ancient God Emperor was indeed not simple. Mu Bai was also relieved after seeing Wang Ting's living ancestor. Ziwei Star Lord looked at Mu Bai with a complicated expression and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Even Master Luan Gu did not expect to get to this point. With your strength combined with the strength of the God Emperors of all generations, we have a chance to win. So you disappeared for this moment. But it is almost impossible to eliminate the power of the time fruit of the God Emperor Zhongtian. After a calm and objective analysis, Mu Bai clearly knew that even if the God Emperors of all ages were resurrected, they could not really kill the God Emperor Zhongtian, because the other party had been integrated into the long river of time. He existed in the past, present and future. The God Emperor Zhongtian, who died now, will be resurrected in the long river of time as a future body. This almost immortal existence cannot be defeated by a war of attrition. It's okay. I can limit his past and future at the cost of my life. At this moment, the power of destiny on the body of the God Emperor Zhongtian has been greatly reduced. We have a chance. After that, the God Emperor Luan Gu smiled and turned into a pool of rotten meat and burst on the spot. At this moment, the outer periphery of the entire time dimension was also surrounded by a huge spider web. The shocked and angry Emperor Zhongtian roared and finally lost control of his emotions. The God Emperors of the ancient worlds rushed towards the Emperor Zhongtian at the first moment of their resurrection. The Star Lords of Tanlang and Ziwei did not feel sad about the death of their master because they had a more important mission. They were promoted to God Emperors at the same time and rushed towards the enemy, knowing that this was his only chance. Mu Bai followed the rainbow light and launched a final attack on the end of Heaven God Emperor. Okay. Since you dead people want to die again in my hands, I will fulfill your wish. Facing thousands of God Emperors, the end of Heaven God Emperor's axe fell. Countless time turbulences scattered everyone as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. And it was the Shura God Emperor who was bearing these worldly turbulences that swept away the power of time with the Shura's sword in his hand. End of Heaven. The Shura God Emperor, full of murderous intent, slashed with a sword. Tens of thousands of murderous intents gathered and washed away in a raging sea of blood. Then the Chansheng God Emperor behind him laughed loudly, and then transformed into a huge longevity turtle to resist other time turbulences. The Shura God Emperor's figure dimmed a little under the impact of the axe and sword, and other God Emperors took this opportunity to successfully approach the target. The power of destiny was constantly dispersed, and coupled with the power of destiny absorbed by Mu Bai before, the Zhongtian God Emperor who stood at the peak of the time dimension was indeed weakened to the extreme. At this moment, he fought against the God Emperors alone. But he did not kill them instantly. Instead, he was constantly restrained as if he was trapped in a quagmire. Luan Gu, if I go out, I will make you fall into hell forever. Looking up at the other time power that trapped his time dimension. This is the real limitation, that he cannot exert his strength. If the long river of time continues to extend, he can form countless selves from the past time. Who will be his opponent at that time? He can even fight alone in the heavens and all realms without being defeated. 7 styles of cutting the sky. For cold words came from the mouth of the long-haired and white-clothed Sword Emperor. The space in front of the Zhongtian God Emperor, who was resisting the God Emperor, sank. The next moment, the slash that split the void and the long river of time actually jumped in front of him. The Zhongtian divine axe in his hand became infinitely larger in shock and anger. The hundreds of thousands of meters of the divine axe crossed the long river of time and killed hundreds of God Emperors. Just when he was about to absorb the power of destiny of these people into his body, Mu Bai, holding the sword of the God of War, took the lead and sucked all the power of destiny into his mouth. When the two people's eyes crossed, they all understood one truth. That is, at this moment, only the two of them can really decide the outcome of this war that determines the heavens and the worlds. If Mu Bai loses, the system of continuous harvesting of the heavens and the worlds will continue to be maintained. Perhaps millions of years later, someone will stand up and rise up in rebellion. But by that time, the Emperor of the End of Heaven, who is infinitely close to the end of the divine power, will become even more invincible. If the Emperor of the End of Heaven loses, the harvesting system he has built for billions of years will all collapse. And there will be no destiny war, and no fate of being harvested in the future. The era of the God Emperor will come to an end, and the tone of peace and stability will become the mainstream. At this moment, the fate of the heavens and the worlds is in the hands of the two. The martial god sword blade collided with the divine axe again, and the surrounding time shock caused a qualitative change in the void. The collision between the two of them with their energy levels was simply not something that this block time dimension space could bear. The destiny of the two continued to be consumed. The two people who turned into light spots continued to fight each other. Their figures were seen in countless cracks in the entire space. The time turbulence was constantly broken, and when countless light spots were all detonated, the pale-faced Emperor Zhongqian walked out of the void. Mu Bai slumped on the ground, and cracks appeared on the martial god blade in his hand. I am undefeated. My fate and the heavens are mine. I have become an emperor in all my reincarnations. Who in the heavens and the worlds can compare to me? After defeating Mu Bai, the god Emperor Zhongqian, whose momentum reached an astonishing level, gradually shattered the original blockade of the god Emperor Chaos with the power of countless long rivers of time. Countless double images appeared behind him under the ever-expanding cracks. Each one was him at the peak of the realm of the named God Emperor. At this moment, he surrounded all the God Emperors present. He, the God Emperor Zhongqian, is the end of all things. Looking at the God Emperor Zhongqian, who was sure of victory, Mu Bai stroked the cracked martial arts weapon with some regret. His destiny power was completely dissipated, and he was in a very embarrassed state at this moment. The divine power was dispersed by the turbulent flow of time, and many years of cultivation failed. If it weren't for the power of the named God Emperor of the system, he would probably be dead at this moment. Now he has nothing, as if he had just arrived in the ancient world. It's fine if you break it, but it's a pity to lose the Jiuzhou Ding. Mu Bai, who barely stood up, couldn't hide the smile on his face. Jiuzhou Ding? I thought Mu Bai could say his last words before he died. But when the other party mentioned Jiuzhou Ding, Zhongqian Divine Emperor felt something strange. He quickly moved his eyes down and found a fact that he couldn't accept. All the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding had merged with his soul. It was Mu Bai. He was the one who took advantage of the chaos to put Jiuzhou Ding into his body just now. He could escape any fate after reincarnating and becoming a divine emperor for 9 lifetimes. The Jiuzhou Ding, which symbolized the heavens and the worlds, was something he could never avoid. At this moment, the Jiuzhou Ding entering his soul meant that his previous efforts had failed. 8 phantoms flowed out of his body. The Zhongqian Divine Emperor, who originally looked like a young man, gradually aged. The power of the Fruit of Time was being constantly restricted, and he fell from the given name Divine Emperor to the realm of an ordinary Divine Emperor. The future and past bodies all dissipated, disappearing without a trace like a dream bubble. Looking at the gradually collapsing time dimension, the crazy Emperor Zhongqian rushed towards Mu Bai with a divine axe in his hand. Mu Bai, who barely stood up and supported his body with a broken sword, watched the scene calmly. The figures of many god emperors disappeared along with the dissipation of the time dimension. The Star Lord of Tanlang and the Star Lord of Ziwei stood in front of Mu Bai and fought with the god emperor Zhongqian. Although he had lost almost all his power, the god emperor Zhongqian was still a powerful man of his generation and defeated the two in a short time. The god emperor Zhongqian, who staggered past them, was like a tiger in his twilight years, with only majesty but no power. He had exhausted the last power of destiny in the fight with the two just now, and the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding in his soul were still suppressing him. Knowing that he had little time left, he approached Mu Bai step by step, as if he was approaching himself back then. With a mortal body, he reversed destiny and became the first generation of God Emperor, with the title of Zhongqian, the Zhongqian who ended the fate of heaven and earth. But what about now? Holding the broken sword, Mu Bai looked at the other party calmly. He could no longer lift the divine axe in the hands of the Zhongqian God Emperor, and the axe fell to the ground with a heavy sound. I lost. The Zhongqian God Emperor opened his arms and looked at Mu Bai. And Mu Bai, holding the broken sword, also understood what the other party meant. I would do the same without you saying it. The broken sword stabbed out. It pierced the chest of the Zhongqian God Emperor. Before dying, the Zhongqian God Emperor opened his eyes wide, held the broken sword blade and knelt on the ground. When the breeze in the eternal space blew, he turned into dust particles and disappeared into the world together with the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding in his body. With the death of the end of the heavens God Emperor, the eternal space also began to collapse. Ziwei Star Lord and Pejuan Star Lord, who supported each other, hurriedly pulled Mu Bai up and left the disappearing world that was about to collapse. Only a few dozen minutes passed in the time dimension, but 5 years had passed in the ancient world. Ziwei Star Lord and Pejuan Star Lord seemed to want to tell their master about his long-cherished wish before his death. So they left after sending the exhausted Mu Bai back to the ancient world. Mu Bai, lying on a piece of grass, had white hair. Now he could not feel the power of the stars or the power of God. But as long as he wanted, he could still become the next end of the heavens God Emperor with the body named God Emperor. He stretched out his hand like a mortal to feel the breeze. But he had another feeling in his heart. Ding dong. The last mission of the current main world was detected to be completed. Decisive battle. Kill the end of the Heavens God Emperor. The mission rewards a ticket to the Star Sea world. Ticket? Move by. Sitting on the grass? Check carefully. Ticket to the Star Sea world. This is the ticket to the end. The ticket to a world beyond the current one. For some reason, seeing this description reminded Mu Bai of the ancient phoenix memory he had seen in Yuling's blood memory. That boundless Buddha statue spanning billions of light years. The ticket to a higher world. After putting away the ticket that no one else could see, Mu Bai stood up. Although the power of any system could not remain in his body, he could still do a lot of things with the power of the devil fruit. He stretched out his hand and gently tapped the void in front of him. The next moment, the empty space in front of him gradually shattered. He used the power of the Xinjiang fruit to shatter the space and returned to the Yanbei continent in the main world. After 5 years of development, the Datongshan sect has become the strongest sect in the entire Yanbei continent. During the rapid development, many famous geniuses have also emerged. When Mu Bai came to the sect, he was full of emotion. He clearly remembered his experience of coming to Zhongzhou from the borderland in the north. In the past few decades, he has experienced too many things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Now looking back, he has no regrets. Master, you are back. The elder Juegu, who had sensed Mu Bai's presence and rushed over, knelt down excitedly. In the past few years, they, the dying creatures, miss Mu Bai very much. Now, how could they not be excited to see the master return safely? Mu Bai, who pulled the other party up, did not speak. He just stood quietly outside the mountain gate. After a long time, he smiled at the elder Juegu. I'm leaving. Where are you going? I will follow you until death. Although he knew what Mu Bai meant by leaving, the elder Juegu still said so. And tears fell from his eyes and dripped onto the ground. Mu Bai, who was watching this scene calmly, did not say much. It was not until a cicada sounded that the elder Juegu realized that the master had disappeared in front of him. After leaving the sect, Mu Bai broke through the space and came to the residence of his blood relatives. He looked at his parents and grandfather from a distance. He did not go forward to say goodbye because some departures did not require farewell. The peaceful and tranquil city faded away in his eyes. After leaving his family's residence, he came to the blessed land of Emperor Xiang Cave alone. He took out the ticket to the Star Sea world and his body froze in place. Time and space disappeared at this moment. Mu Bai, whose soul carried the ticket, looked at the ancient worlds that were gradually disappearing behind him and then dissipated into the void. In the spacious Kendo hall, the coaches and students, wearing white Kendo uniforms, carried out intense and orderly wooden sword training around the central fighting field. The wooden swords danced in their hands, making bursts of swooshing sounds, showing full strength. A burly man stood at the other end of the field, his eyes firm and focused. The wooden sword in his hand was like a silver snake, flashing cold light under the light. The movements of sparring with the students seemed casual, but contained the profound essence of swordsmanship. Every time he swung the sword, he was full of offensive, as if to dissolve all the attacks. The students fought with the coaches one by one. They tried their best to break through the coach's defense, but the coach was like an unshakable mountain. No matter how the students attacked, he could easily deal with it. With a solid practical foundation, his movements were smooth and accurate, and every counterattack caught the students off guard. Too slow. The two men wearing protective gear kept fighting in the Kendo hall. The coach's burly figure was steady, and his moves were swift, while the young man who was fighting with him was frivolous and shaky. In a flash, the burly man's wrist trembled slightly, and the force came from the wooden sword, hitting the weak point of the opponent's sword from a distance. The next moment, the wooden sword in the young man's hand flew out of his hand and spun in the air for a few weeks before being inserted into the wooden board. Come again, the coach said in a deep voice after glancing at the students present. The young man walked over with heavy breaths and pulled out the wooden sword. The panting gradually became smaller, and the young man standing in place with the wooden sword in his hand seemed to be in a daze. The coach, who maintained a defensive posture, shook his head slightly. Although this kid was mediocre in talent, he was better at persistence. But now he lost his mind when he encountered a little setback. If he maintained this posture, how could he face the subsequent things? At the moment, he stopped defending, holding the sword in his hand and snorting coldly. The sword continued to press forward like a mountain pressing down on his head. In the distance, it seemed as if the figure of a white giant ape had merged into the wooden sword. The coach wanted to scare the boy awake, but he suddenly opened his eyes wide. because the young man who was easily defeated by him just now actually took the lead in launching an offensive. The shaking of the sword with one hand was exactly the move he had just used to knock down the opponent's wooden sword. Interesting. He learned it? The coach chopped head-on, breaking the opponent's sword skills with pure force, and then changed the sword with his left hand and chopped it diagonally from below. This set of combos would inevitably cause the opponent's tiger mouth to burst and be unable to fight again. But he didn't expect that the young man would also chop from the diagonal below with a wooden sword, knocking the opponent's sword tip off its original trajectory at an extremely precise angle. And then he quickly rolled along the ground. When the coach was about to lose his balance, he turned around and stabbed with his sword. Bang! The wooden sword in his hand fell to the ground. It was the young man's wooden sword. The coach looked at the other party in surprise before putting away the wooden sword. He had to admit that he had used his real strength just now, because the kendo that the young man just demonstrated was completely simplified actual combat techniques. And he was distracted and almost let the other party get close. After taking off the shield, the coach said in a deep voice to the students around him, "Start training in pairs. Today, we can't finish until we are exhausted. The exam is about to start, and we must not slack off." The students who finished watching the game immediately entered the state, and the kendo hall was filled with the sound of wooden swords colliding in pairs. The coach came to the young man, patted his shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "You have made progress. How did you learn to shake the sword?" The young man under the mask could not see his face clearly, and he spoke for a long time. Imitation and learning. The coach smiled and shook his head in surprise. He thought the other party was teasing him. After all, it was the first time for him to use this trick. It's up to you. But the amount of training during this period must keep up. Looking at the coach going away, he clenched the wooden sword again. The illusory feeling in his body gradually disappeared, and a certain sense of fulfillment came to his heart again. But the memory in his mind was too chaotic, which made Mu Bai feel a headache for a short time. Half kneeling on the ground, he took off the mask, and the severe headache seemed to be relieved a lot with the intake of fresh air. Sweat dripped from his handsome face. This scene caused many female students who were training to lose their minds, and some even knocked to the ground in pairs, because he could not integrate the chaotic memory for the time being. Mu Bai did not know his identity. This time, his soul was extremely simple and easy. It seemed that because he had a ticket to the Star Sea world, his soul was unusually compatible with this body. "Are you okay, Mu Bai?" A cold voice sounded behind him, and a neatly dressed tall girl looked at him calmly. Mu Bai, who was half kneeling on the ground, realized that this body was also called Mu Bai after hearing the other party's address. He stood up slowly and wiped off all the sweat on his forehead. "I'm fine." After looking at the masked woman, he raised his body and walked towards the bathroom. Switching Ya, who tilted her head, was slightly surprised. Mu Bai was always silent in the past. Why did he reply to her today? After arriving at the bathroom, he turned on the faucet to wash away the sweat. Cold, hungry, tired. These familiar feelings reappeared, which was an experience he had almost forgotten for many years. He looked up at himself in the mirror and was slightly stunned. Not because he was ugly or mediocre, but because he was so handsome that even Mu Bai couldn't find any faults. The only thing that can be said is that he is too young and his temperament is a little immature. After looking away, Mu Bai didn't care. Beauty and ugliness were meaningless to him. At present, he had to integrate the memory as soon as possible. If he couldn't master the memory, he couldn't judge whether it was dangerous. This was an extremely critical issue. After he walked out of the bathroom, Switching Ya circled around him. Even through the mask, Mu Bai could detect the other party's suspicious eyes. Am I not behaving in accordance with the original body? When he frowned and was thinking about what was wrong with himself, the other party came closer, and the faint body fragrance and sweat lingered in Mu Bai's nose. I know. Have you thought it through and stopped thinking about revenge? Maybe. Mu Bai, who didn't know what the other party was saying, could only follow the other party's words. It's really strange. You always think about revenge on weekdays. I always persuade you. But now you actually give up by yourself. Is this the legendary extreme things will be reversed? Mu Bai, who didn't dare to say more, coughed without comment and pointed to the wooden sword and said, "Continue training." Seeing that the other party interrupted the topic, Switching Ya would not continue to extend this topic. Some pain may be best solved if it is forgotten. After all, time will dilute everything. Mu Bai also woke up completely after his soul had been wandering for an unknown period of time. He just woke up when his original wooden sword was knocked off. He was temporarily unable to obtain the memory of his original body. So he also calmed down and continued to train in the Kendo Hall. During this period, some people saw that he was proficient in swordsmanship and kept asking for advice. At first, Mubai could still give some pointers. But soon he found something wrong. Why were all the people asking him for advice, girls? On the other hand, the male students looked at him with resentment. The Kendo Hall was closed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After changing into casual clothes, Mubai was thinking about exploring the surroundings alone when Zhuqingya came out. At first, Mubai did not recognize her. After all, she always wore a mask when talking to her before, so he could not see her true face. At this moment, without the mask covering her, she was a beautiful and cold girl with a cold temperament. Her smooth hair looked black and shiny, and now she was simply tied behind her head, which made her look neat and tidy. She was slim and tall, and she looked even colder in a black motorcycle suit, as if she had noticed the other party's observation. Zhuqingya subconsciously straightened her chest. Although it seemed that there was no change on the plane, her momentum was improved. You want to go home? Mubai was observing her, and she was actually observing him. Mubai's change today was too big. In the past, he was always serious during training, and even when someone asked him questions, he would inexplicably lose control of his emotions. But this time his performance was very different from the Mubai in her impression. His emotions were extremely stable, and there was no hatred in his words and deeds. On the contrary, there was an extreme self-confidence integrated into it. The other party's temperament changed a lot, as if he had changed a person. Could it be that people who let go of hatred would have a personality change? Well, let's go together. Seeing that the other party was pushing a motorcycle and seemed to be very familiar with him. In this case, letting the other party take him home was the best choice. At this moment, his memory was confused, and he didn't know where his original home was. Zhuqingya was shocked, but he was surprised but still pointed to the back seat of the motorcycle. Then let's go together. But I'm going to the mall to buy some things. Then let's go together. Okay. In the early summer evening, the cold and beautiful woman rode a cool motorcycle, roaring the engine, shuttling through the bustling city. Her figure was slender and elegant, like a noble black swan, and she was particularly eye-catching in the afterglow of the sunset. She wore a pair of black leather gloves. Her fingers were slender and flexible, controlling the accelerator and brake. Her posture was steady and agile. Her face was clearly outlined, beautiful and cold, and her deep eyes revealed a firm gaze. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of mysterious charm. There was a passenger sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. It was Mubai who was riding in the car. The strong wind swept past his ears and slightly deviated his sight. The scene in the sky that people thought was very normal was extremely unique in Mubai's eyes. The surface of the planet was clearly visible rising from the horizon. Such an absurd scene seemed normal to passers-by. Mubai looked up at the scene thoughtfully. The universe in the previous world was blocked. So to some extent, it was the ancient concept of the round sky and square earth. But this star-sea world was obviously not like that. The endless cosmic landscape was the norm here. When the motorcycle stopped steadily at the entrance of the mall, people cast envious glances. The cold and beautiful girl jumped off the motorcycle neatly, took off her gloves, and placed them neatly on the back seat of the motorcycle. Then she waved her hand gently, signaling Mubai behind her to get off. The two of them walked into the mall side by side, which undoubtedly attracted many people's attention. The main reason was that Mubai's appearance was too exaggerated. With his amazing lethality, many people thought that he was a star and gathered around to watch. Sorry. Make way. Mubai, who walked out of the crowd, was extremely sure of one thing at this moment. That is, there must be something wrong with his current body. After all, if it were a normal person, the charm value would not be so high. Unfortunately, it seems that it is because he has just entered the star-sea world. So the eternal system cannot be turned on for the time being. Otherwise he must take a good look at his current personal panel. No wonder you don't want to appear in public. I understand you now, Zhuqingya said with a smile. As a childhood friend, she has asked him to play many times. Now she thinks that the other party may refuse because of this reason. Don't you think it's strange? This tentative word made Zhuqingya stunned. Isn't this your innate ability? Why do I feel like you have lost your memory? Hearing the other party say this, Mubai didn't dare to say anything more. He didn't have any memory of innate ability at the moment, so it was best to say less at the moment. After the two of them finished shopping, they walked eastward. After the motorcycle stopped at the gate of a community in the city. Switching Yell waved to move by. See you at school tomorrow. After a roar, the other party disappeared in the traffic. After finding the door key in his backpack, Mubai returned to his home on the 8th floor. After pushing open the door, he was greeted by darkness. And in the darkness, a pair of extremely dangerous eyes were staring at him, facing the faint murderous intent. Mubai moved his feet slightly, and on the other side, he stretched his hand to the wall. At the moment the light turned on, he was stunned. I saw a cat looking at him. The size of this orange cat is almost the same as that of a large dog. The other party came over lazily, meowed perfunctorily, and pointed at the bowl. Are you hungry? The orange cat nodded. This cat was obviously not ordinary, which made Mubai more curious about the original identity. In the process of looking for cat food in the black and white house, Mubai also confirmed one thing. That is, he was the only one living in this house. And judging from the traces, he had lived alone for at least a long time. The orange cat stared at Mubai's every move with suspicion in his eyes. Although the other party's smell did not change, it seemed to have changed. The other party was very resistant to him before, but now it seems that he doesn't pay attention to it at all. After pouring the cat food, Mubai returned to the room and sat cross-legged. The memory in his mind must be integrated as soon as possible. There are too many things he needs to understand. The later he knows, the more dangerous it is. The key now is that this body is too weak. Otherwise, he would not be interrupted by the coach during the day. Whether it is physical or mental, this body seems to be weaker than others. That is, Mubai's two souls are strong enough. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would probably have died the moment their soul entered their body. Late at night, when Mubai was about to fall asleep, a steady stream of memories gradually flowed into his mind. The Starsea world is boundless. It is a world composed of billions of stars. Many cosmic federations or races live here and build a strict cosmic hierarchy. The planet he is on is called Deep Space, and the city he is in belongs to the Huaxia Federation. The entire Deep Space has 3 major federations belonging to 3 continents. Each federation is in a state of game. Although there is no war, there are often other aspects of the game. For example, dungeon resources. Do you want to get a devil fruit? Enter the dungeon. Do you want to get a life-extending potion? Enter the dungeon. Do you want to have more powerful talents and strength? Or enter the dungeon. There are countless dungeons in the system of the Starsea world. Each dungeon has powerful monsters and rich resources. Only the forces that master the dungeon resources can become the overlord. Only after clearing the dungeon can you upgrade. In the Starsea world, the primary level is divided into 1 to 100 levels. Each level requires experience. Daily training or sudden enlightenment may increase experience points. Passing more difficult dungeons can also gain experience points. When the experience points are full, you can upgrade. When upgrading, you can repair the original injuries and return to the peak state. This is a bit like the shadow of the digital world. Here, the attributes and abilities are more specific, as if even the entire cultivation system can be completely digitized. According to the current memory of the original body, the level of the Starsea world is very high. Many dungeons are actually linked to the real world, but that world can only be reduced to the plaything of the Starsea world and made into a dungeon world. The first island chain. After feeling the memory in his mind, Mubai was slightly stunned, because in his memory, the world where the current deep space planet is located is actually the first island chain, which is the lowest echelon of civilization in the Starsea world. What distinguishes the high and low civilizations is not ideology or technology, but the upper limit of the strong. The current level of the strongest person in the deep space world is level 100. If no one can break through level 100 in the future, then the entire deep space planet will be permanently locked within the scope of the first island chain. The development may not regress, but it will definitely not be able to move forward. Therefore, under this restriction, the 3 major federations on the deep space planet are trying to continuously cultivate strong people, hoping to cultivate strong people who exceed the current world limit. And this has also prompted the 3 major federations to start the so-called talent competition. After all, if there is a person who exceeds the level limit in any federation, then naturally that federation will become the winner and divide the remaining 2 federations. It is worth mentioning that the upper limit of the copy is also divided according to the upper limit of the planet level. For example, if there is only 1 resource, stone, in the copy of the first island chain, then even if the subsequent copy world is opened up and stronger, Only stones with hundreds of times the quality will appear in the end. If the planets in the second island chain mine copies, they will naturally obtain steel resources. This is the strict hierarchy of the planet level. The copy is everything. And the improvement of the resource quality of the copy can drive the development and takeoff of the entire civilization. There are so many memories in my mind. It seems that the original body must have a deep obsession with becoming the strongest in the Chinese Federation. When he began to look for the trace of the original body in his memory, he was a little surprised, because in his memory, the heart of Mu Bai in this world was full of hatred. The most fundamental reason was that his parents, who were engaged in extraterrestrial exploration activities, were all killed in outer space. And the company they belonged to was a certain cosmic consortium in the second island chain world. The original body wanted to practice hard and take revenge in the future. However, after receiving a lot of memories, Mu Bai felt that this person was a big fool. He acted rashly, and his practice was always in misunderstanding. He didn't listen to others' advice. Even if such a person still existed, he couldn't take revenge at all. And it was not even certain whether the hatred of the original body existed. Because according to the current memory, there is no evidence to prove that it was the cosmic consortium in the second island chain that killed his parents. I'm afraid I have to investigate this matter myself. Using hatred as a driving force is indeed a good choice. But the talent is too poor. This body has indeed been trained hard. At least the 8 abdominal muscles are amazing. But in terms of strength, this body is even far inferior to anyone in the daytime Kendo Hall. Just because the original body has a talent, people in this world are born with talents. There are many kinds of talents, and they involve many aspects. For example, physical system, strength enhancement, reaction speed enhancement, static vision enhancement, dynamic vision enhancement. There are also spiritual system, perception enhancement, soul enhancement, etc. Of course, these are extremely ideal talents, and talents are actually useless to people, such as smoother hair, longer fingers, higher upper limit of speaking speed, faster eyeball movement speed. And the talent of this body is an extremely rare mutant talent. In the deep space world, mutant talents are not necessarily a good thing. Although some mutant talents will enhance a certain ability, they will also have more serious negative effects. For example, the talent obtained by this body is super charm, which makes his charm extremely high. But the price is the negative effect of weakness. Weakness has a very huge negative effect. It is accompanied by super charm. When attached to the body, the percentage of strength and physique will be reduced. This is also one of the reasons why the original body has been depressed. No matter how hard he trains, the final effect will be far lower than that of others. The key is that the negative effect of this talent cannot be eliminated. This is very distressing. What's more important is that he is currently a sophomore, and will soon enter the devil fruit copy. With the strength of this body, he is afraid that he will explode and die after entering. After all, even the unlimited devil fruit copy requires a certain body strength. After continuing to merge memories, Mu Bai also knows more and more. He already knows the distress and wishes of the original body. Now the most important thing is to improve the strength of this body. Otherwise it will be troublesome when he can't even get the devil fruit. Only if you have the devil fruit in the early stage can you be qualified to enter many restricted copies and grow and develop your strength quickly. There are many restrictions on copies, such as level restrictions, restrictions on non-devil fruit ability users, restrictions on strength attributes, restrictions on agility attributes. In short, each copy has its own characteristics. If you want to improve your ability and level, you have to become stronger. Just when Mu Bai was thinking about this, the system prompt sound that had not made a sound for a long time finally sounded. Ding dong. The system is connecting to the Star Sea world, and the connection is successfully started. Sign in to synchronize the ability. Synchronize the current world successfully. Sign in successfully. Physical fitness +1. The authority and level of the system are undoubtedly higher than the talent. So when Mu Bai got the +1 physical fitness after signing in, a warm current surged in his body, and the negative effect weakness brought by super charm could not contain the system's bonus. After stretching his body, Mu Bai felt the power surging in his muscles and immediately whispered, "System, open the personal panel." He wanted to take a good look at the current panel. Name Mu Bai level 5, 3% experience, attribute strength 6, agility 7, physical fitness 7, spirit 78,898. Hidden attributes, such as lucky charm, have no specific values. Talent super charm, with its own negative effect. Weakness will weaken the carrier's all-round attributes by 40%. Devil Fruit None. This attribute panel made Mubai laugh and cry. Because it was a soul. The mental attribute increased significantly, but the amount added was indeed outrageous. More than 70,000 mental points obviously exceeded the normal range. The higher the mental points, the stronger he will be in the use of domineering and the judgment of mental ability resistance. His level 5 can only be said to be average. But his attributes are indeed a bit unsightly. If you exclude the physical fitness added by his sign and points, the total value is basically less than half of his peers. It would be a miracle if he could enter the Devil Fruit copy normally. Feeling a little thirsty, he stood up and pushed open the door. But the door couldn't be pushed open. Looking down, he saw that the heavy-armored fat cat was actually staring at him. What the hell? I am not even as strong as this cat? He pulled the orange cat's neck with both hands, and saw that the orange cat began to step on the milk with its front paws. Obviously, this behavior of the other party made it very comfortable. It's so damn heavy. After throwing it aside, he came to the table and drank some water. The orange cat that was thrown aside meowed twice and ran to Mubai's side, looking at the orange cat's smart eyes through the mirror. Mubai always felt that this thing should be a very intelligent creature instead of an ordinary cat. In his memory, the cat seemed to have followed him in from outside one day. Since the original body was quite lonely, he never drove this guy away and kept it as a pet. Are you hungry? Didn't he just feed it? Seeing the orange cat pointing at its stomach with its paw, Mubai felt it was outrageous. This guy must have human wisdom. If you are hungry, shake your head. After saying it tentatively, the orange cat immediately shook his head. Since you shook your head, it means you are not hungry. As Mubai said this, he turned around and was about to go back to the room. The orange cat looked at him speechlessly and closed the door. Stingy guy. The roaring orange cat suddenly burst out with great power. When the breath of a certain beast was about to spread, it remembered that it was just an ordinary cat. The orange cat stretched and jumped onto the sofa and curled up like a yellow sea cucumber to sleep. As long as he fell asleep, he would not be so hungry. After closing the door, Mubai also vaguely felt the breath. He was very sure that this thing was 100% not a cat. But if it didn't have any abnormal behavior, it would be okay to keep it. Time soon came to morning. After washing up, Mubai rode his bicycle to the school in his memory. Today is Monday, and it is exactly 1 month away from the opening of the Devil Fruit copy next month. So according to the usual morning meeting of the school, this matter will be emphasized. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he was stopped by a fashionable blonde female classmate. The other party's good figure attracted the attention of many people around, especially the male classmates. Girls with outstanding looks at this age often attract a lot of attention. 2 days ago, you said you would consider dating me. Does it still count now? Mubai, who was confused, thought for a long time before he remembered. But it seemed that the original body was just perfunctory to the other party at that time. After all, how could a person who only had revenge in his mind have a girlfriend? You may have heard it wrong. How is it possible? After looking at Mubai suspiciously, Huang Shanshan always felt that the other party was a little strange. He didn't lower his head. The gloom on his face disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of indifference similar to that of an adult. How did this guy change so much? In the corner, seeing Mubai reject Huang Shanshan, Wu Kai, who had a short haircut, smiled with satisfaction. He thought that this kid listened to him. He walked to Mubai and said with a smile, Mu Fei Chai, you are doing well. After parking the car, Mubai looked at this guy and was speechless. In his memory, the other party and himself were both at the bottom of the school and were despised. But for different reasons. He was too weak, while the other party was suppressed by powerful students in the school because he was born a commoner and was too strong. They both ended up in the same place and were considered two outliers in class 1, a senior 2. Who did you fight with again? Mubai, with his hands in his pockets, said indifferently. The other party's walking posture was obviously not to his liking. According to his research on the human body structure, the other party's leg must have been kicked off a few days ago. But now it has been connected with some technology. Isn't it because of Gao Han? This guy is too ostentatious. I don't like him, so I challenged him. I didn't expect that this guy's physical skills were amazing. When I dodged the 30-second move, I was kicked off by him. Mubai nodded, not very interested. Whether this guy is dead or alive has nothing to do with him. And he doesn't care. It's just that this guy's attitude is interesting. He is not afraid of fighting or pain. This mentality is very good. But that's all. Galhan, as the other party called him, was the opposite of the two in the school. He was the one with the strongest all-round attributes, and one of the people the whole school had high hopes for. The Devil Fruit Dungeon was rewarded based on the performance of the person who passed the level. That is to say, the stronger the strength, the higher the probability of obtaining a powerful devil fruit after entering the dungeon. If you get a fantasy beast or a natural system, you can instantly become a celebrity in the whole city. When Wu Kai wanted to say something, he felt his back tighten. Huang Shanchen was staring at him coldly. Wu Kai smiled and waved his hand. Only a promising man like himself was a good match for Huang Shanchen. As for Mu Bai, he was too dull. Although he practiced hard, he was still quite different from a genius like him. Once the Devil Fruit Dungeon was open next month, the gap in strength would be further widened. And he, Wu Kai, was a lone wolf and the Wolf King. He would surpass everyone and become the strongest. Mu Bai, who ignored the middle school patient Wu Kai, entered the classroom and found that Switching Ya, who was his desk mate in the sword hall yesterday, was his desk mate. Good morning. After putting down his school bag, he greeted him softly. He was a little sleepy because he didn't sleep much last night. In addition to integrating his memories last night, he mainly studied whether the skills of the ancient worlds could be used normally in the current world. But the result was that he couldn't use it. This was not because there was no star power in this world, but other reasons. He tried to simplify the moves of the 7 swords of the sky-cutting swords, but found it difficult to use them. Even if he used them, they had no power. It was as if the rules of this world restricted the skills and swordsmanship. And even the horizontal training skills that did not consume star power could not be practiced. The ability of Nai Gu Jing can reshape the body, and horizontal training of flesh and blood can be called against the sky. As a result, after he practiced as usual last night, his body did not change for a long time. Even after practicing a big cycle, he even felt that it was not as useful as his deep breathing. This was extremely strange in his eyes. The Star Sea world is more advanced. Perhaps because of some rules and restrictions that made the abilities of the lower world completely ineffective. To some extent, the experience upgrade of the Star Sea world actually represents that people have entered the scope of the will of the entire world. The previous cultivation in the ancient worlds is still to absorb the power of nature. The power of the stars enters the body and then absorbs it, which is actually very inefficient. He turned the pen in his hand with a lot of thoughts in mind, thinking about the next path. Without the help of the previous exercises, there are only system task rewards and daily sign-in. Although it is enough for him to become a strong man in the future, this time is too slow. Too slow will easily lead to danger, not to mention this weak body. So we must think of some ways to change it. Switching Ya saw Mu Bai in deep thought and did not disturb him. But she was a little uncomfortable with him saying hello when they met in the morning. Half an hour later, the morning meeting began with the ringing of the bell. Standing on the playground, listening to those encouraging words, Mu Bai did not take it to heart. Just for the Devil Fruit copy that would be opened in a month. The number of people who successfully passed the level in the Devil Fruit copy and became a capable person is actually not large. For example, for the school he is currently in, the number of people who participated in the fruit copy last year was about 600. And only 20 to 30 people became fruit-capable people in the end. Among these 20 or 30 people, there is actually not a single one from the natural system or the ancient animal system. Most of them have useless fruit abilities. And most of these abilities cannot even play an important role in battle. Even so, the last class was considered relatively successful, because most schools do not have such a ratio. In his memory, there were even schools where no fruit ability users were born. To become a fruit ability user, luck and strength are indispensable. The difficulty in the dungeon world is random, so even outstanding strong people often have a probability of not being able to pass. After the morning meeting, the principal directly announced the disbandment, which was equivalent to a holiday. The final exam of the second year of high school was this Devil Fruit Dungeon. In this month, he handed it over to these students themselves. They could either continue to practice according to the previous training or give up. These have nothing to do with him. After all, whether or not they can become Devil Fruit users is related to the fate of these children. Mu Bai, who was a little surprised, felt that it was quite interesting. In this case, people with resources at home are more likely to pass the fruit copy, while poor students without strength and guidance from experienced people are miserable. However, the fact that the school allowed this to happen shows that doing so is most beneficial to the development of the Federation. From this, We can also see the degree of cruelty of the game between the three federations. When resources are more concentrated, it means that more people have to be abandoned. Just as he rode his bicycle out of the campus, he happened to see Wu Kai and a boy in school uniform confronting each other. After searching in his memory, he found that the man was Gao Han, the number one in the school. Wu Kai waved his hand indifferently under the crowd and said, "You can't stop accepting challenges after you win. My broken leg still hurts now. You must accept my challenge in 10 days. Gao Han, with a frown on his face, obviously didn't want to pay attention to this idiot. He was defeated by him, and still shamelessly challenged him again. He was not interested in fighting this defeated opponent again. Let's talk about it after your injury is completely healed. Otherwise, if I break both of your legs at the same time, you may not even be able to participate in the fruit copy." There is nothing wrong with the other party's words. But Wu Kai became more excited when he found Huang Shanshan in the crowd. "So Gao Han is looking down on me. I have already seen the flaws in your physical skills. If you give me another chance, you will definitely lose." Gao Han turned around and left without a word. It was a waste of time to entangle with such a person. "Don't leave." Wu Kai's figure jumped forward very fast. His punch was as tricky and swift as a venomous snake. When he swept across with a curved arc, most people present didn't even see it clearly. "It's the spirit snake physical skill," Huang Shanshan, who was standing behind Mu Bai, said with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Bai concentrated a little more. Just now, with his strength, he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. It can be seen how big the gap between his original body and these geniuses in the first tier of the school is. Imitating the attack of snakes? The speed is indeed fast enough. And the angle is also tricky enough. Huang Shanshan was also very happy to see Mu Bai talking to her. She stepped forward and folded her arms and said, "It is Wu Kai's talent that makes this spirit snake physical technique shine. His talent is primary imitation. So he is also very good at practicing these animal physical techniques. Imitation itself is one of the abilities of advanced creatures. And after the primary imitation is activated, the original imitation ability is upgraded and strengthened. When imitating the attack of animals, it is more vivid. This talent is indeed very strong. The green fist shadow is like a maggot tarsal bone, which makes Gao Han snort and turn around to dodge. The classmates around him immediately dispersed, and the range of the two people's fight continued to expand. But Gao Han was always the one who retreated, as if he was afraid of the opponent's attack. Wu Kai laughed even more under the surprised eyes of everyone. He turned his head and looked back slightly, thinking that Huang Shanshan could appreciate his majestic figure. But what he saw was her smiling face in front of the handsome Mu Bai. His heart suddenly became colder, and he was even more determined to kill Gao Han. Gao Han, who was avoided by China Railway, had finally reached the road. The tricky punches never stopped. Wu Kai was a little angry when he saw that the opponent was only blocking and dodging. Mu Bai, who had been observing the two men, sighed slightly and said, "It seems that imitation is imitation after all. What is a snake? If a strike fails, it will immediately return to defense. If the attack is effective, it will quickly attack and take down the opponent. This is the nature of a snake. What about Wu Kai? It's okay that his breath is unstable at the moment. Although he seems to be killing intent, he has long lost the ability of a snake. Instead, he attacks recklessly. This is undoubtedly stupid." Gao Han retreated a few dozen steps again, and turned over and kicked Wu Kai across the air before Wu Kai was exhausted. The instantaneous force of the strike even made the air explode. A kick like a whirlwind in the violent friction of muscles and bones pushed Wu Kai back. The spirit snake physical technique itself is more attack than defense. At this moment, coupled with his previous consumption of physical strength, Wu Kai's arms trembled after being blocked by the whip kick, and his body skills were insufficient when he rolled on the ground to avoid the opponent's attack. In a few moments, Gao Han, who was close to him, completely suppressed him. Compared with Wu Kai's spirit snake body technique, Gao Han's attack was more fierce, just like a long accumulated flood that suddenly burst out. The collision of flesh and blood between the two people made a faint sound like steel collision. At this moment, both of them were like monsters, and many students could not see their attack trajectory clearly. So when Wu Kai was knocked to the ground by a palm, everyone did not see clearly how Gao Han did it. "You use the disadvantages of the spirit snake body technique to attack my strengths. People like you will never become a strong man." Gao Han, who was looking down at him, said expressionlessly, "How could a waste who couldn't even suppress his emotions become a strong man? The spirit snake body technique is an explosive combat skill of assassins. As a result, You are not strong enough, and your endurance is not good. This kind of body technique is as easy to hit as hitting a snake 7 inches. Wu Kai was panting heavily with sweat dripping from his head. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed. In his eyes, he was the one that everyone was paying attention to. But now, he was knocked to the ground by Gao Han. A nameless anger surged in his heart. What are you looking at? Wu Kai staggered to his feet and roared at the people around him. Then he looked at Mu Bai fiercely and turned away. This look made Mu Bai speechless. It was Gao Han who hit him. And the people around him whose side were not him. Why did this guy give him a fierce look? Huang Shanshan. Are you coming with me? Huang Shanshan, who was also speechless, did not say anything at all and continued to joke with Mu Bai. Okay. You are all like this. Right? I was really too good to you before. I will definitely surprise you next time. Wu Kai walked away with a gloomy face, feeling ashamed and angry. His lonely figure was very lonely. Where can I learn animal-like physical skills like this? Mu Bai, who was pushing a bicycle, saw that Huang Shanshan seemed to know it. So he asked. He was very interested in this kind of animal-like physical skills. The power that burst out in each move was very powerful, which was very much to his taste. Don't you know? Huang Shanshan, with her blonde hair under the sun, was very eye-catching. She was a little curious about how Mu Bai had practiced before, because the matter of physical skills seemed to be known to everyone. There are one-on-one teaching on the internet, but the fees are very expensive. Physical skills are fully open, and the charging standards are not too exaggerated, but they are not low either. Basically equivalent to the annual living expenses of a normal person. The key is that animal physical skills must be learned over a long period of time. Which is the trouble. Many people who learn animal physical skills cannot grasp the essence at all. So they all fail in the end. So ordinary animal physical skills are not so popular. It's available on the internet. Then I understand. Thank you. Goodbye. After getting the answer, Mu Bai rode his bicycle and left in Huang Shanshan's dull eyes. Good guy left now? Huang Shanshan doubted her charm. Just when she sighed, there were bursts of motorcycle sounds behind her. And Zwiching Ya, wearing a helmet, appeared behind her at some point. I advise you to stay away from Mu Bai. There was a hint of other meaning in the cold voice. Huang Shanshan, who understood the deep meaning of the other party's words, smiled and said, Are you jealous of me getting close to him? You should know what I mean. Zwiching Ya rode away on a motorcycle without too much explanation. Huang Shanshan's expression gradually returned to calm as she looked at the other party's figure going away. Now I am more certain that the person is Mu Bai. In the living room. At this moment, Mu Bai was looking through the introduction of physical skills. He had found the website that sold the courses. But there were too many kinds of physical skills, such as tiger physical skills, white crane physical skills, mantis physical skills, etc. All appeared in front of him. In addition to animal physical skills, there are also many basic physical skills, most of which are military practical physical skills. After looking through them, Mu Bai understood why animal physical skills were not popular. One of the fundamental reasons is that it is too difficult to practice. And most animal physical skills are not suitable for one person. So it takes a lot of time and energy to find a suitable animal physical skill. After looking around, he finally decided to start practicing from basic physical skills. This body originally had some physical skills. But because the original body really had no talent, this physical skill was just like not practicing it. And it could not be used in actual combat. Now all the memories in his mind were the physical skills of the original body. If he practiced in this way, he would be obsessed. So after thinking again and again, he still bought 50,000 yuan of basic physical skills. His current physical condition was too bad, and he had to start changing it bit by bit. After clicking the transaction amount, a holographic image was projected on the other side of the computer, and an old man was looking at him with a smile. In the eyes of the old man, Mu Bai's appearance made him slightly stunned. Such affinity was too suitable for the ability of charm. Hello, little brother. You just bought the basic physical skills. Right? It's me. The old man nodded. But there was still a trace of regret in his eyes. At this age, he was exposed to basic physical skills, which showed that the other party must have no foundation. In this case, it basically shows that the other party has no talent in this area. Talent is something that cannot be forced, and is difficult to change. Okay, let's start now. First of all, physical training itself requires both form and spirit, and the unity of inside and outside. If you want to practice physical training, You need to make your body coordinated, from breathing to heartbeat. I will start a set of movements now, and you can imitate and practice to see how it feels. As he spoke, the old man on the other side of the holographic image gradually became low in breath. Although he was wearing cloth clothes, his image and temperament changed suddenly. Su Jingyan is a master of physical training in the Chinese Federation. Now that he is retired and has nothing to do, he joined this platform to teach young people physical training. He was actually a little sad after this year, because there were too few talents. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's future from his childhood. Even if many young people have learned the basics of physical training, their core is still pure imitation. Such people cannot be considered talents. If you cannot bring forth new ideas and use the absorbed knowledge to make it your own, then you cannot be said to have learned physical training thoroughly. You should know that many human body developments, including the internal physical training, such as the artistic conception, charm, spirit and truth of physical training, can only be understood and comprehended, not explained. Even if he teaches many people hand in hand, it is useless. There are too many impetuous people who think they have mastered everything after learning a little bit of the basics. And most young people cannot calm down. So Su Jingyan, who is showing basic physical training at this moment, actually did not have much hope of teaching this young man. When he finished a set of smooth movements, the child was in a daze. It is obvious that he saw it, but did not understand it. Alas, little brother, how about I? Su Jingyan's words were stuck in his throat before he finished speaking, because the other party moved. At this moment, Mu Bai immediately took action after watching the other party's physical skills. The other party's body movements were as vigorous as a dead tree in spring. The tone was that it was withered and quiet when it was still, and full of vitality when it moved. The balance between the two had the meaning of yin and yang. This basic physical skill was more about the other party's unique charm. Mu Bai, who could see through this, did not imitate the other party, but followed the meaning of the confrontation between yin and yang to turn the movement of muscles and bones in the body into the softness of water, taking water as the basis of both form and spirit. The hardness and softness were integrated into this basic physical skill. What is water? The highest good is like water. Water does not fight, but nothing in the world can fight with it. Water always flows to the lower place, benefits all things, and does not fight with all things. In the reciprocating cycle, water has embraced everything in its heart, and everything cannot leave the nourishment of water. This is the softness of water. When soft water gathers into rivers, it can also be extremely hard. A drop of water can wear through a stone, and all the water can turn the world upside down. This hardness and softness are transformed into yin and yang, and this yin and yang replaces the meaning of dead wood. This is also the basic physical technique that suits oneself. Continuous but hard and soft. Mu Bai has too much experience and too strong practical ability. So when he really immerses himself in it, the whole physical technique is full of the beauty of hardness and softness. And he perfectly grasps the two extremes of power. This perfect fit makes his body movement closer to nothing, as if every drink and every bite is a constant, making his temperament more quiet and detached. On the other side of the camera, Su Jingyan was silent, his face full of confusion and surprise. But under this confused mood was a kind of shock. The other party's movements were smooth and flowing, and more importantly, they were very compatible with him. Have you learned physical skills? Mu Bai on the other side gradually restrained his breath, and his eyes seemed to be brighter after he opened his eyes. I've learned it before, but I gave up halfway. He did not lie. His original body had indeed given up halfway. He was too eager to get revenge. This eagerness was stupid in Mu Bai's eyes. The more eager he was, the farther he was from his goal. Some things often cannot be rushed. The 4 words water flows and things come naturally are crucial. Su Jingyan clenched his fists after hearing this answer. This young man has unlimited potential. This was his first thought. This comprehension ability simply surpassed everyone he had ever seen. Even those who were so-called heroes at the 100th level probably did not have this comprehension when they were young. Young man, you are very good. I have nothing to teach you about basic physical skills. All your ways are correct. Just keep practicing. I can give you a set of other martial arts for free. Su Jingyan, who loves talents, wants to help this young man. He just read the other party's information. At present, he has not entered the fruit copy in the 2nd year of high school. No matter what the other party's family background is, he will give him a little more help. Similarly, he will be curious about the other party's choice. He also knows many powerful physical skills. It depends on the other party's choice. Thank you, old man. I want to see you demonstrate the dragon shocking palm. Mu Bai immediately chose the advanced martial arts in the other party's course. The introduction said that it was like a dreamlike dragon swimming in shock, which was exactly what he wanted. At present, he urgently needed to improve his speed, and the dragon shocking palm could obviously help him achieve this goal. A very good choice. Today I gave the dragon shocking palm to the future dragon. This is also a good story. Okay, but with your current physical fitness, I'm afraid you can't use this palm method. You watch carefully. Although Su Jingyan thought that Mu Bai couldn't use this palm method, it was a good thing to let him learn more. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure floated out. His palm slapped in the void like a trapped dragon. Within a few moments, his figure wandered out like a real dragon that was scared away. The killing intent in his palm made Mu Bai feel the biting cold even through the projection. Mu Bai, who had seen more clearly, wanted to imitate the opponent's movement trajectory. But this time it was obvious that the physical fitness gap was too big. If you want to master the Jinglong palm, you must have a body that can withstand the Jinglong explosion. His current physical fitness is not good, but maybe he can try it in a month. This is all in his plan. In a month, even the attributes gained by signing in every day are enough to make him grow a lot. He can even surpass the current first-tier students with the attributes of signing in. This is the powerful power of the eternal system. Junior, I will teach you. Su Jingyan was smiling and about to say something when he suddenly notified him that he had violated the rules. The call between the two was immediately interrupted. This made him very angry. He went to the customer service to ask, but the customer service said that he had violated the rules frequently. Forget it. Wait for that guy to contact me in 2 days. Su Jingyan turned off the computer and walked to the window with a gentle look. The future of this world belongs to the young, and this young man named Mu Bai is hope. Thinking of this, he also dialed a phone number. He wanted to investigate the background of this person. If he can be of great use, he will definitely have a bright future. Hello? Please help me check the information of the next student. Don't worry about that. I want to look through all his materials carefully. His name is Mu Bai, and the platform information says he is a sophomore. Okay, that's all the information. Go check it out. After perfunctorily saying a few words to the person on the other end of the phone, Su Jingyan hung up the phone. Mu Bai was also surprised when the video was disconnected. However, he thought the other party had something to deal with, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The orange cat on the sofa seemed to be very interested in his demonstration of basic physical skills just now. And now it actually laid down at his feet with its bloated body. Meow meow. Immersed in the understanding of the dragon palm, Mu Bai had no time to pay attention to it. At this moment, he was trying to block the limitations of his own body and use his senses to understand the opponent's moves. The trajectory of his muscle movement meridians and his demeanor were constantly demonstrated in his mental space. This is the advantage of high mental points. The strong mental power allowed him to support many deductions and attempts. But this kind of mental consumption would also affect the body. After deducing for a while, Mu Bai felt extremely hungry. When he came to the refrigerator, he was dumbfounded as soon as he opened the refrigerator. There was nothing in it. Good guy. Fortunately, he still had a lot of money in his hand. So he went out to the mall. Most of the things he bought this time were meat. The strength of this body was too low, and the diet also needed to be increased and improved. Mu Bai, who was very experienced in this regard, naturally would not miss these opportunities. After he finished shopping, he unexpectedly found Gao Han's figure. The other party was walking with a strong man, with a height of nearly 2 meters and strong muscles. It can be said that this burly strong man must be a master of physical skills. He was not familiar with the other party, so he did not say "Lo, do you know that man?" The strong man pointed at Mu Bai's back. Gao Han nodded. Although he could not remember the strangers, this man was indeed very charming, and even he knew the other party. The last one in the class. The physique is very weak. The strong man laughed. He clearly felt the obvious surge of blood and qi, which was clearly the master-level physical training. The other party must have undergone a perfect physical training not long ago. He is very strong. Stronger than you. The man's words surprised Gao Han. Why do you say that? The strong man smiled and said nothing. He was just a sparring partner, and was too lazy to say anything extra. It would be fine if the other party could see it, but it would have nothing to do with him if he couldn't see it. Since you said so, he must have strong skills. I will invite him to join my training plan. Gao Han had already caught up with Mu Bai at a trot. Mu Bai, who had already crossed the street, heard the sound behind him and turned back in confusion. Mu Bai, do you want to join my training camp? Mu Bai, who had his own plan, shook his head and said, Thank you, but I have my own plan. By the way, I actually wanted to say it when you fought with Wu Kai. You could have knocked him down in the first time. So why did you delay for so long? Is Wu Kai strong? Very strong. But Gao Han definitely crushed him. From the physical attributes, he was at the crushing level. So he couldn't understand why the other party had to dodge and avoid the other party's attack many times at the beginning. I want to see how much he has improved. If he hasn't made any progress, I won't fight him, Gao Han said softly with a calm voice. Wu Kai's progress actually surprised him. The other party has made rapid progress during this period. From being killed by him in seconds at the beginning to now having the ability to resist. He actually admires the other party. However, Wu Kai always fails to see the situation clearly. Just like an indestructible cockroach, he always wants to defeat him in one go. This is a bit stupid. It was Mu Bai in front of him that made Gao Han's eyes light up. The other party no longer had the dark temperament of the past. On the contrary, the other party now had a kind of transcendent temperament, which was the temperament of a strong man who was absolutely confident in himself. I see. Goodbye. After hearing this answer, Mu Bai turned and left. With a deep look in his eyes, he knew that the other party was lying. Gao Han's left shoulder was obviously injured, so he did not act rashly in the morning. Mu Bai felt that if he fought with the other party and seized this soft spot, he might have a chance to win with his current body. When he returned to the community, Cui Qingyao was waiting for him in front of the unit door. Aren't you going to my uncle's kendo field to practice this month? No. Mu Bai smiled and invited the other party to go in. Why? Because I have a better way to practice. Good enough to surpass the first-tier students. This answer made Cui Qingyao a little helpless. She thought the other party was joking. After all, there was a gene lock. I'm going to cook. You can eat before you leave. Okay. Cui Qingyao, who was startled by the orange cat, looked around the room and found that it was no different from the last time she came. Even the position of the chairs had not changed. She wondered if Mu Bai had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The huge orange cat jumped onto the sofa with great dignity. It looked at Cui Qingyao with its eyes, and then began to roll on the sofa. This cat must be crazy. Cui Qingyao silently made room for the other party, and looked at the photo of 3 people on the wall, and then came to the kitchen. Mu Bai was cutting vegetables with a calm expression. His cutting posture and knife skills were very interesting, which made Cui Qingyao feel that he was cutting people. Mu Bai, you have indeed changed a lot in the past 2 days. She still remembers the madness and silence of Mu Bai after learning about the death of his parents. Now he should have completely come out of it. It seems that time is really the best way to heal. Even the most sad things can be gradually forgotten with the passage of time. Maybe? Mu Bai couldn't respond to this. It was normal that he didn't have the memory fused yesterday. It was good that the other party thought that he had changed a lot. At least, he didn't have to explain it. The orange cat stared at the 2 humans with some anger. It had just finished its cat food. But this human didn't notice it. It was simply a dereliction of duty as a slave. When it was about to launch an attack towards Mu Bai, it was lifted up by a hand. Mu Bai, is your orange cat male or female? Has it been sterilized? Cui Qingyao felt a little magical when she touched the fat cat's fur. The sunlight reflected in the afterglow of the sunset actually revealed a faint white on the fur. I really didn't notice this. This thing is not an ordinary cat, so there should be no problem with sterilization. Bang! The orange cat, who felt the danger of the conversation between the 2, did a backflip to get rid of Cui Qingyao's restraints. Under her dumbfounded eyes, he actually used his 2 fat paws to hook the mop and wipe the floor. Such an absurd scene immediately made her alert. Mu Bai, who had long known that the cat had advanced intelligence, said thoughtfully, this thing has great potential. Maybe it can be used as a nani in the future. Clean it up, or the cat food will be reduced by half tonight. Meow! Cui Qingyao, who was not sure whether to laugh or cry, grabbed Mu Bai's shoulder seriously. Don't you think it's strange? A cat can actually mop the floor and understand what you say. It's a bit strange indeed. It's too agile. Mu Bai, who put down the kitchen knife, nodded. Although this orange cat is bloated, it is very agile. This is very strange. Cui Qingyao looked at Mu Bai with a suspicious look. This orange cat doesn't look like a creature in the first island chain universe. After all, there are no monsters in this level of world. And the monsters in the copy can't stay in the real world for a long time. Your words are also a bit suspicious. Forget it. It's harmless for a smart orange cat. Now the main problem you are facing is the devil fruit copy. With your current physical fitness, how can you pass the level and become a fruit ability user? Switching Yao was very serious when she said this. Mu Bai, who should have been furious as she expected, did not appear. Instead, he looked at her with a calm and confident look. Of course I have a way. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Switching Yao had to sigh. It was not that she didn't trust this childhood friend, but because it was almost impossible to improve the comprehensive attributes in a short period of time. If you enter the fruit copy with lower attributes, you will either explode and die, and even if you survive, it will be difficult to pass the level and obtain the devil fruit. She was more worried about Mu Bai's safety. The phone rang, and Switching Yao's expression became more and more strange after answering the call. I have some things to deal with, so I'm leaving first. After patting Mu Bai's shoulder, she turned and left. In her hurry, she clearly showed a maturity that did not belong to a high school student. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Mu Bai's hands that were cutting vegetables also accelerated rapidly. With his mental power, it was no problem to do two things at the same time. His hands accelerated, but he felt some doubts about this childhood sweetheart in his memory. The other party should be hiding something from him. The bloated orange cat dragged his big face and walked over. It looked tense, as if asking Mu Bai why he wanted to help it out. Who you are and where you come from has nothing to do with me, since I can take you in. It is a kind of fate. If you want to leave, tell me in advance. Mu Bai, who did not look back, spoke calmly. He had seen a lot of storms. No matter who the real identity of this orange cat was, he was not very interested. As long as it did not bring disaster to himself, he would not expel the other party. This is actually an explanation to the original body. Since he has been reborn in this body, he must solve the cause and effect of the original body. In the future, he will investigate the strange cause of his parents' death and leave this orange cat to complete this cause and effect cycle. The orange cat licked his paws and seemed to be very surprised. This human seemed to have changed a lot, giving it an inexplicable temperament transformation. Moreover, the physical skills displayed by the other party today were also very amazing. He could achieve this step without any foundation. This is no longer an ordinary person in its eyes. Meow! The orange cat called out, and his pupil shrank, because it seemed to see changes in the other party. Its feeling was not wrong. Mu Bai, who was cutting vegetables, opened today's sign-in. Sign-in successful. Strength +1 yesterday. I added a little physique, and now I added a little strength. In addition, after mastering the basic physical skills, all attributes have been added by 2 points. At this moment, his personal panel has improved a lot. The eternal system opens my personal panel. After saying this in his heart, the illusory personal panel appeared in his field of vision. Name Mu Bai level 5, 3% plus 2% experience, attribute strength 6 plus 3, agility 7 plus 2, constitution 7 plus 3, spirit 78898 plus 2. Hidden attributes, such as luck charm, have no specific values. Talent super charm, with its own negative effect. Weakness will weaken the carrier's all-round attributes by 40%. Devil fruit none strength. Agility and constitution are close to the normal level of level 5. But there is still a big gap from Wukai and Gao Han. According to his inference, Wukai's speed is at least 20 points, and Gao Han's may be close to 30 points. Experience points also increased a little. It seems that it is because he has comprehended the basic physical skills of water flow. After a comprehensive analysis of his own panel, Mu Bai also focused on the spiritual level. According to his understanding, this world has 3-color domineering. But unlike other worlds and the One Piece world, it is very difficult to awaken the 3-color domineering here. It's like the difficulty has increased by more than 100 times. As long as it is caused by the world level being too high. The higher the world level, the more difficult it will be to develop the 3-color domineering or fruit power. This is caused by the rules of the world. Among the people Mu Bai has seen now, there are very few people who master the 3-color domineering, the observation domineering, and the armed domineering. And there is no one who masters the domineering. This would be impossible in the previous world. If you want to fully tap the role of spirit points, you must develop the observation domineering and the domineering. But now I can't get in touch with this kind of dungeon. Mu Bai, who was talking to himself in his heart, looked slightly cold. The opening of the 3-color domineering is more unique in this world. It is not that you have talent and opportunities to open it, but you need to clear the relevant dungeons. Many super difficult dungeons will have the opportunity to awaken the 3-color domineering after clearing them. So the dungeon resources determine everything. This kind of dungeon often requires a high-level dungeon. Now he is only level 5, and can't enter it at all. That night, Mu Bai, who was exercising, suddenly had a voice in his mind. It was the voice of the side quest prompt that he had not seen for a long time. Ding dong. The permanent side quest is open. A random weekly dungeon is open. The host can enter each dungeon to challenge the level. There is only one chance per week. If the challenge fails, the attribute points will be reduced by a percentage. If the challenge succeeds, the dungeon will be rewarded. Ding dong. The host is detected to be level 5. You can currently choose a random dungeon from level 0 to 10. Please note that the current dungeon difficulty will also be random. Weekly dungeon. Mu Bai's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. This means that if he enters the dungeon once a week within this month, he can get a lot of improvement. With 4 opportunities to improve in a month, he naturally has no reason to refuse. It's a pity that it's completely random. The level is random, but the difficulty is really killing him. The difficulty level of the dungeon is divided into 5 major difficulties: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and eternal. The difference in difficulty is very important for the dungeon. A person at level may 10 be able to easily pass a level 10 ordinary dungeon. But if he encounters a level 10 dungeon with rare difficulty, he may be killed by the dungeon boss in seconds. The problem is here. If it is completely random, he may be randomly assigned to the level 10 eternal copy. If he really enters a copy of this difficulty directly, he will be in trouble. I don't believe my luck will be so bad. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the interface of the eternal system and found a vortex similar to a transmission channel under the sign-in column. After clicking to enter, the time in the real world seemed to be paused, and 3 screens and 3 options appeared in front of him. The 3 pictures correspond to 3 scenes. The leftmost is flowing sea water, the middle is the desert, and the rightmost is the forest. There is no introduction, only a lonely option. Of these 3 options, Mu Bai actually excluded the sea water at first glance. This picture is likely to correspond to the terrain he is going to enter. The sea is the worst one. After all, fighting in the sea is too difficult. And the same is true for the desert. With his current attributes, he may be buried in the desert before the monster attacks. So at the moment, he had to look at the forest. The forest is highly secretive, and it can be used for attack or defense. As long as the difficulty is not too high, he can use the terrain advantage to help himself pass the level. Choose the forest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the 6th level rare copy Goblin's Fury. Goblin's Fury. The God-chosen warriors in the north of the kingdom killed the Goblin God-chosen. The scattered Goblin King reunited the scattered warriors. Now they are targeting the border city of Yunlong. The clearance task is to kill 500 goblins. Ding dong. The host is detected to have entered a known copy of the Eternal System. And the host has obtained the skill of the Eye of Observation. Eye of Observation can understand the enemy's skills and general attributes regardless of the level difference. Level 6 rare copy. This is already very good. Although the difficulty is not low, it is at least not a level 10 copy. And the skill of the Eye of Observation given by the system is also good, which can help him to detect enemy intelligence to a great extent, which is also extremely critical. Mu Bai, who was relieved, instantly entered another world. When he stood up, the forest full of cicada sounds was close at hand. As soon as he entered, Mu Bai keenly noticed that there was a sound in the jungle not far away. He approached quietly and saw a very interesting scene. In the depths of the forest, the goblins were lurking quietly. They were hunters in the forest, known for their cunning and ferocity. Their target was a powerful monster, which mistakenly entered their territory and became their prey. The goblins were wearing rough leather armor and holding simple weapons. Their faces were full of cruel expressions. They passed through the woods at an astonishing speed, avoiding the detection of the monsters and gradually approaching the target. This flying monster is a huge bird-shaped monster with powerful magic. It has a pair of huge wings covered with cold scales, as if it can destroy all enemies. However, at this moment, its wings are obviously injured and can't continue to fly. It didn't notice the approach of the goblin. Suddenly, the goblin hunting began. They rushed up, waving their weapons, and launched a fierce attack on the monster. The monster was disrupted by the sudden attack, but it still showed a strong force and repelled several goblins. However, the goblins did not retreat. They re-entered the battle with a more fierce attitude. cleverly avoiding the attacks of the monsters, and constantly launched counterattacks. Finally, in a fierce battle, the goblins successfully captured the monster and won. These ugly goblins fought in a very methodical manner, and even had a hint of discipline. Mu Bai, who carefully observed this scene, gradually lost his contempt for them. These guys are very dangerous. These goblins are fundamentally different from the goblins he knew in the West. Their race is more like the humanoid race of tribal civilization. Although they are of different sizes, they are all obviously stronger than humans. Rather than goblins, they are more like orcs. After hunting down the flying monster, the dozen goblins did not dismember it immediately, but tied it up with ropes and screamed. Several strong goblins pulled the monster deeper into the jungle. Eye of observation is open. Name unknown race tribal goblin soldier level 6 attributes strength 11. Agility 14. Constitution 13. Spirit 9 talent increased reproduction speed. Improved group morale. Hunting combat skills. Skills none status excited. Mu Bai looked calm after taking in all the attributes of the opponent. These goblins are very strong. Just the soldiers of ordinary units have this attribute. Obviously, it would be very useful to control them with mental abilities. After all, these guys have low mental points. He did not act rashly, but waited until all the goblins disappeared from his sight before gradually moving. He was experienced in jungle combat, and gradually heard the sound of some weapons colliding along the trail in front of him. After he climbed up the tree, he suddenly found that the team of goblins just now had met a group of human teams, and the two sides were fighting at the moment. The human side was obviously at a disadvantage, but Mu Bai just waited quietly for the opportunity. He was not a saint, and it would not hurt if all these people died. The key was to consume the physical strength and energy of these goblins. Otherwise, he would not dare to act rashly against the small-scale goblin team. Time passed by minute, and there were only 3 swordsmen left on the scene to fight against these aggressive goblins. The old, young, women and children behind the swordsmen obviously had no ability to fight. Although the bloodthirsty goblin team also lost a few, they were still in an advantageous position. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai quickly jumped down from the tree branch. He picked up the long sword from the corpse and instantly pierced the throat of the goblin soldier in the front. The goblins who heard the sound immediately noticed Mu Bai behind him, and said 3 goblins to rush over. Come on! Mu Bai's eyes flashed with excitement as he pulled the sword out of the opponent's neck. He liked killing and fighting. These were all instinctive feelings brought to him by his super fighting talent. He lowered his body, and the silver sword in his hand flew out like a dragon. It just pierced the goblin in the front. He took a few steps forward, and used the goblin's body, that had not fallen yet, to block the iron hammer behind him. He turned around and pierced the goblin's neck with a whip kick, took the iron hammer from his hand, and threw it across the jungle. A goblin who was fighting with a human warrior was craniotomized on the spot. After dealing with the goblins with stronger attributes than himself in a few moments, Mu Bai stopped suppressing his strength, and picked up his sword and walked towards the strongest goblins with a smile. These goblins had obviously higher attributes and richer combat experience. After noticing Mu Bai's strong combat power, they immediately gave up dealing with the human swordsman and formed a defensive formation, seemingly ready to retreat. Looking at his mission of killing 500 goblins, how could Mu Bai let them go? Like a killing god, he wiped the blood off his sword with the goblin's corpse, and his pupils shrank slightly. He was looking for the flaws of these goblins. Without the advantage of the team's numbers, these goblins were no match for him. What's more interesting is that Mu Bai has discovered the weaknesses of these things. When he killed those goblins just now, these things were too slow. It was obvious that the ill-fitting tattered armor should have been snatched from humans. These armor certainly enhanced the defense of these goblins, but also greatly reduced their agility advantage. How can you reverse hunt the goblin warriors, who formed a defensive formation without having an advantage in attributes? Mu Bai relied on his strong mental power and super calculation ability. After finding a few defensive loopholes in an instant, he suddenly inserted the sword into the wet soil, and then swung it with force. Several goblins with rich combat experience under the mud instinctively retreated, but they couldn't open their eyes, so that they couldn't see the next move of the opponent. Kendo! Rapid piercing. Mu Bai, with cold eyes, danced with his long sword and accurately pierced the gaps in the opponent's armor, and pierced their weak throats. He killed these goblins very accurately 3 times in a row. They staggered to the ground and looked at Mu Bai in horror. At this moment, in their eyes, the opponent was undoubtedly the god of death. At this time, the rustling sound in the bushes made Mu Bai aware, and the long sword in his hand was charged and thrown out. The 100 Steps flying sword nailed a hiding goblin into the trunk of the tree behind. The remaining goblins were no match for the human swordsman. With the joint efforts of Mubai and them, the dozens of goblin squads were quickly eliminated. The smelly blood floated by the river, and these green corpses rotted very quickly. This is also the characteristic of goblins in this world. Their flesh and blood will corrode in a short period of time after death. So many pharmacists will also collect the bodies of goblins who died in battle. In the siege, some high-IQ goblin army commanders can even use the corrosive characteristics of goblin corpses to let their subordinates die and corrode human walls. Many cities on the outermost edge of the kingdom were breached under this tactic. Thank you. What is your name? The wounded swordsman came over and expressed his gratitude to Mubai. Others were settling the wounded, and Mubai was slightly stunned, because the system sent a prompt sound. Ding dong. The goblin scout told the vast number of goblins about your brave deeds. And you won the permanent title of this world. The primary killer of goblins. Goblin primary killer. You will get a 10% damage bonus when fighting against goblins. When the morale of the goblin group is low, the fear and defeat effects will be triggered in front of you. Mubai looked a little ugly. Are goblin scouts strong? This title is not the point. The point is that there is obviously a goblin of other arms who saw the scene from a distance and went back to report the battle situation. The swordsman shook his head in surprise. Goblin scouts have sharper eyesight, but are not strong in combat. They are assassin goblins. However, once a scout appears, it means that there are medium-sized goblins with more than 100 people. The swordsman who knew all this said seriously. A goblin scout discovered us and reported to his large army during the battle just now. You don't need to ask me how I know. I won't lie to you. Mubai's words made the swordsman panic. If what the other party said was true, it would be troublesome. There is still a certain distance from the city, and they are likely to be unable to escape from here. In his impression, a medium-sized team of 100 goblins is usually led by a pure-blooded goblin. Their team is normally equipped with a dozen goblin wolf cavalrymen. With the mobility of the wolf cavalrymen, the old, young, women and children are bound to die. The wolf riders will catch up with us. We're in trouble. The swordsman gritted his teeth and said a little disappointed. The wolf riders are fine, but the other soldiers who cooperate with them are also extremely annoying. Goblin scouts, goblin warriors, goblin soldiers, goblin wolf riders, goblin archers. If there are goblin archers in the medium-sized team, then the swordsman will definitely die in the jungle. Wolf riders? If there are such mobile soldiers, these old, young, women and children will definitely not be able to escape. Although he doesn't care about this matter, he may get unexpected gains if he uses it. Since hunting goblins can get a title, can strengthening friendship with the humans in this world also get a title? He currently has no devil fruit power, and his own attributes are not strong. In this case, strengthening himself as much as possible is the kingly way. And he actually doesn't take the task of hunting 500 goblins to pass the level at all. This kind of primary clearance task is not what he pursues. His ambition is even greater. After thinking for a while, Mubai pointed to the cliff not far away and said, "Let the old, young, women and children go first. We will use the corpses of these goblins to lure the goblin team to the cliff, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack." The slightly shocked swordsman was so excited that he couldn't speak. He originally thought that the other party would leave alone. There was actually no problem with doing so. After all, staying would be a death. Unexpectedly, he actually underestimated this kind and righteous man. "Thank you very much. Sir, you can rest assured that even if the subsequent goblins want to kill us, I will definitely cover you to leave safely," the other party said very excitedly. But Mubai was a little disappointed, because the system prompt did not sound. Just when he was about to leave alone, the other swordsman heard the words of the leading swordsman and looked at him with admiration. Ding dong. The swordsmen of Yulong City highly respect you. Your kindness and help have won their recognition. You have won the permanent title of this world. Yulong City Primary Friendly. Primary Friendly of Dragon City. Gain the friendship of Dragon City and receive protection in battle. When the wearer of the title fights side by side with the personnel of Dragon City, the damage bonus increases by 10%. Mubai, who was suddenly enlightened, just thought it was interesting. The acquisition of the title may be related to reputation. The recognition of a single person cannot unlock the title. But once more people recognize it, then perhaps the title of the camp will be obtained naturally. The two titles of Primary Friendly of Dragon City and Primary Killer of Goblin all increase the damage. The two 10% added together is a 20% damage increase. which is extremely rare and enough to support him to do many things. An experienced swordsman led the old, young, women and children to retreat, while the remaining 3 swordsmen and Mu Bai piled the goblin corpses on the small road on the cliff. It was very quiet, and the road was tortuous. Even if a large army pressed in, it could not play the absolute advantage of the large number of people. And under the cliff was the wide river. Relying on the river, everyone could jump into the river to survive even if they were defeated by the goblins. It is a perfect place to carry these green animals, as it can attack or defend. When everyone was busy, a sharp-eyed swordsman pointed down and whispered, "Yes, the wolf cavalry is coming." Several people looked down and were shocked. Under the cliff, the densely packed goblin team was like a boiling ocean, surging on the edge of the forest. Their skin showed a variety of colors, from dark green to ink black, and their eyes flashed with cunning and fierce light. In this team, there were dozens of goblin scouts, who were wearing light armor, holding short swords and shields, and flexibly shuttled through the woods. They used the terrain and trees as cover, constantly testing the opponent's defense, and reporting the enemy's position and number to the rear. Their movements were agile and fast, as if a group of cheetahs were looking for prey. In the main part of the team, there were hundreds of goblin warriors, who were wearing heavy armor, holding spears and battle axes, and were the main force of the goblin army. They advanced in a dense formation, relying on strong power and strict discipline, and constantly pushed forward. Their steps were firm and powerful, as if they were an unstoppable force. At the end of the team, there was a group of goblin soldiers. They were wearing heavy armor and holding huge weapons, and were the vanguard of the goblins. They charged with the force of thunder and lightning, using their powerful strength and fanatical faith to break all enemies that stood in front of them. Their charge was like a landslide and tsunami, which was daunting. In addition, there were dozens of goblin wolf cavalrymen, who rode giant wolves, holding maces and swords, and attacked the enemy from the flanks and rear of the team. Their speed and flexibility made them extremely mobile on the battlefield, and they could pounce on the enemy like hungry wolves, tearing open the enemy's defense line with violent attacks. In the remote position of the team, there were dozens of goblin archers. They wore light armor, held short bows and arrows, and hid in the woods. They used the cover of trees and terrain to continuously shoot arrows at the enemy, weakening the enemy's combat effectiveness. This was the goblin team under the cliff, a powerful army composed of various professions. Although they looked a bit rough and barbaric, they were obviously a world apart from the previous goblin team. Such a well-equipped team of 200 people was not obviously the elite among the elite goblins. The leading swordsman's nose trembled, and after a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Those are the elites of the Goblin Kingdom. If the elites appear, the army will probably attack the Dragon City soon. The Dragon City is in danger." Although the Dragon City had just defeated the Goblin Vanguard some time ago, and with the cooperation of other allies in the Human Kingdom, it also aided its main force. But it seems that the second wave of battles is about to start, and the trump cards of these goblins are being revealed. Once the elites appear, it means that the goblin generals, and even the goblin kings will soon lead the army in person. At that time, the entire Dragon City will probably become hell on earth. Mu Bai, who took in all the performances of the crowd, squinted his eyes and thought about one thing: how to damage these goblins as much as possible and take them alive to the Dragon City. If he performs well, his title will definitely be strengthened again, and he will have better capital to complete the dungeon tasks in the future. On the other hand, if he could really defeat this impenetrable elite army, his own title of Junior Goblin Killer would probably be upgraded. He didn't care much about the life and death of these human swordsmen, but strengthening these two titles was very important. The leading swordsman of Yulong City said to Mu Bai quickly with an ugly look, "Go, warrior. With your strength, you will definitely reach Yulong City safely. The news that the goblin army is coming is too important. Don't panic. Calm down. Let me ask you, are you the high-level officials of Yulong City?" Mu Bai's words in a calm voice made several people stunned. "If you are not, how can the high-level officials of Yulong City believe you so quickly? So in my opinion, it is more convincing to take the guy's head back." Mu Bai pointed to the 2-meter-long dark green little giant guarded by the goblin team. He has a burly figure, as if carved from the toughest stone. He wears a heavy armor made of the fur of an unknown animal, and a short sword inlaid with red gems on his waist, symbolizing his authority and power. It is obvious that this pure-blooded goblin has a high status. At this moment, he is carefully examining the piled-up goblin corpses under the protection of his guards. Several of them were killed by swords. It seems that they just encountered a human swordsman. Is he the human who looks like a ghost ape you mentioned? The pure-blooded noble goblin Noble Guerrero, whose face was covered with scars, asked the scout next to him coldly. The scout, who was oppressed by his blood, nodded eagerly. He saw the horror of that human with his own eyes. Under his dazzling swordsmanship, the bravest goblin noble warrior also fell in a pool of blood. Do you think I will let him go? This is not a question, but a statement. The scout said with a smile. The army is about to come. No matter how strong the human is, he is not your opponent. Whether you let him go or not will not damage your reputation. The wolf under Guerrero, who was fully armored, roared and kept biting the body of the goblin below. He finally smiled without caring about it. They deliberately piled the corpses here to lure us up. So they must have noticed your tracks and predicted our arrival. Maybe they even split into 2 or 3 groups to escape. And all this is because your tracks were exposed. The lowly ability of the lowly bloodline is very consistent with his status. If it were a pure-blood elite scout, he would definitely go to see him with the head of the human warrior, instead of boasting about the opponent in front of the army to disrupt the morale of the army. Without giving the scout a chance to explain, Guerrero fell with a heavy axe in his hand and split the whole person in half. The cavalry dismounted and used the wolf to block the front. The archers provided fire support behind the wolf cavalry, and the scout immediately explored the surrounding tracks for me. And no human can be let go. Yes, their army must keep secrets well, which is why he killed the scout. Once the opponent's whereabouts are exposed and the smart humans discover their actions, even if the subsequent great pure-blood goblins win, it will only cause trouble. The opponent used the wolf as a shield, which made Mubai look at the opponent with a little bit of respect, relying on the advantage of numbers. He was still so cautious. This goblin leader has some skills. What should we do now? The pressured swordsman of Yulong City said tremblingly. Not far away. He could even hear the sound of the huge body of the wolf crushing the branches. This despair that was approaching step by step was the most painful. What to do? It's very simple. Just kill them. But Mubai definitely didn't say this at the moment. It's true that the wargs blocking the front can reduce the casualties of the enemy. But these huge rolling stones we prepared are also useful. Release the rolling stones when the wargs approach. It is absolutely impossible to avoid releasing rolling stones in the narrow cliff road. Especially these wargs are not goblin soldiers. They cannot go against the wildness of wild beasts. In order to seek benefits and avoid harm, the wargs will flee down the mountain and disrupt the formation of the archers. At that time, they will kill as many goblins as possible. If they can't beat them, they will turn around and jump into the river to save their lives. Adrenaline surged in Mubai's eyes, revealing a faint light of excitement. He hasn't done such a dangerous thing for a long time. Only challenges can arouse his interest. On the edge of the cliff, a quiet path loomed, and the warg followed this path carefully, sniffing the smell of humans and tracking step by step. The warg is a cunning and ferocious beast with wild blood flowing in its body. It is in a state of biological companionship with the goblin. Over the years, with the help of the Goblin Kingdom, the combat ability of these wargs has been continuously improved. In the battle with the human knight army, the warg can play a terrifying role. After all, except for slightly inferior speed and endurance, the warg can hunt knights and horses alone. On the small path on the cliff, the warg lowered its head and stood up its ears, always alert to everything around it. Its nose was close to the ground, and its sense of smell was sensitive, catching the faint smell of humans. Its steps were light and cautious. It knew the danger of humans, and therefore did not dare to be careless. Its tail swayed gently behind it, keeping alert while conveying dangerous information to the wolf cavalry master behind it. After several wolf cavalry looked at each other, they immediately twitched their arc-shaped swords excitedly. If they could be the first to carry the human head down the mountain, they would definitely be rewarded by the pure-blooded adults. Gulyalu, Gulyalu, Gulyalu. A faint sound came, and then the sound became louder and louder. While the wolf riders were stunned, 3 huge rolling stones actually flew towards their faces. The wolf riders wanted to ride on the wolves to escape, but the wolves stepped on their fallen bodies and escaped first. The huge rolling stones crushed them into meat paste. The wolves stepped on the dense archers and fled in a panic. And the archers, who had poor mobility, were almost scared to death. You know, they have strong arm strength, but weak lower limb strength. Now the rolling stones are simply the death of the gods. Many helpless goblin archers even hurriedly rolled down the mountain from the quiet path and fell to death. Mubai, who was running fast behind the rolling stone, kept harvesting the injured or lucky goblins with his long sword in his hand. The archers were not defeated at all by his close-range slashing. Mu Bai, who was so excited about killing, even jumped onto a wolf and used the reins to control the wolf to chase the fleeing goblins. The wolf, with a strong desire to survive, ignored Mu Bai on its back and ran down the mountain in a hurry. When the pure-blooded goblin guerrero was looking at the cliff in confusion, the flying rolling stone passed by his head. The wolf, under his seat, was startled and roared angrily. Rolling stone! Guerrero's mouth twitched in surprise when 3 tumbling boulders also broke up the formation of the elite team. He instinctively dodged to the side while holding the battle axe. The next moment, the cold edge rubbed against his shoulder armor. Human! The red halo on the battle axe flickered. The blood rage skill was activated. Seeing that the opponent dared to pass through the team to assassinate him, Guerrero's battle axe fell down with a bang. The powerful momentum exploded like a thunder. A deep pit appeared on the ground in an instant. Mu Bai, who was riding on the wolf, quickly stepped on the falling wolf and jumped up to barely avoid the opponent's range attack. The reconnaissance skill was immediately activated. Named Guerrero Race Pure-Blooded Noble of the Goblin Kingdom Level 8 Attributes Strength 19. Agility 17. Constitution 23. Spirit 15. Talent Increased Reproduction Speed. Improved Group Morale. Hunting Combat Skills. And Blessing of Goblin Noble Bloodline. Skill Rage Blood. Consumes part of the Chi and Blood to create a range attack of Chi and Blood Thunder. Status Extremely Angry. Level 8. 19 points of Strength. Amazing 23 points of Physical Fitness. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely lose. After all, no matter how high the skills are, they do not have an advantage in pure physical fitness and strength. The opponent's physical fitness combined with his armor and standing still to attack his weaknesses will not kill him in a short time. Fortunately, the damage of the 2 titles is added. Before the opponent's heavy axe was raised, he lowered his body and unsheathed the long sword in his hand. Draw the sword and slash. The long sword that crossed the killing arc passed through the opponent's exquisite armor. Guerrero, who was much more agile than Mu Bai, felt insulted. With such a big gap in strength between the 2 sides, the opponent dared to fight him head-on? This is not only a humiliation to him, it is also a humiliation to the pure-blooded nobles. In extreme anger, his speed is even faster than in the normal extreme state. So much so that Mu Bai's compressed sword drawing and slashing could not keep up with his dodging speed. After holding the heavy axe horizontally, it smashed through the air like a black whirlwind. Mu Bai rolled to the side to dodge and immediately picked up the bow and arrow on the ground and shot at the opponent. A trifle. Guerrero, who was disdainful in his heart, crushed the arrow that was about to shoot into his eyes with his heavy and powerful hands. Just when he was about to activate the blood rage skill again to end the opponent, Mu Bai shot 3 arrows again. Guerrero, who crushed it with his backhand, felt that this man was stupid. How could such an arrow hurt? Ah! Guerrero moaned and felt that his palm was hot. When he looked closely, he found that it was the goblin's heart that was crushed by him. The opponent stained the dead goblin's internal organs on the arrow. Without waiting for him to react, Mu Bai pulled the backpack behind him and sprayed the corrosive internal organs on the body of the pure-blooded noble at close range. Although Guerrero has a strong resistance to corrosion, he retreated when his face was splashed at close range. In a rage, he also punched Mu Bai, who was close to him, and pushed him back several meters. Even the long sword in his hand that was used to block was broken. Mu Bai, who felt heavy in the chest, had a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's strength was too strong. Even if he could barely block it with a long sword, that kind of strength was not something he could resist. Fortunately, this pure-blooded goblin obviously had no ability to pursue quickly. The opponent's left eye had corrosive internal organs. The chaotic sound and the corrosive pain appeared in Guerrero's mind at the same time. He had not yet adapted to the blindness of his left eye and shouted loudly, "Surround and kill this human." On the chaotic battlefield, other swordsmen of the Dragon City were defeated, and several goblin scouts, who noticed that their superiors were in danger, attacked Mu Bai angrily. But obviously they underestimated Mu Bai's combat power at this moment. Mu Bai picked up the scimitar while rolling and solved the surrounding scouts like cutting melons and vegetables. Just as he was about to step forward to continue fighting the enemy leader, a cold arrow pierced his left arm quickly. The goblin archer, with a deep look on the hillside in the distance, bent his bow and arrowed again. And at this moment, he was aiming at the right arm of this human. The goblin archer is so terrifying that he can sometimes surpass a warrior who can defeat 100 enemies with one. The archer is wearing a green robe with mysterious patterns embroidered on it, representing the forest and life. His face is thin, and his eyes are deep and bright, revealing a cunning and clever light. He holds a longbow tightly in his hand. The bow is as black as night, and the bowstring is made of a special material, which is both tough and elastic. Mu Bai's murderous eyes were also captured by him, and the archer smiled. The horror of the goblin archer lies not only in his archery skills, but also in his calm and cruel eyes. When he stares at the enemy, his eyes reveal a cold and cruel light, as if telling the enemy that you are doomed to fail because I am invincible. This look makes all enemies shudder and dare not look at him. The arrow in Mu Bai's left arm just now was his masterpiece. At this moment, he wants to shoot off the human's limbs with 3 consecutive shots. If the scene hadn't been so chaotic just now, he would have been confident that he could have shot the target with 1 arrow. Mu Bai, who jumped up and used the wolf's body to block the opponent's shooting route, knew clearly that at this moment, he couldn't deal with both the pure-blooded goblin and the goblin archer at the same time. Scouting skill activated. Name unknown, race goblin, tribe level 7, attributes strength 16, agility 15, constitution 6, spirit 9, talents increased reproduction speed, improved group morale, hunting combat skills, arm muscle strengthening, and improved shooting accuracy. Skills silent shooting, shooting skills activated using special skills. The person being targeted is unlikely to hear the sound and trajectory of the arrow. Status joy, this guy's skills are very deadly, and his panel is high attack and low defense. As long as he can get close, he can definitely execute the opponent. Unfortunately, he doesn't have this opportunity at the moment. Mu Bai, who was leaning on the wolf, moved his ears slightly. The faint sound of the arrow rang again. He immediately turned over and jumped up from the wolf's body without any hesitation. At this moment, the goblin medium-sized team gradually restored order and clearly showed the advantage of teamwork. The goblin warriors and soldiers all formed a defensive line around the sharpshooter, while the highly agile goblin scouts surrounded the pure-blooded goblin and looked at Mu Bai vigilantly. Since they didn't know if there were any human ambushes nearby, it was the most suitable and conservative tactic to protect the 2 strong men in a defensive formation. This also showed that these goblins were well trained. Of the 3 human swordsmen, only 1 was still alive at this moment, and the other 2 had been dead for a long time. Brave man, I'll cover you. Go! The captain of the swordsmen roared. Because at this moment Mu Bai was only a few dozen meters away from the river, and no one could stop him from escaping. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Mu Bai was. At this moment, his brain was working fast, and he picked up the bow and arrow next to him and shot at Guerrero continuously. The goblin sharpshooter, who had originally aimed at the swordsman, snorted coldly, turned the direction of the bow and arrow, and shot an arrow to intercept Mu Bai's arrow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Bai covered the swordsman and came to the river. Let's go! Mu Bai, who kept shooting arrows, jumped into the surging river with the swordsman captain holding a bow. The sharpshooter goblin frowned, and when he jumped to the river, he immediately bent his bow and aimed his arrow at the bottom of the rapids. But what surprised him was that there was no trace of the 2 people in the clear river water. When he was wondering, Mu Bai, who had been lurking below, jumped up and grabbed his legs and dragged him into the river, since he couldn't take the head of the pure-blooded goblin. This guy's head was not bad. The goblin sharpshooter, who was in close combat, was strangled by the bowstring. Mu Bai in the river easily cut his throat with a scimitar, which made the archers near the river fearful. Ding dong. Title upgrade. Goblin Primary Killer upgraded to Goblin Intermediate Killer. Goblin Intermediate Killer. When fighting against goblins, you will get a 20% damage bonus. When the morale of the goblin group is low, the fear and rout effect will be triggered in front of you. Obviously, these goblin archers were afraid of the death of the sharpshooter and dared not shoot arrows. Dragging the sharpshooter's head, Mu Bai pointed at Guerrero and said loudly, "The next time we meet, your head will fall off." After saying that, he fled into the water and soon disappeared. Guerrero, who was still suffering from the blindness of his left eye, roared, "What are you waiting for? Chase!" Being threatened by a lowly human, this feeling made him feel deeply humiliated. More importantly, the sharpshooter in the team died tragically. While despising the cunning of this human, he had to admire this man's cruelty. He also saw the fear of the goblin archers just now. This man is extremely dangerous. He has a premonition that if this man does not die, there will be a big problem in the future. Mu Bai, who was drifting downstream along the river, looked pale, and his pierced left arm gradually became numb. In the end, it was the captain of the swordsmen who pulled him out of the water. The walls of Yulong City could be vaguely seen in the distance. Are you okay, sir? Mu Bai threw the head of the goblin sharpshooter in his hand aside and shook his head. It's a minor injury. And the important thing is not that I have information about the goblin army approaching. You should go quickly with the sharpshooter's head. A minute later will increase the danger to the people in Yulong City. This was said with absolute righteousness, so that the swordsman captain burst into tears. Looking at the other party's back, Mu Bai staggered to his feet. Reputation must be boasted by others. If the other party does not explain his achievements for him, does he have to say it himself? Wouldn't the reputation he gained be very limited? How can he upgrade the quality of his title? Sure enough, within 20 minutes, his title was indeed upgraded. Ding dong. The host's hidden talent ability super charm is detected. The title is upgraded by 2 levels under the current reputation. Ding dong. The swordsmen and high-level officials of Yulong City highly respect you. Your benevolence and help have been recognized by them. You have obtained the permanent title of this world. Yulong City Senior Friendly. High-level friendly of Dragon City. Gain extremely high reputation of Dragon City and obtain protection in battle. When the wearer of the title fights side by side with Dragon City personnel, the damage bonus increases by 20%. And when in the territory of Dragon City, all attributes are increased by 10%. It actually jumped directly from the primary title to the advanced title. At this moment, Mu Bai appreciated his charm talent for the first time. It turns out that this thing has an important role in the dungeon world. As the glimmer of dawn sprinkled on the ground, a team of cavalry quietly appeared in the glimmer of the morning. They were like a black line, extending from the horizon, and the sound of horse hooves echoed in the air like thunder. The warriors of this team of cavalry wore heavy armor, iron helmets, and long swords hung around their waists. Everyone held the reins tightly and drove the horses with full concentration. The mounts were obviously carefully selected thoroughbred horses, each with strong muscles and flowing manes. The cavalry drove the horses forward in a uniform pace. The man in heavy armor at the head looked solemnly at Mu Bai, who was sitting on the ground with serious injuries. He came to Mu Bai, dismounted and bowed, and said gratefully, "You are the foreign warrior who killed the goblin archer and helped the swordsman in the city to come back. I am Gongbu, the leader of the defense army of Yulong City, and I am very grateful for your help." Gongbu? Strange name. You're welcome. The armor style in this world is a bit similar to the medieval style, but the behavior of the people here can be seen as a new and unique cultural style. Can you stand up? In some places, supporting a wounded warrior will cause disgust on the other side, and the person being supported will think that the person is looking down on him. So Gongbu did not dare to step forward and help Mu Bai up immediately. It's okay. But the left shoulder was hit by the goblin sharpshooter's sneak attack. He can stand up naturally. What's more, the injuries on his body seem to have weakened a little with the blessing of the 2 titles. Mr. Mu Bai, if you have time, can you go with me to meet the sword saint who guards the border? She admires your deeds very much after hearing about you, and she also wants to confirm something with you. Gongbu was very polite, but Mu Bai could feel that if he refused, the strong man might support him and force himself over. After all, the other party seemed to have 11 points of respect when he said the word sword saint. Mu Bai agreed immediately without any reason to refuse. He also wanted to meet the highest leader in Yulong City. Goblins and Yulong City were fighting, and he could take advantage of this opportunity to increase the clearance reward as much as possible. Mu Bai boarded the white horse and quickly entered the city with everyone. After passing through one mansion after another, the 2 finally stopped in front of an attic. Gongbu has brought Mr. Mu Bai here. Gongbu, who was kneeling on one knee, said in a steady voice. The door of the attic slowly opened, and a very mature woman's voice came. Come in. Is it a woman? After walking into the attic alone, something even more unexpected happened to him. After entering the attic, he didn't see the sword master. He was shocked and planned to retreat. If this so-called sword master hit his body, he must be doing something bad. Just as he was about to evacuate, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded again. Are you ignoring me? This voice actually came from below. When he looked down, he saw a little white-haired girl looking at him angrily, and the mature and sexy voice of a queen was coming from her mouth. Are you the sword saint? Mu Bai was a little suspicious and thought it was a trick, so he was alert. Lowly sword saint Bai Dong's hair is as pure and white as winter snow, and her eyes are like deep lakes, full of perseverance and wisdom. She is petite, but has great strength, like a sharpened sword. Sharp and tough. She holds an ancient sword in her hand, with the words clearly engraved on it. Don't you think I am not? Lowly Sword Saint by Dong's momentum is extremely strong. At this moment, as she speaks, that amazing momentum is being transformed into a monstrous wave of air pressure with pure spiritual fluctuations. Standing at the door of the attic, Mubai felt suffocated as if a huge mountain was pressing down. However, his super high mental point soon reacted. And after resisting this mental pressure, he also reduced a lot of pressure on his body. Seeing that this man resisted his own mental pressure, the Sword Saint Lowly was relieved. You are really capable. I thought you were a disguised goblin avatar. After all, it is difficult for you to escape from a medium-sized goblin army and hunt down a goblin sharpshooter with your body. The slightly apologetic Lowly Swordsman pointed to the warrior who helped the Dragon City to sit down and chat. In fact, Bai Dong was too polite. Mu Bai knew clearly that it was difficult for him to break through the siege at his current level. If it were not for the blessing of the two titles and the advantage of the terrain that caught the opponent off guard, even if he broke through the siege, he would have to pay a heavy price. What is the goblin avatar you mentioned? Speaking of which, there are also goblins in my hometown. But they are generally weak races living underground, and it is difficult for them to fight against humans. Where is your hometown? The Lowly Swordsman asked curiously with his legs crossed. It's very far away. I came here because I accidentally encountered a storm on the sea while on a boat. The Lowly Swordsman nodded after hearing this. It was similar to what she guessed. After all, the evolutionary growth path of the goblin race is also based on the environment. The goblins on her continent are far more dangerous than the goblins in other people's lives. The transmogrifier can transform into a human appearance to eliminate the goblin's breath. Some time ago, a goblin transmogrifier transformed into a prince to assassinate the king, which caused the border war. The Lowly Swordsman, who was not stingy with words, continued to talk about the origin and history of the goblins on this continent. According to the records of ancient history books, in ancient times, goblins were short creatures similar to goblins. Later, a group of goblins obtained the blood of the fallen silver dragon god, and then evolved into pure-blooded goblins. Pure-blooded goblins are the blood of the goblin royal family. With the blessing of this blood, goblins will obtain a new evolution, have stronger wisdom and stronger body, and have stronger fertility. As time goes by, the goblin kingdom gradually takes shape, with the leadership of the pure-blooded goblins. The remaining ordinary goblins have become more intelligent. 100 years ago, the goblin kingdom once united with the surrounding ancient goblin tribes to launch a war in the border city of the human kingdom. And now they are here again. What do you want to say? Mubai looked calm. He was a little curious about what the other party wanted him to do after talking about such a long history. After all, even if he made great contributions, it seemed that he didn't need such a top figure who ruled a place to popularize historical knowledge. Right? Seeing that the other party was also a smart person, the Lowly Swordsman smiled and pointed to the map on the table in front of him. The only important place on the map that can control the entire plain area is the Dragon City. In other words, if the Dragon City fails, the entire human kingdom will suffer the heaviest blow. The Dragon City cannot be breached. Your mental power is enough to use this artifact. I want you to seize the head of the commander of the goblin army among the thousands of troops. The Lowly Swordsman said that he actually inserted the dragon sword in his hand into the table in front of him. The sharp feeling of the sound made the whole attic full of killing. Goblin's Fury, main quest. The God-chosen warriors in the north of the kingdom killed the goblin God-chosen. The scattered goblin king reunited the scattered warriors. Now they are targeting the border city of Dragon. The clearance task is to kill 500 goblins. The current kill count is 71. Ding dong. Unlock the advanced main quest. Completing the advanced main quest will also complete the main quest. Battle of the Dragon City. Advanced main quest 1. The Goblin Chosen led the army to attack the border of the human kingdom again. The Human Chosen Sword Saint by Dong issued an assassination mission to you. Assassinate the Goblin Chosen, the supreme leader, in the battle. After completing the mission, the clearance reward will be increased. Completing the mission of the Dragon City battle can also complete the mission of the Goblin's Wrath. This is quite humane. But this assassination mission, the difficulty is not very high, but completely impossible. Are you kidding? Mubai raised his head and asked suspiciously. You know, just a pure-blooded goblin noble can make him so embarrassed. And the comprehensive attributes completely crush him. Then the supreme commander of the goblins, who commanded the entire goblin and was also chosen by the system. Wouldn't his combat power be even more amazing? With his current basic attributes, he probably doesn't even have a chance to break into the local army. Depend on it. The lowly sword saint drew out the dragon sword. If your spirit points are high enough, you can unleash the power of this sword. With your physical fitness, you should be able to make a slash. It is not impossible as long as you seize the opportunity. Moreover, I will let the human transmogrifier transform you into a goblin. In this way, you can also successfully blend into the local army under the cover of the army. After taking the dragon-killing sword, Mubai immediately opened the Eye of Observation. Dragon-killing sword, made of the bones of a fallen silver dragon. It can cause extremely strong damage to the bloodline of the dragon god. The user can consume all spirit points to activate the final skill Dragon-Killing Slash. And the damage is determined according to the level of personal spirit points. Wow! Mubai was very excited when he saw this sword. If the description is correct, then he might really have the ability to kill all the strongest people in the current world in 1 second. After all, his spirit points are ridiculously high. If all the spirit points are concentrated in this final skill, there is no one who can stop his slash. System, can I bring this sword back to the real world? Ding dong. Oversized items in the dungeon world cannot be taken out of the dungeon. When the host enters again next time, all items will appear normally on the host. Oversized items cannot be taken out? This means that they can still be taken out. But the quality of this Dragon Slayer sword is too high. I can accept this mission, but you must ensure that I am close enough to the enemy's base camp as much as possible. But I still have a question. Even if I can kill the enemy, the other goblin armies will also besiege me. Isn't that also a sure death? The lowly swordsman said calmly. It seems that you still don't understand the goblin population. The goblin leader has merged the blood of the silver dragon god. So once he dies, the blood level of the entire goblin will drop. At that time, the goblin army will lose resistance in a short period of time and cannot chase any enemy. This is what happened when the goblin king fell half a month ago. All the 17 goblin generals who followed him all had their blood levels dropped, causing their army to collapse. All the extraordinary powers in the current world are influenced by the silver dragon god, including the legendary weapons used by various races, or the cultivation and innate abilities of the strong. Although the goblins who rose through the blood of the silver dragon god have developed rapidly, this blood weakness is extremely obvious. To a certain extent, the strongest person determines the outcome of the battle. If there are 3 saints in the current dragon city, she can completely join forces with the other 2 to break through the blockade of the army and directly take the head of the local leader. But unfortunately, she is the only swordsman in the entire Yulong city. If she does not carry out the assassination, then the place will inevitably be breached as the Battle of the Legion progresses. After all, the number of goblin troops is too large. The thick city walls cannot withstand the continuous corrosion of flesh and blood. As long as the goblins consume some of the soldiers, the corrosive flesh and blood accumulated by them will be enough to completely corrode part of the city walls and break through into Yulong City within a few days. The city in the north, which was known as the first city of the kingdom, was eaten alive by goblins. So the swordsman by Dong will naturally not let the situation develop in the direction of a protracted war. Hearing this, Mubai was relieved. After completing the advanced main task, he will leave this dungeon world directly. At that time, there will be no danger in an instant. After the 2 finished talking, Bai Gang took Mubai away from the city lord's mansion. The streets were sparsely populated. It seemed that the economy in Yulong City was not good. Now, with the news that the goblin army was coming, people were even more panicked. If there was no place to go, many people would probably move away. The Sword Saint is very hard now. She became the Sword Saint of the human race chosen by the Silver Dragon Spirit at the age of 20. You can imagine the pressure she is under. The 2 people walking side by side on the street chatted casually. When Mubai heard that the lowly Sword Saint was only in her 20s, he was also slightly surprised. He thought that the other party was an old monster, but he didn't expect that he was still young. Is the saint the strongest in this world? Mubai asked with some curiosity. Not really. If we only count humans, then the saint must be the strongest. And like the goblins, the one with the purest bloodline becomes the king. If the king dies, the person with the purest bloodline behind him will automatically have a higher bloodline and become the goblin king. If Bai Gang said so, Mubai would understand. The strongest among the goblins is the king, while the human race has various saints. The king has only 1 saint, but there can be several saints at the same time. Bai Dong also said before that it takes 3 saints to kill the goblin king. So this also indirectly proves the strength of the Goblin King. 3 days after Mu Bai entered the city, the Goblin Corps appeared from all directions and surrounded the entire forest in the west of Yulong City. After seeing so many high-level Goblin professional masters, even the lowly Sword Saint was slightly shocked. Look at the badge. It is the Goblin Holy Corps, the strongest alien corps established by pure-blooded goblins. They didn't participate in the battle last time, which seems to be accumulating strength for today's siege. Everyone on the towering wall wore a mask. After all, the pure-blooded goblin sharpshooter was too dangerous. Anyone who showed his head on the wall would be targeted by the sharpshooter. Looking at the dense military formation in the distance, Mu Bai felt a little strange and said, "These goblins don't use equipment to attack the city? It is well known that to break through a city with full defense, you either disintegrate it from the inside or force it from the outside. But now these goblins obviously don't carry siege equipment. When the war starts, won't they be unable to break through the city?" Facing Mu Bai's question, Bai Gang shook his head. The siege equipment is always there. Just the low-level goblin flesh and blood. The goblin flesh and blood that died in the large-scale siege will corrode the city walls, which is why the goblin army was able to enter the heart of the royal city. There are goblins coming, Bai Gang reminded everyone in a deep voice after he finished speaking. The wretched goblin with glasses shaking mechanical wings in the air smiled and raised his hands to everyone, indicating that he was not a threat. "Everyone, I am the messenger sent by the king. Yulong City will definitely be breached today. There is no city that can resist the attack of my 60,000 goblin army. If you surrender, the merciful king may consider not massacring the city." The lowly swordsman just felt funny. These goblins learn quickly. These words were also said by the kingdom that attacked the goblin tribe a long time ago. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Today, you and I will definitely fight to the death. What else can I say? After Bai Gang said this, he turned around, bent his bow and drew his arrow, and shot it swiftly in front of the goblin driving the flying mechanical wings. Okay. Since you don't want to, the day my army breaks through the city will be your H.L. The goblin reacted very quickly. After turning the switch to control the wings, he dodged the arrows and quickly dived down along the city wall. In front of the two armies, Mu Bai felt that this was a good opportunity, so he turned over and ran vertically along the wall. The goblin messenger who was adjusting the mechanical wings was about to straighten the switch to make himself fly again when a sharp sword instantly pierced his chest. Mu Bai jumped on the other side and rolled on the ground. The goblin spitting blood immediately fell to the ground without a sound. Good kill. Hack. Good skills. Everyone on the wall was quite surprised. A roaring voice quickly came from the nearest goblin army in the distance. "Human. We meet again. Get out of the way. This human must be killed by me personally." The pure-blooded goblin holding a battle axe and sitting on a wolf angrily knocked away the surrounding soldiers and ran towards Mu Bai. The man's left eye was still wrapped in gauze, and it was obvious that he was the pure-blooded goblin guerrero. The two men immediately clashed with each other under the city. Mu Bai, who originally wanted to use the hook on his waist to climb up the city wall, immediately changed his mind. Since this guy was so angry and impulsive, he could take this opportunity to kill him and perhaps improve his own title. Thinking of this, he dodged the opponent's heavy axe and drew out another long sword with his left hand. Dual swords were not what Mu Bai was good at, but it was the most deadly to Guerrero, who was blind in one eye at the moment. With speed, strength, physique and other attributes far inferior to the opponent, Mu Bai completely played the strategy of dual sword guerrilla warfare. After just a few rounds, Guerrero, who could not lock the trajectory of the opponent's dual swords with one eye, had already been scarred on his left leg, and he could not hold the battle axe in his hand. He jumped off the wolf and laughed coldly, still dare not take it head-on. Skill activated. Blood Rage. Skill Blood Rage creates a range attack of chi and blood that consumes part of the chi and blood thunder. The turbulent chi and blood suddenly condensed into a monstrous killing intent. Who can compete with the Blood Rage? Pure-blooded Goblin Guerrero still regarded Mu Bai as the enemy he had fought before, but it was obvious that after the last battle and the attributes added by the two high-level titles, Mu Bai had been reborn. Holding dual swords, he jumped into the air with a ghostly figure on his toes. Then, at the moment when the Blood Rage hit the ground and exploded, both swords were fired. One sword cut off Guerrero's helmet, and the other sword scratched the opponent's only remaining right eye. Guerrero, who was furious, obviously didn't expect why this human speed would become so fast. Now his eyes were full of darkness and severe pain. He had completely lost his mind. The blood rage in his body, that could only be stimulated by consuming blood, and she suddenly broke out again. But it was obvious that the blood rage skill could not be activated continuously. Under the backlash of blood rage, he didn't release the skill, and he had already spit out hot black blood from his mouth. Seizing this opportunity, Mubai lowered his body and punched out like a flowing and invisible river. This was exactly the move he extended from the basic physical skills he had comprehended before, and he turned it into flowing water. Flowing water can besiege the enemy, or it can be compressed into a point and exploded. Mubai, shaking his fist, blasted Guerrero's neck as fast as a whip in his hand. This brutal killing method made the nearby goblin soldiers tremble with their legs, and they didn't dare to go up and fight Mubai head-on for a while. Guerrero, whose throat was pierced, fell straight to the ground with his knees weak. Some of the opponents spurting blood dyed half of Mubai's body red. Holding the bloody double swords, he seemed like a demon from H.L., which was frightening. This was also partly due to the influence of mental power, which enhanced his image in the eyes of these goblins at the moment. The emotion called fear quickly spread among the goblin soldiers, who dared not approach. Ding dong. Title upgrade. Goblin Intermediate Killer upgraded to Goblin Advanced Killer. Goblin Advanced Killer, when fighting against goblins, you will get a 40% damage bonus. When the morale of the goblin group is low, the fear and rout effects will be triggered in front of you. When fighting against goblin strongmen, there will be a 90% probability of triggering critical damage and triggering rapid slaughter. For every goblin killed within 10 minutes, the comprehensive attribute will be improved by 1%, and the maximum improvement limit is 100%. Goblin Advanced Killer. A damage bonus of 40% is so terrifying. Plus the doubled attack critical strike, plus the rapid slaughter. It can be said that the advantage he has when facing goblins is simply terrifying. Kill! 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 With the blessing of these title attributes and special passive skills, Mubai did not give the goblin soldiers in front of him a chance to retreat. As he rushed forward, his two-handed long swords burst into bloody roses in the goblin army. Under the rapid killing, every sword hit critically, so that the goblin defense soldiers holding giant shields were killed like crispy skin in front of Mubai. At this moment, Mubai was actually trying to apply the water flow technique. Water can be as fast as a flood or as continuous as a stream. Now, every time he enters the goblin army, he chooses to consume the least power, so that he can keep killing the enemy and maintain his own physical consumption. In this weird dynamic balance, he is even more and more relaxed. One move are like a flowing river washing over the earth. After a few rounds, the elite goblin army was killed by him 7 times. Realizing that the goblin elites were gathering nearby, Mubai naturally would not stay here. He immediately rushed out of the army formation, took out the hook from his waist, and quickly climbed up the wall. Among the goblin elites who came, 3 pure-blooded goblin sharpshooters looked at each other and immediately formed an arrow formation and shot 3 sharp arrows in unison. Mubai, who was climbing the wall, had a feeling in his heart and did not even turn his head back. He used the sound of breaking wind to hold the sword in his right hand and cut off the arrows with 3 consecutive slashes. What? The 3 sharpshooter goblins exclaimed almost at the same time. You know, they just activated the skills of the goblin sharpshooter. The arrows that can hide their breath and sound were actually cut off so easily. Mubai was actually a little surprised. After all, with his current comprehensive attributes, it is actually difficult to dodge or chop the arrows so accurately even if he noticed the arrows being shot. To be able to do this can only mean that his strength has increased rapidly by relying on the attributes temporarily improved by killing goblins. Some instinctive fighting methods can also be used. When Mubai turned over and entered the city wall, he was surrounded by applause. Good skills. Even Bai Gang was shocked. Mubai's battle was like a work of art. Especially in the goblin army. He really had the demeanor of an unparalleled general. This side was happy. But the goblin camp on the other side was a scene of frost-like silence. But soon the giant goblin in a red cloak slowly stood up. He stood in the front, wearing gorgeous armor decorated with dragon bones and emeralds, holding a giant sword inlaid with magic runes. Its eyes flashed with cunning light. And the Goblin King encouraged the Legion with its unique sharp voice. My messenger has been killed. And these stupid humans may always regret their decision at this moment. Warriors, it's time to show our strength to our enemies. Today, we will make the Dragon City ours. With the encouragement of the Goblin King, fierce cheers broke out in the Legion. All the goblins were excited, and they rushed forward, eager to perform well in the upcoming battle. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, like a flash of lightning that broke through the silent night, foreshadowing the coming of a storm. After everything was ready, the Goblin Legion began to march towards the Dragonfall City with a slow and firm pace. They moved silently through the woods, like wild beasts in the forest. Only the collision of armor and weapons, and the sound of footsteps on the ground broke the silence of the forest. They were ready to raze the Dragonfall City to the ground with the most violent attack. The movement in the deep jungle naturally caught the attention of the Dragonfall City. The lowly Sword Saint immediately ordered the archers on the city wall to be on guard. And at the city gate below, a large number of heavily armed soldiers holding giant shields and spears formed a tight formation and slowly advanced. "Move by. I'll leave it to you next." As she said that, the lowly Sword Saint handed the Dragonfall sword in her hand to him, and her petite figure held another long sword emitting a faint light, and pointed it at the forest not far away. "You all use the blood and flesh of the enemy to build the impenetrable walls of my Dragonfall City. Kill the goblins. The kingdom's reinforcements will arrive soon." On the front line of the goblin army, a petite figure stood alone between the forest and the castle. She was wearing exquisite swordsman equipment and holding a long sword with a dim light. Her face was pretty and lovely, but her eyes were full of determination and perseverance. The surrounding goblin army surged towards her like a tide, but she stood still and just waited quietly. When the first goblin rushed in front of her, she jumped up with a light body, and her long sword drew a dazzling arc, splitting the goblin in half with one sword. Behind her, the movements of other goblins seemed to slow down, as if they were suppressed by her powerful momentum. She danced with the long sword, and every swing took away the life of a goblin. Her sword skills were as smooth as flowing water, without any stagnation, as if every sword could predict the enemy's actions. In front of her, the goblins fell like wheat fields, and she was like the god of death, taking away all their hopes. Her figure jumped in the battlefield, and every time she landed, she was accompanied by the wailing of the goblins. Her sword was already stained with blood, but her eyes did not waver at all, just like a cold killer who turned the battlefield into a Shura field. "Human Sword Saint, die!" The goblin warrior holding two axes roared. In the roar that soared into the sky, the lowly Sword Saint jumped with a long sword in her hand, and when she fell into the goblin army, a sword-cutting light wave tore all creatures within dozens of meters around. Obviously, this is the strength of a high-level silver dragon bloodline warrior. The pure-blooded goblin warrior was as fragile as a piece of white paper in front of her. In the sword light and shadow, three burly figures appeared in front of the lowly Sword Saint. She looked at them carefully, and her heart sank slightly. The Saint Realm Warrior, the Crazy Lion Black, the Saint Realm Warrior, the Disaster Dolly, the Saint Realm Warrior, the Dragon Snake Scat. They were the three surviving Saint Realm Warriors under the former Goblin King, and there was only one Sword Saint facing them. On the battlefield where the fighting continued, the eyes of the Sword Saint Lowly suddenly turned white. Under the powerful power of the Silver Dragon bloodline, dragon scales spread all over her body. This is clearly a phenomenon that only higher-level bloodlines can show. Tangle her and wait until the army decides the winner before killing her, the Crazy Lion said softly. The strongest Sword Saint in the land of Yulong City was unexpectedly a little girl, but they would not underestimate the enemy. Kill! Three blood-red lights and shadows attacked at the same time, like a giant beast covering the sky. The lowly with dragon scales spreading on her skin looked at the three people coldly. The Sword Saint's special skill, Snow Wave Dragon Chi Slash. The icy power of the Silver Dragon bloodline surged out like a swimming dragon. The three Goblin Saint-level strongmen in the scattered snowflakes were actually repelled at the same time. Use me as the boundary. You can't move forward half a step. The dragon roared in the wind and snow. In an instant, it was as daunting as the arrival of a real dragon. The three Saint-level goblins, who retreated dozens of steps in a row, felt a great pressure. The purity of the Silver Dragon bloodline of this little lowly is terrifying. Even the purity of the Silver Dragon bloodline in the body of the Goblin King may not be comparable to it. The lowly Sword Saint who used the Sword Saint's unique skill, Snow Wave Dragon Chi Slash, also obviously had more dense dragon scales on his body. The new Goblin King stared at this scene coldly through the army formation in front. The strongest swordsman is indeed worthy of his reputation. But you are only one person after all. You three can wear her down. After the iron-like command came out, the three saints immediately gritted their teeth and besieged again. They had to do so under the suppression of blood. And the Goblin King's meaning was very obvious that he did not want to take risks. He would not leave until the three Goblin Saints consumed the swordsman to death. This is the king. Either he would conserve his energy and never take action, or he would take action with thunder and strike to defeat the enemy. In the sword and shadow like the eye of the storm, Mu Bai, whose appearance had been temporarily changed by the illusionist, turned into the image of a goblin warrior and continued to approach the core of the battlefield with the help of the chaotic crowd. After seeing the skills of the lowly swordsman with his own eyes, he was also slightly shocked. In this pure blood world, the momentum of this battle was already extremely terrifying. He did not forget his mission, and held the dragon sword at his waist tightly. "What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and get on top? All the legions on the first front. Come on!" The goblin supervisor holding a long whip angrily whipped the goblin slaves, who were afraid and did not quickly join the front battlefield. These slaves were the natives of the goblin tribe. The low-end goblin slaves, who had not been strengthened by the blood of the fallen silver dragon, were just cannon fodder for death. Mu Bai, hiding among these slaves, tried to keep his body low and avoid the sight of the goblin supervisor. When he broke through the siege, a sharp look looked at him. After knowing that this was the side of the goblin king, Mu Bai immediately said in a deep voice, "Great goblin pure-blooded king, the legion I belong to has found a secret passage array in the northeast of the fallen dragon city that can directly enter the city. I hope you can take a look." The passage array. This thing is of great significance. Even the arrogant goblin king's eyes condensed when he heard this. All the extraordinary abilities in this world are based on the blood of the fallen silver dragon god. It is said that the secret magic array channels left in various places are transformed from the essence of the silver dragon. If the goblin's blood flows and touches those hidden arrays, it may really be able to summon array scrolls. Bring it up. The goblin king waved his hand and forcibly suppressed his joy. If he could really break into the fallen dragon city without bloodshed, he would be able to capture the entire western area of the human kingdom. At that time, he could go straight into the plains and rely on the advantage of the rear troops to completely stalemate. When the war situation stabilizes, he can use these territories as bargaining chips to call on all the goblin tribes to settle there. When the goblin kingdom and the tribal forces are combined again, he can achieve a high degree of political and religious unity. This is his ambition. Create a strongest goblin kingdom that rules the entire continent. Mu Bai did not dare to show any abnormality, and he presented the formation scroll with a happy look on his face. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he was only 2 steps away from the goblin king, the dagger was revealed. The dragon slash on his waist was instantly slashed out. The speed was so fast that even Mu Bai was surprised. The speed of the dragon slash, which was purely based on the spiritual points, has obviously exceeded any power in the current world limit. The goblin king, whose entire body was cut off diagonally, fell to the ground in pain with a dragon roar. After the spiritual points were completely consumed, Mu Bai also half knelt on the ground with difficulty. Unlike the situation when he expected to leave the copy world, those who were affected by the blood of the goblin king at this moment all lost their combat ability painfully. But the prompt to leave the copy never appeared. This also shows that there is only one reason. The goblin king is not dead. Human. The goblin king, whose head was cut off, roared and slowly stood up. The twisted tentacles on the cut-off half of his body gradually connected to the other half of his body. This scene was extremely terrifying. Mu Bai, who was powerless, could only roll and dodge as he watched the opponent's tentacles attack. The goblin king, who had just repaired his body, obviously had not adapted to it yet. At this moment, he stared at Mu Bai without any intention of chasing. Seeing this, Mu Bai immediately opened the reconnaissance eye. Name unknown, race goblin, pure blood king, level 10, attributes strength 39, agility 36, constitution 45, spirit 29, talent increased reproduction speed, increased group morale limit, top hunting combat skills, full body muscle strengthening, highly strengthened silver dragon bloodline, skill unknown, passive skill king's fall. After being killed, you will get a chance to revive once and enter the high purity state of silver dragon bloodline. In this state, all attributes will be weakened by 80% for 3 minutes, and you cannot release active skills. After 3 minutes, you will recover your original strength. Status anger. This attribute has already crushed any goblin army. More importantly, this passive skill is simply shocking. It is ridiculously difficult to revive once. The active skill cannot be seen yet, which means that he currently has 2 choices. First, withdraw from the battlefield immediately after a long-term plan. Second, kill the opponent within 3 minutes. In a flash, Mu Bai rolled to dodge the attack and confirmed his idea. At this moment, here, the goblin king must fall. There is no better opportunity than this time. You must die. Hearing Mubai's voice, the Goblin King, whose body was being repaired, panted and said viciously, "Come on. As long as the opponent dares to come over, he can kill this idiot instantly." He had seen that the tyrannical force was emitted by the divine weapon, the dragon-killing sword, in the opponent's hand, but it was obvious that this human could not launch such a continuous slash. Mubai, who was exhausted, held the sword in both hands and smiled and shouted to everyone behind him, "The Goblin King's strength has been reduced by 80% now. Everyone, take this opportunity to kill him." Due to the influence of the Goblin Silver Dragon bloodline before, all the pure-blooded goblins with combat power were paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. So when the elite of the dragon-killing city heard Mubai's words, they immediately broke through the siege and kept approaching here. Looking at the endless influx of human soldiers, the Goblin King was angry and laughed. On the other side of the battlefield, due to the influence of the Goblin King's death, the three Goblin Saints' fighting power was greatly reduced. In the end, the lowly Sword Saint successfully killed the three with a series of final skills. But she was also exhausted. "Sword Saint, are you okay?" Bai Gang, who was covered in blood, hurried to help the lowly Sword Saint up. The lowly Sword Saint, who noticed the change in the Goblin King's breath, pushed him away. "Don't worry about me. Mubai should have succeeded, but the Goblin King should not be completely dead. From now on, everyone will kill the Goblin King. Don't let him leave the Dragon City alive." Hearing this, Bai Gang also realized the seriousness of the problem. At present, the lowly Sword Saint was obviously unable to fight anymore, and the task of dealing with the Goblin King could only be handed over to others. "Brothers, everyone follow me." Bai Gang, who drew out the bloody long sword, shouted loudly, and he ran forward in the response of the mountains and the sea. The Goblin King, who was so angry that he laughed at Mubai, felt that it was outrageous at the moment. A human who came out of nowhere actually transformed his appearance to be close to him and killed his first life with one knife. This was simply a fantasy. But it happened. He could clearly sense that the power of that sword had surpassed any attack he had ever seen. And at this moment, the person who performed such a slashing attack actually shamelessly let other humans besiege him. It was really shameless. Too shameless. "Let's fight alone." The Goblin King, who was besieged by soldiers one after another, was miserable. At this moment, he was in a state of repair and could not move at all. With the weakened attributes, he only had enough blood volume, and other skills could not be used. Now being besieged by everyone was actually the most difficult for him to resist. "This is a duel. You fight all of us alone." Mubai stood with a sword and said lightly. In his eyes, the Goblin King was extremely dangerous. In 3 minutes, he must seize the opportunity to conserve his energy and strive to use the Dragon Slash again. Time passed by minute. Although the defensive SH.L derived from the Silver Dragon bloodline was a little funny, it still allowed the Goblin King to barely resist the siege of these people. Bai Gang, who arrived late, immediately asked Mubai after seeing this scene, "What's going on? Why did the Goblin King become defensive?" "He has died once. His passive skill is currently taking effect. He will recover all his strength in 1 minute." After saying that, Mubai felt that his spiritual points had recovered a small part, and he did not delay any longer. He rushed into the besieged camp with a few steps and made a dragon-killing slash. Because the spiritual points were enough to support, but the physical body obviously could not withstand such pressure. Almost at the moment when Mubai's slash fell, the Goblin King's arms exploded at the same time. But Mubai laughed like a madman. "Goodbye, everyone." Mubai, whose arms were broken, felt his feet loosen, and the whole person instantly disappeared in the current world. As the white light gradually descended, when Mubai opened his eyes again, he suddenly stood up. The sound of clocks and cicadas. He returned to the real world. Sitting on the bed, he felt as if he had just had a very long dream. Goblin's Fury, main quest. The chosen warriors in the north of the kingdom killed the Goblin Chosen. The scattered Goblin King regrouped the scattered warriors. Now they are targeting the border city of Yulong. Kill 500 goblins to complete the quest. Yulong City Battle, Advanced Main Quest 1. The Goblin Chosen led the army to attack the border of the human kingdom again. The human chosen Sword Saint Bai Dong issued an assassination mission to you. Assassinate the Goblin Chosen, the supreme leader, in the battle. After completing the mission, the reward for clearing the level will increase. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has completed the advanced main quest, and the current quest reward is upgraded. Gaining 5th level experience increased by 40%. 3 selection boxes appeared in front of his eyes. Advanced Attribute Enhancement, Weak Talent Enhancement, obtaining random Devil Fruit. These 3 rewards made Mubai stunned. System. I will get Devil Fruit after completing the quest. Ding dong. The Eternal System has connected all the dungeon information of the first island chain universe. The host can ask me to answer his questions. When completing a high difficulty dungeon mission, there is a very small chance of obtaining a random Devil Fruit. So that's it. He was still wondering why some people could become capable people even though they didn't succeed in obtaining Devil Fruits in the Devil Fruit dungeon. It turned out to be this reason. Presumably, those rich people would spend a lot of money to buy Devil Fruits. If they obtain Devil Fruits later, they can sell them in exchange for money and resources. Among the 3 options, the first one he ruled out was obtaining a random Devil Fruit. The randomness was too strong. Even if he obtained it, it would not help him. What's more important is that one of the conditions for entering the Devil Fruit dungeon 1 month later is that he must not have a Devil Fruit. And Weak Talent Enhancement also has no practical effect on him. Most of his current attribute points are added from the Eternal System. The attribute points obtained by signing in to the Eternal System or through other means are not affected by the negative effects of his talent at all. So he has no idea of strengthening his talent ability for the time being. After eliminating these 2 options, there is only one option left. That is Advanced Attribute Enhancement. System. Select Advanced Attribute Enhancement. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Attribute Enhancement. Strength +3. Agility +3. Constitution +5. Spirit +, for the all-round attribute enhancement filled Mubai's Dantian with warmth. His body became more solid in the heat. The original weak constitution was gradually dissipating, replaced by a sharp feeling. Crack! Mubai opened his arms, and his whole body made a series of crisp sounds. The significant enhancement of his constitution made his muscles and bones more flexible. System. Open the panel. The new panel flashed with light and shadow and appeared in his eyes. Name Mubai level 5, 45% EXP, attributes strength 12, agility 13, constitution 17, spirit 78904. Hidden attributes such as luck and charm have no specific values. Talent super charm, it comes with a negative effect. Weakness, which will weaken the carrier's all-round attributes by 40%. Devil Fruit none. The sign-in and the increased constitution from the dungeon rewards have reached a staggering 17 points. This number is not low. You must know that this is already very close to the top physical attributes in the current school. And this is just the result of his short few days. After you experience the Goblin copy, Mubai experience several other random copies in the next 3 weeks. Except for the second random copy of the level 6 ordinary difficulty. The remaining 2 were ordinary copies of the second and third difficulty. Overall, the strength added by the 3 low-level copies was not as much as the attribute points given by the Goblin rare copy at one time. In addition to participating in the system's weekly random copies, he spent most of his time tempering his own basic physical skills of flowing water. After all, this thing was also something he had realized. So after a month of training, he gradually applied the basic physical skills of flowing water to swordsmanship, boxing, leg techniques and other moves. In general, he has now made all the efforts before entering the Devil Fruit copy. Tomorrow is the time to enter the Devil Fruit copy. At this moment, he is carrying an iron sword and other protective gear and entering the city center of the Yunhai area alone. There are the most sophisticated illusion testing instruments here, and the level and combat power of the enemies appearing in the illusion can also be adjusted as he wishes. May I ask what the price of the low-level illusion that can be adjusted at will is? When he went to the front desk to ask about the price, someone patted his shoulder. Mubai? The tall Wukai behind him unexpectedly put his arm around Mubai's shoulders, as if they were on very good terms. Mubai was a little speechless. But in fact, he didn't want to pay attention to the other person. Yet he was too familiar with the other person before they were close enough. It would only make him dislike him. What's more, there was a wandering soul following this guy, which made people unwilling to get close to him. The receptionist looked at Mubai's face, like a bit of a fangirl, and obviously didn't notice the soul body. Realizing this, he didn't look at the soul body but asked back, Wukai, you are here to practice too? Why does our handsome Mu think I don't have that money? I'll tell you a secret. In the past month, I have made a great name for myself in our Yuhai City area. I am much richer than you ordinary students. When Wukai was smiling and wanted to say something, the soul body following him stared at Mubai's body with some confusion and said, It's weird. This young man's mental power is inexplicably high. This level of natural mental power is rare in the entire first universe island chain. The soul body Mubai had actually discovered a clue when he glanced at it casually just now. This soul body looked like a white-haired old man. But he was unscrupulous when he spoke. And it was obvious that he was used to the people around him not being able to hear him. What do you mean? Wu Kai, who was asking the soul body in a low voice, frowned when he heard the old man's high evaluation of him. Gao Han, the strongest man in the school, was just an ordinary genius in the eyes of the old man. But how could Mu Bai receive such a high evaluation? Why didn't he see what was special about this guy? There seemed to be nothing special about him except that he was handsome and charming. Right? What I mean is that you'd better build a good relationship with him. You should focus on developing yourself at present. If you can't break through the restrictions of the first island chain universe, I won't be able to revive in the future. This person may be able to help you in the future. Just him? The tall and strong Wu Kai almost laughed. Mu Bai is a useless person. He may not be able to pass the devil fruit copy this time. How can he have a bright future? This time, he really didn't believe the judgment of this mysterious old man. After all, he was already a dead man and his soul depended on him to survive. Half a year ago, he was working at a construction site. He was injured accidentally, and his blood dripped onto the ground. This caused the old man in a stone in the deep pit to wake up. And then he took up residence in his body. In the past 6 months, his rapid progress in combat power was all thanks to the ability of this old man. Otherwise, he would not have any spirit snake physical skills or any powerful attribute points. He and this old man also had a mutually beneficial relationship. The other party relied on him to return to his own planet and then revive, while he had to rely on the other party to grow into a legendary strongman in this world. Hearing Wu Kai's words, the white-haired old man said helplessly, "You always have your own ideas. You must lend me your body temporarily for tomorrow's devil fruit copy. Otherwise you may not be able to get the devil fruit with your reckless character. Do you think it's possible?" Although Wu Kai was somewhat disdainful of the other party's point of view, he already had this plan in his mind. In the devil fruit copy, giving the body to this old man to use might really be better than his control. As long as he gets a powerful devil fruit, he can soar into the sky. Really stepped on Gao Han. Mu Bai had already gone to the private room while the two were talking. He also listened to the conversation between the two, and a trace of other ideas was born in his mind. First of all, according to his analysis, this white-haired soul old man may not really exist in the first island chain universe, because there is no strong person in the first island chain universe who can live by relying on the soul body. The knowledge in this person's mind is very important. If there is a chance in the future, he can use it to achieve his own goals. After walking through the white corridor, he entered the room number 1023. Please adjust the enemy level, number, difficulty and other options. A black puppet-like mechanical body is being thrown into the room. After putting on the helmet connected to the virtual world, the scene in front of him quickly retreated. The small room around disappeared and was replaced by green grass. The technology of this world is indeed very powerful. To some extent, it is beyond any world he has ever experienced before. Each of the 3 major federal forces on this planet has a fleet of space battleships. The powerful fleet of space battleships can even physically destroy everything on the ground within 3 minutes. If it weren't for the blockade of the first island chain in the universe, the technology of this world would have made further breakthroughs. The Yunhai area is also called Yunhai City, as one of the core areas of the Huaxia Federation. This area is naturally the city with the fastest technological development. In particular, the 13 floating islands can realize the energy protection shield of the entire Federation hinterland. It is rumored that this protection shield can block the offensive of 100-level strongmen. A virtual large screen appeared in front of him with a cold mechanical sound. After adjusting the difficulty among various options, he began the actual combat test. Fierce wolf-shaped beasts, or bear-shaped beasts that focus on strength. He took the lead in testing this kind of non-human beast. This time he purely used the basic physical skills of flowing water as the core, and then started a series of attacks. His boxing skills were as flexible as a winding river in the previous moment, and his leg skills were like turbulent waves that smashed the spine of the wolf-shaped beast. The hardness and softness were quite like Tai Chi. The holy afterglow penetrated from the church. There are many kinds of beliefs in the Star Sea world, but the most common one is the belief in the eternal God. The word eternity can represent many wills. Everyone hopes that their existence can transcend time and space and reach eternity. The same is true for family, love and friendship. People's complex emotions also give birth to this belief called eternity. There are strange symbols engraved on the colored glass. Which is the church number? 0172 Big Ben Church. In the Big Ben Church, Zhuqingya is looking at the priest with a sad look. At this moment, the two are discussing a very important matter. Are you saying that Mu Bai has become different? The priest, who always squinted his eyes, did not seem to be surprised, but expressed Zhuqingya's concerns very calmly. Isn't it enough to explain everything that the protected target's personality has changed? Zhuqingya, wearing a black jacket, looked at the priest sharply. In addition to the superficial identity, the other party actually has a deeper identity. But this identity is rarely known. Change leads to communication. Communication leads to smoothness. Smoothness leads to success. And repetition is the origin of Tao. It is normal for Mu Bai to change. Why are you making a fuss? The priest said with a smile. In his eyes, the other party was obviously talking about this matter with other emotions. This is actually very bad. You should know that people in the high-level world should not be involved with people in the low-level world. Let alone Mu Bai, who is a key focus target. If you are confused, you can't judge things objectively and rationally. And the purpose of the Eternal Church is exactly this. Watching the development of world civilization from an outsider's perspective. Absolutely rational and absolutely objective. Since you don't care, I naturally have no objection. Tomorrow is the day we enter the Devil Fruit copy. But Mu Bai has been training alone at home. This training result may not guarantee that he can walk out of the Devil Fruit copy alive. The injuries suffered after entering the copy can be quickly repaired. But there is no way to treat fatal injuries like that. This is actually fundamentally different from the copy world randomly connected by the Eternal System. In the weekly random dungeon of the Eternal System, as long as the task is completed and exited, even the injuries that could be fatal immediately will be quickly repaired. The priest, holding his hands together, calmly watched the other party leave the church. After a long time, he finally murmured, "Everything is destined." The second day, all the idle people in front of the Yunhai Dungeon Guild have been cleared. Today is the day when the students of the entire Yunhai city enter the Devil Fruit Dungeon. It can be said to be a crucial day. All other dungeons are suspended for one day. At the same time, the Dungeon Guild also transported the comprehensive strength evaluation equipment distributed by the superiors. Since there may be casualties in the Devil Fruit Dungeon, even if some students want to challenge some dungeons, the guild here will dissuade them. The most important reason for dissuading is actually the numerical evaluation of the evaluation instrument. If it is too low, it will be forcibly prohibited from participating. If the numerical difference is not large, then the challenger's opinion will naturally be respected. This management method is also a more humane approach. Although Mu Bai, who was standing in the first team, was standing in the back row, he was still the focus of people nearby. This was mainly because his charm value was too high. Many girls in other schools were discussing him. This charm value itself actually has different degrees of influence on gender. For example, Mu Bai's charm value at this moment may increase the favorability of boys by 10 points, while it may double the favorability of girls by 20 points, or even 30 points. The influence of charm value is different for different genders. And the same is true in the eyes of enemies. When the enemy is on the verge of collapse, the strong charm value will automatically transform into a deterrent to make the enemy collapse more. These are the results obtained by Mu Bai after testing. Look at that guy's arrogance. After I get a powerful devil fruit from the copy this time and surpass Gao Han, I will definitely help you improve your strength. Smiling, Wu Kai looked at Gao Han, who was chatting and laughing with a school beauty, and was angry. On the contrary, he felt particularly comfortable looking at Mu Bai, who was handsome but weak. Mu Bai, who could hear other meanings in the other party's tone, smiled indifferently and did not comment. This guy approached the original body purely to attract the attention of other girls. He also understood this adolescent idea. Are you Mu Bai from Pinghuai High School? At some point, two twin sisters came to him. Their hot bodies and delicate faces made people nearby drool. It's me. Don't you remember us sisters? Mu Bai, who didn't understand what the two were going to do, didn't say much. His memory was still partially incomplete, and there was nothing he could do about it. Although his mental strength was enough to support all the memories of his original body, he couldn't remember those unclear memories at all. The two looked at each other and left calmly. Are you sick? Mu Bai, who didn't understand what the two were going to do, had his sleeves pulled. The top three of Shengyan High School in Yunhai City. Are these twin sisters related to you? Zhuqingya, holding her arms, said lightly. I don't know. How could he know what these two people did without any relevant memories in his mind? Shengyan High School is the strongest high school in the entire Yuhai City. It is not comparable to Pinghui High School with all kinds of strong people. These sisters are obviously not here to chat up. Good guy. It's good to be handsome. Wu Kai stared at the sisters in a daze, with some dissatisfaction. The old man in the soul body sighed, and said dissatisfiedly, I really have nothing to say. Young people must restrain their desires. Your current task is to surpass the 100-level barrier in the shortest time instead of staring at the back of a woman and sighing here. TSK. Isn't it for enjoyment to become a strong man? Do you want me to practice like you and end up being backstabbed by my dearest disciple, and fall into poverty to the point where I can only live by living on me? Wu Kai's words almost made the old man's blood boil. You bastard. I told you this to make you be careful in dealing with people, and never trust anyone. You are using this to mock me? Go to the devil fruit copy by yourself. After saying that, the old man actually turned into a gray mist and dissipated. This scared Wu Kai. Hack. You're my real grandfather, and I'm going to listen to you. Isn't that enough? Wasn't what I just said angry? Talent. After hearing the conversation between the two, Mu Bai could only say this about Wu Kai. The passage connecting the dungeon world is extremely simple. The nearly 50-meter-long portal runs through the circular building. From a distance, you can feel the mysterious meaning. After the numerical evaluation, Mu Bai's class became the first group to enter the Devil Fruit Dungeon world. Ding dong. Start the main task of the Star Sea world. Task: Turning Point of Destiny. Perfect clearance will reward the Devil Fruit self-selected gift package. Normal clearance will reward the opening of Armament Hockey. Failure to pass the level will punish the host to close the Eternal System weekly dungeon for 1 year. After hearing the voice of the system in the crowd, Mu Bai's face gradually showed a trace of excitement. The reward for perfect clearance is the Devil Fruit self-selected gift package, which is a great help to him. The early opening of Armament Hockey as a reward for normal dungeon clearance is not very useful. As for the punishment for failing to pass the level, he naturally didn't care. If he could still fail with his current comprehensive combat power, I'm afraid that 99% of the people present would not be able to come out of the dungeon alive. Everyone at the scene was obviously looking forward to the scene after entering the dungeon. Just as everyone below was whispering, lightning exploded in the sky not far away. A white dot appeared in the dark sky. As the white dot got closer, the people present gradually felt scared. The white beast riding the wind came flying, and the man holding the reins and standing on the white flying beast landed on the ground in a very short time. The white beast had a huge head, and its body was similar to that of a bird of prey. But its head was actually similar to that of an old human. Its eyes looked very strange, and its slender tongue kept drooping some corrosive liquid and making a sizzling sound. What was even more frightening was the cold breath on it. The coldness penetrated into the bone marrow and was far more than the coldness of ice. It was more of a spiritual pressure. Obviously, the pressure of this monster itself had the ability to deter. Many students who were oppressed by this momentum retreated dozens of steps with pale faces. The fear from the bottom of their hearts made them retreat instinctively. It's the crazy cold ghost king and the 80-level copy of the night parade of 100 demons. Cui Qingya's face froze when she recognized this terrifying creature. You know, the 80-level copy monster is enough to sweep the entire city. And the strong man who controls this monster is obviously not just a simple 80-level existence. The corners of the monster's mouth raised, as if laughing at the embarrassment of everyone. Zhong Tianxi, who was standing on his back, looked around calmly, under the cover of the domineering aura of observation. The performance of all the students present entered his eyes. Although the expressions of several students from Shengyan High School were a little strange, they were not affected too much by the crazy cold ghost king. They were obviously good seedlings. And these second-year students from other high schools were a little disappointing. However, when his eyes swept over Mu Bai, they paused slightly. This guy was actually leisurely without any emotional changes. And the same was true for the girl behind him. This was a bit strange. Judging from his clothes, that person should be from the Communication Administration Bureau. The Communication Administration Bureau, as the name suggests, is a department that manages all matters of the Huaxia Federation. Its authority is incredible. It is said that the current director is one of the few top-level 100 experts in the Huaxia Federation. Zhong Tian's purple hair was very conspicuous, and his face with plain glasses looked particularly cold. The word command was engraved on the left shoulder of the black and gold special combat uniform. Kneel down. The cold voice echoed in the square. The wild cold ghost king put away his tongue and slowly half knelt on the ground and lowered his body so that his master could fall to the ground. Zhong Tianxi, who stepped on the wild cold ghost king and walked to the ground step by step, was undoubtedly full of force. Many students did not even dare to look directly at his sharp eyes. He was too murderous, and it was obvious that he had killed people in the past 2 days. A bit handsome, Wukai whispered. He wanted to be a superior person and a strong man since he was a child. If there was a chance, he would also like to engrave his name in everyone's heart and become a great hero. He felt that this was impossible before, but now it seems that there is still a chance. As long as the old man in the soul body in his body is willing to help him, he will be promoted to the world's top strongman at a very fast speed. This person's knowledge of hockey is very high. What a pity, the old man in the soul body said softly. He actually knew the cruel truth of this world clearly. There are actually many geniuses in the civilizations or planets blocked by the first island chain in the universe. But they are all limited by the environment without exception. Without predecessors to break the blockade, the growth limit of these geniuses will only be lowered. Zhong Tianxi frowned slightly. He didn't know why he always felt that someone was watching him. The old man in the soul body seemed to notice this, and quickly retracted into Wukai's body. You can't look directly into this person's eyes. The other party's spirit points are very high, and may be able to vaguely perceive my existence. Wukai was also shocked when he heard this. Really? Then other people can also sense you? The old man snorted coldly and said with some disdain, if a level 100 strongman comes into close contact, he may be able to sense my existence. But other people cannot directly discover me. The huge difference in mental points is the watershed. You will understand it later. Mubai heard the other party's words clearly. But at this moment, he mainly focused on the crazy cold ghost king. He could actually feel the other party's momentum. But because of the strong mental power, he was almost unaffected. These days, he actually initially understood the meaning of mental points. At present, his physical strength is not enough. But his mental points obviously exceed the upper limit of this planet. So in many cases, his mental power can actually be immune to many things. But due to the limitations of the physical body, this also leads to a certain degree of weakening of the mental power. For example, this crazy cold ghost king. He can be completely immune to the other party's breath at this moment. But if the other party uses a control type skill, he will most likely not be able to use mental power to exempt it. This is the limitation. When the physical body is too weak, no matter how strong the mental points are, it will be useless. Today's dungeon exam is under my jurisdiction. My name is Zhong Tianxi. I hope you can return with full load. Zhong Tianxi stopped talking after saying this, and seemed very cold. Master Zhong, why are you here? The president of the Yunhai City Dungeon Association came over with some surprise. You must know that as an important member of the General Administration Bureau, Zhong Tianxi would never come to monitor the Devil Fruit Dungeon exam in one area. The fact that he came here means that there must be other problems. Zhong Tianxi, who stepped down, looked at the students below and said to the president in a deep voice, I received news that someone is going to do something dirty. And that person is among these students. The Shanghai world invaded the dungeon to plunder resources. And naturally there were also forces in the dungeon that attempted to enter the Shanghai world and cause damage. Among them, the so-called Hard Demon Dungeon was the worst hit area. There are a lot of energy blue crystals in the Hard Demon Dungeon. This high-level resource can promote people who have not used it to improve their spiritual points. It is also an important strategic level dungeon that the Huaxia Federation has only excavated in recent years. But no one expected that almost all the people who entered this dungeon later were possessed by the hard demon in this dungeon. This kind of hard demon creature has no entity. They can quietly penetrate the mental defense barrier and enter the spiritual soul of other people. It can also change all a person's thoughts and concepts quietly. This is extremely terrifying. At the beginning, many strong people had to be executed for this reason. If they were not executed, the hard demon could enter the body of other people through contact and escape again. So when Zhong Tianxi said that someone among the students was going to take action, the first thing he thought of was the hard demon. You mean the inner demon? It's not certain yet. But for safety reasons, I will be present throughout this dungeon assessment. With his hands behind his back, Zhong Tianxi showed a hint of killing intent in his eyes. If the situation is not right, he can only kill the students around him in the battle to cut off the escape route of the inner demon. There is no other way. The dungeon passage on the other side has been completely opened. Before Mu Bai and others entered one after another, Wu Kai said to Gao Han in the front with great pride, Gao Han, you and I will have a fight after the dungeon comes out. Gao Han, with a cold face, ignored him at all, but looked at Mu Bai. Staying with such a fool will hinder your practice. Don't bury your talent. This is a double entendre, which not only belittles Wukai's IQ, but also points out that Mu Bai has hidden his strength. The classmates were surprised and Mu Bai actually nodded in agreement. Hack? Mu Bai, you really hide your fighting power? Wukai, who was about to laugh out loud with some sarcasm, thought that the two were playing a double act. When he was about to pat this guy on the shoulder, a tremor from the heart actually stopped his hand in midair. Mu Bai turned back indifferently, and was too lazy to continue talking to this guy. The other party was too weak. He is looking at me. Before Wukai could get angry, the old man in his soul body actually said with some trembling. Others could not see it, but he clearly saw that the other party's vast and sea-like mental power, like the stars and the universe, revealed a crack. Even so, he was not able to see the whole picture. Don't provoke him in the future. He is more dangerous than anyone else. The old man's hoarse voice surprised Wukai very much. You know, when the other party boasted just now, he was just slightly afraid of the 100-level strongman. Why was he so afraid when it came to Mu Bai? Zhuo Qingya, who was watching all this, didn't care about the grudge between the two. She also confirmed one thing at this moment. That is, the gene lock on Mu Bai might have really been unlocked. After the episode, everyone entered the dungeon passage one after another. The scorching heat wave hit us, and the faint smell of sulfur made it difficult for people to breathe. When Mu Bai stood up and looked into the distance, he saw two colors full of black and red. Enter the Magma Hell instance. Level 10 Epic Difficulty. The Magma Hell instance is an extremely harsh and dangerous environment, where almost no life can survive. This instance is surrounded by deep volcanic rifts, which are filled with rolling magma, emitting blazing heat waves and a strong smell of sulfur. The volcanic ash in the sky blocks most of the sunlight, making the entire area shrouded in a dark red gloom. Instance mission: hunt down the three-headed lava beast. Level 10 Epic Difficulty? It's simply outrageous. With this difficulty, I'm afraid that all the students in this area will be wiped out. The smart ones who stay where they are and wait for the assessment time to end may still have a chance of survival. The dust in the nose makes people feel uncomfortable. He finally knows why ordinary people can't enter the Devil Fruit instance. If the physical strength is not enough, they can't survive here, let alone complete the mission. In this instance, magma is the main feature. It surges on the ground, and even forms huge magma waterfalls in some places, flowing into deeper underground caves. In some places, the Earth's crust is weak, and you can see magma surging underground as if it will break through the Earth's crust at any time to form a fatal volcanic eruption. This natural condition is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may even be swallowed by the hot magma. The injuries here can be repaired, but if you die in the copy of the Star Sea world, it is a real death. The chirping of birds can be faintly heard in the gray sky. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was hiding behind the rock, did not move rashly, but leaned on the rock to move his eyes upwards. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In an instant, the scorching heat wave quickly passed a few meters above his head. The raptor with a wingspan of several meters was flying towards the sky with some kind of fire element snake in its mouth. The steaming heat wave behind its wings even raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. He lowered his body when he noticed that there was another raptor flying behind him. Not far away from him, a person was running away. Obviously, the group of fire birds behind him was chasing him. Help! Dead. Dead. All dead. He and two girls in the class were lucky to appear in the same place. But unfortunately, the three of them traveled together and disturbed the giant beast in the lava river. On the way to escape, they were spotted by the flame bird flock. The other two girls had already died in the bird's mouth. He didn't want to die. When he stumbled and fell, his face was covered with dust. He saw Mu Bai hiding behind the stone. When he was about to ask for help, the claws like a shadow were already close at hand. After a long cry, the flame bird's claws held the round object and flew into the sky again, leaving only a headless corpse. Mu Bai, who watched this scene calmly, knew clearly that the other party was dead. But the flame bird flock did not leave. The flame bird flock that ate 3 people could obviously smell the smell of living people. At this moment, the flock of birds swooped down from the sky again. It was obvious that the location was around Mu Bai. He was calm and did not panic, but leaned against the rock and moved his feet gently. Sure enough, the flock of birds that landed on the ground all looked towards the direction of the boulder. The leader bird was smart enough not to go around but quietly flapped its wings and flew over the rock. Its cold eyes with a faint fire element were staring at the human below with a playful look. Just as it was about to pierce the opponent's head with its sharp beak, its whip kick with the intention of breaking it instantly broke its claws. Flowing water technique. Collapse punch. Mu Bai, who instantly pierced the chest of the flame bird, immediately rolled back. Seeing the leader bird being killed, the other birds roared and chased after him. Being surrounded by such a large number of birds in an open area is undoubtedly a headache. Fortunately, there are enough volcanic rocks around. Mu Bai, who entered the rock cave, found something strange on his right hand after killing the leader bird. Kill the flame leader bird and get the temporary weapon of the copy. The flame bird gloves. The flame bird gloves have the fire element resistance of the flame bird, causing a 20% damage bonus to fire creatures. After entering the dark cave, Mu Bai stared at the only light-emitting cave entrance. One by one, the flame birds roared and wanted to break in, but it was obvious that the light here was too dim, so no flame bird dared to enter the cave too much. During the stalemate, the sound of wings flapping was emitted from the outside of the cave entrance, and it was obvious that these flame birds had left. Looking at the flame bird gloves on his right hand, he finally understood why the dungeon arranged for them to appear in the outside world. It is estimated that this flame bird is the first level test. Killing the flame bird to obtain the flame equipment can complete the next task. The target of the task is the lava beast. Just by listening to the name, it is clear that this thing is probably a warrior-type dungeon creature. The dungeon of epic difficulty cannot help but be cautious. After staying at the entrance of the cave for another 3 minutes, he finally noticed that the last remaining flame bird had also flown away with his sensitive hearing. At that moment, he also crawled out of the cave. In fact, it is a bit of a pity. If these flame birds really crawled into it just now, he could take advantage of the terrain to defeat them one by one, and maybe other equipment could be dropped. After leaving the rocky area, he began to search along the volcano. During this period, he also carefully observed the area at the crater. With his sharp eyes, he always felt that there should be some creatures moving in the hot magma in the crater, but he did not dare to disturb rashly. The less danger, the better before solving the 3 lava beasts. After crossing the crater, his steps became more and more steady. He saw a red rock giant nearly 3 meters long moving slowly in the magma flow that was emitting heat waves. At a glance, the lower body of this big guy was absorbing magma. As the magma was absorbed, lines like meridians began to flow through his body, and his movement speed was actually getting faster. At the wind outlet on the hillside, a young man with a knife was approaching the giant beast silently. The long knife had a blazing fire pattern, which was obviously a temporary equipment obtained by killing the fire element copy creature. The eye of reconnaissance is turned on. Target lava monster. Name unknown, race lava beast, level 7, attributes strength 35, agility 25, constitution 40, spirit 5, talent scalding bloodline, absorbs magma to gain a fire elemental defense shield, son of joy, absorbs magma to gain a speed bonus, skills lava breath, spits out absorbed lava to cause range damage, passive skills home. The behemoth in the lava world has a super strong recovery ability. When the lava behemoth is not in an attacking state or moving state, it will recover health at a rate of 0.5% per second. Status comfortable. Is this a level 7 attribute? Mu Bai frowned and now understood why this was an epic level copy. The panel of this lava behemoth was already extremely exaggerated, except for its mental strength. It had almost no obvious weaknesses. Although he moves slowly, his physique is high. People with ordinary strength may not be able to break his defense. Moreover, this guy actually has a passive skill called home. As long as he does not move, he will passively recover health. This is simply an existence that combines offense and defense with healing. The knife-wielding boy at the upper wind saw that the lava beast did not notice that he was approaching, and he immediately relaxed a lot, and his pace of movement became obviously heavier and faster. This scene fell into the eyes of Mu Bai, who was hiding nearby, and it was a different scene. Although he could not detect the joy, anger, sorrow and happiness of the lava beast. After all, this guy did not have a human face. But he clearly noticed that when the boy approached, the speed of the lava beast absorbing magma slowed down significantly, and the whole body became a lot darker. He looked through the reconnaissance eye and found that the state of this guy had changed from comfort just now to alert. The boy shouted loudly when he was about to be a few meters away from the lava beast with the tightly grasped flame-patterned sword. The nearly perfect slash cut the left leg of the beast while the muscles were tense. Under the pressure of 1,000 pounds, the beast half knelt on the black surface with a rumble. Seeing the opponent being knocked down so easily, the boy was also delighted. With his super strength, he actually forced the giant beast to retreat step by step. Mu Bai, who was watching this scene calmly, actually felt a little cold in his heart, because the state of the giant beast at this moment clearly changed from alert to happy. That is to say, although the boy's strength is good and has the strength of the second echelon of this group of students, the lava giant beast obviously treats the other party as a toy. This is similar to humans teasing cats and dogs, and they just smile at the other party even if they are fierce. The boy with a knife has an outstanding physique and still has physical strength after fighting with the lava giant beast for several minutes. He was just panting and suddenly pulled away from the other party. His frightened eyes clearly felt a little strange. This lava giant beast seemed to have been defending all the time and had never attacked. It was still alive, and well after being attacked by himself for such a long time. But his physical strength was... Bastard. The boy's eyes burst with cold light. The next moment, he jumped into the air with a sword on his back, and ran away under the eyes of the lava giant beast. The lava beast, which had been stagnant for 3 seconds, made a buzzing sound. The next second, the beast got up and smelled sulfur from its mouth. When the boy was dozens of meters away from him, the hot magma poured out of the beast's mouth. The scorching heat wave turned into a circle and blocked the boy's way. Ah! The boy, whose left arm was partially burned by the magma, howled in pain, and the fear in his heart became even greater. Mu Bai, who was hiding nearby, was always observing the lava beast. From his release of the magma spewing skill to his action posture, every joint was accurately reflected in his mind. All living things have their habits, and actions driven by subconscious habits will also have the same characteristics, which is similar to the boxer's body posture often adjusting in a very short time when he punches. As long as you master the opponent's habits and the opponent's action trajectory, you can defeat him in the fastest and shortest time. At this moment, Mu Bai climbed over the obstacle and approached the lava beast quickly with boxing gloves in hand. The young man not far away saw someone entering the scene and attracted the attention of the giant beast, so he ran away immediately. The excited lava monster actually had a hint of playfulness when he saw Mu Bai approaching rapidly. Lava spewing. The steaming hot air under the surging lava flames surged and flowed violently. The young man Gu Wang, whose left arm was burned by the lava before, was watching the man who suddenly appeared approaching the lava beast from a distance. Is this guy crazy? He muttered to himself. But he knew the strength of the lava beast very well. He knew that he would lose after the opponent stood up, and he couldn't even break the defense. But the eyes hit his confidence. As a top student in his school, this was undoubtedly a blow to him. Thinking back to the time when he had boasted that the epic level dungeon was not a concern, it was a bit ridiculous to think about it now. Gu Wang smiled bitterly and moved his sight back to the battlefield. But the scene that appeared immediately afterwards made his mouth twitch slightly. What? Are you kidding? Beside the lava stream, after realizing that the opponent was about to spit out lava breath, Mu Bai's movement speed increased again. The complete Z-shaped movement made the beast a little stunned. The breath in his mouth could not find the exact direction, and Mu Bai's muscles and bones were already moving while he spit out the breath. As his hind legs straightened, he leaped up and threw an uppercut at the beast's chin. Don't you want to spit out your breath? Then swallow it for me. Noticing that the beast wanted to raise its rock right arm, Mu Bai immediately used the opponent's shoulder as a fulcrum to jump onto its back, grabbed its neck, and swung his boxing gloves to hit the back of its head. Mu Bai had watched the lava beast's previous defense against the young man. Perhaps the lava beast and the young man didn't notice that every time the sword was about to chop the back of the beast's head, the beast would subconsciously tense its body. It was obvious that the back of the head was this guy's weakness. Flowing water. Continuous collapsing punches. The basic physical technique of flowing water emphasizes continuous flow, and the offensive is like a surging river. At this moment, the flowing water collapsing punch with the blessing of the flame bird's boxing gloves is even more powerful. The 3-meter-tall body of the lava beast, which was attacked continuously at its weak point, actually began to tremble. Obviously, he had a hint of fear in a few moments. With the corners of his mouth wide open, the beast exhaled again. But this time he bit the breath. A large amount of magma splashed along his neck and flung it towards Mu Bai on his neck. You are really a talent. Mu Bai jumped up on the other side's head and dodged the magma spitting out. At the same time, he kicked the sturdy lava beast with a crescent kick, which directly caused the center of gravity to be unstable, and fell to the ground while spewing magma. Mu Bai did not miss this opportunity and pressed his knee hard on the other side's neck. In the short few seconds when he trapped him on the ground, He swung a heavy iron fist and accurately hit the same part of his back head. Each punch was heavier than the other. Mu Bai, who looked calm, let go only after he realized that the other side had no breath. The lava beast was very strong, but it was far inferior to the pure-blooded king of goblins. With his current combat power that had been strengthened for several rounds, it was not difficult to deal with this guy. After he stood up, the corpse of the lava beast gradually dissipated, and then the remaining ashes on the ground gradually combined into a heavy spear, with black and red lines that looked particularly domineering. 1/3 of the mission is completed. Kill the lava beast and obtain the temporary weapon of the dungeon. The Crazy Beast Deathfire War Lance. Crazy Beast Deathfire War Lance. Attack fire element creatures to gain a 30% damage bonus, and can activate the weapon's active skill Crazy Death War Will after triggering the Crazy Death War Will. The physical fitness is weakened by 50% and a 150% damage bonus is obtained. The process lasts for 30 seconds. During this period, the skill will be affected by the death will, and the probability of skill triggering will fail. Success or failure is determined by the value of the spirit points. This spear has good skills. After holding the spear tightly, Mu Bai liked it a little. But it was a pity that this thing could only be used in this dungeon. It would be great if it could be brought to the real world. Gu Wang, who was far away, saw that this big brother could dodge the deadly lava breath in a few moves and quickly knock down the lava beast. The shock in his heart was beyond words. This classmate, you are really Gu Wang, who came over, wanted to praise the other party as a dragon among men. But when he saw the handsome face that was so handsome that it was unfair, he closed his mouth. How could this guy be so handsome? Mu Bai, who has a unique temperament with his natural charm and appearance. A long sword that cannot aim at the weakness can only be a burden. Mu Bai put away the spear and turned away. In fact, the opponent's attributes are probably only a little weaker than his own. If he is more careful in the battle, he may be able to detect the weakness of the lava beast. It's just that the young man is too immersed in his own offensive. As the saying goes, a leaf can block the view of the sun. Seeing that the other party had left, Gu Wang also sighed. Holding his injured left arm, he quickly left here. After all, it would be bad if there were powerful creatures nearby that were attracted by the sound of fighting. After mastering the Wild Beast Deathfire War Spear, Mu Bai killed the second lava beast in a very short time as if he was helped by God. When it was about to jump into the lava flow, he forcibly activated the War Spear skill. He was affected by the death intention in the second of activating the skill. But because of the extremely high spirit points, the failure of the death intention judgment also allowed him to release the skill unimpeded. After killing 2 lava beasts in a row, he also roughly figured out the living environment of this thing. There will be traces of it on the hillsides of each crater. Each of these lava beasts is far away from the crater. It seems that there should be stronger creatures in it. While he was thinking about these things, dense bird calls came quickly in the sky. The purity of the fire element in the entire area increased rapidly, so that even Mu Bai actually felt a burning sensation in his heart. Hearing the sound, he knew it was a large group of firebirds. He immediately leaned against the boulder and looked at the sky. The overwhelming group of firebirds rushed to the east, and many of them even caused 2 groups of birds to collide with each other in the sky due to fear. The scattered red feathers falling from the sky were very consistent with the volcanic dust. In the faint dragon roar in the sky, a fiery red ferocious dragon seemed to be hunting the leader of the firebirds. Ignoring the red ferocious 3-headed fire dragon of ordinary firebirds, it spewed flames wantonly. After clearing all the firebird leaders, he flew towards the crater without panic and dissatisfaction. It was not until the other party flew low that Mu Bai could really see the image of this person. In the dark volcanic ash scattered in the sky, a huge figure slowly emerged. It had 3 heads, which were arranged in a triangular shape, and each one was full of ferocity and terror. The head in the middle was the largest, and the 2 side heads were slightly smaller. Each head has a pair of red eyes, as if burning with angry flames that make people dare not look directly at it. In the open mouth, sharp fangs intertwined, as if waiting for the arrival of prey. This monster is covered with red ferocious dragon scales, as if tempered by the fire of H.L. Each piece is as hard as steel, flashing a dangerous light. Those dragon scales are tightly attached to the red dragon's body, as if it is wearing a thick layer of armor to defend against attacks from the outside world. The red dragon's neck is covered with rough red scales, as if it is wearing a thick layer of armor. Its wings are broad and strong, and every flap of its wings can bring a gust of wind. And the tail is even more powerful, waving in the air like a giant whip. and wherever it sweeps is a sea of fire. The other party slowly flew into the crater in Mubai's sight. The aura of the three-headed red dragon was extremely terrifying. Even Mubai could only get a series of question marks when he used the eye of observation. There was no doubt that the opponent's combat power must be far superior to that of the Goblin Pure Blood King. Dungeon Mission: Hunting the Three-Headed Lava Beast. Currently 2 have been killed, ding dong. Triggering the advanced mission. Killing any Hell Red Dragon will get a random natural devil fruit. Just as he was thinking, the sudden voice in his mind startled him. Advanced mission natural devil fruit? This is indeed a reward that matches the difficulty of the mission. Ordinary people may not even be able to complete the mission of killing 3 lava beasts, let alone this advanced mission. But he may give it a try. Holding the trophy of killing the second lava beast in his hand, he already has a way. Hell Crystal. It can increase the lethality of equipment and the damage to fire element creatures. In addition to obtaining equipment, killing creatures in this dungeon world also has a chance to obtain this product called Hell Crystal. As long as there are enough Hell Crystals, you can completely strengthen a piece of equipment that can kill the strongest dungeon boss. I choose the advanced task. Ding dong. The advanced task has been opened. The ordinary task is overridden. He walked out from behind the rock with a faint murderous intent in his eyes. The dungeon time above his head has a countdown of 24 hours. Which means that he must kill as many creatures as possible within 24 hours to explode as many hell crystals as possible. He also started to act in a hurry. Level 6 Rare Dungeon Dinosaur Disaster. Wu Kai, covered in mud, was cautiously on guard in the rainforest-like environment. Just a minute ago, all the 12 members of his temporary team were scattered by a brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, he was highly nervous. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not too big, but it was so fast that it made people despair. At this moment, he still couldn't find any traces of the dinosaur's footprints, which made him suspect that the other party was walking on tiptoe in the jungle. Didn't you find it? The soul-body old man who could not be seen by others looked around and asked Wu Kai with some amusement. What did you find? Wu Kai, who was confused, didn't see anything at all. Although there were some footprints of other herbivorous dinosaurs around, there was no trace of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at all. Fortunately, he was not stupid, and he gradually realized a problem at this moment. Maybe this weird Tyrannosaurus Rex came here on the footprints of herbivorous dinosaurs. When he thought of this, he got goosebumps all over his body. Is this guy an assassin? He is so smart and can use tricks? The soul old man was speechless when he found that Wu Kai didn't understand what he meant. Why don't you look behind you? This little guy has been following you. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The gentle breathing sound washed Wu Kai's back. His pupils shrank, and he was panicking. Through the puddle under his feet, he clearly saw the strange Tyrannosaurus Rex with purple eyes tilting his head and staring at his back. What should I do now? Wu Kai, who was roaring wildly in his heart, had his left leg trembling a little. He didn't dare to look back or move at this moment. Once he looked back, he would be shot in the head by the opponent's bloody mouth. If he stayed where he was, he could observe the opponent's every move from the reflection in the puddle. Give me your body. The soul-body old man has long known Wu Kai's character. He is brave but not wise. He is often brave but not wise. Although he despises such people, he is very easy to use. Are you sure you can help me kill him? The old man almost laughed. This is obviously an animal-based dungeon world. This mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex should be the ultimate boss of the dungeon. I can still kill the leader of the rare difficulty dungeon with your body. The soul-body old man's words revealed a hint of arrogance. He has lived for many years and experienced many hardships and obstacles. This kind of thing is easy for him. After feeling the other party's confident tone, Wu Kai also swallowed his saliva, because he had vaguely seen the strange deep purple eyes approaching him from the puddle. I'll leave it to you temporarily. You won't regret it. After taking over Wu Kai's body in an instant, the old man in the spirit body retreated, dodging the Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him. And the boxing skills of the spirit snake body technique in his hand pierced through its purple pupils like a tricky venomous snake. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was so fast but so badly injured, shook its body and hit the giant tree. This kind of body movement was simply incredible and beyond the limit of what a normal person's human body could do. As expected, with a click, his forearm bones were twisted and broken due to excessive force. After a successful attack, Wu Kai immediately distanced himself. The pain of the broken bones did not seem to make him care too much. In his eyes, it was worthwhile to sacrifice this little price to weaken the super dynamic vision of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The right hand stained with bright red blood was still dripping with the smelly blood. The old man who temporarily gained the command of Wukai's body did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he licked the disgusting blood very intoxicatedly. He had been exiled for too long. And now that he had finally gained physical freedom for a short time, he was very intoxicated. The injured mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up with a shaky step, roaring to the sky and biting at the tiny Wukai. The old man with his right hand on his back smiled calmly. And then the spirit snake physical technique quickly advanced in his hands. The 5 fingers were covered with light green lines that spread rapidly. It was as if endless toxins were gathering and making people's hair stand on end. High-level physical technique. Viper danced wildly. The body drew a perfect arc. The light green light attached to the intact left hand and slashed along the Tyrannosaurus Rex's forelimbs. The right hand containing the deadly poison cut off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's arms along the wound cut by the left hand. The whole process was natural. As if the Tyrannosaurus Rex with terrifying comprehensive combat power was cooperating with him throughout the performance. The human body does not produce venom on its own. But when it masters the high-level animal body skills, the human body will change. This is one of the reasons why the Soul Old Man first taught Wukai the most basic spirit snake body skills. Only by laying a good foundation for him can he improve the combat power of this body. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that lost its forelimbs lost some balance. At this moment, the balance of the battle was broken. The Tyrannosaurus Rex naturally had no intention of fighting. He stared at Wukai warily, and quickly fled into the jungle. Wukai, who followed closely behind, also noticed the corpses lying around. But there was not even a ripple in his heart. Wukai, I will leave your body now. The Tyrannosaurus Rex with residual blood must be executed by you personally. If you are afraid of even the incomplete creatures, then you may not be able to break through the world level limit at all. After realizing that he had regained control of his body, Wukai was immediately overwhelmed by pain. The excessive soreness of his muscles made him think that this body was not his own for a time. I know. He was speechless, and knew that this was the choice made by the old man to test him. At the same time, Sui Qingya in the Bingfeng copy was half kneeling on the ground, and pulling the long sword out of the Bingfeng body. After several hours of fighting, her breath was extremely weak. But at the last moment, she still completed the task. A pale white vortex-patterned fruit appeared in front of her, with a flash of white light. Sui Qingya, who relied on her last strength to eat the fruit, seemed to be wrapped in warmth. The next moment, ice crystal wings extended from her back. The light wind and snow stirred by the wings made her physical strength recover rapidly. The copy was opened. She was teleported out immediately. Many students from the outside world returned without success, and a small number of them had already died. Only a small number of people obtained devil fruits. But the fruits of these people were a bit outrageous. Either superhuman tape fruits, or superhumans not fruits. Although they had certain combat capabilities, their fighting methods were particularly outrageous. So in this generally sad atmosphere, when a pair of ice crystal wings that only fantasy beasts possessed appeared in front of everyone, it was as shocking as a goddess descending to the mortal world. Who is that? Zhong Tianxi in the room naturally noticed the movement. The ice crystal wings were obviously a bird-type fantasy beast ability user, which was very amazing and could be considered a genius. It's Sui Qingya, a sophomore student in an ordinary high school. The copy president seemed a little surprised. After all, it was not easy for such a small number of people to produce a fantasy beast. Sui Qingya, who woke up, slowly landed on the ground, looking at the eyes cast around her. She inexplicably felt a little chill, as if someone was spying on her. Who is it? She looked around and didn't find the target. Feeling the power of the fantasy beast in her body, she felt a sense of rebirth. The faint sense of ice made her comprehensive attributes continue to improve. She could clearly perceive that she could use a variety of abilities at her will. This is the animal-type fantasy beast bird fruit ice phoenix form. And not far from the copy, another figure also came out. It was Wukai. At this moment, he was undoubtedly a little pitiful. The broken forearm bone and legs had some problems. His whole body was covered with mud. But his smile was particularly conspicuous. I succeeded. After he left the dungeon, he suppressed his smile, and his wounds healed quickly. This is the normal dungeon world. As long as he is not dead, even the most brutal injuries will be healed quickly. Wukai's skin gradually turned gray-brown, and his muscles grew rapidly in the eyes of everyone's horror. In just a few moments, he has turned into a dinosaur animal form nearly 4 meters tall. As if a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the wilderness roared to the sky, causing chaos at the scene. Is it the animal system? Strictly speaking, It is the ancient species form of the animal system. It's amazing. There is a fantasy beast species in front, and an ancient species in the back. This is simply a huge surprise. I'm afraid it's the only one in the entire Yihai area. After the dungeon president finished talking to the staff, he said to Zhong Tianxi with some concern, "Are these two students too dangerous? If there is really someone who is secretly possessed by a demon, then these talented students are probably the primary targets of his attack." "Right. You are right. So we have to keep an eye on them." Zhong Tianxi, who said this lightly, was actually slightly absent-minded. Was there so many talents in the Yihai area in previous years? Magma Hell Dungeon. Mu Bai saw the richness of the creatures here as he slaughtered along the way. Volcano Lizard. This is a small creature with a flexible body that can crawl quickly on volcanic rocks. Its saliva is highly corrosive and can dissolve the enemy's armor. In order to kill them, Mu Bai wasted several sets of armor. Sulfur Demon. This is a flying creature. Its body is made of volcanic ash and sulfur. It can release a strong sulfur gas to suffocate the enemy. To hunt them, Mu Bai completely deceived them with the corpse of the volcano lizard as bait and killed them one by one. Magma Element. This is an elemental creature formed by magma. Without a fixed form, it can blend into the magma and then attack from unexpected places of the enemy. The strength of this creature is second only to the lava behemoth, and it took Mu Bai the longest time to kill these beings. Volcano Spider. This is a huge spider creature. Its spider silk is made of volcanic rock. Extremely tough. It can crawl on the volcanic rock wall and launch a sudden attack on the enemy. They are secretive, and Mu Bai can't get close to them, and can only shoot them remotely with a bow and arrow. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Bai, who was constantly killing fire elemental creatures, almost killed through several creatures near active volcanoes. Among the many equipment, he selected several sets of protective gear and many H.L. crystals. After strengthening all the H.L. crystals into the spear, the hot spear seemed to come alive and exuded a faint residual heat. Mad Beast Death Fire War Lance. Attack fire element creatures to gain 30% damage bonus. Can activate the weapon's active skill Mad Death War Will after triggering Mad Death War Will. The physique is weakened by 50% and a 150% damage bonus is obtained. The process lasts for 30 seconds. During this period, it will be affected by the death will, and the probability of skill triggering failure will be determined by the mental points. Strengthen. Mad Dragon Death Fire War Lance. Attack fire element creatures to gain 480% damage bonus. Can activate the weapon's active skill Mad Death War Will after triggering Mad Death War Will. The physique is weakened by 400% and a 800% damage bonus will be obtained. The process lasts for 40 seconds. During this period, it will be affected by the death will, and the probability of skill triggering failure will be determined by the mental points. Mad Beast Death Fire War Lance has evolved. The power of this Mad Dragon Death Fire War Lance has reached its peak, so that the remaining H.L. crystals in his hand are completely useless and can only be strengthened into armor equipment. Holding the fully evolved Mad Dragon Death Fire War Lance, Mu Bai looked up at the countdown in the sky. There are 3 hours left. He raised his spear and walked over the corpses of many fire elemental creatures towards the crater not far away. This battle will determine success or failure. The Hell Red Dragon swimming in the magma pool in the crater was still in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, until the faint footsteps approached his 3 heads, and he gradually opened his eyes. It smells like human. The Hell Red Dragon, which flapped its wings and jumped out of the magma, had just flown out of the crater when a spear shot rapidly from a distance was already within reach. He was used to a life of luxury and didn't care at all. After all, he had seen the equipment of all the dead elemental creatures here, and there was nothing that could break his defense. But it was obvious that the 3-headed Hell Red Dragon had made a wrong judgment this time. The moment the spear with all the damage bonuses was thrown, the result was doomed. The scales of the left Red Dragon head were broken without any resistance. The spear that penetrated the entire dragon head also pierced the left dragon wing behind him, causing the unstable Hell Red Dragon to lose balance in the air and quickly fall to the middle of the volcano. Roar! The excruciating pain made the 3 dragons extremely angry. Mu Bai, who was running wildly, immediately opened the reconnaissance eye to see if he could observe the opponent's information. Unlike the last time, the information panel of the Hell Red Dragon appeared in his sight at this moment. Name unknown. Race Hell Red Dragon, 3-headed mutant. Level 10. Attributes Strength 60. Agility 40. Constitution 60. Spirit 42. Talent? Skills? Passive skills? Status severely injured, enter severe injured state after losing a dragon head. Each attribute is reduced by 30%. The attribute can be revealed. The opponent's status has already told Mubai what to do in disguise. Gather all strength to focus on destroying the opponent's remaining 2 heads. The angry hell red dragon roared and condensed a magma fireball in its mouth. The other head swept towards Mubai like a long whip. And the strong force pumped the air to make a rapid friction sound. Flowing water body technique. Flowing water state. Just like the paper painting in the 6 styles of the Navy. Mubai's body was extremely soft at this moment. He dodged the impact of the head at close range, stepped on the dragon head, and jumped up from the opponent's wings to pull out the long spear inserted in it. The dragon head that was about to exhale was angry to find that this human was hiding on the left side of his body, while blood was splashing behind him. The dragon head that had been pierced was not at this angle, so the hell red dragon had no angle to attack. In desperation, he quickly moved his body, and the 2 heads started to exhale at the same time. Flowing water body technique. Whip throw. Mubai, holding the spear, threw the spear again. The spear that had been reinforced multiple times was the only equipment that could penetrate the dragon's armor and hurt it. If he didn't rely on the spear's lethality, he would have no chance of winning. The spear thrown out by the long arm quickly cut through the air and pierced through his chest in front of the dragon's eyes. The powerful force caused serious damage to his internal organs. From Mubai throwing the spear at his head when he flew out of the crater to now piercing his chest. The whole time was very short. Even the confident hell red dragon now suspected that Mubai was disguised by other creatures. After all, the other party had severely injured him in just 2 shots. Collapse primitive. Hell breath. The dragon, regardless of the pain in his chest, quickly started to breathe. The scorching temperature poured out, and the various protective gear worn by Mubai quickly melted. And he himself approached step by step with a shield behind him under the breath. The giant shield with 50% immunity to fire elemental attacks was very powerful. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before it began to melt. At this moment, Mubai had already arrived at the feet of the hell red dragon. He rolled out of the breath zone and thrust his spear into the dragon's left leg. Human! The hell red dragon, with its body tilted, was about to retreat after being hit twice in a row. However, while he was hesitating, Mubai raised his arm and threw out the spear again. The hell red dragon, frightened by this action, quickly flapped its broken wings and tried to fly out. But just as he was about to approach the crater, the spear that Mubai pretended to throw did not shoot at all, but jumped high with a few steps. With the force of his arms, the spear instantly pierced the middle head of the hell red dragon. After hitting the target, he immediately pulled out the spear and used the sharp tip of the spear to quickly cut along the hideous back skin of the hell red dragon. The 3-headed dragon, which had been hit repeatedly and continuously under the splattering of blood, now only had 1 head left, and its comprehensive attributes were sharply reduced again. At this moment, the combat power he had was less than 1/5 of the previous peak state. The attributes were even reduced to only 10%. Mubai, whose hands were slightly trembling due to the burning, opened the reconnaissance eye again. Name unknown. Race hell red dragon, 3-headed mutant. Level 10. Attributes strength 60. Agility 40. Constitution 60. Spirit 42. Talent? Skills? Passive skills? Status near death, after losing 2 heads. It enters a severely damaged state, with each attribute reduced by 60%. And the attributes of the torso being severely damaged reduced by 30%. The miserable epic level copy dragon was actually dealt with so easily. If it were someone else, they might not understand how Mubai did it. Mubai, whose body was burned to varying degrees, silently drew out the reinforced spear and came to the last head of the hell red dragon. It's not me who killed you, but your arrogance. The spear penetrated the dragon bone. In the end, it could not bear the continuous attack amplification and gradually broke into pieces. The hell red dragon gradually died without a sound, and the countdown in the sky stopped at the last hour. The time flow rate in the copy is different from that in the outside world. But Mubai was exhausted during this time. He half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The high temperature caused by the other party's breath hurt him even with a lot of defensive equipment. At this moment, his physical condition was constantly weakening, and he would probably die in a minute. Ding dong. Advanced task completed. Kill any hell red dragon to get a random natural devil fruit. Fruit is random. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting the natural devil fruit magma fruit. In Mubai's somewhat blurred senses, A fiery red fruit that seemed to flow with magma appeared out of thin air in front of him. With his whole body burning, he stretched out his hand to hold it, and ate it without hesitation. The burning sensation gradually dissipated after taking the first bite. He quickly repaired his injuries, after his whole body was disfigured by the flames. He slowly stood up, and took the first step forward, causing the surrounding magma to become abnormally active. I didn't expect that the first devil fruit I got in this world would be a magma fruit. His whole body turned red, and the extremely high temperature made the surrounding space erratic. The dripping magma made a hissing sound that made people's hair stand on end. Being in the left hand, the originally white and tender left hand turned into flowing magma. At the same time, Mu Bai, who had completed the task, was quickly teleported out of the copy world. Ding dong. Complete the main task of the Star Sea world. Task, Fate Turning Point. Perfect clearance will reward a Devil Fruit self-selected gift package. Normal clearance will reward the opening of Armed Color Domineering. Failure to pass the level will punish the host to close the weekly copy of the Eternal System for 1 year. Ding dong. The current clearance status is Perfect Clearance Reward Devil Fruit self-selected gift package. Mu Bai, who appeared under the dark sky, exhaled a faint black breath, and the system prompt in his mind made him nod slightly. This time entering the Devil Fruit copy can be said to have achieved a successful result. Not only did he get the Devil Fruit self-selected gift package, but he also got the Magma Fruit, which is known as the most lethal in the natural system. Magma Fruit is a natural type of Devil Fruit in the comic One Piece. The eater is the former Admiral Sakazuki, a Devil Fruit with extremely strong destructive power and attack power. The body of the Magma Fruit ability user can turn into magma, and at the same time, magma can be produced through the body. The high temperature can instantly evaporate an iceberg and even burn fire. It can make physical attacks, most energy attacks and non-domineering attacks ineffective on the body of its ability user, and can freely control magma and burn everything. It has the top attack power among the 3 types of Devil Fruits, can cause devastating damage to the enemy's body, and has the impact of a volcanic eruption. It is not inferior to the strongest superhuman type Tremor Fruit, and has the strongest attack power of the natural system fruit. Mu Bai, who had always used the Tremor Fruit, now had a new feeling after mastering the Magma Fruit for the first time. Cui Qingyan noticed Mu Bai's strangeness and walked over to ask, "Is it going well?" "Very well. The power of this Devil Fruit is really good." Feeling the magma heat waves filling his body, Mu Bai said calmly, "You actually got the Devil Fruit?" The very ostentatious Wu Kai was still in the Tyrannosaurus Rex form at this moment. He wanted to scare Mu Bai, but the other party turned around and diverted his attention. Grown in ancient times? Not bad. Thinking that Mu Bai was suppressing his envy, Wu Kai laughed a few times and said meaningfully, "Tell me something interesting. Gao Han hasn't come out yet. I suspect that this guy probably won't be able to become a capable person." He didn't care about Mu Bai's Devil Fruit ability. Anyway, it looked like some inconspicuous superhuman type, and it was impossible to be stronger than himself. Cui Qingyan on the side was still staring at Mu Bai with some suspicion. This guy is too calm now. Why does he seem to be not curious about his own fruit ability at all? Looking around, almost everyone who has obtained the Devil Fruit is experimenting with the power of the fruit they just got. While several people were talking, Gao Han and the last wave of people were teleported out. The others obviously did not get the Devil Fruit because of the time limit, and Gao Han looked slightly cold, as if he was very unhappy. Just after the last wave of students came out, a student wearing a baseball cap gradually grinned in the noisy crowd. With a weird smile, he patted the female classmate next to him. "Are you sad that you didn't become a capable person?" The sobbing girl raised her head in surprise, but what greeted her was a split mouth. The ordinary face was split into dozens of pieces, and each piece was covered with dense broken teeth. Seeing such a horrifying scene, she didn't have time to scream before she was blown in the head by the other party. "Inner demon!" Zhong Tianxi's voice was filled with murderous intent. He arrived at the venue the moment the opponent used the inner demon ability. He had already found the target, and was about to kill the opponent when the always kind copy president appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhong Tianxi's Ghost King mount was entangled by a giant spider that appeared from nowhere. "You are also a demon." Zhong Tianxi, with a slightly cold look in his eyes, never thought that the copy president, who had just chatted with him for such a long time, had already been possessed by a demon. "You noticed it too late. This time, the layout was made for you. It would be a great achievement to eliminate any of you from the Unified Management Bureau." The president showed a kind smile and waved his hand. He had already transformed into a giant creature that was half human and half spider. Obviously, he was also an animal-type insect fruit classification ability user. The black and purple energy barrier instantly surrounded the two people. After trying to break the barrier, Zhong Tianxi clenched his fists. The weak demon outside was slaughtering people, and he was completely unable to go to rescue at this moment. It seems that I have to kill you first. The sword box behind him suddenly opened. 5 red flying swords stained with abnormal blood shot out rapidly. In an instant, the two strongmen fought together. The barrier blocked the entrance and exit, making it impossible for many students present to escape. The inner demon wearing a baseball cap smiled strangely and pressed the ground with one hand. Superman-type split fruit. Activate. The power of the fruit that separates everything quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. The shadows under the feet of most students separated from their bodies and turned into entities that were constantly gathering. Listen to my command. The shadow army begins to slaughter. The inner demon, who opened his hands and clapped continuously, seemed very excited, looking around at everyone present with his pale pupils. The sounds of fleeing and fighting resounded endlessly. Those with abilities who were closer wanted to get close to the inner demon to kill him. But every time they approached, they would be entangled by the shadows under their feet, and their legs would become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. It's the inner demon. Zui Qingyao subconsciously stopped Mu Bai. In his impression, the other party was eager for quick success and instant benefits. If he rushed up this time, he might be sending himself to death. This doesn't seem to be just the power of the devil fruit. Mu Bai, who observed meticulously, did not act rashly. He was observing. Since the other party is the user of the segmentation fruit, his ability should be similar to that of the operation fruit, both of which can separate objects. However, these separated shadows have independent consciousness and can attack, which is obviously a power from other aspects. That is the unique ability of the heart demon, which can strengthen the ability of the possessed person to a certain extent. Zui Qingyao put down her hand and was relieved to see that Mu Bai did not come out. Why bother so much? Look, I will kill him. Wu Kai, who still maintained the animal form of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, was extremely excited. It was a great thing to have a ready-made person as a target and a stake for him to attack. Boom, boom, boom. After hearing the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's steps, the heart demon cast his sights over. Big fool. I just need help, and you came at the right time. As he said this, he pressed the surface again. The power of the segmentation fruit spread quickly. The shadow under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet quickly drilled out of the ground. The scene was out of control for a while. When Wu Kai opened his mouth to tear the shadow apart and wanted to get up again, 2 resurrected shadows appeared under his feet. This scene immediately made him feel terrified. If the shadows kept coming, who the H? I could beat this guy. Just as the inner demon was mocking and wanted to take the shadow Tyrannosaurus Rex from Wu Kai again, hot magma meteorites fell from all directions. Countless shadows were wiped out by the boiling magma. The inner demon dodged to the side and looked into the distance in shock. Mu Bai, whose hands turned into magma, was still performing meteor volcano. Why is there a natural guy here? Numerous lava meteorites bombarded every place where shadow people were densely packed. Just like the doomsday scene. The heart demon who was dodging in a panic was so frightened that he dared not stay where he was, and immediately used physical skills to leap and rush here. At this moment, both Wu Kai and Zui Qingyao were extremely shocked. You know, although there are many records of natural devil fruits, it is extremely rare for a natural fruit like this to cause such a large range of damage with just a raise of the hand. Gao Han, who was about to take action, also raised his eyebrows. He never thought that the other party would be the first in the whole school to obtain the natural devil fruit. With the other party around, he probably wouldn't have to take action. Mu Bai, who looked indifferent, saw the person possessed by the heart demon rushing over quickly, and his right hand melted into boiling magma and punched in the fiery red heat wave. Magma erupted. First, turn the arm into a huge lava fist made of lava, and then simulate the impact of a volcanic eruption to launch the fist. After the big eruption, it will turn into countless volcanic bombs, and the power of each volcanic bomb is enough to flatten a mountain. Hot lava swept everything. The charging inner demon roared and a barrier appeared in front of him, seemingly trying to take on the opponent's magma attack. The overwhelming magma kept bombarding. The terrifying high temperature made blisters appear all over his body. After noticing his abnormality, the inner demon cursed secretly, and did not dare to move forward and quickly retreated. But the problem came again. When he was far away from the opponent, he was beaten by the opponent. When he was close to the opponent, he was also beaten. The opponent's devil fruit completely crushed him at any distance. I can't fight anymore. He didn't care about the inner demon president, who was still fighting with Zhong Tianxi in the purple barrier. His weak body couldn't exert his due strength at all. After a moment of thinking, he rushed to the north like a beast and wanted to break out. But obviously others would not let him leave. The ice crystal wings behind Zhuo Qingya extended rapidly. She, who turned into a half-human and half-ice phoenix, condensed a large number of ice cones with her wings and shot rapidly. The freezing cold ice crystals kept shooting like bullets, which was terrifying. Division Barrier. The running demon quickly used the division barrier to decompose the frozen state of the ice cone into water. He was very unhappy because his whole body was wet. He looked back and felt even colder. The kid who used magma disappeared on the spot. Before he could think about where the other party could appear, the furious Wu Kai actually caught up with him in animal form. Asshole. I must bite you to death. Wu Kai was still upset about the other party's humiliation of himself. This guy could easily wrap his shadow around himself in the form of Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was simply a great shame. Fortunately, he was quickly adapting to this ancient devil fruit. At this moment, he had absolute confidence to kill the other party. Beast Instinct. Giant Beast Bite. The fierce Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly bit the opponent's division barrier. The terrifying bite force was obviously greater than the barrier of the division fruit. After the shattering sound, the demon rolled on the ground and covered his left arm and felt heartbroken. You beast. You actually bit off my left arm. What actually surprised the inner demon was that he just tried to possess the body of this animal-type ability user. But it turned out that the other party had another soul in his body that was rejecting him. Roar! The answer was a roar from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the next moment the dragon's tail swept across. The extremely strong destructive force smashed the nearby street lamps. And the hard demon rolled over again for a few weeks, and continued to escape with an unstable center of gravity. The ice phoenix Zhuo Qingya's cold eyes condensed slightly. And in an instant the nearby water elements quickly transformed into ice, and froze the hard demon's left leg. His left arm was broken and his left leg was frozen. Now he really felt like he had reached the end of his rope. But he still smiled. And his crazy smile gradually became weird and distorted. Dividing the domain. The body and soul were cut. His eyes rolled back. And the surrounding space was distorted in an instant. Zhuo Qingya, who was affected, only felt that his body was getting heavier and his soul seemed to be leaving his body. At this time, a faint sound appeared underground. Before the hard demon looked down to check, a giant magma fire dragon pierced his entire body. The flesh and blood were wrapped in the flowing magma. And the hard demon, who was quickly losing his life, stared at Mu Bai, as if he had never expected that the other party would appear from below. Natural devil fruit? Although it is not clear what Mu Bai experienced in the devil fruit copy, the fact that he was able to obtain the natural devil fruit shows that he has strength here. Zhuo Qingya, who had always been a little skeptical of Mu Bai's special training at home, could not help but be a little surprised. Natural magma fruit can control all magma incarnations of natural disasters. Gao Han said word by word as he came from a distance. He has actually been paying attention to this devil fruit for a long time. But he did not expect that Mu Bai would get it now. Wu Kai, who spit out blood from his mouth, also gradually changed from animal to human form. But he was also slightly surprised when he heard about the magma fruit. Just because of the words of the soul body old man. This Mu Bai is not simple. He can master the most complex natural power in such a short time, even if he has not obtained any fruit power. This young man has a promising future. You are very different from the other party in fruit control. The soul body old man said faintly. He did not intend to provoke Wu Kai. The fact is that Mu Bai is undoubtedly outstanding in terms of combat talent, cultivation talent, and fruit control and mining talent, while Wu Kai can only be said to be a little stronger than ordinary people. He was honest about the difference between the two. Do you think I'm not as good as him? Wu Kai, who was calmly replying to the old man in his heart, frowned. Why didn't he realize that Mu Bai had such a talent before? This boy was already so handsome. If he added his current strength, I'm afraid no girl would not be moved. Right? Thinking of this, Wu Kai felt an inexplicable atmosphere. Why did God favor him, but not me? If I hadn't met the old man, would I be as fragile as those ordinary students killed by the inner demon before? Jealousy gradually took root in his heart, and no one else paid any attention to him. They all surrounded Mu Bai and talked about the issue of natural devil fruits. Uh-huh. Gao Han didn't realize that you were also a genius. Why are you licking Mu Bai here now? Wu Kai's words made Gao Han stunned. He just saw the ideal devil fruit. So he just discussed it. Why did he lick it? Mu Bai. Are you very proud now? If I hadn't bitten off the arm of the inner demon, you might not be able to kill him. The emotional Wu Kai seemed to want to prove something. So what do you want to prove? You stupid dog? Mu Bai, who was calm and composed, showed no mercy at all. This Wu Kai simply regarded himself as the center of the world. He had seen such people before. His personality changed from extremely inferior to extremely conceited in a short period of time. However, it was not good for him to bite him like a mad dog. Really arrogant. Ignoring the dissuasion of the old man in the soul body, Wu Kai's spirit snake physical technique burst out instantly. His fists attacked like poisonous snakes. Because of the bonus of the animal-type devil fruit, Wu Kai's attribute points also increased a lot. At this moment, his endurance, explosiveness, and strength were far beyond his own before he got the devil fruit. At this moment, the spirit snake physical technique that should have been tricky was used by him to show the meaning of brute force. Mu Bai, with one hand in his pocket, calmly took the opponent's heavy punch with his left hand, and then kicked Wu Kai to the ground with his right leg very easily and simply. You used the flexible physical skills to attack from the front. You are really talented. If I make you lose your balance a little, you will fall to the ground like this. Let me tell you what real physical skills are. The left leg operated the water physical skills. In an instant, it whipped out with the force of water like a whip. The terrifying force hit Wu Kai's chin and made him fly more than 10 meters away. Wu Kai was extremely frightened by his neck that seemed to have lost consciousness. He really couldn't imagine how the useless man who let him trample on him would become so powerful now. The soul body old man looked at Mu Bai very seriously. The physical skills that the young man just performed were obviously very suitable for him. In other words, this person might have used his own original physical skills. He was really a hero in his youth. If he could choose now, he would definitely choose to live in the other person's body. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. After looking at Wu Kai, who was defeated but still kept his mouth shut, with some disdain, the soul body old man thought it was a good thing for this guy to be hit by others. You are so powerful because you got a natural devil fruit by chance. If I also got a natural devil fruit, I would definitely not be worse than you. Wu Kai, who had difficulty getting up, seemed to be overwhelmed by anger. At this moment, dark gray skin like a dinosaur appeared on his body. He was actually entering the half-human, half-beast form. The biggest advantage of you is that you are too naive. Mu Bai sighed a little speechlessly, and he became serious when he saw that the other party was going to hit him. Flowing water technique. Rock-breaking water pressure punch. Mu Bai, who was approaching quickly, didn't care that the other party was still changing his form. His hand slid like flowing water, and the steady power poured out like a storm. The dense fists bombarded Wu Kai. This dense, swift and domineering offensive made Wu Kai unable to fight back. After being bombarded dozens of meters continuously, Wu Kai was beaten almost unconscious before he entered the half-human, half-beast state. He half-knelt on the ground with blood in the corners of his mouth and nose. Mu Bai, who had withdrawn his hand, didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He stepped on his finger and left calmly. Gao Han's mouth twitched. He never thought that Wu Kai would be completely crushed. He didn't even test Mu Bai's true strength. This was enough to make him speechless. Cui Qingyao was more certain of a fact. Mu Bai must have unlocked that layer of blockade. Several people with different thoughts looked at the real main battlefield at the same time. At this moment, the copy leader, who was possessed by the inner demon, was in a miserable state, with his limbs broken and different parts of his body damaged. On the other hand, Zhong Tianxi was still full of momentum, and even the corners of his clothes were not stained with dust. After he noticed that the weak inner demon in the outside world was eradicated by the students, he was relieved. On the contrary, the inner demon leader was a little unhappy. Now that the massacre failed, he must leave the scene. Otherwise he would surely die in a war of attrition with this monster here. Zhong Tianxi, you can't be so lucky all the time. One day I will definitely kill you. After saying that, the inner demon leader quickly jumped away from here. Zhong Tianxi, who was worried that there were other inner demons at the scene, did not rashly chase the other party, but immediately went to patrol the surroundings, and also reported the news here to the top leaders. The worried students left one after another, and some students who were killed by the early stage of the inner demon were dead on the spot. There was nothing they could do about it. The inner demon that could not be detected was born for killing, and even the top masters could not recognize the inner demon at a glance. Everyone left the scene one after another. And Wu Kai, who had not yet slumped to the ground, gradually began to breathe. He couldn't stand up even though he was in so much pain. Coincidentally, at this moment, raindrops fell from the sky that had been gloomy for a day, and the raindrops hitting his face made his pain even worse. Old man, I want to become stronger. Be stronger than anyone else. The old man in the soul body smiled at him. He could sense that something called hatred was spreading in his heart. This world has the power of Liang Zhengfeng to support people to move forward. One is love, and the other is hatred. To become a strong person, you must have the obsession you deserve. And this is also the driving force for your growth. Yes, I will make you a being who reaches the top of the world. But you can't be so reckless in the future. You must listen to me more. On the way home, Mu Bai and Zui Qingyao walked side by side. The figures of the two attracted the attention of many people. I don't know if it was Zui Qingyao's illusion. At this moment, Mu Bai's temperament was faintly domineering, and the physical skills displayed by the other party when he defeated Wu Kai also shocked her. Too fast. The enemy was completely defeated like flowing water. Mu Bai has indeed changed, becoming more decisive and ruthless, without the hesitation in his previous life, as if he had been reborn. What does Mu Bai want to do next? Having obtained the devil fruit, and they are already in the second year of high school, there are normally two paths. One is to continue to study and enter university. The second is to give up university and join major forces, or become a copy raider. Hearing this, Mu Bai was silent for a moment. Any choice is actually the same for him, because his ultimate goal is to become stronger. And the world of the first island chain in the universe will never be his end. But every choice in the future will inevitably be related to the tasks issued by the eternal system. If you look at it this way, choosing to go to school will be the best choice. With his ability, he can also rely on the power of top universities to help himself grow quickly. The competition among the three federations will also induce a large number of tasks and task rewards. If he helps the current Huaxia Federation to dominate this world, he may also get more rewards. As for why he chose the Huaxia Federation, it was simply because he liked it. In addition, the original body had been growing up in the Huaxia Federation, and the subsequent review of the information was estimated to be safe. The first step is to transfer schools. Transfer schools? Zui Qingyao, who was walking side by side with him, was a little surprised. You know, Yunhai High School is already a first-class high school in Yunhai City. Not to mention that Mu Bai has lived here for 2 years. What he meant by wanting to transfer schools. Could it be that you want to transfer to Shengtang High School? Even Zui Qingyao wanted to understand what Mu Bai wanted to do. Whether it was Pinghuai High School, where they were at the moment, or the prestigious Shengyun High School. They were strictly speaking second-rate high schools. And the existence that really surpassed these high schools must be Shengtang High School, which had the admission qualifications of the 5 major cities, and there were many geniuses in the school. And more importantly, Shengtang High School had the qualifications to participate in the provincial league, which was extremely important. The National High School League was held in the first semester of the 3rd year of high school. It could be said to be a feast for talented high school students across the country. Whether it was entering the city-level competition, the provincial competition, or the national competition, these all required team competitions and individual competitions to break through. No college in Yunhai City can surpass Shengtang High School in the team competition. In other words, if Mu Bai participates in the competition with the quota of Pinghuai High School, no matter how well he performs in the individual competition, the school will be eliminated in the team competition and stop in the league in Yunhai City. So Zui Qingyao also guessed Mu Bai's real purpose in an instant. If I want to do better, I need a higher platform. Starting from Shengtang High School, competing for the National League is exactly my current wish. Mu Bai's voice, whose temperament gradually became gentle, could not hide the hint of domineering. Mu Bai thought too simply. It's okay for the city-level league, once it involves the nature of the whole country and the federation. The participants may not only be people from the first island chain of the universe. Of course, Zui Qingyao did not say this. He knew the true nature of the National League and the Global League very well. It was the final reward set by the powerful world civilization of the second island chain to guide the geniuses of the 3 federations to participate, and finally be defeated by the super geniuses cultivated by these forces. This is a kind of suppression and warning from the second island chain universe civilization to the lower civilization. Looking back over the past 100 years, no local genius has won the title of global champion. Whether it is the high school league or the university league, you are more ambitious than before. Although you don't mention revenge on the universe table now, You are going to participate in the National League. Cui Qingyao rolled her eyes at him and looked charming. But the worry in her eyes was real. At the beginning, she tried her best to dissuade Mu Bai from revenge on the universe Chable because it involved the power of the second universe civilization. As a result, although Mu Bai has given up revenge now, he has embarked on the road of the National League. The final result is to play a game with the second island chain civilization of the universe. The risks are naturally needless to say. Maybe. Human desires are like rolling stones on a mountain. Once they fall, they can never stop. So for my safety, are you willing to transfer to another school with me? Mu Bai smiled faintly as he stretched out his hand. This made Cui Qingyao blush slightly. She turned around and pretended to be aloof. But she was slightly absent-minded, because she vaguely felt that Mu Bai seemed to have noticed her identity. She didn't know if it was an illusion. But since the other party had taken the initiative to invite her, it saved her the trouble of transferring to another school without his knowledge. Her current task was to follow him and protect his safety. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Looking at the other party who turned his head, Mu Bai looked calm. He had indeed noticed that Cui Qingyao was abnormal. In his original memory, he might have only regarded the other party as a childhood sweetheart. But in Mu Bai's eyes, all of Cui Qingyao's past actions were too suspicious. The other party was obviously unwilling to tell him some secrets now. In this case, Mu Bai was ready to break this window paper and continue to let the other party follow him to see what the other party wanted to do. The two people with different thoughts separated when they reached the crossroads. Before leaving, Cui Qingyao had agreed to the invitation to transfer to another school, and Mu Bai nodded without surprise. It was almost evening at this moment. Mu Bai, who was about to enter the community, noticed something strange and then calmed down and walked towards the nearby park. He vaguely saw the other party's figure through the glass of the store next to him. The young man in a windbreaker had a faint scar at the corner of his mouth under his big back hair. The two walked at an even pace, one in front and one behind. When the sun set, Mu Bai had already passed through the crowded area of the park and came to the quiet, dense forest. Only then did the man following him stop. The man who stretched out his hand through the gloves to light the cigarette raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, "Interesting. Since you found the person following you, how dare you leave me here alone?" Logically speaking, a normal teenager who found someone following him should have panicked and went to the police station. "Who are you?" Mu Bai turned around and asked casually. This scene surprised the man for a moment. But soon he threw the cigarette butt in his mouth to the ground. The man said with some disdain as his sinister eyes drooped slightly, "You kid killed a hard demon before. Don't you know who I am?" The middle-aged man, who was close to level 15, didn't care much about Mu Bai's feelings. The level gap between the two sides had already explained the inevitable result. His level suppression plus the original combat power increase of the hard demon. It can be said that at this moment, he was 100% sure to hunt the other party. Mu Bai, who sensed the opponent's powerful aura, didn't care. He led the opponent to this dense forest to kill him by taking advantage of the terrain. After getting the attribute bonus of the natural magma fruit, his personal panel has already improved by leaps and bounds. He was actually a little surprised because it seemed that the attribute increase of other people after obtaining the devil fruit should not be so exaggerated. Name Mu Bai level 5, 45% plus 44% experience, attribute strength 12 plus 15, agility 13 plus 14, constitution 17 plus 13, spirit 78904 plus 16, hidden attributes such as luck and charm have no specific values. Talent super charm, with negative effects. Weakness will weaken the carrier's all-round attributes by 40%. Devil fruit magma fruit, natural, this panel has already crushed everyone in the first echelon of Pinghuai High School. Strength, agility and constitution are almost doubled. And the improvement of his own comprehensive combat power is naturally exaggerated. This is not the result of 1 plus 1 equals 2, but the degree of 1 plus 1 equals 10. The strength he showed when he killed the inner demon was actually less than 1/3 of his own. If it weren't for the purpose of concealing his true strength, he would have been fully capable of killing the inner demon in one move. In fact, he had a certain degree of guesswork about this terrifying attribute increase. This might have something to do with the completion of the dungeon. He killed a large number of fire elemental creatures in the dungeon, and he also completed advanced tasks. Perhaps this also led to his task rewards receiving more hidden attribute point rewards. In the quiet forest, the sunset gradually faded, replaced by the faint moonlight. The sound of birds and cicadas in the jungle made Zhao Ming somewhat alert. Could it be that this kid knew that I was a demon and deliberately lured me to set an ambush? He shook his head and thought that his judgment was a bit absurd. Boy, just use your fruit power. I want you to see with your own eyes that you, a natural ability user, are easily killed by me. Zhao Ming, who was very confident, took off his coat to reveal a layer of fine scales close-fitting armor. His burly figure and cold and powerful eyes did give people a deep sense of oppression. However, Mu Bai, who was in the dense forest, smiled. That's what you said. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai's legs turned into boiling magma and merged into the surface. The powerful natural assimilation ability quickly spread to the entire battlefield. The nearby trees were ignited by the boiling magma, and everything around was plunged into the despair of lava H.L. Mu Bai walked out of the H.L. lava scene step by step, like the god of death. Zhao Ming was dumbfounded in the firelight. What kind of natural devil fruit is this guy? More importantly, it seems that this guy has only come into contact with devil fruit today. How can he control such a range of moves so easily? He didn't care about so much with a twitch in his mouth, and approached quickly on the spot. The figure that crossed the purple arc used his palm as a knife to hit Mu Bai's chest. The pure black on his hand can resist the natural system's arm color domineering. Obviously, this is another reason why Zhao Ming thinks he can suppress Mu Bai. With the blessing of arm color domineering, he can temporarily ignore the natural damage of the natural system and approach the enemy to kill it head-on. What are you doing? There is no sense of touch. I didn't hit it. Mu Bai's chest was elementalized before the opponent attacked. And what's more amazing is that he has already noticed that the opponent is using arm color domineering. So while elementalizing himself, he also turned his chest into a big hole dripping with magma. Friction fruit. Hot sparks. Zhao Ming was shocked and immediately attacked. His 5 fingers, with the armament hockey and the blazing flames, immediately hit the top of Mu Bai's head. Before he could be happy, the other party melted into magma and dripped onto the ground. This is not his true body. Before Zhao Ming could react, Mu Bai, who appeared behind him with hot magma flowing all over his body, had already punched out. Magma fruit. Roaring fire dragon. His entire right arm turned into a magma fire dragon with magma flowing and roared fiercely. After sensing the burning feeling behind him, Zhao Ming did not dare to be careless and immediately turned his back into armament hockey. Boom! Mu Bai's punch, with the wind and waves, blasted Zhao Ming into the magma ground more than 10 meters away. Zhao Ming, whose whole body was burned by the high temperature, felt a heart-wrenching pain. He didn't know if it was an illusion. The inner demon Zhao Ming always felt that this boiling magma seemed to be able to hurt the inner demon at the spiritual level through the flesh. This was indeed not an illusion. Since Mu Bai's spiritual points are too high, even ordinary moves can trigger some spiritual damage. Even though this damage is a passive effect, it is an absolute threat to these inner demons that rely on spiritual power to survive. Zhao Ming, who stood up from the magma, roared and clenched his fists. His whole body turned into a cheetah-like posture. This was a kind of animal-like physical technique. The crippled leopard physical technique. The swift leopard attack. The friction was quickly eliminated by the power of his fruit, which made his speed even faster, due to his level advantage and strong agility attribute points. Zhao Ming's speed at this moment was actually a little bit unattainable to Mu Bai. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp cutting marks appeared on Mu Bai's arm. Obviously, if he wanted to compete with this speed, he couldn't do it with Mu Bai's current attributes. In this case, let's carry out range destruction. The magma fruit fire dragon pillar. A hot and lifelike flame dragon split out from the boiling magma behind him, with the empty space in front of Mu Bai as the fulcrum. The dragon head bombarded the center. The next moment, the boiling magma pillar stood in the field. The swift figure in the burning forest obviously didn't understand what Mu Bai was doing. When he was about to approach, the other party smiled and smashed the pillar with a punch. The high-temperature magma fragments in the bursting magma sprayed everywhere without a track. Zhao Ming, with his pupils contracted, did not dare to approach and quickly retreated. In the current environment, if he approached the opponent's magma explosion range, his speed would inevitably be restricted. So the first choice was to quickly move away. But obviously Mu Bai saw that this trick was effective and actually scared the opponent away directly. So he had more ideas. Elementalization. The body gradually melted into the ground. And in Zhao Ming's eyes, the surface not far away emitted a light red halo. And then one by one magma pillars approached him horizontally and vertically. And its range actually covered hundreds of meters around. Detonate! Mu Bai rushed out of the ground and used one hand to force the surrounding magma pillars to explode. Zhao Ming could not use his speed advantage again in the constantly splashing magma fragments. On the contrary, in this environment, he could not dodge such dense magma fragments without the premise of observation hockey. Constantly dodging was almost collapsed by the heat. Now you can finally fight me head-on. After walking out of the magma rain, Mu Bai was covered with magma that looked like a cape. He felt extremely comfortable under the intense high temperature. No fire element could hurt him. In this place that was like HL on Earth, he would gain stronger fighting ability. Flowing water technique. Magma explosion fist. With the flexibility of flowing water, he burst out the most powerful magma fist. The combination of the two allowed Mu Bai to punch Zhao Ming, who was passively defending. In the current environment, his body was full of smoke. Although his arm color domineering was very strong, he could not withstand such a dense and fierce attack. At this moment, he felt that his flesh and blood exuded bursts of fragrance. If he was beaten like this again, he would probably become a barbecue. Crippled leopard technique. Sharp surprise attack. After a wave of defense, Zhao Ming thought he had seized the opportunity and quickly inserted the middle fingers of both hands into Mu Bai's eyes. The force and speed even dispersed the surrounding magma. This young man was too terrifying. At this moment, he, Zhao Ming, had to deal with it personally. Close combat? Not possible. Mu Bai, whose upper body turned into magma, erupted a meteor volcano at close range. The horrible explosion pierced Zhao Ming's chest and abdomen directly. If he hadn't relied on the friction fruit to reduce the friction of his head, he might have become a headless corpse and died on the spot. In the brilliant red flames, Zhao Ming's clothes melted quickly, and the fatal burning sensation kept surging in his heart. Mu Bai, whose body was attached to magma, had punched again. Under the amazing explosive power, a huge pit was sunk within a range of dozens of meters. Zhao Ming, who turned his body quickly in the air with friction, was extremely regretful at this moment. He originally thought that he was just an ordinary kid who had obtained natural abilities by chance. He should not even be able to control the power of the fruit when he just became an ability user. But now it seems that he was wrong. This continuous move and the use of the fruit clearly showed that he was a veteran. He should not provoke monsters of this level, while temporarily using muscles to stop the bleeding wound. Zhao Ming no longer hid his trump card. He rotated his body in the air between the golden hooks and swept the spot with a knife kick. The knife kick without any friction hit Mu Bai's fist like a deadly weapon. The surrounding ground sank a little more when the magma collided with the knife kick with the arm color domineering. Boy, you are very powerful. But as long as I can dodge all your attacks, I can use your physical strength to kill you, Zhao Ming said coldly after noticing Mu Bai's slight breathing. Devil fruits like the natural system have full destructive power and range damage. But at the same time, they also require extremely high mental points and physical fitness. After all, every time a natural system move is performed, it consumes a lot of physical strength. Now Zhao Ming not only has the crushing advantage in level, but also combines the absolute shielding friction of the friction fruit. With the combination of the two, he is fully capable of relying on the frictionless power to dodge all the opponent's attacks. And when his physical strength is exhausted, it is his turn in home court. Mu Bai, who caught the knife kick with one hand in the magma, naturally knew this. As long as the opponent uses the power of the friction fruit with all his strength, he really can't take the opponent down in a short time. So if you want to deal with him, you must become an existence that the opponent cannot dodge. Thinking of this, he used the flowing water technique as the basis to condense 6 lava arms in his body. Before Zhao Ming could be surprised, he attacked with a lava fist as fast as flowing water. The rolling heat wave made Zhao Ming sweat profusely. Dodge! 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 While the friction fruit was constantly dodging, Mu Bai was faster. Zhao Ming had never experienced the attack of 8 arms, so he was unable to dodge at this moment. After taking on more than 10 rounds of attacks, Zhao Ming's dodging speed was obviously reduced. This brat, seeing that the situation was not good, the inner demon Zhao Ming naturally would not continue to entangle, and turned around and ran. Although he was injured, he could still be incredibly fast without friction. Mu Bai, who condensed from the lava into a human form again on the spot, snapped his fingers lightly, and pointed his left hand at Zhao Ming, who was running away like a pistol. Let me see whether you are faster or me. Lava technique. Nether dragon. The young man's upright body suddenly exploded. A lava dragon several dozen meters long rushed out of the ground and circled up into space. Mu Bai held the lava dragon head and slammed it into the ground. The combination of man and dragon was like a stream of water, and it quickly jumped into the ground. This monster! Zhao Ming stared at the scene in horror with his pupils shrinking sharply. But he didn't dare to stop his footwork at all. He was not sure if he would be caught up by the other party if he stopped. Ignoring any terrain obstacles, the magma dragon caught up with Zhao Ming, who was running away at an astonishing speed. The moment the dragon rushed out of the ground, it bit off Zhao Ming's left half. Zhao Ming was killed immediately in the tearing of flesh and blood. With a wave of his arm, the fire dragon dissipated, and Mu Bai, who turned into a human form again, stepped on the dripping magma and walked step by step. He squatted down to make sure that the other party was dead before turning around and leaving. However, it was obvious that the people from the local Unified Management Bureau in the Sea of Clouds had arrived. After all, it was impossible to pretend not to see such a large-scale burning of parks and forests in the city. The local Unified Management Bureau, who came a step later, had their hair standing on end when they found Zhao Ming, who was half of his body from the solidified magma. The sea-level wanted criminal actually appeared here and was possessed by the inner demon. The middle-aged leader, wearing a windbreaker, lit up a cigarette and frowned as he said, "Check all the surveillance carefully to see who has been here. The one who can kill the inner demon Zhao Ming is probably someone who cannot see the light. The reason is simple. If he could see the light, he would have taken this guy's head to collect the bounty." When Mu Bai returned home, he noticed a hint of danger. It was the heavy orange cat staring at him. The other's big face with cheeks looked so serious that Mu Bai couldn't help but pull the guy's cheek. The orange cat came to Mu Bai and smelled the sulfur, and was a little confused. "Don't block the way." After kicking the orange cat away, Mu Bai returned to the room, causing the orange cat to roar twice in protest. He looked very serious when sitting at the desk. This time, fighting with the inner demon was enough to show the strength of the magma fruit. Even if he was not proficient, the explosive power of that fruit was not inferior to the tremor fruit. On the contrary, at certain moments, with the splashing effect of elemental addition, the magma fruit could also burst out with more terrifying power. There is no item that can accommodate the double fruit in the body at present. So let's put this devil fruit self-selection gift pack here first. System. Open the weekly copy. As soon as midnight passed, Mu Bai immediately called the system to open the weekly copy world challenge. At the same time, he also clicked on the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Agility +1. The weekly copy turned rapidly, and the next moment 3 different weapons appeared in front of him. Halberd, pistol, scimitar. The 3 weapons seemed to correspond to 3 different copies. Just like the last time when the natural landform was selected. The forest appeared in the goblin world before. So which one should be selected at this moment? While thinking, he still clicked on the scimitar column. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the level 10 epic copy Doomsday Wasteland. Doomsday Wasteland. The collapsed modern world fell into the endless H.L. and mutant radiation and zombie creatures filled this land. People entered the underground world that symbolizes darkness. And being alive is the only hope. Ding dong. The host was detected to have entered a known copy of the Eternal System. And the host gained the skill of the Eye of Observation. Eye of Observation can understand the enemy's skills and general attributes regardless of level differences. Level 10 epic copy? Even though Mu Bai was a little excited, this difficulty was considered very high. If he hadn't obtained the devil fruit, he really didn't dare to enter. But now it was different. He really wanted to see how much benefit he could get from this copy. System. Enter the copy. The space was still, and time was stagnant between the flickering lights and shadows. On the wasteland, night fell, and the dark red sky was like a tattered piece of cloth torn by countless cracks, revealing the bottomless darkness below. Between the ruins, the wind whistled sharply, rolling up gusts of dust, as if foreshadowing the upcoming killing. A group of well-equipped human soldiers gathered nervously in a circle. Their faces were full of fear and despair. The guns in their hands seemed so insignificant in this world full of radiation, and could not even penetrate the heavy SH.LS of those mutant creatures infected by radiation. But the current radiation weapons have all been destroyed, and only the guns of the old era can be barely used. Everyone, I hope you understand one thing. Obeying orders is the mission of soldiers. If this batch of radiation water purifiers cannot be delivered to the 2596 underground city, it will bring about the depletion of water resources. I hope all the people in the first team can stay here to block the monster's attack and cover the retreat of the second team. The captain with a scarred tactical helmet had not wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, The tone that seemed to be explaining the aftermath made all the people in the first team silent. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. They were the pupils of mutant creatures, flashing cruel light in the dark night. They slowly walked out of the shadows. Their deformed bodies twisted, emitting a disgusting stench. Their claws were as sharp as knives, as if they could easily tear through the soldiers' defenses. Someone must stop them here, which means someone must be willing to sacrifice. Coincidentally, everyone in the first team had this awareness. Faith can transcend the shackles of fear of death. For the sake of the dungeon, they had no choice. The captain of the second team nodded heavily. Without hesitation or saying anything else, he immediately mobilized the convoy to unload all the dry food and heavy equipment. The next journey must be carried out at the fastest speed to enter the dungeon to save the city's water resources problem. As the convoy drove out, dense sounds were also heard in the distance. Screams, gunshots, and the roars of mutant creatures intertwined to form a shrill symphony. Soldiers fell one by one. Their blood spilled on the wasteland, and were soon buried by sand and dust. The mutants devoured their bodies greedily, as if they were having a bloody feast. The soldiers of the second team had no idea of surviving the disaster. Instead, they sat in the gray truck convoy in silence. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the dilapidated land above the wasteland baptized by the doomsday, reflecting a desolate scene. The broken high-rise buildings, as if they had experienced countless bombings. Only the broken walls and ruins were left, quietly telling the past glory. On the streets, abandoned cars and damaged public facilities were scattered all over the ground, and the weathered iron sheets and concrete swayed in the cold wind. Mubai, who appeared in the wild sand, could just hear the roar of the convoy in the distance, which was too eye-catching in the silent area. Mubai keenly noticed that the creatures living in the abandoned buildings seemed to be waking up. Ding dong. Trigger the main task. Escort the convoy into the dungeon to complete the purification of water resources. Task reward. Unknown. The first task of the 10th level epic difficulty copy is actually an escort task. It seems that the journey will be difficult. Listening to the roar and panting behind him, Mubai turned his head calmly. I didn't want to deal with you, but since you want to attack the convoy, I can only deal with you. After saying that, Mubai's legs turned into magma-like skateboards and rushed down from the top of the mountain. The hot and surging high-temperature magma scattered around him, as if it was a special effect. Boom! Following closely behind was a rotten creature that looked like a lizard. According to the information provided by the Eye of Observation, Mubai knew the origin of this creature. Radiation monitor lizard. It is a relatively common medium-sized radiation beast in the wasteland. Their bodies are huge and strong, covered with hard scales, and flashing with a faint green light. Their heads are huge, with sharp teeth and strong jaws, which can easily bite metal and concrete. Their limbs are strong and powerful, and they can run and climb quickly on the wasteland. The monitor lizard, which was running wildly following the sound of the convoy, immediately rushed towards him after noticing the human not far away. Mubai, who noticed this, stretched his arms back. A huge amount of magma gathered at one point and instantly detonated the entire mountaintop. Magma. Big fire. The scorching flames swept everything. The raging flames penetrated the mountain, and the dense magma shot through the bodies of these radioactive giant lizards, causing these beasts to roll over in an attempt to extinguish the magma that was constantly burning in their bodies. But as the mountain collapsed, the sand and rocks poured down and buried the giant lizards. Mubai, who easily dealt with the giant lizards, was only a few hundred meters away from the convoy in front of him. The captain of the second team of the convoy, who was observing all this with a telescope, was overjoyed. He thought the other party was a powerful person with superpowers sent by the underground city. Is that magma? Wow. Awesome. The teammates, who exclaimed repeatedly, felt the dawn of victory for the first time. After approaching the convoy, Mubai immediately discovered the rotten humanoid creatures following behind the convoy. Some of them were bloated but moved quickly with insect-like limbs protruding from their ribs, while some radiation-mutated humans, who were almost zombies, flew low with wings, their eyes showing a deep desire for flesh and blood. These monsters with deformed bodies were only 100 meters away from the convoy at this moment. So when Mubai jumped onto the roof of the car, he immediately told everyone, "You go first. I will cover you." Mubai, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, didn't care about the reactions of everyone and immediately turned into a magma fireball and hit the surface with a bang. Like to follow others? Then let you try a closer contact. Standing in front of the mutants, Mubai's fists turned into magma and detonated it coldly. In an instant, screams and burning sounds became a symphony intertwined. Those second and third order mutants, who slaughtered them wantonly, were as fragile as fish on a chopping board in front of Mubai. Now the soldiers of the second team were all dumbfounded. It seemed that there were no such powerful psychics in their underground city. Mubai slaughtered the mutants wantonly and easily solved most of the pursuers with his super fighting talent. However, after he killed a flying mutant human, a little girl not far away caught his attention. The other party was riding on the head of a twisted creature similar to Cthulhu, and tilted her head to look at him. The pocket watch kept turning. The little girl driving the twisted creature glanced at Mubai with her empty eyes, and immediately left the scene. Other mutant creatures swarmed in to cover their retreat. Interesting. It seems that the mutant creatures also have their own forces behind them. In less than 2 minutes, the surroundings were full of sulfur smell, and the red remains were spread in the desert. While the people in the moving convoy were still discussing the suddenly appeared mutant, Mubai had already caught up with them. "Hello. Sir, are you a mutant sent by the underground city?" The captain of the second team got out of the car and asked calmly. "You can think so. I am also entrusted to help you escort." Mubai, who spoke lightly, looked at everyone carefully. The mutants in the other party's mouth may refer to people with extraordinary abilities, but it is obvious that there are no mutants among these soldiers. This is interesting. You know, there are more than 100,000 people living in such a large underground city. Such important equipment for purifying water resources is actually escorted by ordinary soldiers? That can only mean that the high-level forces in the underground city they belong to are in serious internal strife. Otherwise, the defense force would not be so weak. After noticing Mubai's sight, the captain of the second team looked a little hesitant. At this moment, it seemed that there was no one else he could ask for help. "Sir, I have an important matter to trouble you." After leaving the fleet for a short rest, the two came to the back of the cool boulder. After looking back at the north, the captain said in a deep voice, "Sir, which faction in the underground city are you from?" Which faction? Mubai didn't even know which underground city the other party was talking about, let alone such specific information. But there was no need for a team at the moment. So Mubai spread his hands and said indifferently, "Central faction. I don't participate in any faction battles, and I have no interest. My only mission here is to escort you back to the underground city." The captain of the second team looked a little surprised. He had never heard of any centrists. But seeing that the other party didn't look like they were going to harm them, he simply told them all the subsequent routes and dangers. Ant nest? In the other party's words, they were going to pass through an ant nest in the Doomsday Wasteland era. Although it seemed a bit funny, this ant nest was not an ordinary ant nest but a nest of mutant creatures. In the words of the captain of the second team, the steel giant ant is a tank-sized ant covered with thick SHLS. They have a huge head, 2 huge pincers that can easily cut steel bars, and a sharp stinger hidden under the abdomen. Once the target is stabbed, it will inject a strong corrosive liquid. The steel giant ants are social creatures. Basically, the place where they are is a life-restricted area. Ordinary steel giant ants are above the 3rd level superpowers. If they go out in groups, even a 5th level legendary superpower cannot guarantee that they can break out alive. When talking about the legendary powerhouse, the captain also deliberately observed Mubai's face. He actually suspected that the other party was a 5th level legendary powerhouse. After listening to the other party's explanation calmly, Mubai picked up the other party's map and asked curiously, "Why not change a route? The city route marked here should be safer. It's more dangerous there." The bearded captain raised his head silently and said in a fearful tone, "It was once a modern city with tens of millions of people. In the early days of the apocalypse, most of the population was infected by radiation and mutated into various creatures. And most of the lower level ones became zombies. And a few evolved into zombie kings. According to the captain of the second team, these zombies seem to have developed wisdom. So the route through the abandoned big city to enter the underground city is more dangerous. After all, the overwhelming group of intelligent zombies is far more terrifying than the steel giant ants. Choose the city route." Finally, Mubai made the final decision. Even the abandoned city roads are mostly passable, which is faster than the route of the ant nest. As long as you break through quickly along the edge of the city, you can also reduce the travel time. When necessary, I can use my ability to attract the attention of zombies. Compared with the zombie city, the ant nest is more dangerous for the team in Mubai's eyes. After all, according to the biological characteristics of ants, it is almost impossible for the entire team to pass safely, not to mention the bumpy terrain of the ant nest. It seemed that no one expected Mu Bai to be willing to risk his life for this escort. Yang Qi, the captain of the second team, was also deeply moved. The other party's appearance at this critical moment was a timely help. The team set off immediately after resting. Along the way, Mu Bai also learned from Yang Qi the origin of the little girl who controlled the mutant creatures to attack the team. She was also a mutant human. But this kind of mutant human was different from the zombies. They were often mental mutations. Zombies are more of physical mutations. The metropolis with a population of tens of millions was once prosperous and noisy. But now it has fallen into doomsday despair. The high-rise buildings look particularly desolate in the afterglow of the sunset. And the broken windows and walls witnessed the tragedy of this disaster. On the streets, abandoned cars were scattered all over the place. Some were still emitting thick smoke. And the air was filled with the smell of burning. Zombies wandered aimlessly on the streets. And their figures looked particularly weird in the afterglow of the sunset. Their eyes were hollow, and their faces were hideous. Their bodies were covered with blood and dirt. They roared hoarsely as if they were looking for the next prey. In the corners of the city, you can occasionally hear the cries for help from the survivors. They hide in dark corners, or in the ruins of high-rise buildings, and try their best to resist the zombies' attacks. These people are often people with high radiation in their bodies, who cannot enter the underground city. It is somewhat ironic that most of these people are high-level people who use their status and power to hoard supplies before the doomsday. Because after the doomsday, those fresh foods have become the most radioactive products. As night falls, the city gradually goes out. Only sporadic firelight flickers in the distance, which is the survivors trying to make a living. The zombies become more active in the dark, and their roars echo in the silent night, making people feel waves of fear. This once prosperous city has now become a ruin, as if it also symbolizes the collapse of human civilization here. And the hope of survival has become slim. And all this is only 8 months away from the doomsday. The convoy drove into the abandoned city very cautiously. Mu Bai, who was leaping in the steel forest, was holding a walkie-talkie and constantly directing the convoy's direction. Mu Bai, who was elementalized and passed through the collapsed buildings, saw many people. Some of them had swollen arms like human faces, and some had pupils that were changing to adapt to the darkness. It was obvious that even if they could survive, they would become mutants. Some people saw Mu Bai still asking for help, but he obviously didn't care about them. It was just a copy world. He was not a saintly person. How could he save them? Stop! Mu Bai, who quickly conveyed the order to the intercom, vaguely noticed that the road in front of the convoy had obvious changes. The road was torn apart, and the abandoned cars were swallowed by the cracks. Soon, a scarlet light flashed in the cracks with a sound like steel friction. A giant centipede monster quietly appeared. This centipede monster was as long as 12 meters, covered with hard LS, and flashed a cold luster. It's a poisonous centipede. The captain of the second team, Yang Qi, exclaimed in a cold sweat. Its body is divided into countless small sections, each of which is densely covered with sharp spikes, looking like a moving hedgehog. These spikes are highly poisonous and can be ejected to attack the enemy when threatened. This is an extremely difficult enemy. And what is even more terrifying is that there is obviously more than one. The giant centipede monster has 2 huge compound eyes on its head, flashing red light. Its mouthparts are huge and ferocious, and its teeth are extremely sharp. It can easily tear steel apart. When it opens its bloody mouth, it seems to be able to devour all life. 3, 4, 6. There are as many as 10. The survivors hiding in the high-rise buildings nearby looked at this scene in horror. They are most familiar with this centipede monster, and even many of their relatives have been eaten by it. The number of 10 can already pose a considerable threat to the convoy. Seeing this, Mu Bai no longer hides his strength and immediately turns into the only red fire in the dark night and hits between the convoy and the centipede. Mr. Mu Bai, do you want us to turn around? No need. It won't take long to deal with him. Ignoring Yang Qi's dissuasion, Mu Bai jumped into the centipede group. These centipedes seemed to be able to sense Mu Bai's terrifying power, and all burst out with needle attacks. The green poisonous stinger swarmed in, and there was no room to dodge. Mu Bai, who was calm and composed, tapped his fingers lightly, and the next moment a large amount of magma jumped out from under his feet. The hot magma torrent quickly melted all the poisonous needles shot at it, and the magma exploded rapidly while melting the poisonous needles. The centipedes fled in all directions in the high temperature, but it was obvious that Mu Bai had no intention of letting them go. He pulled his right arm back, and then the rich magma continued to condense and compress into a huge hand. slapped towards the pit where the centipedes fled. A large amount of magma poured into it, and the fleeing centipedes turned into delicious delicacies and emitted bursts of fragrance and burnt smell. After doing all this, Mu Bai, who was covered with magma, turned around like a god. Yang Qi in the car checked the time. Less than 7 seconds. In less than 7 seconds, the powerful poisonous centipedes were completely wiped out. This kind of combat power must be outstanding among the 5th level legendary superpowers. Right? Follow me. I will use magma to clear the obstacles on the road. And you follow me. After that, Mu Bai wrapped his arm with magma to turn it into a whip-like existence. With a strong swing, the obstacles on the entire street were swept away. This scene is definitely a favorite of obsessive-compulsive disorder enthusiasts. Yang Qi also realized something and immediately ordered the convoy to follow. Although Mr. Mu Bai killed the needle centipede just now, the momentum he created was too huge, which is very likely to attract the attention of other mutant creatures in the dark. Thinking of this, Yang Qi's heart was in his throat. Life and death are in a moment. Everyone follow Mr. Mu Bai. Mu Bai and the convoy, who cleared the obstacles on the road, moved forward rapidly. At a corner, the plant parasitic underground suddenly jumped out of the street. Caught off guard, Mu Bai was almost looked down by the acid spit out by the other party. This is a combination of plants and animals. The body is like a huge tree, but the trunk and branches are covered with sharp thorns and poison sacs. The head is a blooming flower, and the stamens hide a bloody mouth that can spit out a strong acidic venom. You like to spit water, right? I'll make sure you don't even have any roots. The left foot turned into magma and blasted into the ground. Following the trajectory of the opponent's vines, the magma quickly dissolved them. The severely damaged plant monster quickly withered. When the highway was about to enter the city and leave the urban area, everyone seemed to sense something. There were rustling sounds in the cold streets. Mu Bai thought it was the sound of insects at first, but soon the scene in front of him broke his common sense. The city center area near the south seemed to be flooded with black waves. Looking closely, it was not water waves, but a group of zombies that were so numerous that they were terrifying. A deafening roar came, breaking the silence around, and 3 groups of zombies were approaching nearby. In the urban area, a dark group of zombies were overwhelming, dragging heavy and twisted steps, exuding the aura of death, with hideous faces and creepy roars from their mouths. The zombies were running wildly on the road, and their number seemed endless. They fell on the cars on the road, overturned them, and then continued to charge forward. Some zombies even climbed up the guardrails of the highway, trying to cross the obstacles and attack the soldiers on the convoy. The air around them seemed to be solidified by this terrifying atmosphere, making people feel suffocated. The soldiers held their weapons tightly, and their hearts were filled with fear and anxiety. Facing the attack of such a large group of zombies, survival has become very slim. It seems that all the zombies nearby are rushing over, as if they have received some kind of order. The scene was extremely shocking, and the entire abandoned city was shaking. It seems that a zombie king has noticed this place. You go along the highway first, and I will catch up later. Mu Bai frowned and said. At the moment, he could only temporarily block it for a while, and then go to meet up after the convoy is far away from here. Take care of yourself, Mr. Mu Bai. Captain Yang Qi had a lot to say, but at this critical moment, he knew that his soldiers would die if they stayed here. So he immediately led the convoy forward again. The zombie closest to the convoy was stomped to death by Mu Bai, and he stepped on it with a sizzling sound. The surging magma immediately covered the highway within a dozen meters. Looking at the endless tide of zombies in front of him, Mu Bai raised his arms. Magma skills. Meteor volcano. Bang bang bang. The dense magma fireballs bombarded the zombie group, causing serious casualties to the nearest zombie group. The scorching heat flowed from the magma on the highway burned by the raging fire. Mu Bai alone resisted the zombies of thousands of troops. His arms were emitting billowing black smoke and magma dripping, illuminating the place. Continuous. Meteor volcano. The gushing magma meteorites kept falling under the dense explosions. A small number of second-level mutant zombies still approached the range of more than 10 meters in front of him. The agile zombies that ran fast with their limbs, like beasts, went around Mu Bai from another road. After a little fear of the fire, they swooped down without hesitation. The sharp black claws easily pierced Mu Bai's back. The excited mutant zombie hissed and seemed very excited. But when he wanted to pull out his claws, he was horrified to find that the hot heat was eroding his wrists. If you like to approach me from behind so much, you must be prepared to be melted. Mu Bai, who was dissolved by the elements, lifted the other's head and pressed it towards the ground. The boiling magma exploded instantly. He jumped into the zombie group, and his arms extended from the magma to become two red magma whips. Mu Bai whipped the zombie group in front of him. Wherever the hot magma went, the rotten bodies were cut in half, and only a few third-level defensive zombies could barely withstand the explosive damage. However, even if they could withstand it, they would either die or be disabled. The difference in strength between the two sides was too obvious. If Mu Bai, who did not master the power of the devil fruit, could barely fight against a 5th-level psychic here, then he who mastered the magma fruit at this moment could be called a top-notch existence among the legendary psychics. And when facing these zombie groups that rely on group advantages to crush all enemies, he is even more handy. With the power of his natural fruit, the strongest is the range elemental damage. Mu Bai, who cleared the battlefield with a few moves, did not retreat but advanced, and hot red bubbles emerged from his arms. Then, the arms flowing with magma merged into the surface, and in the eyes of many zombies, he turned into a red magma dragon and roared out. Magma skills. Nether Dragon. The rolling magma fire dragon rushed into the endless stream of zombies in the distance, with the most unruly attitude. Boom! The magma air wave overturned everything in the terrifying collision. The surrounding buildings collapsed rapidly, with a sound of being overwhelmed. The magma dripping from the decomposed nether dragon melted the zombies instantly. When Mu Bai, who created this natural disaster-like scene with his own hands, was about to leave, a dark figure was slowly landing more than 10 meters away from him. In the dark night, relying on the firelight, the survivors who were secretly spying nearby all breathed rapidly, as if they had seen the god of death. That was the Corpse King coming. Several human-like faces were attached to the 3-meter-tall body, and behind the steel body, like a dead tree, were huge demon-like wings, and a bone helmet like a crown appeared on the twisted skull. The Corpse King was quietly looking down at the human in front of him. Some Corpse Kings also came in the corpse tide not far away. There are graceful women with cross-shaped mouths on their heads, and huge balls of flesh nearly 20 meters tall with cunning eyes that are constantly moving. There are also zombie swordsmen holding bone swords with bodies similar to those of ordinary people, but without facial features. There were more than 10 Corpse Kings, which made Mu Bai start to take it seriously. Among these Corpse Kings, only the one in front of him had a different aura from ordinary people. He seemed to be the strongest Corpse King. The double-winged Corpse King slowly raised his right arm and pointed his index finger at Mu Bai. I have never seen you. So do you want to fight with us? An unclear voice came from the double-winged Corpse King, which sounded like human language that was made by the resonance of certain organs. I'm just passing by. But if you want to continue fighting, I will accompany you to the end. The double-winged Corpse King lowered his body and touched the cooled magma with his hand, thinking. The Corpse King standing in the corpse group seemed to have lost their patience. They were all rubbing their hands, especially the Meatball Corpse King. At this moment, he was oozing saliva like liquid from his head. It was obvious that he wanted to eat Mu Bai very much. The swordsman who was dragging a bone-long sword with one hand exuded an amazing momentum. He was aiming at Mu Bai in a posture of drawing a sword. The evolutionary roots of zombies are diverse, and can be regarded as truly flourishing. These zombie kings with their own unique skills are strong people evolved from various directions to a certain extent. They are more advanced than humans and other mutant creatures, just because they can adapt to this place. The radiation doomsday is their paradise. You are different from other humans. You are very strong. Although I can kill you, I have to pay some price. The two-winged zombie king who slowly stood up spoke calmly. He was once a human, and now he is the king of zombies. Compared with humans, he is more direct and does not like to deceive. At this moment, after hearing the words of the leader, the other zombie kings all stopped. They knew the combat power of the two-winged zombie king very well, so they were also very wary of Mu Bai at this moment. No matter what the other party's purpose is, since he is willing to let himself go, it is naturally the best. He nodded to the two-winged zombie king and passed by him. At this moment, the two-winged zombie king suddenly whispered, "The human body is fragile. Many years later, you will become my subordinate and serve me one day." Is this guy saying that he will transform himself into a zombie in the future? Without paying any attention to him, Mu Bai immediately left along the highway. He was here to complete the dungeon mission, not to kill zombies, and he was not in the mood to communicate with him. The graceful female Corpse King looked at the back of the human warrior and said in surprise, "Are you just going to let him go?" The double-winged Corpse King felt the magma heat wave in the air, and after a long time, he whispered, He is escorting the convoy of the number 2596 human underground city. According to the information I got, it will collapse soon. The internal fighting in the underground city will add fuel to the fire, and we can harvest another wave of people as long as they are both injured. The Corpse Kings present were all transformed from human warriors by him. This secret was naturally known to everyone present. So the words of the double-winged Corpse King at this moment made everyone feel a little relieved. They all believed the words of the double-winged Corpse King, just because the other party was the ultimate king of all zombies in the millions of metropolises. The most perfect product of the Doomsday evolution. And the wisdom, strength, survival ability, and adaptability were all crushing any creature. As long as he is there, the zombies will eventually become the strongest force. The Zombie King flapped his wings and quickly jumped into the darkness. He needed to make some preparations and wait to pick the fruits that were about to mature. In the dark, a team of vehicles was driving carefully on the abandoned highway. This was the team escorting the water purification equipment in the underground city. The soldier in the car, who wanted to light a cigarette, hesitated. He exchanged such precious supplies with 10 pounds of mutant bison meat. He wanted to smoke some, but he was reluctant to do so. Yang Qi, the captain of the second team, saw everyone's emotions. He knew everyone's thoughts. In this doomsday, being alive is a victory. There is no right or wrong in the struggle for survival. Mu Bai once saved everyone's life. The soldiers present were naturally worried about his safety now. I believe in Mu Bai. He has helped us so many times. With his ability, the zombies should not be able to do anything to him, Yang Qi said with a serious look. The convoy drove smoothly along the way. Time passed by minute until the warm sun gradually rose from the east. Everyone's tense emotions were slightly relieved. At the nearest highway exit, everyone was shocked to see the waiting person. It turned out that Mu Bai arrived at the designated location before them. I'm so glad you're okay, Mr. Mu Bai. Where did you come from? Yang Qi went forward and gave him a hug. And he couldn't stop smiling. They had waited for so long, for several hours, and thought that he had an accident. But he didn't expect that he would arrive early. I came from the mountain road. And the road there is faster. Mu Bai smiled and explained immediately. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this. In the end of the world, the forest is extremely dangerous, and the mutated beasts are extremely aggressive and have extremely terrifying combat capabilities. Only a strong man like Mr. Mu Bai dares to cross the mountains alone. You are worthy of it. Let's continue on our way. As long as we pass the town ahead, we can reach the underground city. Facing the warm sunshine, Yang Qi immediately made a suggestion. After all, the activity of mutant creatures will decrease during the day, and the corresponding risk factor will also decrease. According to the analysis and research of scientists in the underground city, it should be due to evolution that these mutant creatures are more keen on night operations. Mu Bai naturally had no objection to completing the mission as soon as possible. The convoy continued to move forward, and it was very peaceful along the way, almost without any obstacles. They arrived near the underground city before noon. On the surface, a scene of ruins and desolation appeared before the eyes. The once prosperous city was now only in ruins. The tall buildings collapsed in the disaster, leaving only broken stones and twisted metal structures. These ruins were covered with thick dust and ruins, as if witnessing the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. This scene made the soldiers in the car sigh. On this ruin, plants grew abnormally lush, but not the kind of pleasant green. Affected by radiation and pollution, they turned into strange colors, or bright red, or gloomy purple. These mutant plants spread in the ruins, adding a weird beauty to this dead land. The sky was filled with thick dust and smoke, blocking most of the sunlight, making the whole world shrouded in gray. And occasionally lightning would break through the sky accompanied by rumbling thunder. When the convoy finally stopped in an open space, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away is the entrance to the underground city. Someone in the watchtower discovered the people who had returned and immediately opened the gate that was more than 10 meters high. Above the underground city is a heavily guarded base. This is a place with low radiation concentration. They have built tight security facilities here according to the terrain, although they cannot stay in the surface base for too long. Ordinary people in the underground city still need to breathe fresh air every once in a while, even if there are special factors in the air that can cause them to mutate. Before entering the base, everyone received a mutation test. The cold-looking soldiers also changed their expressions when they noticed that Mu Bai did not have any mutant cells. After all, if you want to maintain this almost zero-cell infection, you need to drink pure water or eat pure food for a long time. Sir, please let us register. name, age, and place of residence. After Mubai filled in the form casually, he followed Yang Qi into the base. Some people stared at him with some vigilance, while others were attracted by his appearance. Most of them were dirty women. After all, they had not seen such a clean opposite sex for a long time. Speaking of cleanliness, Mubai actually discovered the convenience of the elemental fruit. As long as the body is stained with dust, the body can be cleaned again by elementalization. It can be said to be very convenient. The entrance to the underground city is similar to an ancient well, with a stone passage. Only after entering the depths can you feel the inclination of the road. The second team of soldiers pulled the equipment carefully through the lighted passage, following behind them. Mubai also looked at this underground city built in the end of the world for the first time. This is a world built of rock and steel, full of cold and damp air, and filled with the breath of decay and despair. The lights are dim and swaying, barely dispelling some of the darkness, but unable to illuminate the shadows deep in people's hearts. The moss and mold on the walls grow wantonly in the dark environment, constantly invading this last shelter for mankind. Here, people are crowded in narrow corridors and rooms, and the air is filled with the smell of sweat and untreated wastewater. They wear tattered clothes and have tired and numb expressions on their faces. Food and water are scarce resources here, and survival every day requires all efforts. Hunger and thirst are the norm, and every time you are full, it seems like a gift from God. Yang Qi whispered. He could see that Mubai was observing those people. You are not from here, right? I actually found out a long time ago. Yang Qi did not mean to expose Mubai, no matter what the other party's purpose was. He helped them too much. After the water purification equipment was in place this time, the pressure on the scarce semi-pure freshwater resources would be relieved a lot. Mubai smiled slightly, and did not answer the question. After passing through the civilian area and coming to the middle area, it was obvious that the environment had improved a lot, and the overall appearance of the residents was completely different. After passing through the residential area, everyone escorted the equipment, and finally came to the underground city, where the water resources circulation worked. These huge water storage tanks are the core of the system, because they are buried deep underground. They are also prevented from being affected by external pollution and radiation. Mubai knew that this mission was about to end. When the soldiers and workers began to install the water purification equipment, an untimely voice sounded. Did you modify the water filter without my consent? Heavy footsteps came from not far away. The towering figure was obviously different from ordinary people, and there was a hint of anger in his powerful voice. Manshan, wearing a power armor, came to Yang Qi after scanning the people present with a cold eye. A dog in front of Lu Qianqian dares to stand in front of me? Get out of the way! Yang Qi, who was guarding the water purifier, gritted his teeth and still stood in front of him. Although he was afraid of Manshan, water purification was of great importance at the moment. The lives of more than 100,000 people in the entire underground city depended on it, and he could not afford to make mistakes. You can say whatever you want, Manshan, but if you stop me from installing the water purifier now, you will put the underground city on a dead end. If that happens, you will be the culprit. Yang Qi lowered his eyes and spoke calmly. He did not believe that the other party would really dare to take the risk. Yan's barking is really fierce. Don't you know Lu Qianqian's current situation? I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to get out of here now. A large number of workers outside saw this scene and wanted to step forward to persuade them to stop fighting. But they were all glared back by Manshan. A bastard like Pariah dared to block the decision of a superpower like him? Explain it clearly. Yang Qi, with a frown on his face, felt that something was wrong. The other party represented the power of the radicals in the underground city. Now that the other party was so bold, did it mean that the radicals had completely mastered all the power in the underground city when they were there? Before he could think more, Manshan had already slashed at him with a palm like a mountain pressing down on his head. The super-enhanced superpowers of his body plus the Manshan under him were not something Yang Qi could contend with. He was knocked down within 2 or 3 moves, when Manshan was staring at Yang Qi and wanted to kill him. Mubai, who had been watching the show, stopped him. You want to stop the water purification? Hearing the voice, Manshan also snorted coldly. He naturally heard that there were powerful psychics escorting these trash back. He thought the other party was a soft egg and didn't dare to stop him. Now it seems that he still has some blood. You? After looking back at the other party's appearance, Manshan was slightly surprised. But soon, he showed a sinister expression and twisted his shoulders. You look good. I will beat you half paralyzed and sell you on the black market. As soon as the voice fell, With a roar like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, Manchan's tank-like body rushed forward. With the powerful help of the power armor, Manchan really has some meaning of mountains at this moment. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, smiled when he saw this. Then, when the other party was about to approach, his right leg attached to the magma kicked up from the bottom to the top like a red line. The high temperature of the hot magma instantly melted Manchan's power armor. Without waiting for Manchan to react, Mu Bai, who lowered his body, had already rushed up. After spinning in the air, the right leg of the magma went straight through Manchan's chest, and the huge body fell down with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Manchan covered his chest in pain and twitched a few times. But he still died. Even though his body had been strengthened, he could not bear such a fatal injury. Whether it was the workers watching outside or the soldiers inside, they all looked at the man with his hands not even out of his trouser pockets in shock. A third-level physical ability user was killed so easily. This is simply outrageous. Continue the installation. With me here, I can keep you safe even if the dungeon is destroyed, Mu Bai said casually after kicking Manchan's body aside. His mission this time was to purify the water resources in the dungeon. Anyone who dared to destroy his main mission would be dead. The installers swallowed their saliva and immediately began to install. The purification of water resources had a direct interest in the bottom layer like them. So of course they installed it quickly at this moment. Time passed by, and the people at the door were pushed open. 3 people walked in with gloomy faces. Looking at Manchan's miserable state, they looked at each other. Did you kill Manchan? The young man in white, who was in the lead, drew out the blood-red broken knife and asked seriously. Mu Bai, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, turned his arm into magma and pointed at several people and said calmly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want revenge, come now. I will send you and him on the road. If not, just stand there and don't get close to here. If you get close, I want your head to fall off." Several people were shocked and took a step back. They all felt numb when they heard the sizzling sound of the magma dripping from the other party's arm to the ground. The man in front of them, who could kill the 3rd-level Manchan without injury, might be a 5th-level legendary superpower. Time passed by minute. After 10 minutes, the water purification instrument started completely. With the operation of the instrument, the contaminated fresh water resources that could not be taken into the body were constantly filtered. Main task: escort the convoy into the underground city to complete the purification of water resources. Completed? Do you want to settle the reward and leave here? Leave? What's the point? As a level 10 epic task, if you only complete the first stage of the task, the benefits you get are too little. The strong men of the radical faction had obviously received the news that Manchan was killed. At the entrance, elite soldiers pushed through the crowd and stared at Mu Bai. The atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed that a big battle would start in the next second. Are you very unconvinced? After a glance, Mu Bai smiled faintly. And the next moment, he jumped into the crowd and killed one person alive with his magma palm, and then threw his burning body in front of everyone. The battle was about to break out. Several people holding special material swords took the lead. When the long sword swept across, Mu Bai did not dodge at all. He used his elemental body to take these weapons and melted them in an instant. Are they all toys? They are too fragile. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Mu Bai's magma fist tore the wall and turned into a sharp magma blade across the narrow corridor. In the horrified eyes of several people, blood and flesh flew everywhere. These heads separated from the neck watched the body fall to the ground. Since you choose to offend me, I will kill until no one dares to offend. Holding the lava sword, Mu Bai killed his way forward like a killing god. The blood splattered in the corridor, causing the radical team behind to be dumbfounded. The original courage also turned into nothingness in the hot red fire. After killing many strong men in a row, Mu Bai felt a little bored. No one continues. If so, I will take action. After kicking the psychic who collapsed on the ground beside him to death, Mu Bai walked to a wide area like a square in the underground city. None of the extremely alert radical forces around dared to approach him. After all, this person was not just talking nonsense, but really dared to kill without restraint. The sound of fighting also attracted a large number of underground city residents. These spectators had different expressions. Some clenched their fists nervously, as if cheering for Mu Bai. Some widened their eyes for fear of missing any exciting moments. And some smiled with a hint of playfulness, as if looking forward to more dramatic developments. However, most of them, who have lived in the dark for too long, are still numb. It seems that the mental state of these ordinary people is not very good. Although the people here do not have mutated organs, everyone is very indifferent. Those with withered bodies and yellow faces are considered relatively healthy. Brother Mubai. Wait! Yang Qi, who ran over tremblingly, wanted to hold Mubai. But at this moment, he did not dare to get too close. So he had to stand at a distance and continue talking. Our city Lord Lu invites you. A cold female voice interrupted the solemn atmosphere. The troops she led immediately surrounded the place and temporarily calmed down the incident. The visitor was Yang Qi's direct superior Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian killed our people. He can't just leave like this, the masked one-eyed man said viciously. But Lu Qianqian shook her head. The city lord summoned you. If you have any questions, you can go to the city lord to confront him. But it seems that you are not qualified yet. Humph. Seeing this, the one-eyed man could only glare at a few people and turn away. Although he couldn't do it, his elder brother could. Brother Mubai, come with me first. Let's put the things here aside. Yang Qi continued, looking around and seeing that no one dared to look at him. Mubai was too lazy to continue to attack, and turned around and followed Yang Qi to leave. Some radicals wanted to take action, but were stopped by their companions. Although sacrifice is honorable, such meaningless sacrifice is unnecessary. In the elevator, Yang Qi said with some relief, Brother Mubai, you are too reckless. The radicals currently occupy nearly 2/3 of the combatants in the entire dungeon. The strongest ones are 3 5th-level legendary masters. You don't need to confront them head-on, since they are radicals. Then the dungeon lord is conservative? If I don't take action, can I not even keep the water purification equipment? Yang Qi, with dry lips, wanted to explain something, but he could only sigh when the words came to his lips. The lord's inability to control the armed forces of the dungeon can only mean one thing. That is, the failure to check and balance the factional power in the dungeon. The current result seems to be that the radicals are in the majority, while the conservatives are completely crushed. The elevator sank rapidly. It was unknown how many floors it took for Mubai to enter the core area of the dungeon under the leadership of Yang Qi. After passing through several places similar to military fortresses, a low-hanging chandelier came into view. The swaying light outlined a vague boundary in the dim atmosphere, as if the last ray of civilization was struggling in the darkness. The long table under the lamp is covered with yellowed maps and messy notes, outlining the context of this underground city and fragments of its past history. In the corner stands a row of tall bookshelves filled with long dusty books and scrolls. These are the last bastion of human knowledge and a symbol of the city lord's power. Books can preserve knowledge as much as possible in the end of the world. They are extremely valuable. Even various human dungeons will enter a state of war because of these books. There are several tattered tapestries hanging on the walls of the room. The patterns have long faded, but the former glory can still be recognized. It is the memory of the world before the end of the world. In the corner of the room, a heavy solid wood table bears the traces of the city lord's daily work. On the table are a kerosene lamp, a thick stack of reports, and a severely worn pen. Although these items are simple, they are also extremely precious materials. I heard that your name is Mubai. An old man walked out of the secret room. When the other party appeared, Mubai also sensed a trace of danger. This feeling had also been felt on the body of the double-winged corpse king. Could it be that the other party has the ability to threaten himself? He was not surprised by this, because the resources and talents that can rule the dungeon of hundreds of thousands of people are enough to make it grow to a terrible level. Although he has mastered the magma fruit, the basic attributes are still too low. My name is indeed Mubai. I am a little curious now. With your strength, it seems impossible for you to be coerced by the radicals. Based on what Yang Qi said in the convoy, Mubai could already hear that the city lord was about to be sidelined by the top leaders of the radicals. But the other party's aura and the degree of danger he brought to him showed that the other party was very strong. The city lord's figure passed through the light of the candle, like a solid stone tablet, standing firm in ruins and despair, exuding a calm and powerful force. He was tall and burly, as if he had experienced countless battles and tempering, with clear muscle lines, as hard as steel. His skin was dark brown and full of vicissitudes of life. Although he was old, some kind of energy flowed on his skin. It was obvious that he was also a physical enhancement mutant. A thick head of black hair, although mixed with a few strands of silver, still looked full of strength and vitality. Even in harsh environments, his eyes always remained sharp and bright. These are what Yang Qi said. Right? He is not wrong. Most of the power in this underground city has fallen into the hands of the radicals. But this is all part of my plan. The city lord's voice was strong. But Yang Qi, who was present, was very excited with veins on his forehead. The city lord would definitely not deceive him. But the current situation, Lord City Lord, even if the problem of water resource circulation can be solved, with the current bottom-level food supply, problems will soon arise. The radicals want to turn the entire underground city into a living H.L. Yang Qi, who was half kneeling on the ground, was extremely excited. The city lord sighed and said helplessly, "That's why I don't want you to know other things. You are too impatient. Sometimes you can only eliminate the cancer in the underground city by paying a price. Mu Bai, I have something to ask of you. I'm sorry for offending you before." Mu Bai, who noticed something strange, squinted his eyes and suddenly retreated. The city lord suddenly jumped up, and the giant sword in his hand chopped off like a maggot tarsal bone with Mu Bai. His swordsmanship was exquisite and swift. Every swing of his sword could bring up a gust of wind, as if to tear the enemy apart. His steps were steady and flexible, and he could easily dodge the enemy's attacks while launching deadly counterattacks. This old monster's swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. At least if Mu Bai didn't use elementalization, he wouldn't dare to get close to him easily. The hot magma turned into a long sword and was held in Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai, who kept dodging the city lord's attack, found the right time to detonate the magma immediately. After the long sword split, Mu Bai stepped on the scattered magma in the air and punched down. The heavy force tore the ground like a spider web. The city lord, who was forced to retreat, put away the long sword and was very satisfied. "Sorry, Mu Bai. Although I don't know why you came to our underground city, but I think we can cooperate. I heard that you have seen the two-winged corpse king in the ruins of the city, right?" After realizing that the task was about to be triggered, Mu Bai was too lazy to deal with the other party's attack. "I have seen it. According to what you said, he should have a power close to the 6th level." Although the two-winged corpse king had a calm breath at the beginning, with Mu Bai's perception, how could he not see the other party's terrifying combat power? "I am afraid that other corpse kings tied together are not the opponent of the two-winged corpse king." The city lord smiled. Hee. Who knows? But I have found out that he is colluding with people in our dungeon. Some people are willing to surrender to him and be transformed into a zombie king to gain eternal life. And the price is the population of the entire dungeon. Traitor? Good guy. I have heard of people who want to be transformed into vampires or blood creatures. But this is the first time I have heard of someone who voluntarily becomes a zombie. This is also a ruthless person. Ding dong. The advanced mainline task is opened. Darkest hour. The dungeon is turbulent and dark waves are flowing. The city lord invites you to join his camp to maintain the stability of the dungeon. The task of killing the culprit who caused the turmoil is completed. Accept the task. Without hesitation, Mu Bai chose to accept the task at the first time, regardless of whether the city lord was telling the truth. The huge reward for the advanced task was real, so he was too lazy to care about other things. "City lord, I am willing to help you. But who is the target you are talking about?" The smiling city lord patted Mu Bai's shoulder and was very happy. And then a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. "My eldest son, the leader of the main armed forces in the current underground city, the current leader of the radical faction, Su Lei. I was poisoned by the Corpse King a few days ago and can't hold on for much longer. I hope you and I can join forces to kill the double-winged Corpse King first and then cooperate with me to suppress the rebellious son." Interesting. The whole half-day turned out to be a family infighting. But it is obvious that the city lord still can't do it. Otherwise, the most correct choice at present is to kill Su Lei quickly. "I don't care about these. I am more concerned about how you want to lead the double-winged Corpse King to go out alone. He is in the zombie city, and the zombie kings are looking around. I have seen the kind of scene. He doesn't care about how the father and son get along. The key is that if the double-winged Corpse King leaves the zombie group and other zombie kings, they may not be able to kill each other with their strength. After all, the number of zombies is there. Even with Mu Bai's physical strength, he dare not say that he can kill the zombies while defeating the dead among the zombies. The survivor camp closest to here has just captured a batch of supplies, including the infection factor crystal that zombies need most. I would like to ask you to sneak in and use the precious item to attract the attention of the two-winged zombie king. Once the sealed infection factor crystal is opened, the two-winged zombie king will definitely detect it with his sense of smell. In order to take the crystal for himself, he will not bring other zombie kings with him. I have been infected with his corpse poison and cannot hide without being noticed. so I can only get rid of you in this matter. Lu Qianqian will go with you. You can also contact me through her. The city lord's neck, whose power gradually subsided, had a faint green light, which was obviously the so-called corpse poison. I will leave immediately without further delay. Mu Bai was not a fool. He could feel that the other party had some intentions to calculate him. He had made all the preparations in advance, and was waiting for outsiders to help. This was obviously impossible. However, he also hid this suspicion. At present, there was too little information. Following the other party's lead, and completing the advanced main task as much as possible was the top priority. In the 40th floor of the dungeon, Su Lei, who was meditating, listened calmly to the report of the one-eyed dragon's subordinates, with no joy or sadness in his eyes. He didn't like to be disturbed at this time, but he was very concerned about the news about the city lord. His adopted father. You mean that the man named Mu Bai was called away by daddy alone? And now he has left the dungeon again? Yes, sir. The one-eyed dragon kneeling on the ground said in a low voice with some nervousness. It's no wonder that he was frightened. After all, Su Lei's expressionless mood is not something that ordinary people can understand. Only he can barely talk to him because of his kinship. Cousin, why are you so nervous? Daddy is currently infected with corpse poison and his life has entered the countdown. When I take over the entire dungeon, even the 5th level ability users from outside can't change anything. As he said this, he slowly opened his eyes. The heterochromatic pupils that appeared because of the infection were simply the spokesperson of God in this doomsday scene. In the future, he might become the ruler of the entire dungeon. But he really couldn't wait. Compared to entering the peak of power in the dungeon, Su Lei wanted to change his race to become an immortal existence. And zombies just met his expectations. With the promise of the Winged Corpse King, he was ready to use the entire dungeon as a huge bargaining chip. Go and follow him. It's best to get rid of him when he completes some tasks for his father. The items at his feet gradually floated in the air, as if they had lost gravity, and wandered around the room. This was a sign of Su Ye's supernatural power explosion, and proved that he had real killing intentions. Okay. I'll arrange it immediately. After the one-eyed dragon's subordinates left, Su Lei narrowed his eyes, and always felt that this old man was planning something. He had seen that old man a few days ago. The other party could be said to be dying. How could he still have the energy to summon outsiders now? In the quiet room, Su Lei always felt that something was wrong. On the wasteland of the end of the world, the sun was blazing, and the scorching sun sprinkled on the desolate land, reflecting a piece of dilapidated scene. Under the broken walls, there were only ruins eroded into strange shapes by wind and sand. On this ruin, 2 motorcycles roared and sped past. The 2 people driving side by side were the city-minded women Lu Qianqian and Mu Bai. The wild sand blew on the cheeks with a frosted feeling, and the roar of the beasts not far away revealed a hint of danger in the desolate land. Mu Bai, I advise you to refuse your father to leave this underground city. Lu Qianqian, who was driving a motorcycle, said with some reluctance. It was not because she felt sorry for the other party, but simply didn't want to see anyone die in front of her again. Before setting off, she thought that the other party would sneak in carefully according to her father's words. But this person directly said that he wanted to break through head-on. This kind of thing is too risky. Sneaking in is more risky. Just follow my instructions. If the other party was not also a 5th level legendary superpower, Mu Bai would not have bothered to take her with him. If she was not strong enough, she might become a burden. Suddenly, a rapid engine sound came from behind. They looked back and saw more than a dozen dilapidated cars speeding over. The cars were full of hideous-looking wasteland bandits, holding guns and showing fierce smiles on their faces, obviously with bad intentions. Lu Qianqian's heart tightened. She knew that these people might be the subordinates of her brother. After all, how could it be such a coincidence that they met bandits just after leaving the underground city? The bandits in the end times are villains in the end times. They burn, kill, rob, and do all kinds of evil. Often, many forces in the underground city will pretend to be bandits when doing some shady things. Speed up. Don't worry about them. Mu Bai looked through the rearview mirror and didn't bother to pay attention to these people at all. But the noise caused by so many vehicles was not comparable to their 2 motorcycles. The huge noise obviously attracted other mutant creatures nearby. They immediately accelerated forward, trying to get rid of these pursuers. However, the road conditions on the wasteland were extremely bad, and the motorcycle was struggling to move forward in the bumps. The car quickly approached the bandits and fired, and the bullets whizzed past the 2 of them. They dodged in a thrilling way, Mubai saw that the other party had a large amount of magma gushing out from his back and spreading on the ground, playing the effect of a prop station. Bang! Bang! The tires melted, and the rolling vehicle quickly crashed into the sand pile. The remaining bandit vehicles immediately bypassed the accident vehicle and continued to chase. Mubai, who had a glimpse of this scene, was more certain of the identities of these people. Seeing his ability, they were not terrified but chased more closely. This fool could also know their identities. Mubai, who originally wanted to stop the car to deal with these people, suddenly changed his mind, because he faintly heard the roar of the evil wolf. It sounds like someone is driving the desert silver wolf to surround us. Get off the car to fight or rush over, Lu Qianqian said and looked at Mubai. Mubai, who lowered his body in the wind and lightning, did not speak but told the other party his choice with his actions. Rush straight over. In the vast dusty scene in the distance, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind, and a group of mutant wolves were running at high speed on the wasteland. Their figures looked extremely strange under the scorching sun. These mutant wolves are huge, more than twice as big as ordinary wolves. They are covered with hard scales, flashing cold light, and their eyes are red as fire, flashing cruel and violent light. Sharp fangs are exposed from their mouths, like the sickle of the god of death, flashing cold light. The wolves are galloping and jumping on the wasteland, like a black lightning that cuts through the night sky. Wherever they pass, there is a mess. Ruins, broken cars, and discarded metal parts are easily smashed by them, and the flying fragments flash dangerous light under the scorching sun. This group of mutant wolves seem to be stimulated by something. Their speed is getting faster and faster, like a black whirlwind raging on the wasteland. The surrounding air seems to be driven by them to rotate, forming a series of small storms. Other creatures on the wasteland are fleeing in the violent galloping of this group of mutant wolves, fearing that they will be involved in this violent force. Even some powerful creatures have to retreat when facing the impact of this group of mutant wolves. When these desert silver wolves are about to attack, Lu Qianqian is the first to be unable to sit still. She immediately used her supernatural powers to make her hair grow rapidly. In a few moments, the amount of hair doubled, and soon those sharp hairs quickly pierced through the wolf in front. The ferocious desert silver wolf had its body pierced by the hair, but it showed an even more ferocious expression. Turned around and pounced on Mubai, looking for death. Magma skills. Big fire. After letting go of the motorcycle, Mubai raised his arms and launched a full-area artillery attack. Boom! 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 The overwhelming hot magma hit the ground irregularly. The hot heat waves continued to penetrate the wolf pack with splash-type damage. These huge fireballs, with blazing flames and rolling magma, fell from the sky and hit the wolf pack directly. The collision of the fireballs with the ground produced a deafening roar, accompanied by flying sparks and gravel, and a heat wave instantly swept the entire area, making the air seem to be ignited. Some members of the wolf pack failed to dodge in time and were directly hit by the magma fireball. Their fur was instantly ignited, and they screamed miserably. Their bodies twisted and struggled under the burning fire, and finally turned into charcoal. The air was filled with the smell of burnt fur and flesh, which was disgusting. Although another part of the wolf pack members avoided the direct attack of the fireball, they were injured by the splashing magma and gravel. Their bodies were covered with hot magma. Their fur was burned black, and bursts of green smoke came out of the wounds. Some rolled on the ground in pain, trying to relieve the pain, but to no avail. The whole wolf pack fell into chaos and panic. The injured wolves howled in pain, while the others fled in panic. Their originally tight formation became scattered, and the morale of the wolf pack collapsed instantly. Each of the evil wolves with muscular mutant bodies was originally very powerful, but under this natural disaster-like range attack, they were almost vulnerable to a blow, and their strong strength and bite force could not withstand the damage of this great cleansing. In this wasteland ravaged by the magma fireball, only the miserable state of the wolf pack and the diffused smell of death were left. Seeing this, the blood power of the alpha wolf, which had been stimulated, began to decline, and the excitement and rage gradually disappeared, replaced by deep fear. The convoy behind was completely wiped out. After all, they were the ones that Mubai paid special attention to. The magma artillery that fell down could be said to be extremely accurate in smashing all the cars, and the wolf pack was also hurt by the attack of a round of artillery damage. Especially the fearful leader wolf took the lead in retreating and distanced himself from Mubai and the others. The one-eyed dragon who rolled down from the car with difficulty suddenly pounded the ground. It was a blessing that some of his skin and flesh were burned. He never thought that these fierce wolves would be so vulnerable. He kicked the body of the evil wolf in front of him angrily. What should we do? Boss? How do I know? Go back and report to my brother first. The one-eyed dragon took off his clothes and revealed a hideous burning wound. It hurt so much. The few survivors were about to leave the originally embarrassed wolf pack. But now they came back and stared at them with cold eyes. After getting rid of the mutant wolf pack and the people who were following them, Mu Bai and Lu Qianqian sped up and arrived at the outskirts of the survivor camp in less than an hour. Sneak in. There are many masters in the camp. Even if it's... Lu Qianqian wanted to persuade Mu Bai, but she didn't expect that dense bullets would be fired at her. She dodged to the side under the continuous shooting of several Gatling machine guns. Mu Bai, who was shot into a sieve by bullets, had a slight look in his eyes, and the magma holes on his body gradually repaired. It seems that there is no need to discuss whether to sneak in. Someone has already reminded the people in the survivor camp that we are coming. Now we have to kill them. Mu Bai jumped up with a calm tone. He turned into a magma fireball and fell on the wall like a meteorite. The more than 10-meter electrified wall could not stop him from turning into an element. The massive magma quickly dissolved the wall. In a puff of smoke, Mu Bai stood up slowly like a red ghost. I just want the infection factor crystal. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. The powerful Mu Bai blasted into the camp with a dark dragon. Seeing that the other party had such a terrifying superpower, even the superpowers present were terrified. Go! Kill him! He is a lackey of the nearby dungeon. The superpowers in the camp attacked in a turmoil. Countless superpowers rushed to attack the two. Lu Qianqian, who was under great pressure, originally wanted to propose a retreat. But Mu Bai had already rushed into the enemy camp and swept all around, relying on the elementalization of the devil fruit to avoid attacks. Mu Bai was simply killing gods and Buddhas. The lower-grade superpowers were even shot in the head by a lava before they even got close. The scene was in chaos. Mu Bai directly asked Lu Qianqian to find the mission target while he was under all the pressure. Mu Bai closed his eyes, as if he was feeling the atmosphere around him, and as if he was listening to the enemy's movements. He exuded a strong hot power that made people dare not approach easily. Everyone, come on! Facing the enemy's arrogance, the psychics began to attack, each of them showing their unique abilities. Some could control fire, and raging fire gushed out from their palms and roared towards Mu Bai. Some could manipulate storms, and the wind rolled up sand and stones to form sharp wind blades. And some could move instantly. They appeared and disappeared in the darkness, trying to find the enemy's flaws. However, facing the siege of the psychics, the target seemed unusually calm. With a light wave of his hand, a red magma barrier blocked the attack of fire and wind blades. Whenever a psychic tried to approach him, he would instantly use elementalization to move to another position, leaving the enemy empty. His movement seemed random, but he could always avoid all attacks just right. The battle lasted for a long time, and the psychics gradually felt powerless. Although their attacks were fierce, they could never break through the opponent's defense. The man in front of them stood like an insurmountable mountain in the wind and rain. The superpowers fell to the ground after being defeated. Some of them were exhausted from excessive consumption, and their eyes revealed a deep sense of powerlessness. Some of them remained alert. Although they were already exhausted, they still tried to stand up and continue fighting. Get out of the way. You are no match for him. It's nothing for a kid to be a hero with superpowers. Do you dare not use the power of superpowers? The decadent man holding a dogtail grass in his mouth walked over slowly. His face was ruddy. Obviously he had just drunk wine. The two swords on his waist slowly drew out, revealing a cold light. There was a faint luster on the blades. Obviously he was also a superpower user. Perhaps he was a superpower user with a sharp weapon. You can try it. There was more than enough time, so Mu Bai naturally didn't mind wasting some time to play with him. The double-blade superpower user held the double swords tightly. His body was like the wind, and he rushed towards the target at a rapid speed. His double swords flashed cold light in the afterglow of the sunset, as if two silver lightnings cut through the sky. Facing the double-blade superpower user, Mu Bai's body was as still as a mountain, and his eyes flashed with a calm light. When the superpower user approached, he instantly made a move and hit the superpower user's chest with a palm. The psychic reacted quickly and dodged the palm, crossing his two swords and slashing at his neck. Mu Bai dodged the blow easily by slightly turning his body, and then he changed his palm into a fist and punched the psychic's waist. The psychic flipped his body in the air and blocked the punch with his two swords. However, Mu Bai's fist was as heavy as a mountain, and it was difficult to completely resist it even with his two swords crossed. The fist power of the water body technique was similar to a whip, which was both flexible and powerful. Its fierce power was not something that this double sword flow could resist. The opponent was shocked and stepped back several steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Is that the extent? It seems that I don't even need my superpowers to deal with you. Hearing Mu Bai's ridicule, the psychic did not give up, and he rushed towards him again. The two swords danced faster, forming a series of silver halos. However, his enemy seemed to have already seen through his attack pattern, and whenever the psychic's two swords were about to touch him, the opponent could dodge just right. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Both sides fought back and forth, with almost no gap between the attack and defense. However, as time went on, the physical strength of the double-blade psychic gradually declined, and his attacks became slower and weaker. Dian Guanghuisher saw Mu Bai seize the opportunity to turn defense into offense, and suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. He spun as fast as the wind, and his palm slammed heavily into the body of the double-blade psychic like a hammer. The psychic was hit in the chest and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. You are courting death by hurting my brother. A roar came, and the next moment a fist wrapped in flames forced Mu Bai back. The user of the flame fruit? No. It was just a fire elemental psychic. The scorching flames illuminated everything around, as if to burn the darkness to ashes. The fire elemental psychic was surrounded by orange-red flames, roaring like a beast from H.L., and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The flame power user waved his hands, and two fireballs formed instantly, with hot air waves and whistling sounds, and smashed towards the opponent fiercely. Mu Bai ducked his body, and nimbly dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he pushed his feet hard, and rushed towards the power user like an arrow. The flame power user sneered, and the flames around him surged, forming a wall of fire, trying to block the protagonist's attack. Mu Bai rolled in the air, cleverly bypassed the wall of fire, and instantly appeared behind the psychic. The flame psychic was unable to react, and was hit hard on the back by his fist, and the magma exploded, crushing the fire element. The flames on the opponent's body suddenly became disordered. The flame psychic with a back injury roared, turned around and swung a heavy punch, with hot flames and wind sounds, and hit him hard in the face. Just when Mu Bai wanted to kill the opponent immediately, the double-blade fierce man attacked again. Unlike before, this guy obviously also turned on the superpower state, and the sharp blade swept across Mu Bai's head. He lowered his head to avoid the attacks of the two people and dodged backwards. The sharp rotating scimitar was inserted straight into the position where he was originally standing. He was not sure whether the sharp superpower could be taken by the elementalization, so he temporarily avoided it. These two people are interesting. With cooperation, they can force themselves back temporarily. The two fifth-level psychics looked at each other and were shocked. After all, the other party was completely overwhelming them in terms of psychic power and personal combat strength. Trouble. The fire psychic, who was the commander of the camp, frowned. The warm-up is over, and now the real battle begins. Mu Bai stretched his muscles and said with a smile. His arms turned into magma. Sharp double swords. Hot fire and boiling magma became the key to dominate the entire battlefield. The three fought as fast as lightning, facing the unprecedented threat to the camp. The two strongmen burst out with unprecedented strength. The sharp superpower that can easily cut steel made the attack of the double sword man extremely tricky. The man who mastered the element of fire was powerful in boxing. The sharp boxing combined with the surging flames made his combat ability even stronger than that of the double sword swordsman. The two people who joined forces like this encountered a real monster today, with almost the same attributes. Mu Bai's combat talent completely crushed the two. Magma. Volcanic eruption. Under the crushing of fists and feet, Mu Bai erupted magma all over the sky with himself as the core. The gushing magma made it impossible for the superpowers around who wanted to intervene. The swordsman moved to one side, dodging the fatal lava splash again. He wanted to seize the opportunity to grab Mu Bai's arm and twist it hard to restrain it. But the hot lava was like a natural barrier blocking the way. The lackeys of the dungeon will not have a good end. How about joining us with your strength? The flame power user was panting heavily. After more than a dozen rounds, he had endured many fierce attacks from Mu Bai. At this moment, his right arm hidden behind him began to tremble. The muscle aches made it difficult to attack effectively. Stop talking nonsense. If you hand over what I want, you will be fine. Want to hand over the infection factor crystal yourself? It's just a dream. Flame power. Flame cannon fist. The desperate flame power user suddenly attacked. If the right arm is sore, then use the left arm to swing the most explosive punch. The meteor firelight gathered at one point. The complex power of the fire element seemed to gather into a beam of light that penetrated the entire arm at this moment. He wanted to decide the outcome with one punch. Too weak. Boom! Mu Bai's lava palm easily caught the opponent's punch, and the bursting fire elements scattered. But he was in the fire element without any injury, and the opponent's hand bones began to break gradually with a slight force on his palm. The firepower user who wanted to break free kicked sideways as if kicking on a steel plate, but did not shake Mu Bai at all. At this critical moment, the swordsman who rushed out of the lava suddenly exerted force, and the swift two-sword flow with extremely sharp slashes penetrated the lava continuously. Finally, it pierced Mu Bai's head. Mu Bai's face was as calm as snow after his head was pierced. During the healing of the elemental transformation, the opponent's double swords were melted and dripped, and the lava fist pierced the swordsman's chest. In his shocked eyes, he was thrown out and rolled to the side. Brother! The firepower user roared and tried to resist, but was knocked out by Mu Bai's backhand, and his left hand twisted into a ball. The flame user rolled in the air, and the flames on his body dissipated with the impact. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but found that he was no longer able to do it. He was defeated by this seemingly insignificant intruder. After the battle, there was silence all around. The air was still filled with a faint smell of sulfur and scorched earth. The flame user lay on the ground, panting heavily, and the flames in his eyes gradually extinguished. He looked up at the protagonist, with both unwillingness and admiration in his eyes. The protagonist stood aside, watching him calmly, as if waiting for his final surrender. The flame mutant lay on the ground and gasped at the dying wounded. The pain in his chest made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He tried to stand up and continue fighting, but his body did not obey. In the end, he could only helplessly watch the protagonist walk towards him. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. I lost. Please forgive me. His brother was seriously injured and dying, and his left hand was completely useless. In this case, he would only die if he continued to fight hard. He had experienced life and death and knew the horror, so he did not want to die. After explaining the hiding place of the infection factor crystal, he stood up in a panic and wanted to leave with the seriously injured swordsman. But several subordinates, who originally assisted him, surrounded him. What do you want to do? Boss, the loser can't leave alive. As he said that, the subordinate had already walked over with a covetous look. In the end of the world, losers will be deprived of everything. Since the winner Mu Bai does not want the ruling power of this camp, the power vacuum will be filled from bottom to top. Seeing that these people were about to fight internally, Mu Bai ignored them and took away the box full of infection factor crystals and called Lu Qianqian out. Lu Qianqian, who had searched for a long time but could not find it, was a little surprised that Mu Bai actually defeated the two superpowers in the camp. In shock, she also saw the terrifying strength of Mu Bai, an outsider. Okay, let's go to the place where the city lord said to meet now. Lu Qianqian, who did not doubt him, immediately nodded and said yes. And the figures of the two quickly disappeared in the camp. The sunset gradually disappeared, and the vicissitudes of the city lord were standing on a cliff under the gray night sky. He lowered his head and heard the roar of the motorcycle and gradually put his mind at ease. He was most worried that Mu Bai would not be able to complete his task. Thank you for your hard work. Give it to me, the city lord standing on the cliff said with a smile. Behind him, Mu Bai saw his adopted son Su Lei tied to a wooden stake. This surprised him, since the city lord had dealt with the rebels so easily. Why did he waste time trying to get rid of the double-winged corpse king? For justice? For world peace? Mu Bai, who was holding the crystal box of infection factors, said meaningfully, City Lord, why do I feel that you seem to be in a hurry? How can I feel at ease if the corpse poison is not resolved? I can only feel at ease if I kill the double-winged corpse king while I still have the strength. The City Lord smiled gently, as if he wanted to eliminate the biggest hidden danger of the underground city before he died. Su Lei, who was blocked by his mouth, stared at his adoptive father fiercely, and at the same time signaled Mu Bai not to give it with his eyes. Lu Qianqian, who noticed that the atmosphere was a bit weird, also looked at his brother and adoptive father. You are not poisoned at all. Mu Bai clicked on the prompt of the advanced task again. Darkest hour. The dungeon is in turmoil. The city lord invites you to join his camp to maintain the stability of the dungeon. The mission is completed by killing the culprit who caused the turmoil. Who is the culprit? Who caused the turmoil in the dungeon? The Winged Corpse King? Or Su Lei? Or the City Lord himself? The broad hand grasped the slender hilt at the waist, and the long sword was unsheathed like a gorgeous dance. The wind swept across. The majestic body under the moonlight was blocked by the darkness, and the faint chill in the eyes was soul-stirring. Why not give it to me? The City Lord did not explain Mu Bai's doubts, but took the lead. Under the sharp slash, Mu Bai retreated one after another. The cold sword technique rotated and flowed, forcing Mu Bai to be a little embarrassed. There was obviously a layer of power fluctuations, like a biological force field outside the opponent's body. The slash caused by it actually cut a scar on Mu Bai's elemental chest. This is a simplified version of armed color domineering. Mu Bai, whose pupils contracted, understood something in an instant. This copy world may have been entered by people from the Shanghai world. Otherwise, this kind of power that exceeds the specifications of this world could not be left. This means that the copy world that appears in the weekly copy of the Eternal System also exists in reality. You are distracted in front of me. Mu Bai, you are really a stupid child. Crazy sword moves. Crazy lion roar. The sharp edge quickly pulled away, and the City Lord's speed became faster and faster in the tricky and bizarre sword moves. The sword moves were as brutal and bloody as a crazy lion hunting prey, and the scarlet slashing waves caused the cliff to shake. Since you want these crystals so much, then go pick them up yourself. Seeing that the other party used so many Star Sea World moves, Mu Bai was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and threw the crystals in the box directly off the cliff. The crystals that rolled down were immediately submerged by the surging river water. Looking at the splashing water, the City Lord's eyes became more gloomy. The infection factor crystal was very important to him, but he had no manpower to seize it before, so he could only wait. If he sent out the Winged Corpse King, he would also notice the abnormality of the camp. As a result, he never expected that it would be like this now. Although this Mu Bai is capable, he is not a qualified chess piece after all. He was a little angry. Lu Qianqian also noticed that her adoptive father was wrong. After she took off the tape that sealed Su Lei's mouth, the other party laughed wildly and ridiculed the City Lord. Father, you really planned everything, but you didn't expect that an outsider would disrupt your plan. Although I am a clown who betrayed the dungeon, you have the same goal as me. Mu Bai, kill him. My adoptive father wants to unite with the Winged Corpse King to devour all human forces in the entire nearby area. He cannot be promoted to a 6th level superpower without being infected with crystals. Kill him quickly. Lu Qianqian, who didn't know the reason, slapped Su Lei in the face and whispered in disbelief, even so, you can't betray your adoptive father. He is the one who saved us. The adoptive father, who saved them from danger time and time again, has never harmed them. Even if the other party really wants to betray everyone, they, the children, cannot oppose the adoptive father. This is a favor. Bitch, you are really stupid. He treats everyone as a tool to use. He eliminated the parents of all his adopted sons and daughters. Otherwise, do you think? Shut up. Lu Qianqian, who couldn't accept this matter, turned around and looked at the back of her adoptive father with a little sadness. When she didn't know how to ask, the City Lord smiled. The City Lord who faced Mu Bai had a calm aura, and the cloak behind him rustled in the cold night. What does it matter if it's right or wrong? This apocalyptic world is a history written by the strong. I like this era very much. But race is an obstacle that prevents me from going further. If I want to become a strong commander of this apocalyptic world, I need to transform into a higher level race. Su Lei, you are wrong about one thing. I have already broken through the 6th level. I have another use for the crystal stone. As the City Lord said this, his muscles twisted as if he was brewing something. When he was halfway through his words, Mu Bai had already rushed over. He was too lazy to listen to these people performing a sad drama here. The most urgent thing was to kill the City Lord. He had reason to suspect that the other party was the ultimate goal of this advancement mission. Kung! When the magma punch hit the other party's chest, the expected scene of piercing the flesh did not appear. On the contrary, the dark insect-like body blocked the fist from going further. Becoming a zombie is just a side job. Only by integrating the genes of insects can you become a strong man. The black smelly blood swept past, and while repelling Mu Bai, the City Lord's body was melting rapidly, and black spots appeared under the fading aging body, and those spots densely covered his new body. When the cloak swung back, a monster that looked like a black ant appeared in front of everyone. Its appearance exuded a unique mystery and majesty. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of flowing obsidian light, which was the protective color given to him by the hardness and luster of the ant's shell. His skin faintly revealed a deep black in the sun, as if countless tiny ants were running under it, giving him powerful strength. His eyes were as deep as the night, revealing inhuman calmness and decisiveness. Whenever he stared, it seemed as if a black flame was burning, and that was the power of supernatural power stirring. The city lord's hands after the alienation seemed to be covered with black armor. His fingertips were sharp like knives, like the sharp teeth of ants, exuding a sharp breath. And the black muscle lines were clear, as if every muscle fiber was full of strength, and could burst out amazing power at any time. Under the moonlight, there was a pair of black wings on his back, as thin as cicada wings, but as tough as steel. It was a symbol of his alienation, and also a weapon for him to fly and control the situation in battle. The city lord who had merged the genes of insects, such as ants, had already changed his aura greatly, and he no longer had the emotions of being a human. In a flash, the sharp ant pincers instantly broke the cliff. On the cracked surface, Mu Bai, who was about to leave here as an element, was hit by a black lightning-like figure and blasted into a river not far away. The city lord, who had been alienated into a combination of human and insect, turned around and smashed Lu Qianqian's head. This kind of subordinate, who could no longer trust him, must die. What he did in the future was to rule the entire northern continent. Only by removing all these obstacles would he have time to complete the original plans. You are nothing, old man. You killed my adopted daughter so easily. Su Lei, grinning, had already used his mind to control the falling long sword to cut the iron chain behind him. Seeing the city lord approaching him, he took a deep breath and used his mind to control the scimitar behind him to attack his adopted father's head. The black ant's head swayed slightly to the left, and he easily dodged the scimitar. Su Lei, startled, gritted his teeth and stepped on the rocks on the cracked cliff to gather the surrounding rubble to surround the city lord again. Bang! The thin and transparent wings shattered the surrounding rocks, and there was no injury on the black and shiny insect body. Too stupid. I gave up most of my power because of my illness, and you just had that little rebellious power, which is as fragile as your current combat ability. With a punch, the heavy ant claws smashed dozens of rocks and went straight through Su Lei's abdomen, making it covered by the fallen rocks and sand like garbage. Mu Bai, who quickly rushed out of the water in the river, immediately opened the reconnaissance eye. Named Su Jianya, race human, currently mixed with super insect genes, level 10 attributes, strength 57, agility 55, constitution 70, spirit 32, talent super insect gene, reduced physical damage received, reduced elemental damage received, insect stance, can attack elemental creatures, skill summon ant colony, black screaming cannon, passive skill stubborn will, status excited. This attribute is already super among supermodels, far exceeding the attributes that ordinary level 10 should have. It seems that the so-called super insect gene is helping him. Even Mu Bai felt that this kind of combat power was extremely difficult. However, he also noticed one thing. That is, the original technology tree of this wasteland doomsday world seemed to be not low, especially biotechnology. Otherwise the city lord would not have become so strong relying on the power of insect genes. Perhaps the radiation doomsday disaster, zombies, and so on were all caused by the experiments conducted in the previous civilized world. The water in the epic level dungeon is probably much deeper than I thought. Before Mu Bai could stand firm after jumping out of the water, the heavy black ant pincers had already hit his chest. The heavy force made him retreat rapidly and broke several trees before he gradually stopped retreating. Mu Bai, with trembling arms, quickly stood up from the smoke and dust. The piercing pain made his arms somewhat unable to be used normally. Now he absolutely could not fight the opponent in close range with a normal posture. After the city lord turned into a black ant, his combat ability was almost the same as the three-headed fire dragon at the beginning. However, the opponent was obviously more agile. Although there was a gap in strength, it was enough to kill Mu Bai at this moment. Elementalization. Mu Bai, who turned into magma, quickly drilled into the ground. Soon, the scorching heat waves surged out from the cracks on the surface. The nearby rivers were emitting mist as if they were about to evaporate. The surface temperature rose rapidly, and even small volcano-like terrain emerged around them. In the fire wave, the city lord did not rush to chase into the ground, but shook his transparent insect wings and jumped into the air, coldly watching the other party's arrangement. It's really an incredible ability. But Mu Bai, you want to rely on this thing? I'm afraid you can't kill me. The City Lord's voice now has a cold and bloodthirsty feeling. After turning into a half-human, half-insect monster, his emotions as a human are actually extremely suppressed at this moment. The lack of emotional restraint also makes him extremely rational at this moment. The instinctive intuition of wild creatures is locking Mu Bai, who is constantly moving underground. The strong point of ants is their super terrifying adaptability. Originally, he was a little afraid of the high temperature around him. But as time passed, he began to change the temperature of the surface of his skin and continued to rise. The City Lord folded his wings and landed on the surface of the magma. After a roar, the two ant pincers slammed into the surface. The terrifying force tore the ground apart. Mu Bai, who was hiding underground, had already waited for the other party to take the lead. He kept arranging the number of magma around him to deal with him. Magma. Big fire. The arm merged with a lot of magma to form a giant palm. And when the black ant rushed into the ground, it collided head-on with it. The power of tearing the ground continued to transmit. Mu Bai, who tried his best to avoid a head-on battle with the opponent, relied on the magma arm to drag the opponent down. The City Lord curled up into a black sphere and was wrapped in magma without panic. He quickly turned his body and shattered the magma palm and hit Mu Bai again in front of him at an arc angle. Seeing that the huge force that was enough to smash them together was about to fall, Mu Bai's arms merged together. Since you are in, don't go out. Magma Sea. Fire eruption. Mu Bai, who had been preparing for such a long time, was waiting for this moment. The dense magma around him quickly approached. When Mu Bai turned his arms into a magma barrier to block in front of him, the lake-like sea of magma also gathered together. Very good, but not enough. The cold voice seemed as cruel as reading the order of the god of death. And the black dot-like impact figure rubbed against the magma barrier quickly. Sparks burst out and covered the entire place, as if lighting up the entire underground space. After a few moments, the magma barrier was collapsing. The City Lord, who was on the point, already had an advantage. Not to mention that he was attacking with overwhelming power points. Seeing that the barrier was about to break, Mu Bai smiled. Didn't you raise your body temperature to use the current magma environment? Then I will cool you down. With a wave of his arm, Mu Bai actually bombarded the rock next to him, and a large amount of river water quickly poured into the ground. Magma is a high temperature, complex silicate melt deep in the Earth's crust. The physical properties of this melt are very special. It is like a hard solid and a soft liquid. It is like red-hot glass, which can flow and bend, but is very hard and dense. When the magma hits the water, because the magma is very hot and the water temperature is very low, the magma will cool quickly to form glassy rocks. The City Lord, who was hitting the magma barrier with all his strength, obviously did not expect Mu Bai to do this. When he wanted to retreat temporarily, his way was blocked. The river water irrigated rapidly. The black ant's body temperature was extremely high, and it lowered somewhat unbearably. The collision of the two flowing substances made the City Lord utter a low hum of pain. In a blink of an eye, the City Lord's body seemed to be frozen in the water mist and stood still. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Bai sensed the opponent's state and gathered all his strength to transform his left hand into a magma sword and slashed along the black ant's body. The sharp slash, coupled with a hot and cold temperature, the City Lord, whose body was temporarily unable to move, watched the slash cut off his arms. The green venom in his mouth quickly condensed under extreme anger. Black screaming cannon. A large amount of toxins were bombarded close to Mu Bai's face and were about to be output. Mu Bai, who sensed something was wrong, immediately evaded with elementalization. Taking advantage of the temporary imbalance of the opponent's body, he condensed a magma whip kick and kicked the opponent's chin, causing the terrifying toxin cannon to deviate from the shooting trajectory. The dark green screaming poisonous cannon brushed past Mu Bai's ears, raising a terrifying sound wave. The City Lord, whose arms were cut off from the joints, screamed, and a dense group of ants crawled out of the wound to repair the broken arms. The temporarily repelled City Lord instantly slashed with a long sword that the ants condensed into a light black halo. Its terrifying force and amazing speed immediately pierced Mu Bai's chest. All this happened too quickly. Mu Bai, who didn't have time to elementalize, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and kept retreating, while the City Lord holding the ant-long sword took the opportunity to chase and didn't want to leave Mu by any chance to live. Goodbye, Mu Bai. The violent slash tore the ground. Mu Bai was knocked out again under the pure black slash wave. Mu Bai's right arm bones were completely shattered when he was hit head-on. The huge gap in physique and strength destined that the two would have this result whenever they had direct physical contact. Half kneeling on the ground, Mubai tried to open his eyes, and looked at the gradually approaching body without joy or sadness. I will become the god of the new era, commanding all living things in this world. You are just my stepping stone. The city lord leaned over and whispered this, releasing the ants on his body. He wanted to eat Mubai's body, perhaps strengthening his black genes to make him stronger. Stepping stone? Mubai laughed, still with that kind of disdainful laugh. You are really stubborn. The stepping stone is obviously you. The city lord with shrinking pupils quickly looked around. His biological danger perception at this moment was extremely sharp, and he noticed that the danger was approaching. Magma fruit. Angry fire god. Mubai, whose body was twisted, quickly turned into magma and merged into the underground magma layer that had been prepared. Before the fight, he increased the amount of magma here as much as possible just for this attack. Other auxiliary offensives such as river water were just a trick. The surrounding rocks melted rapidly with the sound of explosions, and the vast amount of magma merged with Mubai. At this moment, he waved his right fist with a red body. In the violent roar, the figure that seemed to be the supreme being of 10,000 fires instantly broke through all restraints with an overwhelming momentum. This punch, that was far beyond the eruption of a volcano, immediately enveloped the city lord. The inherent elemental resistance has become a joke at this moment. In the hot magma flames, the city lord kept approaching Mubai. His body was gradually melting and disintegrating under the magma. But even so, he wanted to kill Mubai with his full unwillingness. After a few moments, Mubai completely broke away and lay on the ground gasping for breath. After enduring the full force of the natural magma fruit, the city lord was left with only broken and melted body parts. Ding dong. Mission completed. Darkest moment. The dungeon is turbulent and dark waves are flowing. The city lord invites you to join his camp to maintain the stability of the dungeon. The mission of killing the culprit who caused the turmoil is completed. Completed, rewards are issued after leaving the current copy world. The host can continue to stay in this world for 3 hours or leave immediately. Please choose. Mubai struggled to get up and staggered forward 2 steps. Although he still hadn't figured out some things. As long as he could complete the task, it would be fine. Just as he was about to leave this dungeon world, a figure swiftly broke through all the blockades and landed behind Mubai. Its heavy body caused the entire underground to twist and deform slightly. Mubai followed the voice and found that the person who came was actually the Winged Corpse King. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. It seems that the Dungeon City Lord number 2596 also died in your hands. The Winged Corpse King spoke in a calm but oppressive voice, as if he knew everyone's actions throughout the process. This time he came here to wait for the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole to come. Mubai, who was exhausted, knew that if he continued to stay, he could trigger other tasks. But this was not the time to show off. Leave. Mubai, who was shouting in his heart, disappeared quickly, leaving only the Winged Corpse King who was thinking. The frozen time in the room gradually returned to normal. Although Mubai, who woke up, had all his injuries healed by the system, the mental fatigue still could not be dissipated. He sat in a chair and tried to calm down as much as possible. 3 reward options also appeared in front of him. Advanced Attribute Enhancement, Weak Fruit Awakening Enhancement. Obtain random devil fruit of the 3 options. Mubai chose the third one without hesitation. His attributes are growing steadily every day, so he doesn't need a small amount of attributes too urgently. The same is true for Fruit Awakening. He is currently too short of money, so choosing the third option to sell the devil fruit on the black market to earn the first pot of gold is the top priority. Choose to obtain a random devil fruit. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman devil fruit. The swallowing fruit. He was drinking water and was stunned after hearing the name of the fruit. This thing is a good thing. It has extremely wide applicability and can swallow any existence with its ability. However, if it is not developed well, this fruit with god-level ability can only be regarded as a waste fruit. Holding the fruit in his hand, Mubai began to think in his heart. Stare. The orange cat with a face full of resentment was listening to the movement inside at the door. The orange cat, who could feel the change in the other party's mental state, was a little surprised. Didn't this human Mubai just enter the room? Why does it give me a feeling of extreme fatigue? After opening the door and taking a look at the orange cat, Mubai immediately closed the door. It would be best to sell the devil fruit tomorrow. He currently has no storage space, and this house is not suitable for hiding the fruit. And Zwitching Ya seems to have a spare key to this house. No matter who sees that he actually has a devil fruit here, it will be a worrying thing because it is difficult to explain. The next day, Near dusk, Mu Bai quickly changed his clothes and put on a black sportswear, a baseball cap, a mask and sunglasses. He put his hands in his pockets and went out on his bicycle to the black market that Zui Qingyao had told him about before. In the world dominated by the three major federations, there are very few channels for selling devil fruits, because the difficulty of the dungeon worlds to obtain devil fruits is generally very high. For example, the difficulty of Mu Bai's 2 weekly dungeons exceeded his upper limit. The final enemy he faces every time is stronger than him. Only by challenging the dungeons that are difficult for him can he get a small chance of receiving a devil fruit reward. Even if a devil fruit reward appears, it is almost always a random devil fruit like Mu Bai. In the official channels, devil fruits can be sold to the Huaxia Federation or other federations as long as the dungeons where they appear are marked and personal information is registered. But real name registration is required. Otherwise it is impossible to determine whether the fruit was obtained through other channels. Another way to sell is the black market. Items of unknown origin or with unspeakable secrets that cannot be sold publicly will flow into the black market. More importantly, the devil fruits in the black market generally exceed the official selling price. A normal devil fruit may be sold for 100 million in official channels, but it can be sold for 200 million in the black market. And even rare fruits can be sold at a higher price. Now that his small treasury is almost empty, Mu Bai must get the first financial support. Otherwise he will have to work to earn money later. It is impossible to work. Not in this life. After turning the corner, he came to a commercial street, which is almost the largest black market in the Yunhai area. Unlike other places, the black market transactions here are tacitly approved by the upper-level bigwigs from a certain perspective. Here you can even buy many unique products from other federations. As the crowd entered the commercial street, Mu Bai found that several people were staring at him. He was not unfamiliar with the aggressive gaze. He was too lazy to get entangled with these people. He took off his gloves and turned his right hand into a hot red color. Then swaggered past several people with his backpack. Brother, don't you need to pay attention to him? The elder brother with a twitching mouth thought that this younger brother was a little stupid. The other party was obviously a strongman similar to the natural system. Why would they, such a small character, provoke him? Don't worry about him. Pay attention to the others, especially the younger ones with backpacks. These young people are easier to attack. The black market is also about the law of the jungle. People like them, who hang around in the black market, have some skills, and are called vultures here. They will be hired by some merchants to do some bad things. Or they will find their own targets in the hands of the black market, and wait for the other party to leave the black market, and then rob their property. Just as several people were discussing in a low voice, a beautiful girl with purple hair passed by them. Although her figure was hidden, several people could still find that the other party's strength should not be strong. They could find clues just from the heartbeat frequency. The purple-haired girl, who also wore a baseball cap, obviously didn't pay attention to the few people who followed her quietly behind her. When she was dragging her suitcase openly, she suddenly found a crowd in front of her. She was curious and came over. Come and take a look. This high-level Hanhai physical skill is only sold for 30 million. It's very cheap, and only sold to the right person. The crowd was talking about it. And the boss was also talking to the people who came to ask about it with a smile. From the boss's mouth, everyone also knew that this physical skill was obtained from a high-level copy. And they all became interested. Mu Bai, who lowered his hat in the crowd, glanced at the prologue of the martial arts shown by the other party, with a strange look on his face. Just because it was obvious that the martial arts had poor airflow, which meant that this high-level physical technique was purely a scam. It was probably pieced together by the boss using the fragments of several physical techniques. He turned around and walked away without interest, and just happened to meet the purple-haired girl. Even though this body covered his face, Mu Bai still attracted the attention of the opposite sex due to his high charm value. So the purple-haired girl looked at him curiously and shouted 2 words in surprise. Mu Bai? Mu Bai lowered his hat again and had no idea who this person was. When he wanted to leave immediately, he was pulled by the other party's sleeve. Who are you? Mu Bai was speechless. After all, he was fully armed at the moment and basically didn't show his face. How did the other party recognize him at a glance? And who is this guy? The purple-haired girl, who was also fully armed to the teeth, pulled down her mask and said with a smile, "You are really a noble person who forgets things easily. I am a student of the Holy Church High School. We were exchange students before. You and I have a deep impression." Exchange student? After pondering for a while, Bai vaguely found the general memory of this part in his memory. At that time, the original body was depressed thinking about the murder of his parents all day long. So he didn't pay attention to the changes around him. Even if he had been an exchange student at the Holy Church High School for a few days, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now I think that the twins who came to me at the beginning probably really knew the original body. I remember it. Seeing Bai said that he remembered. The purple-haired girl smiled more beautifully. It would be strange if you forgot it. What are you doing here? Glimpsing at the girl's confident smile. Bai didn't say what he originally said. He didn't remember you. Wandering around. Hello. Classmate. Goodbye. Classmate. After saying hello, Bai immediately turned around and left. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired girl actually smiled and kept talking behind him, which made Bai speechless. He hid his loneliness by hiding his identity. Right? Seeing that the few people who followed the girl not far away were targeting him again, Bai immediately walked over with big strides, grabbed the collar of the leader and said coldly, "Don't follow me. Didn't you see me showing my fruit power just now?" As he said that, the sunglasses on Bai's face were melted by the magma, and there was murderous intent in his light red pupils. It turned out to be a natural system. The vulture man swallowed his saliva immediately, and his originally angry emotions immediately collapsed. The energy behind the young man who could master the power of the natural system fruit was even more difficult to estimate. So even if he was a little angry, he could only suppress his anger. Haha. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I'm leaving now. The man who raised his hands quickly retreated and left here immediately. He was a little greedy for the things in the suitcase of the purple-haired girl, but the young man who was traveling with her was full of murderous intent, and he didn't dare to provoke him rashly. Bai, who was accompanied by countless purple-haired girls, came directly to a hidden pawn shop. Bai, how did you know my home is here? The excited girl didn't expect Bai to remember the location of her home, and Bai almost vomited blood. The pawn shop he randomly found turned out to be her home? He pushed the door open and walked in. The middle-aged man who was wiping the antiques on the counter saw the girl behind Bai and said happily, "Why are you back? Is this your classmate?" "Dad, this is my friend." "Bai, what do you want to pawn?" Yunziua asked in a low voice in his ear. In fact, Bai wanted to turn around and leave at this moment, but thinking that there was no pawn shop on the main street along the way, he knew that the other party might have some weight in the black market. Thinking of this, Bai also said directly, "Can you accept devil fruits here?" Originally, the boss almost crushed the cup in his hand when he saw his good daughter talking to the boy so intimately. Now he heard that the other party wanted to sell devil fruits and suddenly became interested. High school students come to sell devil fruits? This is quite interesting. Xiaoya, is your friend also from Holy Temple High School? The boss asked his daughter with some curiosity. As we all know, Holy Temple High School is the strongest high school in the nearby cities. It is full of talents. Who knows? The top few talents may be lucky enough to get devil fruits in the dungeon. Yunziua was about to speak when Bai shook his head and denied, "No. This has nothing to do with my selling devil fruits. If you don't have the ability to accept it, then I will find another way." "Uh-huh. You are too underestimated. Young man, let me see what kind of fruit the pattern is." After putting on the single-sided glasses, the boss said with a smile, "It is normal for young people to be arrogant." When he was young, he also fantasized about reaching the peak of level 100 and becoming a hero that everyone is paying attention to. No need to identify it. It's the superhuman swallow fruit. Bai casually took out the devil fruit covered with gray and white patterns from his backpack. The boss was slightly surprised to hear the name of this fruit. The swallow fruit is not a small name in this world. After all, this fruit was once very popular in the neighboring federation. It was a devil fruit used by a senior general. The other party has long fallen, so it seems that this young man may not have deceived him. The existence of devil fruits is divided into regions. Only one kind of devil fruit can appear on the planet under the Star Sea world. When this fruit is eaten by someone, it will become unique and will not appear again, unless the holder of the fruit dies. There is a chance that this fruit will appear again in the real world. The boss frowned slightly with his brain running fast, and then said relaxedly, "Let me identify it before talking about the price." After observing the fruit with a lens, the boss did not find that it corresponded to the fruit recorded in the existing devil fruit illustrations. It was initially determined that there was a probability of the swallow fruit, but there was also a probability of other devil fruits. There is no record of the appearance of the swallow fruit. so he cannot determine the true identity of the fruit by following the map. Young man, you are my daughter's friend, so I won't hide it from you. I can offer 80 million for this fruit. Do you think it's appropriate? This is the art of speaking. When you want someone to say the answer you expect, you have to pave the way for the other party, and gradually reduce the price according to the other party's psychological expectations. The boss was still waiting for Mu Bai's answer with a smile. But he didn't expect Mu Bai to turn around and pick up the fruit and leave, without any intention of bargaining. Hey! What are you doing? Young man? Mu Bai, who was carrying a backpack, sighed and took off his mask, and said to the boss face to face, "It's far below my psychological expectations, so there is no value in negotiation. I sincerely want to sell it to you, so there is no need to talk about it." The boss, shocked by the young man's appearance, couldn't help shaking his hands. This guy is too handsome. Even with his middle-aged eyes, he couldn't find the other party's reverie. No wonder his daughter was so eager to get close to him. Dad, what are you talking about? Mu Bai is a student who just obtained the nature fruit. If you want to lower his price, be careful that people will cause trouble for you as a profiteer in the future, Yun Ziyue said with a righteous face. But she could not take her eyes off Mu Bai's face while speaking. Natural fruit. The boss, who was shocked, coughed a few times and said with a bit of boredom, Misunderstanding. Since you are Yuer's friend, then you are my friend. How about I offer 100 million? This is the average price. If you still want to raise the price, you can only contact the largest auction house in the black market. Seeing Yun Ziyue's nympho eyes, Mu Bai lowered the brim of his hat. He was actually not satisfied with the other party's offer. But if he immediately contacted the auction house in the black market, it would be more troublesome. It would be better to sell it through official channels. The most important thing for him now is time. As long as the development period is over, money will never be the main problem that bothers him in the future. Thinking of this, Mu Bai nodded immediately. 100 million is fine. When will it be transferred to my card? Seeing Mu Bai so straightforward, the boss also understood the other party's general character. So he immediately thought about it and said the payment time. Hearing that 30 million could be delivered today, and it would take half a month to pay the remaining 70 million. Mu Bai nodded. It would be a miracle if such a large amount could be handed over on the spot. After exchanging contact information and receiving the transfer text message, Mu Bai simply said hello to the boss and walked out the door. Yun Ziyue hurriedly chased him and said with a smile, Mu Bai, I'll invite you out tonight? Mu Bai, wearing a baseball cap, also said frankly and directly, to be honest, I really don't have a deep impression of you, so I'm sorry. He was in a hurry and had no time to deal with the other party. Seeing Mu Bai was so resolute, Yun Ziyue almost cried. After the other party left, she clenched her pink fist in anger. Did this Mu Bai forget what he said to me at the beginning? Ahem. Who is this old lady? The boss, who stuck his head out through the crack in the door, was a little curious. Do you remember the classmate whose parents died in the second island chain space exploration I mentioned before? It was him. At the beginning, he was thinking about how to take revenge on the Universe Consortium all day long. I didn't expect that he would change so much now. Yun Ziyue calmed down and said seriously. The boss also shook his head slightly when he heard his daughter mention this matter. His wife Yun Ziyue's mother was also in that batch at the beginning. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? After leaving the black market street, Mu Bai took a taxi to the bus terminal, then went into the mall, changed his clothes, and took the bus back home. He kept an eye on the people and cars around him along the entire route, and only returned home after making sure that no one was following him. As soon as he opened the door, Mu Bai felt a sharp gaze staring at him. He turned his head and found that the orange tent that looked like it was expanding was squatting on the table, pressing the table so hard that it made a sound of being overwhelmed. How did you get so big? The orange giant cat was the orange cat. The huge size was like a small monster, and the body was obviously stronger than a tiger. The pupils of the beast were scanning Mu Bai, who came in with a sharp line of sight. Of course my strength has recovered a little. The orange cat, who had just eaten and drunk enough, smiled with satisfaction after seeing Mu Bai's shocked look. As one of the greatest creatures in the universe, he was able to live here, which was the most supreme reward for the human beings in front of him. So when he saw Mu Bai staggering towards him with some excitement, he stood up straight to accept the other party's worship. This is my kitchen. You bastard. Are you looking for death? Woo woo woo. Bad guy. The giant orange cat, who was slapped by Mu Bai more than a dozen times, cried heartbreakingly. Seeing that the kitchen and refrigerator were in a mess, Mu Bai started to beat the cat. The orange cat started to cry. The orange cat with a swollen head said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "Why don't you bow down to me? Why should I bow down to a cat?" Mu Bai, who was tired of beating, sat aside and watched the orange cat cleaning the kitchen. He immediately felt a slight difference in the breath. After the orange cat's body became bigger, it seemed that its energy became erratic. Especially its mental power was even more unpredictable. Strange. Have you mutated? After grabbing the orange cat's neck, Mu Bai lifted it up and observed it carefully. The fat orange cat was so scared that he trembled and dared not resist at all. Looking at the other party's honest face, Mu Bai said calmly, "Tell me, who are you, and what is your purpose in coming here?" The orange cat shook his fur and introduced himself seriously. "I am the mythical beast of a world in the second cosmic island chain, the glazed golden tiger." The somewhat arrogant orange cat raised his head, and Mu Bai subconsciously scratched the other party's chin. The comfortable orange cat almost dragged his chin to the ground. "You are a cat. Why are you pretending to be a tiger?" The somewhat helpless orange cat hesitated for a long time before whispering, "You don't understand this. It is the most energy-saving for me to maintain this form in the first island chain universe. Otherwise, I can't live long in this block universe in my original form." After that, the orange cat began to tell his past. Mu Bai interrupted the other party in silence halfway through. He had seen people bragging but never seen such a bragging. The other party's words about his birth and various opportunities were like a hacking story. If it were someone else, they might have believed it long ago. But who is Mu Bai? He can tell that the cat is lying just from its heartbeat and small movements. "Okay. Quickly skip the memories of your childhood and tell me how you got here from the second island chain universe." The orange cat, with a trace of sadness on his face, said a little disappointedly, "Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of luck. And weakness is also a kind of blessing. Several civilizations I belong to have been destroyed by the evil gods, which are special monsters that hunt civilizations at the level of the second universe island chain. The evil gods feed on devouring stars and killing lives. The race where the orange cat belongs and the powerful civilization were completely destroyed by the evil gods. He practiced the innate downgrading skills of his race, and finally escaped to this planet after downgrading himself and drifting in the universe." Mu Bai also learned from the other party that the second universe civilization island chain world outside the planet where he is currently located is not safe either. I'm also talking about probability. The evil gods are powerful but extremely rare. If the evil god who killed our world sets his sights on the space nearby, then the second island chain civilization here will be in danger. Of course, it is highly unlikely that they will encounter it. After all, the Starsea world is too big. So big that even the strongest cannot observe its size. The orange cat licked his paw and said casually, although the evil spirit the other party mentioned was far away from him at present. Mu Bai also remembered this matter. He subconsciously hoped that the thing would not come here. After all, he still had to go into the universe chable of the second island chain to investigate the cause of the death of his original parents. Now that you have recovered some strength, what are your plans for the future? Touching the other party's fur, Mu Bai felt that if this thing entered the zoo, it might be quite popular with children. After all, orange cats that look like tigers are also very rare. The alert orange cat squinted at Mu Bai. "Do you want to make me a stray cat and drive me out? Anyway, my people are dead, and I have no ability to take revenge. It's better to hide in this world within the scope of the first island chain and live a free and easy life." The somewhat dissatisfied orange cat curled up his body and turned into a fur ball-like creature rolling on the ground. Is this a powerful creature in the second island chain? This is clearly a cosmic level idiot. I can continue to take you in, but you must hide your identity and don't let others find out that you look different. Mu Bai, with deep eyes, actually has other plans. Although he doesn't know whether this orange cat is deceiving him. It is always better to keep the other party. Maybe it can help him in the future. After hearing what Mu Bai said, the orange cat nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. I only eat and sleep. As a strong man at the universe level, I am indifferent to fame and fortune and will not cause trouble for you." As he said, the orange cat twisted his body and actually shrunk his originally huge body to the size of a normal orange cat. "This is always okay, right?" The orange cat licked his paws and said lazily. He tilted his head and felt helpless about the laziness of this guy. After returning to the bedroom, he turned on the computer and found an email from the Holy Hall High School. At the same time, he also received a message from Zwichingya, and the other party was also admitted to the Holy Hall High School. It is worth mentioning that in the message from Zwichingya, several people from their Pinghui High School also applied for the Holy Hall High School, including Gaohan and Wu Kai. The fruit abilities of the two are indeed quite in line with the assessment of the Holy Hall High School. Gaohan is a superhuman type chopping fruit ability user. Every punch and every move carries the power of cutting. It can be said that with his super combat literacy, he can exert great power. Although Wu Kai was easily defeated by Mu Bai last time, in the final analysis, the power of the ancient animal fruit is still the strongest among the ability users in the early stage. This is the advantage of the animal system. Not to mention that he is also a carnivorous Tyrannosaurus Rex ability user, born with more offensive capabilities than herbivores. If properly developed, they will also achieve extraordinary achievements. In addition to the two of them, the other top students of Pinghui High School also chose the Holy Hall High School. This is actually not surprising. All students want to prove themselves further, especially after obtaining better fruit abilities after the Devil Fruit copy. Only by joining the Holy Hall High School will they have the opportunity to shine in various competitions next year. This is far more important than staying in Pinghui High School as the so-called first-tier students. After all, no real strong person stays in the same place, and that will only be left behind by other peers. Now that his funding problem has been temporarily solved, he can transfer to the Holy Hall. He, Mu Bai, wants to see how far he can go in this world. A few days later, several new students arrived in front of the Holy Hall High School in the eastern part of the Sea of Clouds. The people who came to the main gate of the high school were shocked by the scene in front of them. The reason why the Sea of Clouds is famous in the world is because of the foggy sea in the eastern region. The Sea of Clouds forms a line when the sun rises in the east, and the rising sun is covered by clouds and smoke, and a soft yellow light shines, and the Holy Hall High School stands on the top of this Sea of Clouds, shocking people like a fairyland. The commercial area below the Holy Hall High School is also very lively, which is incomparable to the area where they lived before. Whether it is the population density or the size of prosperity, it is a world of difference. This is the real display of the glory of the coastal treasure land of the Huaxia Federation known as the Oriental Pearl. The high-rise buildings and the fairyland in front of them are inexplicably matched. Even the knowledgeable Mu Bai was slightly surprised. Others may not be able to see it, but with his knowledge reserve, he can naturally find that the entire Holy Hall High School seems to cater to the sea fog to form a nearly perfect feng shui. Obviously, this is not a simple construction, but mixed with some power of devil fruit. After all, his mental power can sense that the surrounding air is spreading along the surface to the top of the Holy Church High School. In the white mist, the fairy air can be faintly heard, and the cry of white cranes can be heard, as if the things that can disturb people's hearts have disappeared at this moment. Gaohan and Zwichingya stood beside Mu Bai, and the other top students of Pinghui High School seemed to have a bad relationship with Gaohan, so they all gathered at Wu Kai. Mu Bai, who was observing the flow of gas, felt a ray of resentful eyes staring at him, and he didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. Wu Kai, with bandages on his arms and legs, stared at Mu Bai's back with a torch-like gaze. If that gaze was hotter, he would probably eat the other person. Wu Kai, why are you so different after not seeing you for a few days? Why are you wearing a bandage? A student with yellow hair came over and leaned against the pillar, looking at the people in front of him curiously, especially when he saw Zwichingya with black hair tied in a ponytail. His eyes deliberately stayed the longest. Wu Kai, who looked unhappy, wanted to curse, but after considering that they were people he knew before, he said calmly, I have been recuperating these days. The original school is boring. It has to be the Holy Church High School that suits my identity. Even a waste like you lives comfortably, let alone me. The yellow-haired man almost laughed out loud after hearing this. In his eyes, Wu Kai was quite interesting, but it happened that only this kind of personality was suitable for the Holy Church High School. Moreover, he heard that this kid actually obtained the ancient fruit of the animal department, so it was understandable that he had a bad temper. When the people from Pinghui High School stood at the school gate, the security guard also finished the call with the school leaders and immediately led everyone into the school. The yellow-haired guy who was chatting with Wu Kai waved his hand, and he obviously had something to do and went back to class. After he left, several transfer students who had a good relationship with Wu Kai also came over. Wu Kai, you are amazing. You actually know students from the Holy Hall High School? Although he was a little contemptuous in his heart, he learned to be patient and keep calm after being severely punished by Mu Bai last time. I have a lot of friends. Unlike some people who have almost no friends. Wu Kai, who put his hands in his pockets, said sarcastically. Although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone was silent because this was too directive. Mu Bai was originally the person with the fewest friends and the most withdrawn. Even though he was born with high looks and high charm, he had no basic social life when he was troubled by hatred. The old man attached to Wu Kai also had a helpless look on his face. This kid was born to be a master who refused to admit defeat. He was so petty that he had never heard of it. However, this was also an advantage. He was easier to control him by using hatred as a driving force to enhance his strength. The security guard, who led the way, obviously also noticed that there were conflicts among these students. When he was about to ask them not to quarrel, Mu Bai turned his head indifferently. If you can't speak, shut up. Otherwise I can help you every day. Mu Bai, who was looking down on the stairs, had a light tone, but his momentum was extremely amazing. Even though Wu Kai was dissatisfied, he felt trembling all over. The other party beat him so hard that day that he was subconsciously terrified when he saw Mu Bai angry at this moment. Haha. I will surpass you sooner or later. After saying this in his heart, Wu Kai also closed his mouth. Now is not the time to confront Mu Bai head-on. When the security guard took a few people into the principal's office, he left on his own. The principal of the Holy Hall High School in the office was a skinny old man. He was not kind but a little more ferocious, because there were several burns on his face that looked like flames. Obviously, he was injured when he was young. I am very happy that you can join the Holy Hall High School, and I hope you can continue to work hard. Principal Yin Feng roughly glanced at a few people and knew their approximate physical strength. But when he scanned Mu Bai, his slightly narrowed eyes opened a little. This young man is handsome and unparalleled, but his body is extremely coordinated. It is estimated that all his attributes are the strongest among the students in front of him. He can be said to be a genius to reach this level in Pinghua High School. Because Wu Kai was standing behind Mu Bai, the old soul attached to him restrained his breath as soon as he saw the principal. He was a little afraid of being discovered by the other party. This person is very strong. It seems that there is something in this Holy Hall High School. The old soul, who could vaguely sense the other party's aura, said lightly. And Wu Kai was also a little surprised to hear this. After all, the old man rarely said such words, since he possessed him. Are you Mu Bai? I am. Mu Bai looked normal. I also heard about what happened in the Devil Fruit copy. I also heard about you helping the head of the administration bureau to kill the inner demon. I heard that. You are a natural ability user and can use magma? Principal Yin Feng looked at Mu Bai meaningfully. You should know that natural ability users are extremely rare. And those who can use the natural ability to kill the enemy freely after obtaining it are even rarer. Just after obtaining the natural fruit from the copy, he can kill the inner demon on the spot. This kind of fruit control talent alone is destined to be extraordinary. Principal, you are too kind. At that time, it was also thanks to my classmates, who helped to weaken the state of the inner demon. Otherwise, if I met the inner demon alone, I would have fled long ago. Escape? Hearing Mu Bai's self-evaluation, the students around him were all in disbelief. It was this guy who used the most powerful move, the lava rain, which left the inner demon with no way to retreat. As a result, this guy was pretending to be humble? Zui Qingyao was also a little surprised. She was surprised that he could be so calm in front of a person like the principal, and even be humble. This was a huge contrast with his previous personality. After hearing Mu Bai's answer, Principal Yin Feng did not comment. He glanced at the students next to him and was quite satisfied. This basically dug up the foundation of Pinghua High School. If there was no natural system of Mu Bai, the ancient species of powerful superhuman ability users among these people would be the most outstanding. It's a pity that with the natural system fruit ability of the other party, these students are naturally suppressed. Your choice of Holy Hall High School is the right choice. You can follow Teacher Gu to Class 11. Teacher Gu, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, walked in with a smile. Teacher Gu was very young and beautiful, attracting the frequent attention of several young men. Classmates, follow me. When we get to the class, everyone will get to know the students in Class 11. Teacher Gu, who has a soft personality, led everyone to Class 11 very kindly, passing by the other 10 high school classes along the way. The scale of the teaching building here is very large, and the training ground is very wide, which can be said to completely crush their previous Pinghua High School. They found many students in the training room taking classes just by following Teacher Gu. After entering the class, All the students who transferred from Pinghui High School were stunned. The class was in a mess, with snack bags and paper balls thrown everywhere. Just like the class in a bad school in movies and TV shows. Some students were looking at their phones, while some even put together a few desks and put them at the back of the classroom to play table tennis. Is this the Holy Hall High School? Galhan almost couldn't help but turn around and leave. This place was too messy, and he couldn't stand it at all. Thinking of the playful smile of the principal before leaving, Mu Bai was not too surprised. And the smiling teacher Gu returned to the class and introduced the new students by himself. But it was obvious that the students in class 11 below didn't pay any attention to this amiable teacher. Teacher, what's going on? Zui Qingya asked curiously. Teacher Gu, who was smiling, said softly, we have disturbed Li Qin's entertainment time. Let's apologize to Li Qin later. Oh, I almost forgot to say it. There is a rule in Shentang High School that the strongest person in each class can arbitrarily allocate the resources of the entire class to formulate learning courses. For example, it is also possible for students like Li Qin to force the students in class 11 to give up their studies and have fun here together. Teacher Gu was obviously not a good person. When he said these words, his voice was obviously raised. Obviously, he was talking to Li Qin, who was playing table tennis in the back. Teacher, do you need to be so humble? Is it the same for other classes? If it is all like this, it would be too rubbish. Wu Kai was obviously amused. Is Shentang High School so interesting? No. It's just that our class 11 currently has the worst overall performance. And Li Qin is not ranked in the top 20 of the school year. Mu Bai, who was watching this scene calmly, found something interesting. Formulating the training plan for the entire class with the strong as the priority means that you can do whatever you want. If you want to play badly, you have to always make yourself the strongest in the class. If you want to become stronger, you have to drive the whole class to become stronger. So he vaguely guessed the intention of the strong being respected. That is, either the only strong person is born in the class that plays badly, or a large number of pillars are born in the class that strives for progress. You want to gain more power in the class that plays badly? Sure, as long as you defeat the strongest in the class, you will have the right to speak, which is also a kind of motivation. Li Qin, a brown-haired tough guy holding a table tennis racket at the back of the classroom, shouted loudly. And the table tennis racket he swung seemed to be able to kill people. And his opponent was overwhelmed and kept catching the ball. It's not good if he can't catch it, because the lion-like man on the opposite side really hits people. Humble? Who said that just now? You dare to interrupt me before I scold you. Right? Li Qin, with his upper body naked, has muscles as symmetrical as a cheetah. His long arms give the opponent a suffocating feeling when playing table tennis. Obviously, he is also a strong man of the animal department. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong wildness in his every move. He tilted his head and looked at the new students with disdain and snorted coldly. How could Wu Kai tolerate being looked down upon by the other party? Not to mention that he also wanted to test the strength of the strongest person in class 11. What did I say? Trash refers to people like you. Trash, who can't even get into the top few in the school year, is so arrogant here. I came here to deal with you. Wu Kai, with his hands in his trouser pockets, kicked over the table and chair in front of him. When the classmate who was playing with his mobile phone frowned and stood up, Wu Kai punched him in the abdomen. The heavy force immediately made the student step back several steps. A bunch of trash can't even beat this Li Qin. Then let me save you. After saying that, Wu Kai approached again and kicked the desk to pieces. The tip of his toes lightly pierced the ping-pong ball that was spinning in the air. This kind of force control also made Li Qin laugh out loud. He picked up the clothes beside him, patted Wu Kai on the shoulder, and said threateningly, "You disturbed my entertainment, so I can only treat you as a joke. I will turn you into a basketball in a while." The slapping force of his hand gradually increased. When the two were about to fight, Teacher Gu said with a smile, "It seems that the new and old classmates get along very happily. Since Wu Kai wants to challenge Li Qin for the position of the overlord of Class 11, let's start the challenge ring match of Class 11. Do you dare, kid?" Li Qin grinned and retracted the force of his hand and asked arrogantly. Wu Kai was a little numb. This guy was even more pretentious than him. If he didn't beat him like a dog today, how could Wu Kai's prestige stand up? "You'd better be respectful to me. When the battle is over, you will be my little brother." "Ha. You are so arrogant. New kid. You will have plenty of time to be a little brother in the future." The classroom door was pushed open, And the students followed Li Qin and Teacher Gu to the ring outside the teaching building as if they were accustomed to it. As if this kind of thing had happened many times. This Holy Hall High School is really puzzling. Gao Han patted his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The people from Pinghui High School who stayed in the classroom also followed. They also wanted to see what the strongest person in Class 11 of Holy Hall High School was like. Extra. Li Qin, that lunatic, is going to compete again. Although Li Qin is the last player in the first echelon of Shuntang High School, he is still a top player in the whole school. Few people can be his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been so arrogant in Class 11 for so long. The news that the transfer student challenged Li Qin, the strongest player in Class 11, quickly spread in the school, and some students from other classes came to the ring to watch the show. Among them was the yellow-haired man at the school gate, looking at Wu Kai who was warming up. The yellow-haired man said helplessly, "Brother, why did you provoke this lunatic? Do you need a reason to beat him up?" Wu Kai, who was shaking his shoulders and moving his joints, was angry. If he didn't vent it at this moment, he would be suffocated. This Li Qin was too arrogant. If he didn't deal with him, he would probably be bullied to death by the other party in the future. He also wanted to show off his muscles in front of Mu Bai, the winner. Let the other party know his progress in the past few days, and he will definitely reach the top of Shuntang High School in the future. Huang Mao laughed twice before whispering. Li Qin is an animal-type dog fruit lion-shaped ability user. He is good at double sword swordsmanship. Your spirit snake body technique has a low chance of winning against him, and he is very strong in all aspects. You are probably not his opponent. Strictly speaking, animal-type ability users mostly rely on body parts as combat weapons, which is more in line with their body structure. Of course, there are also exceptions, such as Li Qin. Seeing that he was being looked at by the students below, Wu Kai, who was originally resentful in his heart, became more motivated. Since the other party said that Li Qin was so strong, he wanted to see how strong he was. If he was too weak, he was ready to step on the other party's body to become famous throughout the school. Alas, you are a little impatient. If I were you, I would let Mu Bai and his gang try the water first, the old soul said lazily. He squinted his eyes and watched Li Qin. He could clearly sense that the other party had a faint sharp sword intent. In fact, it was not only him who saw it, but Mu Bai, who was good at using swords, had also seen it a long time ago. In the classroom, Li Qin seemed to be playing table tennis. But in fact, every time he swung the racket, it contained some kind of sword intent. The switch between left and right hands was also due to the influence of the double sword flow. Old man, believe me, I will not lose this time, Wu Kai said solemnly in his heart. And the soul old man also stroked his beard and was a little helpless. Although this young man has talent, he is not at the level of Gao Han after all. Even with his rapid progress under his teaching and help, he can only barely be on par with the former. Forget it. Do whatever you want to do. It is better to let the young man suffer first than to persuade him. Wu Kai did not listen to the old man's words. In his eyes, Li Qin was just a fool lying flat and waiting to die in the waste class. He wanted to teach this kind of person a lesson. Many other students from Shuntang High School came outside the ring. Li Qin from Class 11 was also a popular figure in the school, so he had many supporters. After all, sometimes playing swords cool is also a dream of many boys. After taking out 2 long swords from his backpack, Li Qin sneered and showed them to Wu Kai. The white one is the lion blade. The black one is the tiger tooth. I am performing the dual sword style in animal form. If you can't even take the first blow, you should have the self-awareness to just get out of here. After saying this, the strong Li Qin swung his right arm holding the knife rapidly towards the ground, and the vibrating sword energy swept away all the dust on the ring. Knowing that the other party was trying to show off his power here, Wu Kai was not used to his bad habits and sneered coldly, I am here to defeat you. Since you ask so, let's try it. Seeing the 2 people burning with anger, Teacher Gu also smiled slightly. I will be the referee. And the game officially begins. Almost as soon as Teacher Gu finished speaking, Wu Kai rushed forward like a mad snake. The powerful power of the ancient species is the foundation that supports his reckless behavior. In front of pure power, all schools are empty talk. This is the route he wants to take. Advanced version of the spirit snake physical technique. The crazy snake dances. The arms punched like a venomous snake. The tricky angle actually made Li Qin, who was holding 2 knives, unable to find a flaw for the time being. He also deliberately let him get close to him. He originally planned to kill the opponent with one move. But he didn't expect that this kid with a similar personality to himself was actually very powerful. The terrifying force and extreme speed made everyone present brighten up. Even Teacher Gu, who always squinted, opened her eyes a little wider. She was undoubtedly a little surprised. She never expected that there would be someone who could get close to Li Qin among the transfer students this time. Except for Mu Bai. The others were probably not bad. Wu Kai's physical skills are improving at an amazing speed. Gao Han sighed softly with a tense face. He naturally saw Wu Kai's recent progress. It can be said that if Mu Bai hadn't appeared, it might be difficult for him to defeat this guy, who is improving at a monster speed in a while. Strange. Wu Kai's physical skills don't look simple. Where did he learn it from? Zui Qingya asked softly beside Mu Bai. Mu Bai smiled and said nothing, then stared at the old soul, who was always attached to Wu Kai, and became a little interested. When he first met this soul old man, his mental power was not strong. But now it has improved a lot. This kind of soul body probably used other skills to improve its mental power. This kind of existence is obviously not from the first island chain universe. Mu Bai has his reasons for letting it develop freely. That is to use the other party. The soul old man has many secrets. It would be of no benefit to kill him in Wu Kai's body immediately. So it is the best strategy to squeeze out its value in the future and abandon it. Li Qin, who was beaten back by Wu Kai's close-range crazy snake boxing, kept blocking with two swords. He looked extremely embarrassed. But as the battle lasted longer, everyone noticed one thing. That is, Wu Kai's attack speed slowed down, while Li Qin became more and more comfortable. The fist vibrated on the surface of the long sword and made a crisp sound. Li Qin, who saw the problem with Wu Kai, smiled even more. It was indeed not easy for the other party to use this difficult physical skill to this extent. But that was all. If the physical skills of snakes were to be performed by frontal assault and violent means, why not practice tiger-like physical skills? This is an old problem. After all, snake-like physical skills are more suitable for assassins or one-way types. They can deal tons of damage in a very short period of time to strangle the enemy to death, rather than using the sensitive physical skills of snakes to create a head-on confrontation. This is stupidity in itself. Wu Kai, who had not yet realized the key to the problem, approached again. While dodging the opponent's double swords, he steadily stabbed Li Qin's throat with his snake fist. If he could do that, the battle would be completely over. You've slowed down. Li Qin, with his neck tilted back, smiled and slashed the first slash with his right hand in the posture of drawing a sword. His momentum and posture have completely changed. One sword style. Sword drawing style. Wu Kai, who was shocked, quickly lowered his body and barely dodged this slash. But Wu Kai, who was still frightened, did not show an expression of surviving a disaster, because after the opponent slashed with a sword, he did not move his left hand and easily kept up with his dodge speed with a single sword in his right hand. Was this guy playing tricks on me before? Wu Kai, who was dodging quickly, saw that the opponent had already chased him, and he did not dare to save his strength. The ancient animal species Tyrannosaurus Rex variant form is activated. Wu Kai's speed increased greatly after the animal form was activated. His legs had already transformed into strong and powerful gray-brown skin. When he landed again, he had his real highlight moment. Wu Kai, who had transformed into a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex, roared like a land overlord and shook the sky. That was the roar of a dragon. The dinosaur form, especially the Tyrannosaurus Rex form, is extremely eye-catching, and the wild atmosphere spreads throughout the arena. The Tyrannosaurus Rex incarnated by Wu Kai has a towering back that forms an obvious hump, making the whole body more powerful. The short forelimbs and strong hind limbs are strong enough to support its huge body. His tail is long and thick, which can be used to maintain balance. The skin of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is rough and thick, covered with scales, which can protect it from attacks and injuries. His head is huge and has a strong bite force, which can easily crush the hardest bones of prey. The teeth are sharp and curved like daggers. The eyes are located on both sides of the head, with good dynamic vision and three-dimensional sense. The body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex incarnated by Wu Kai this time is very large, with a length of 15 meters and a height of about 6 meters. What is more strange is that there are 3 red marks on the top of the head and the lower jaw of the land overlord level creature. What a joke. Dinosaurs. Ancient species ability user. Hack. In 2 days, our school will become a circus. Interesting. His name is Wu Kai. Right? Even the people in this world were very excited to see the extinct land overlord dinosaurs. Those who can show the posture of dinosaurs must be ancient species. The rarity of ancient species can be said to be similar to that of fantasy beasts. Compared with fantasy beasts, ancient species pay more attention to biological power and use more primitive killing genes to drive the body to cause the most tyrannical destruction. The most famous ancient species is probably the ability user in the form of Kamikaze Pterosaur, who is now one of the ace figures in the Chinese Federation administration. Compared with the excitement of the people on the scene, Li Qin in the center of the battlefield was more speechless. Animal ancient species ability users are extremely rare. The principal actually let this guy enter the most lame class 21. It seems that the other party is also dissatisfied with his current behavior. What did I do wrong? Isn't it just lazy for a while? Li Qin, who was a little unhappy, stared coldly at the extremely dangerous Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him, and seemed very alert. Last time, Mubai didn't pay much attention to Wu Kai's animal form. Now he looked at it carefully and felt a little strange. The other party's image seemed to be somewhat different from the Tyrannosaurus Rex recorded in the current world. In this world, Tyrannosaurus Rex is an extinct giant theropod dinosaur of the late disaster period. It is also one of the most famous dinosaurs in current history. Its image is often regarded as the king of dinosaurs, with strong deterrence and shock. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of Wu Kai should obviously belong to the mutant type. After all, Wu Kai obviously did not fully master the current fruit power. In other words, the opponent's strength, speed, and biological size are not up to standard. If it takes a while, the Tyrannosaurus Rex incarnated by Wu Kai may become even bigger. Roar! Being roared by a dinosaur is obviously not a good thing. At least Li Qin is very unhappy at this moment. Showing off that he is an ancient species? Stop yelling. It's annoying me. Wu Kai shook his head, and cunningly used the giant beast's body to crush him. Facing this scene, Li Qin immediately used both swords. The sharp lion blade and tiger teeth crossed together to form an X shape, and slashed out quickly. The domineering Wu Kai faced the slash head-on, with the hard jaws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The sharp slash made a sound like metal friction with its skin. And Li Qin didn't expect that this ghost thing was so hard amid the tiny sparks. Li Qin, are you scraping me? Why don't you use the animal form? With murderous intent in his pale golden pupils, Wu Kai's Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly turned around and swung out his dragon tail at a very fast speed. Li Qin, who was hit by this attack posture for the first time, felt like he was hit by a truck and flew backwards. If he hadn't rolled in the air, he would have been knocked out of the ring. You don't need my animal form. At this point, Li Qin, who clenched his two swords, endured the pain in his abdomen and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air with an absolutely calm attitude. He started practicing swordsmanship when he was a child, and has practiced with the most pure and fierce swordsmanship for more than 10 years. He has used countless broken swords. Even in this extreme training environment, he felt pain. It was also because of this that he also understood the mystery of swordsmanship. A few years ago, he gradually changed from a single sword flow to a double sword flow. The difficulty of controlling the long sword increased, and he used unimaginable efforts to train the explosive power between his arms. He gave up too many things for the double sword style and the sword way. Today, he was ready to let this dinosaur fool see the real horror. The divine wind knocked, starting with killing and ending with the supreme sword method of the mad lion. The secret of the double sword style. The furious lion slash. The black and white double swords crossed each other, and the breeze blew on his face. In the gentle breeze, the extremely explosive double swords drove the ferocious illusory sword intent to slash along the ring. The cross slashes crossed the distance of space, and hit Wu Kai's abdomen in an extremely weird posture. Swish. 2 blood flowers immediately splashed. X-shaped wounds appeared on the abdomen of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Kai, with a distorted expression, felt that the unimaginable tearing feeling knocked him down completely. Wu Kai, who was half kneeling on the ground and forced to exit the animal form, was about to get up when a black long sword hit his neck. You lose. After seeing Wu Kai's strength, Li Qin defeated him without looking down on him. The whole audience cheered. This battle was extremely exciting. But unfortunately, there was still a big gap between the two. The people from Pinghuai High School were silent. Even Wu Kai, who was so strong, couldn't beat the players who didn't make the top 20 in the school year, let alone them. On the contrary, Mubai and others looked normal, because they knew that the gap between Wu Kai and Li Qin was not that big. In terms of animal-type combat power, as long as Wu Kai perfectly controlled the power of the fruit and entered the posture of half-human and half-dinosaur, He might be able to crush Li Qin, who used double swords. Wu Kai, who was holding his stomach, had blue veins popping up. The pain in his body could not be compared with the loss in his heart. Li Qin, who put away his long sword, looked at the transfer students from class 11 and said confidently, "While I still have time, who else wants to challenge me? No more waiting after the deadline." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Qin was full of murderous intent. Wu Kai, who was defeated by him, was quickly sent to the medical room. Although the knife wound was bone-piercing, it would not take long for him to recover with the strong recovery ability of the ancient species. Li Qin, who was holding the black and white double swords, was so proud of the crowd that he saw that all the transfer students he pointed at were frightened and took a few steps back. He suddenly felt a little bored. It seemed that only Wu Kai had the courage to fight him. Li Qin, who was scanning these transfer students, narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. He also found the handsome guy Mu Bai. There was also a cold and beautiful girl standing next to him. This made him feel a little unbalanced. How could a transfer student be so handsome? Since there is no one, then choose it yourself. Let's choose you. You look like a decent person. Everyone followed Li Qin's line of sight and saw Mu Bai's figure. His well-proportioned figure and charming face immediately attracted the attention of many girls. People always believe what they see at first sight. So many people at the scene felt a little regretful. This handsome guy is probably going to be severely humiliated by Li Qin. The little bully? Are you sure? Mu Bai pointed at himself and was speechless. He didn't even want to cause trouble for the other party. But this guy actually came to him. This is really ridiculous. Gao Han and Zui Qingyao also laughed. After all, Li Qin had been looking for a long time and actually picked the opponent he was least likely to defeat. This is quite interesting. On the bright stage, Li Qin thought that this kid was afraid, and immediately said with some disdain, "If you are afraid of fighting, what qualifications do you have to become stronger? If you don't want to be beaten, you can just be my errand boy and serve me." After sighing helplessly, Mu Bai whispered to Teacher Gu, "Teacher, what is the bottom line of this class arena competition in Shuntang High School? I won't be expelled if I beat him to death." Haha. Classmate Mu Bai is joking. Beating him to death is not okay. At most, you can only be disabled. Teacher Gu, who squinted his eyes, didn't know what kind of mentality he had, but he actually followed his words and continued. The dozens of classmates and other students who came to watch the fun were all laughing. It was not that they looked down on Mu Bai, but that the gap between students like Li Qin and ordinary students was too huge. The unknown transfer student was so arrogant under the huge difference, and the subsequent consequences could be imagined. Li Qin, whose pupil shrank like a beast, snorted coldly, "Don't be too arrogant. Kid, be careful that I will disfigure you today and make you dare not come out to see people in the future." Li Qin's character was indeed a bit bad, so Mu Bai didn't mind giving him a beating here. Anyway, wasn't this the underlying intention of Yan Feng, the principal of Shuntang High School? Sending this wave of strong transfer students to class 11 was to break the current situation where Li Qin was the only one in power. Mu Bai jumped into the ring and looked heroic. He stood up slowly and said with a smile, "It takes skill to be arrogant. And I have it." Li Qin, with a smile on his face, was unwilling to waste words with this kid. Didn't he see that the female classmates were staring at this guy like crazy? If he used him to establish his authority again, the leaders of the other classes would probably look down on him. Well said. I hope you can catch my sword flow. The white long sword floated lightly on the surface of the ring, raising a faint sword aura. This is a sword flow. Split the sky. At a terrifying speed beyond ordinary people, Li Qin slashed out with a sword like a lion and a tiger. The terrifying sound even gave people the illusion of firecrackers exploding. Exploding in the silence in the wind and thunder. Be careful. Will no one die? In the eyes of everyone, no one could take Li Qin's violent slash. The perfect combination of speed, strength and swordsmanship was the basis of Li Qin's undefeated. If such a brutal slash really hit that person, it is estimated that someone in the ring would die. But the next scene made everyone dumbfounded, and even overturned many people's cognition. Mu Bai, who was standing on one foot, dodged the opponent's attack easily like flowing water, and retreated naturally, as if it was a natural process. Li Qin, who missed his attack, was shocked but had no time to think. When he turned around, he was attacked by two swords. Under such continuous attacks, Mu Bai even had time to evaluate his swordsmanship while dodging. Your swordsmanship is fierce and continuous. It seems that you practice the two-sword flow in order to enter a higher level of swordsmanship. However, your two-sword system is too ridiculous. Listening to Mu Bai's evaluation, Li Qin, who was constantly slashing, could not hear a word. At this moment, he felt as if his common sense was broken. He always felt that the opponent even anticipated his attack speed and strength every time. So he dodged first. Is this kind of dynamic visual observation and mental calculation really human? The ring was more lively under the ring than on the ring. Yun Ziyue, who had met Mu Bai once in the black market before, was excitedly watching the fight between the two. Next to her were the famous twin sisters of the Holy Church High School, who were also the two who had spoken to Mu Bai before the devil fruit copy test. Mu Bai actually came to the Holy Church High School. The twin sisters saw Yun Ziyue's excitement and felt embarrassed as if they had met a pervert. Sister, he has become stronger again. Sister, how many moves do you think Li Qin can survive? The two sisters' voices were very cold, as if they were born. After hearing the voices behind them, the students in class 11 in front of them all looked away from the two sisters with a ghostly expression. After all, these were the famous tyrant twins of class 1 of the Holy Church High School, and they were the top combat forces ranked at the top of the Holy Church High School. Teacher Gu, who was staring at the ring, also understood the principal's intention of handing these transfer students to her. This Mu Bai was indeed not simple. Can you evaluate my double sword style? And shaking the sword, Li Qin, who was walking mysteriously while raising the air wave, suddenly calmed down in his heart. The black and white double sword struck the breeze again. In that subtle state, he felt that nothing could be cut. The secret of the double blade style. Furious lion slash. The phantom of the mad lion passed by like a fleeting moment. The ferocious slashes that crossed like an X were like the bloodiest beast gnawing at the injured and desperate prey. That's not how you play with swords. Mu Bai, who didn't dodge, clenched his right hand in the air. The next moment, the boiling magma compressed into a red illusory sword, and the boiling heat swept all around. While the surrounding temperature rose rapidly, Mu Bai had already held the sword with both hands and slashed at his secret in the purest frontal collision. Kung! Mu Bai easily shattered the opponent's secret as the sword energy and the heat wave of the magma surged rapidly. The whole set of movements was smooth and unhurried. Stepping on the opponent's disintegrated secret, Mu Bai stepped closer with the magma long sword in his hand. This bastard actually broke his ultimate slash with one knife. Li Qin, with his eyes wide open, was a little doubtful about his life at this moment. What's more, the other party was holding a knife? Why was the knife emitting heat waves? It seems that classmate Mu Bai is the natural ability user who killed the inner demon outside the devil fruit copy before. It must be the natural magma fruit. It's really shocking to control the fruit, Teacher Gu said with a smile, not sparing praise. The natural system itself is the most difficult fruit type to control. If you want to achieve elementalization, you need a long time of effort to slowly adapt to the power of the fruit. It's amazing that Mu Bai can achieve such a specific and vivid natural creation in such a short time. Strictly speaking, natural creation is a branch ability of elementalization. The ability user of the glittering fruit can use natural creation to create a lightsaber, and the ability user of the ice fruit can also use natural creation to create a frozen long sword. This is a manifestation of the natural creation ability in the natural system. Don't underestimate this ability. In high-level battles, some strong people have powerful armed color domineering. Such existence will pose a threat to natural ability users. But if they are used with weapons formed by natural creations, they can effectively restrain them. The classmates around were a little dazed. That was a natural ability user. I thought Mu Bai was just strong in swordsmanship and fighting. Now it seems that he also crushed everyone in the Holy Hall High School at the level of devil fruit. After hearing the voice under the ring, Li Qin suddenly realized that the person he picked randomly for a long time turned out to be the strongest among the transfer students, and the most rare and powerful natural ability user. He swallowed his saliva with bitterness. But his fighting spirit soared. No matter who you are, or what abilities you have, you must be trampled under my feet today. With Li Qin's angry voice, his body also changed rapidly. He did not enter the animal form, but he directly entered the most balanced posture of half-man and half-beast. His body swelled, his muscles swelled, and his mane grew from his neck. When Li Qin transformed with a roar, he was completely revealed in front of everyone. The violent appearance of the human-shaped lion seemed to be the perfect fusion of the most primitive power and wildness in nature. His eyes were like burning flames, deep and bright, and his pupils revealed a fierce and unfathomable light that made people feel awe. The facial contours were rough and powerful, with clear lines, showing endless majesty. When the huge mouth opened, it revealed sharp fangs and sharp canines, like the sickle of the god of death, ready to tear everything at any time. The lion's mane and beard were like burning flames, fluttering in the wind, exuding a strong wild breath. The muscles of the human-shaped lion holding the black and white double knives were tense, as if it contained endless energy. Every breath was accompanied by a strong rise and fall of the chest, as if you could feel the wildness and passion in its heart. After the transformation, Li Qin kept moving on the ring with a fishy wind, like a terrifying beast. Strictly speaking, the half-human, half-beast form is the strongest form of the animal system. Although the pure animal posture can gain a huge increase in strength, it will also lose the agility of being a human. Only the half-human, half-beast form can maintain the perfect combination of strength and speed in front of you. Not only that, you can also perform moves that can only be used in human form, whether it is swordsmanship or physical skills. The ceiling of the animal system in the current Huaxia Federation is a half-human, half-beast posture that travels around the world. That one is not a fantasy beast like a dragon-shaped creature, nor an ancient species, but a golden ant form in the insect fruit series. It has 1,000,000 times the explosive power, and is known as the strongest creature on the surface. At this moment, Li Qin, who has transformed into a half-human, half-lion, only feels adrenaline soaring. With his wild intuition, the whole world is flat in front of him. And Mu Bai, as the target, seems to be easy to kill. Double sword flow. Lion dance. The ghostly lion shadow appears on the right side of Mu Bai like a shadow. Before everyone can react, Li Qin, who mobilizes his arm muscles, has already slashed dozens of sword waves in a row with the most violent double sword flow posture. All the slashes fell on Mu Bai. The brutal force of his slashing even left a series of hideous marks on the ground behind Mu Bai. It's really unbearable. The excitement on Li Qin's face disappeared the moment he looked up, because Mu Bai in front of him was full of long magma holes that were separated by elements in advance. And all the sword waves he slashed actually passed through his body and slashed on the ground of the ring. Not strong enough, and not changeable enough. Mu Bai, who condensed the magma cannon fist in his right hand, commented calmly and punched out. The condensed magma shattered the entire ring like a small volcanic eruption. The heat wave that exceeded the upper limit of the creature's endurance forced the nearby students to retreat hurriedly. Mu Bai, who controlled the magma torrent, controlled all life and death like a king in the flames. The spreading magma gathered behind him into a giant dragon dripping red liquid and making waves of dragon roars. Li Qin, who wanted to use his two swords to block the opponent's slash, was actually scared to tears when facing the opponent's punch, and his legs collapsed weakly, crushing. The result of the battle between the two was a crushing defeat. Mu Bai crushed Li Qin in all directions, so that Li Qin couldn't even take Mu Bai's punch with the elemental attack. The opponent could kill him in an instant. Just when the deadly magma was about to smash Li Qin's lion body, Mu Bai slowly loosened his fist, and the surrounding magma gradually dissipated under his control. The shocked people looked at the ring, and were surprised to find that the great Li Qin was actually scared and crying. Even the tears couldn't help but drip on the hot ground, and made a sound of evaporation. Mu Bai came to the other side, and said, thoughtfully, "You want me to run errands, and then you want me to be disfigured, right?" Li Qin, with trembling teeth, wanted to say something, but Mu Bai directly lifted his neck with one hand, and lifted him up. The opponent's terrifying grip strength was that Li Qin, who was an animal type, couldn't shake it at all with both hands. "Don't worry. I'm more merciful than you think. I just want your legs." Mu Bai threw the other person out with a calm voice. Before he landed on the ground, he fiercely kicked him to the ground, breaking his legs. Li Qin, holding his broken legs, felt that Mu Bai in front of him was as terrifying as a ghost. Ah! Li Qin completely lost his spirit in the inhuman roar. And Mu Bai, who was slightly punished, did not go any further. After all, the bottom line of the school in Teacher Gu's words should not be easily violated. Li Qin, the Mad Lion, was defeated, and even defeated so thoroughly that it was ridiculous, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The students of Class 11 were all dumbfounded. Although Li Qin was not from the top echelon of Holy Hall High School, it was too exaggerated to be defeated in one move. Everyone sighed and looked at Mu Bai with a little more fear in their eyes. The opponent's defeat of Li Qin meant that Class 11 might enter an era led by him. Mu Bai, who came down from the ring, was not stained with even a bit of dust, and looked very relaxed. Li Qin, whose legs were broken, was carried out with the help of medical staff. This kind of injury can be recovered quickly as long as it is properly treated. Mu Bai, you are a monster. Gao Han, who witnessed all this, said with some emotion. If he went on the field, he could also defeat the mad lion Li Qin. But it would probably take some effort. He would never be able to do it like Mu Bai, who could easily defeat the opponent at will. Zhuo Qingya, who was observing secretly, also looked at Mu Bai calmly. The other party had no joy or sadness on his face. Obviously, he was not interested in such praise. It's this Li Qin who is too weak. The students of class 11 nearby almost fell down when they heard Mu Bai's evaluation of Li Qin. If that guy is considered weak, what are they? Weakest among the weak? In his eyes, the opponent is indeed not strong. He was originally more suitable for single blade flow, but he chose double blade flow. As a result, the double blade flow is too bloated. Facing Wu Kai, who transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it can still be somewhat useful in the early stage, but facing a comprehensive player like him, this not-so-fatal weakness will be magnified countless times, so that even though his own attributes are not much higher than the opponent, the two sides can immediately decide the winner when fighting together. When Yun Ziyue wanted to step forward to say hello, the tyrant twins rushed to Mu Bai's left and right before her. A pair of twin ponytail beautiful girls stood quietly, like two exquisite and cold jade sculptures. Their faces were as bright as moonlight, and their eyes were as clear as water, revealing a kind of aloof temperament that is not worldly. The twin ponytails hang neatly behind their heads, swaying gently in the breeze, like two black ribbons dancing in the night sky. They are slender and elegant, wearing simple yet stylish clothes, and the black dresses fit tightly to their bodies, outlining perfect curves. The skirts flutter gently, as if black butterflies are dancing in the night sky. They walk at the same time, as close as clones in the mirror, as if two elegant black cats are wandering in the night. Their existence seems to be a unique landscape, attracting the attention of everyone around them. The cold and aloof temperament does not make people feel alienated, but makes people want to get closer to them. Some boys who don't know them are even stunned. Mu Bai, long time no see. It's you. Mu Bai waved his hand. The two twins who had seen before the devil fruit copy opened before. It seems that they have transferred from Yuhai High School to Shuntang High School a long time ago. You are very strong. Do you want to join our team? Our team is very strong, and we need you to join us. The two cold voices were describing the same thing, but they spoke at the same time. This should be some kind of tacit understanding between the twins. Team? I'll think about it. Yun Ziyue, with purple hair, also walked over quickly and took the twins away. See you again, classmate Mu Bai. She looked at Zhuo Qingyao behind Mu Bai curiously and immediately took the two twins away. Teacher Gu looked at this scene with a smile. If Mu Bai and others hadn't appeared, she would have wanted to personally teach Li Qin a lesson and let him regroup. But now it seems that it is not necessary. With a person like Mu Bai, class may 11th rise rapidly in the future. Mu Bai, from now on you are the class monitor, and the direction of class 11 will also be determined by you. What do you want to do next? Hearing Teacher Gu's question, Mu Bai touched his chin and snapped his fingers and said thoughtfully, since I am the class monitor, I naturally have to start the devil training. Class 11 must become the first class in the school's comprehensive strength during the time I am the class monitor. Let him learn Li Qin's bad behavior. How is it possible? He still wants to continue to grow. His purpose is to train this kind of thing either to the point of death or not to train. If it is maintained for a long time, even students with no talent will get the top reinforcement. The students of class 11 obviously thought that Mu Bai was just talking, but they will soon know what devilish training is. After the first battle, Mu Bai completely became a celebrity in the school. No matter which class or teacher, they were discussing this legendary figure who had just transferred to Shuntang and defeated Li Qin. The online forum of Shuntang High School was even more outrageous. Many girls posted photos of Mu Bai on it, which attracted a large number of spectators. Many people thought that a star went to Shuntang to endorse it. The change of the leader of class 11 was not too unexpected. But the rumor among students that Mu Bai defeated Li Qin in one move attracted the attention of many people, including Ren Changji from class 2. He grinned with a rough look. What a boast. Li Qin is a strong man anyway. How could he be defeated by one move? After hearing this, the students in the front row turned back cautiously and said, Brother Ren did use one move. Ren Changji, who was furious, kicked the other person's chair over. I have dealt with Li Qin before, and that guy is no scum. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his whole body grew brown bear like hair. It was not until a person appeared at the door of the class that he suppressed his anger. Li Qin was indeed defeated. That Mubai only used one move. The long-haired man in a white shirt said lightly, and shook his head when he saw Ren Changji kicked over his classmate's chair in excitement. How is it possible? Ren Changji changed back to his original form. He did not dare to refute Zhao Yujian. The other party was very rigorous, and would not deceive him with such things. While he was thinking, Zhao Yujian had already helped the classmate in front of him up. Have you forgotten the rules I set? Do you remember how to punish yourself for bullying classmates in class 2? Brother Jian. You really take care of these trash. Don't worry. I will slap myself 20 times. As he said that, he stretched out his left hand and slapped his left face. The weight of his force even shook the surrounding desks. Zhao Yujian didn't bother to say much in the face of this rascal. He actually disliked Mubai. As for why, it was of course because of the way Yun Ziyue looked at him under the ring. He didn't like that kind of look. Thinking of this, he pretended to be calm and said, I heard that the Tyrant twins who just transferred to Class 1 invited the twins to join the team. It seems that the three of them have a good relationship. Ren Changzi's hand stopped. Really? Ren Changzi's angry expression made the student in the front row secretly happy. But he didn't dare to laugh out loud, and could only hold it in. Would I lie to you? It's just right for you to go and find trouble with him after school. And see what charm the Mubai has that can attract the cold twins so much. Zhao Yujian's last sentence made him furious again in an instant. He originally had a bad temper. And now it's even worse after eating the devil fruit of the armored bear. It can be said that he can be ignited at any time. He forcibly suppressed his anger and crushed the water cup in his hand into powder. The tooth-grinding sound of steel friction made people feel cold. After getting familiar with the class and the school, Mubai and other transfer students did not attend classes, but left the school together. After all, they only registered today, and they could start classes after their student status was officially transferred to the Holy Hall tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Zui Qingya and Gao Han, Mubai started to move alone. The first thing was to move. His previous house was actually not safe. After all, there was a hard demon tracking him at that time, which meant that the place where he originally lived might have been controlled by the hard demon. Another reason for him to move was the orange cat at home, who could speak human language. It might be very useful for the future, in order to keep it from being exposed as much as possible. Changing the place of residence was also the most appropriate choice. So that night, he started looking for places to rent villas nearby on the internet. With his current funds, he could actually buy one. Single-family villas near the suburbs are basically in the price range of tens of millions. Duplex and duplex can be cheaper, but do not meet his requirements because they are not quiet enough. He actually had enough money in his hand, including the balance of other fruits he had just received, but he did not intend to do so. The place he finally chose was the villa complex in the eastern area near the Holy Church High School. After choosing the most secluded area, he contacted the landlord online and arranged to view the house tomorrow. After adding the information, he was a little surprised to find that the landlord of several houses in this area was actually the same person. After the two added the contact information, Mubai was a little surprised to find that the landlord's account avatar seemed to be the storefront of the pawn shop where he traded devil fruits with him in the black market that day. Blank, Yunnan Pawn Shop? Yunnan Pawn Shop, yes. Which villa do you want to rent? Blank, I am Mubai, who traded devil fruits with you a few days ago. Yunjin, who was watching a TV series with his daughter Yun Ziyue, was stunned when he saw the message on his mobile phone. What a coincidence. Yun Ziyue, who was watching the TV series with relish, saw the surprise on her father's face and leaned over to read the message. This look scared Yunjin. Mubai! Yunjin, who was so scared by his daughter that his mobile phone almost fell to the ground, looked at his daughter with a surprised face. I say, why are you so excited? Although this Mubai is really handsome, you should also get along with Xiao Xiao from the Zhao family. I have a very good relationship with his father. We almost. Yun Ziyue, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with her father, snatched the phone and ran upstairs. As for what her father Yunjin said about Zhao Yujian from the Zhao family, she didn't pay any attention to it. After all, that guy didn't show any vitality that a young man should have except for his gloomy face and calculating others. Yunjin was a little helpless and could only let his precious daughter do what she wanted. After all, this was his lifeblood. As soon as she entered the room, Yun Ziyu opened the chat box and started typing on it. Yunnan Pawn Shop. I don't use this account often. Add another account of mine. Mubai on the other side didn't take it seriously and added the other party's other account. Yunyan Chung Zi. It's me. Classmate Mubai. Are you surprised? Yunyan Chung Zi? Yun Ziyue? He has a photographic memory. Although the name in his memory is a little vague, he remembers it clearly at this moment. Isn't she the daughter of the pawn shop owner? Blank, well. H. Lo. Classmate Yun. I want to rent a remote single-family villa. The more remote the better. There is nothing special about the other things. After knowing that the other party wanted to rent a villa, Yun Ziyue looked out the window. She was currently in the villa area for rent. The villas rented by their family were also adjacent to each other. So after hearing Mubai's request, Yun Ziyue subconsciously looked at the villa near the mountain. Although it looked a bit old, there was no doubt that it was indeed the most remote. Whether it was the main gate of the villa area or the east gate or the west gate, it did not pass through there. It was the deepest place in the villa area. After briefly describing the situation of the villa, Mubai also neatly agreed to look at the house tomorrow. If it was suitable, he would move there, which made Yun Ziyue very happy. On the morning of the second day, since today was Saturday, Yun Ziyue did not go to class and waited at the gate of the villa area early in the morning for Mubai's arrival. The most eye-catching thing about her in the sun was her long purple hair flowing like a waterfall, which flashed a mysterious luster under the light. Each strand of hair is soft and smooth, gently fluttering around her waist, adding a bit of exotic charm to her. Yun Ziyue's face is exquisite and picturesque. Her skin is white as jade, and exudes a natural luster. A pair of clear eyes are like a watery gem, smart and deep, shining with the light of wisdom. The small and exquisite nose and slightly upturned lips add a bit of playfulness and cuteness to her. Mubai, who drove a black business car, got off the car and greeted Yun Ziyue, and then accompanied her into the villa area. The orange cat was standing on his shoulder and looking around. The main reason for bringing this guy was that Mubai took it to familiarize itself with the terrain, so that if there was an emergency, he could choose the right road in advance and escape in time. Oh my god! This cat is so fat! Yun Ziyue easily hugged the orange cat in her arms. She originally thought that this orange cat was just a little heavier than an ordinary kitten, but she didn't expect that this guy was at least 2 or 3 times heavier than an ordinary kitten. The orange cat struggled to get away and hid beside Mubai, looking at Yun Ziyue with a wary look. Mubai was also a little speechless. He originally thought that this orange cat would be more agile after recovering some strength, but now it seems that it has simply become more greedy. Let's go. Classmate Yun. Okay. Yun Ziyue, with a slightly red cheek, walked in front to lead the way. Mubai, who drove all the way here, also checked the distance from the Holy Hall High School to here. It can be said that it is quite short. It only takes 10 minutes to drive to the school, so he is still very satisfied with the distance. The sun is shining, and the breeze is not dry. After passing through the villas in the front row, the two also came to the lush woods, and through the forest is a slightly remote single-family villa. After entering the villa, the orange cat standing on Mubai's shoulder was a little surprised that Mubai, who was stingy with cat food, was so rich. After coming to the world of the first island chain in the universe, he could know some worldly things. During the years when he was a stray cat, he often mingled with the rich circle. As long as he met a kind person, he could basically eat half full. The light-footed orange cat came to the middle of the hall and nodded with satisfaction, and did not forget to turn back and signal Mubai to follow. Ignoring the summon of the fat orange cat, Mubai simply checked the rooms and furniture facilities inside and outside the villa and got a general understanding. Can we sign the rental contract today? Yun Ziyue didn't seem to expect Mubai to confirm it so quickly. Strictly speaking, the rental price she gave was not low in Yuhai City. She originally wanted to let Mubai go when he bargained with her, but he didn't care about the money at all. Student Mubai, I can actually get a cheaper price here. I can talk to my father about the price, Yun Ziyue said with some expectation. Yunjin, who was bored in the antique shop at the moment, sneezed inexplicably. Mubai, who tapped the railing on the second floor with his fingers, could not help but see Yun Ziyue's strange eyes. He did not bargain for this reason. He did not want to get involved with the other party. I think this price is good. Yun Ziyue, who is usually smart, also discovered the hidden meaning in Mubai's words. Although his voice was calm, the gap between them also meant to keep people away. Mubai, you have changed too much. When you came to the Holy Hall High School, You played best with me. Yunziue, with a soft voice, whispered with some disappointment. But she obviously did not see Mu Bai's gradually cold expression at this moment. He was surprised before that he had mastered all the memories of his original body. But why the memories of the few days when he became a transfer student were extremely vague? Mu Bai could even feel that the behavior of himself in that memory was vaguely different from that of the original body. Perhaps the original body had fabricated memories a year ago, and the fruit ability user could easily do this. Thinking of this, he didn't know why he thought of Zhuqingya. Did she really grow up with him? Childhood memories are also vague, although some people may forget more easily when they are children. It is also possible that his memory has been tampered with by others, as he guessed. Then, to expand on this, is the extremely strong hatred for the death of his parents in his mind also the result of tampering with his memory? The memories he has absorbed now can even be said to feel the pain, like a tide, when accepting the bad news. Is the real pain true? Eternal system. Can you check the loss of memory in my body? Mu Bai, who asked in his heart, immediately waited for the system's response. Ding dong. Unable to judge requires the host to confirm it. Unable to judge means there is a probability. Mu Bai, who was calm, pretended to smile bitterly and said in a deep voice, in fact, I had a car accident before, and there is a memory that is looming, such as the memory of becoming a transfer student of the Holy Hall. I didn't expect that I was very familiar with you before. Now it was Yunziyue's turn to be stunned. Ah! Mu Bai, are you okay? No wonder you have changed your temperament. I thought your personality changed because of your parents' death. Mu Bai didn't listen to the other party's words seriously, but from his description, he actually found that he was silent but helpful in private. This is actually not consistent with the image of the original body a year ago. The original body, who had just lost his parents, was irritable and angry. The silence in his personality is more accurate than being silent. It is suppressing the excitement, helping others under the drive of hatred. Isn't that funny? He rubbed his forehead and suspected that the other party's memory had also been tampered with. Among all the people he knew, Zhuqingya was the only one who had known him the longest and was the most suspicious. Thinking about the fact that the other party was always by his side before. Was it really out of concern? After hastily signing the contract, Yunziyue accompanied Mu Bai, who was worried, out of the villa area. When Yunziyue was about to say something, she saw Zhao Yujian, who was wearing a white suit, standing across the street with a cold expression. Xiao Ya, why are you walking with him? Did you just come out of your house? Did he enter your room today? The rapid-fire questions were still a little scary with Zhao Yujian's slightly distorted face. Without waiting for Yunziyue's reaction, he pointed at Mu Bai and spit out a turbid breath. I am Zhao Yujian from Class 2. I know you. Mu Bai. Defeated Li Qin from Class 11 yesterday. But you want to steal my girlfriend? Which is too insidious. Mu Bai turned around and left without bothering to pay attention to the other party. At this moment, his mind was full of memory fragments, and he didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Yujian at all. Yunziyue's angry red lips slightly opened. Who is your girlfriend? You are a lunatic. Don't date me anymore. Ha ha ha. Mu Bai, you are really good at bewitching people. No wonder Yu is so obsessed with you. You are really handsome. More handsome than me. Zhao Yujian almost gritted his teeth when he said the last three words. And even Mu Bai could hear the faint sound of teeth rubbing. Looking at Zhao Yujian, who was blocking him, Mu Bai finally met his resentful gaze and uttered a few words in a deep voice. Are you looking for a lesson for nothing? Like a mad dog? Call me a mad dog. You will have to pay the price for insulting me. The emotional Zhao Yujian's left arm suddenly turned into a pitch-black long sword, and he slashed straight at Mu Bai's head without any scruples. The sword energy was clearly aimed at killing. Seeing this, Mu Bai did not hold back, and his whole body was filled with magma elements. The lava dripping with hot juice behind him made a dissolving sound, and a surging lava dragon was sticking out its head and biting fiercely at the opponent's slash. Feeling the deadly scorching temperature on the opponent's body, the emotionally excited Zhao Yujian also sobered up a little, and immediately his right arm turned into a long sword, and his head turned into a shorter long sword. The three black long swords strangled the lava dragon like the rising sun breaking through the night. Zhao Yujian is the monitor of Class 2. The superhuman sword fruit he mastered is extremely powerful. He can turn any part of his body into a long sword. Any swordsmanship in his hands will undergo a qualitative change. So far, except for a few people, no student in the Holy Hall High School is his opponent. At this moment, facing Mu Bai's lava nether dragon move, He was not afraid at all. Any elemental move would collapse under the three swords. Mu Bai naturally thought of what he thought of with full confidence. So when the nether dragon was about to hit the three sharp black swords, it suddenly exploded. This is the transformation of Mu's. The rhythm of the nether dragon immediately transitioning to the meteor volcano. Mu Bai's mastery of the devil fruit itself is far beyond everyone's imagination. So the change of moves at this moment is even more unexpected. Zhao Yujian, who cut past quickly, was hit head-on by countless magma fireballs. Even with a long sword blocking, he was burned in many places all over his body. After rolling to the side, he trembled slightly, and his vision seemed to be distorted under the effect of pain. Mu Bai, who was originally expressionless, seemed to be laughing there, mocking his incompetence there. Yun Ziyue wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but was restrained by Mu Bai's cold eyes. Zhao Yujian. Right? It's not over yet. Since you like to attack others so much, let's see how many rounds you can go through in my hands. Lava. Two-headed nether dragon. Mu Bai's arms turned into boiling lava dragons. This time the lava temperature was significantly higher. Two twisted lava dragons spread out from his arms, looking down at Zhao Yujian like the god of death. The brutal magma dragon looked down at Zhao Yujian, who was burned all over, like a god from the abyss. The two-headed dragon was extremely intimidating. At this moment, Zhao Yujian, whose adrenaline was soaring, groaned and his legs turned into long swords. Now he had 5 swords on his body, with strange shapes but with a cold sword aura. The two-headed dragon came down. Zhao Yujian kept slashing out cold sword waves in a weird posture. The terrifying power could even easily cut off the trees beside the road. And a white slash rushed over. Mu Bai looked at these slashes and stood calmly in place, controlling the two-headed dragon to bite. Even if those white slashes penetrated his body, they were dodged by the elementalization. Damn it! Only then did he realize that the opponent was a natural type, and his slashing could not really hurt the opponent. The best way to deal with the early natural type is naturally to use armament hockey. But if there is no armament hockey, it is best to take advantage of the opponent's inattention and attack. But at the moment, Zhao Yujian could not meet any of the standards. So he retreated quickly to distance himself from Mu Bai. How could the two-headed nether dragon let the opponent leave? As the magma tore apart, the mouths of the two nether dragons also split apart and hit Zhao Yujian, who was retreating fiercely. Zhao Yujian, who rolled to the ground, made a metallic collision sound all over his body. His body with black smoke did not seem to have any damage, but the high temperature made him a little drowsy. Although he urgently transformed his whole body into a long sword at the last moment, he was unable to maintain this form because he had not yet mastered it. After being bombarded by the heavy magma nether dragon, he gradually withdrew from the long sword form. And how could Mu Bai let the opponent go? This kid wanted to kill him at the beginning. Mu Bai leaped forward and his left arm turned into magma. And when he was about to smash the opponent's head, the surrounding trees suddenly turned into flexible whips and smashed him in half. Mu Bai, who turned into a pile of magma, quickly condensed his body and looked forward coldly. Behind Zhao Yujian, a man with plant sprouts all over his body looked a little regretful. This man's reaction ability was too fast. It was a god's reaction to dodge the whipping of the armed color by turning into an element in advance. Brother, why are you here? Zhao Yujian, who found his savior, almost cried. The feeling of being killed made him tremble. So when he saw his brother, who was supposed to be working in the administration bureau, he was a little excited and speechless. I took 2 days off and heard from my father that you came to find Sister Yun Ziyue. So I followed you. I didn't expect you to be attacked by this thug. Who is this person who uses natural abilities? Mu Bai from class 11 of the Holy Hall High School. Xiao Quan was stunned. A high school student who is almost the same age as his brother. This ruthless attack is from a high school student. Are young people nowadays so strong? This young man is too strong. I now have reason to suspect that he is possessed by a demon. Yun Ziyue couldn't help but hear Xiao Quan say that. She knew that Xiao Quan, who had just joined the administration bureau, was not a genius like them who were students. Mu Bai killed the demon in the devil fruit instance. You can accuse him of being a demon with some evidence. Okay? And he was praised by Master Zhong Tianxi of the administration bureau. In fact, in Yun Ziyue's words, Zhao Quan only frowned when he heard Zhong Tianxi. Zhong Tianxi has an extraordinary status in the administration bureau. And more importantly, there is a saying that is widely circulated in the Huaxiao Federation. That is, north of Zhongtian, see Li Wansha. The Zhong family is also the first-class existence in the Huaxia Federation. And it is not something that a small character like him can provoke. He did hear about a student killing a demon some time ago. But he didn't expect it to be this Mubai. Zhong Tianxi is indeed important enough. But Mubai hopes that you will not act so arrogantly in the future. You must know that there are people outside the world. Xiao Yu. Don't go against him in the future. You are the same age, but your strength is far inferior to that of the other party. If you are such a waste, don't show off. Xiao Quan said the first half to Mubai, but the second half to his younger brother. It is ridiculous for him, as a figure in the administration bureau, to bully high school students. If Xiao Yujian is someone who needs his protection and clean up everywhere, it is simply an insult to the Zhao family. Xiao Yujian, who lowered his head, did not speak. But Mubai, who had condensed into a human form, obviously did not think so. Interesting. You are Zhao Yuejian's brother? Why do you want to retaliate against me in the future? Mubai, with a matter-of-fact look on his face, said in a deep voice, why not? Your brother attacked me, so I will naturally retaliate. And you, a member of the administration bureau, will naturally pay the price for using your ability to attack me without reason. Xiao Quan, who wanted to laugh, could not laugh after seeing Mubai's extremely serious eyes. I don't know why he could see an absolute confidence in the eyes of this young man. Just like himself when he was young. He also obtained the natural fruit, and was also full of vigor. I'll wait for you. After leaving this sentence, Xiao Quan took his brother away. Mubai, who was covering his chest, frowned slightly. When the other party controlled the branches to whip him just now, although he avoided most of the attacks by elementalization, he still suffered some damage to his chest. This Xiao Quan is probably also a natural ability user, and is related to controlling plants such as trees. Mubai, are you okay? Yun Ziyu said with some concern. After all, Mubai was attacked by that madman Zhao Yujian unprovoked. It's okay. Looking at Xiao Quan's figure going away, Mubai knew that he should master the power of the three-color domineering as quickly as possible. To master the three-color domineering, the most basic thing is to enter a dungeon above level 10. Since his current level is not enough, he must speed up the accumulation of experience. With his current explosive mental points, if he had mastered the domineering in the battle just now, even if he was defeated by the opponent, he could still make the opponent restrain himself everywhere. However, when he mastered the domineering and released it outside the body in this Star Sea world, the opponent would have no chance to defeat him. This is the gap. He urgently needs the support of the three-color domineering. I'm leaving first. I'll move here tomorrow, and we'll be neighbors. Please take care of me. Although he had experienced a life-and-death moment, Mubai's mood recovered very quickly. Although this matter was related to Yun Ziyue, it was not the other party's subjective mistake when tracing back to the source. Mubai really didn't want to blame the other party for this matter. Well, okay. Yun Ziyue, who lowered her head and agreed, stayed where she was a little entangled. Zui Qingyao was having a party with her junior high school classmates in a KTV 100 meters away from the commercial street in Xiqing district. With her cold appearance, she stood out among the female classmates. Many of her former male classmates did not have the courage to sit next to her. Student Zwe, don't you want to go up and order a song? The sunny young man with half-long hair said with a smile. The way he sat next to the school beauties would naturally disgusted the male classmates, who were crowded together. Zhao Xianlong is so good at pretending. He obviously has a girlfriend, but still flirts with Zui Qingyao. The skinny boy with glasses clenched his palms with some disgust. Although the male classmates next to him heard his complaints, they all smiled and didn't take it to heart. After all, Zui Qingyao is now a famous fantasy beast ability user, and there is a gap between her and the classmates present. Coupled with a cold appearance and tall figure, no one thinks Zhao Xianlong can succeed. Even if Zhao Xianlong's father is a famous local billionaire, hundreds of billions is already considered among the top people in the Huaxia Federation. But this is only a manifestation in the secular world. The real dignitaries in the three federations are all divided by level of combat power. The difference between the first level is a world of difference. And wealth is not even a number in their eyes. The boys present didn't care, but the female classmates present all looked ugly. After all, this classmate gathering itself was a few female classmates who wanted to hook Zhao Xianlong, a rich man. But Zhao Xianlong actually said directly that he would not come unless Zui Qingyao came. There was no other way. So the girls had to invite Zui Qingyao over. Of course, they were reluctant in their hearts. After all, everyone knew that with her appearance, Other girls would become foils in such a scene. What do you want? Switching Ya, who was looking at her phone, glanced at Zhao Xianlong with her peripheral vision. Zhao Xianlong, who was replied by the goddess, immediately sat up straight and said in a nonchalant manner, "It doesn't matter what you sing. I like whatever's what wants to sing. Hey, 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 Zhao Xianlong, you are going too far. Switching Ya doesn't look like she wants to sing." The man with glasses who had been muttering about Zhao Xianlong before stuttered out loudly with courage. This made Zhao Xianlong almost laugh out loud. "Hack. If you didn't say anything, I would have thought you were dead. I heard that you couldn't even get into high school and went home to live off your parents. Is that true?" When saying this, Zhao Xianlong shook his hair and shook the car keys on his wrist. The key to the Constantine-held Devil Limited Edition sports car immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The black and red diamond-like car key was too recognizable. These junior high school students had basically heard of this heavyweight limited sports car worth more than 100 million. Hearing Zhao Xianlong's sarcasm, the glasses boy's blood rushed to his head, and he gradually relaxed when he subconsciously looked at the goddess in his heart. By Yue Guang's Witching Ya, he was most afraid that the goddess would look down on him. But at this moment, the goddess was looking at her phone and didn't even look at Zhao Xianlong's car keys, which had some money. The goddess really doesn't love money. She is worthy of being the woman I have secretly loved for 3 years. I don't call it living off my parents. It's called accumulating strength. According to what you said, aren't you, Zhao Xianlong, also living off your parents? Do you show off just because you have some money? Did you have the same attitude when you begged your dad to buy you a car and a devil fruit? How dare you say that to me here? Zhao Xianlong, who was extremely angry, would have asked someone to deal with this unscrupulous boy under normal circumstances. But he couldn't be so ungraceful next to the goddess at this moment. Thinking of this, he deliberately lowered his voice and tried to use a charming low voice to say, "My dad's is mine. There's nothing wrong with it. And I just got a devil fruit from the black market a while ago and spent a lot of money to buy it." After Zhao Xianlong said this, he gave a look to several female classmates, and they immediately understood what he meant and started to cheer for Zhao to perform. "Oh my god! Classmate Zhao, your voice is so charming." A female classmate with heavy makeup came over and hugged Zhao Xianlong's arm. The touch made other male classmates swallow their saliva. But Zhao Xianlong wanted to kick this bitch away. He pretended to look at the side casually and found that Zwitching Ya was still looking at her phone. It seems that the goddess also cares about me. I guess she is jealous when she sees a woman approaching. She should also be fascinated by my low voice. Zhao Xianlong, who was talking to himself in his heart, seemed very confident. After all, most of the girls he contacted fell under his money offensive. And the goddess would be the same in the future. However, when the two licking dogs were fighting and thinking about it, Switching Ya always had the figure of another man in her mind. With her eyes drooping, she thought of Mubai's every move when he defeated Li Qin. That kind of calmness was completely without the shadow of his previous body. That kind of completely crushing posture was enough to prove his rich combat experience. But this also made her very strange. As the person who knows Mubai best, she knows his personality and experience very well. Even if his personality can be reversed in a short time, his combat experience should not be so rich. Right? Unless the other party has really opened the gene lock as she guessed. Thinking of this, she was undoubtedly a little worried. Zhao Xianlong, who was about to show his devil fruit talent in the KTD, smiled and pointed to the fruit plate in front of him. The dazzling array of fruits basically piled up into a small mountain. Since I ate this fruit, I can be said to be the ultimate big eater in the live broadcast industry. I can swallow all these fruits in one bite. Zhao Xianlong pointed at the small mountain of fruits as proudly as pointing at the land in front of the emperor. And the boy with glasses clenched his fists and said with some disdain, "What kind of fruit ability is eating and drinking a lot? It seems that the devil fruit you bought on the black market is a piece of garbage. Right?" The wine glass was suddenly crushed. Zhao Xianlong, with a fierce look in his eyes, was angry for the first time. The atmosphere in the KTD changed after Zhao Xianlong crushed the water cup. "You son of a bitch. Do you know that I want to kill you like I want to kill an ant?" Zhao Xianlong, who was knocking on the table, was really angry. He couldn't even remember the other party's name. But this guy was obviously secretly in love with Zwitching Ya, which made him unhappy. If you have a secret crush, just roll into the corner and complain like a lonely soul. What the hell is going on in front of me to mess up the situation? Zwitching Ya received a message from Mubai. asking her where she was. Although she didn't know why the other party was looking for her. She also sent the coordinates of the KTV. Perhaps to discuss class training. The glasses brother with delicate eyes immediately caught the faint smile of the goddess when she was typing just now. And then the whole person almost wanted to eat Zhao Xianlong. Zhao Xianlong. You actually made me embarrassed in front of the goddess. And made the other party laugh. If that smile was caused by me, it would be fine. But it was you who made the goddess laugh. I will never reconcile with you. The brain circuit of the dog licker is extremely strange. Even a little morbid. At this moment, the glasses brother who mistakenly thought that the goddess was mocking him suddenly got courage. He pointed at Zhao Xianlong's nose and cursed. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with some money. If you don't have the strength, and you don't have a family background, you would have been beaten into a pig's head. If I were your father, I would have raised an illegitimate child outside. Otherwise, I don't even have the fighting power, and want to keep the family property. The glasses brother who said it casually obviously didn't expect that he was actually right. Some time ago, Zhao Xianlong really found out that his father had an illegitimate child outside. The other party was admitted to a key high school, while he was only in an ordinary high school. His grades were not ideal, and his fighting ability was even worse. This person, if he suddenly got angry, he might break the defense. So at this moment, Zhao Xianlong, who was suppressing his anger, did not refute the other party fiercely, but pointed at the other party's nose and smiled and said, "You like switching yacht too, right? You?" Some people didn't expect the other party to say this. The glasses brother was obviously a little shy. He hesitated and blushed and couldn't speak. "Classmate, what you said was very bad to me. But it seems that I am more worthy of goddess than you. Right? Whether it's my appearance, my beauty, or my temperament, or the family background and money that you look down on. True words hurt the most." At this moment, the somewhat speechless brother with glasses lowered his head very low, as if he was about to bow. He didn't dare to look at the goddess, because he was afraid of seeing the other's disgusted eyes. Yes, I am garbage. But you are also garbage. Muttering to himself, the brother with glasses kicked away the fruit plates like a madman. He is not worthy. But he also wants to make Zhao Xianlong's plan to show off the devil fruit fail. The sound of the fruit plate breaking in the KTV box, the screams of the female classmates, and the curses of the male classmates intertwined. Zhao Xianlong, who found the right time, kicked the brother with glasses against the wall, and slapped him one after another, as if venting his dissatisfaction. The guy with glasses who wanted to resist was stunned for a moment, because his glasses were knocked off. Then he wanted to resist, but was hit in the face repeatedly by Zhao Xianlong's car keys. His broken teeth were almost knocked out. The other boys wanted to stop the fight, but as soon as they got close, they were forced back by Zhao Xianlong's fierce gaze. "I can do whatever I want." Zhao Xianlong, with a fierce look, obviously didn't take these classmates seriously. Just when Zwiqingyao frowned and wanted to end this farce, the door of the box was kicked open. "What are you arguing about? Don't you know that my elder brother is singing next to you? I'm not happy." "Why are you arguing?" The muscular and fierce young man strode behind Zhao Xianlong, who was punching the glasses guy. Zhao Xianlong, who was already red-eyed, was about to turn around and scold the person who kicked the door when he was stunned. Even though the light was a little dim, Zhao Xianlong still saw the other person's face clearly. He was like a beast ready to go, with a sturdy and strong physique that made people afraid. The muscles on his body were as hard as steel. Every vein seemed to declare his strength and domineering. His shoulders were as broad as a mountain, as if he could crush all resistance. And the other person's unexpected expression naturally fell into his eyes. "Xiaolong?" "Ren Changji. Brother Ren." The person who came was Ren Changji, the strong man from class 2, who was going to block Mu Baimen after school yesterday. The two of them obviously knew each other, no matter whether they were boys or girls. They didn't dare to get close to Ren Changji. After all, the aura on his body was too fierce and felt like a beast. In short, he was not like a human. The man with glasses was already a little drowsy when he heard that someone had come and knew Zhao Xianlong. He immediately felt something was wrong, but everyone obviously didn't notice a detail. That is, Zhao Xianlong's voice was shaking. "I haven't seen you for many years. You look like a human now?" Ren Changji was obviously a little happy. He didn't control the strength of patting the other's shoulder, and Zhao Xianlong was sweating from the pain. Zhao Xianlong cursed in his heart and regretted coming here to attend the class reunion. He transferred to another school in the first grade to avoid Ren Changji and his gang. As a result, he was met by them today. I am afraid that he will have to continue in the future. By the way, you didn't tell me that you transferred to another school, which made Brother Zhao a little unhappy. Brother Zhao happened to be next door. I asked him to come over to see if you can do it. Ren Changji, with a very gentle tone, put his arm around Zhao Xianlong's shoulders, as if he were a close friend. Even after many years, he was still very scared when he heard Brother Zhao from the other side. He clearly remembered how Brother Zhao took care of his brother. He was beaten every day, and it was useless for him to pay money. Those people were all demons. Brother Ren, forget it. Ren Changji asked again, with a cold face and uncertainty. Are you sure? Yes. Before he could say the word sure, Ren Changji had already thrown it against the wall next to him like a chicken, which frightened everyone present and made them not dare to go out or approach. And they all hid aside trembling. Xiao Xianlong, who was thrown, obviously suppressed the fear in his heart, endured the pain, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the table in front of him with the power of the swallowing fruit. After swallowing the table, Zhao Xianlong's right arm gradually twisted into the shape of a table, and now it was like a shield blocking in front of him. Ren Changji smiled with a little surprise. Interesting fruit ability. But are you going to fight me head-on? Xiao Xianlong, whose arm had turned into a table shield, was about to say something harsh when he saw Ren Changji not charging up his strength at all, but punching the table shield with ease. With a click, Zhao Xianlong felt as if he was hit by a heavy truck and flew backwards again. As luck would have it, he just rolled in front of Zwiqingya. Hey, Xiaolong, don't play dead. I haven't used much strength yet. Ren Changji's movements were agile and swift, and every step exuded a dangerous aura. His hands were like pliers, which could easily crush everything that hindered his progress. His back looked even taller and more powerful in the dim light, which made people feel terrified. After seeing Zwiqingya sitting calmly on the sofa, Ren Changji said with interest, Xiaolong, is this your girlfriend? Not bad. With blood in his mouth, he was pulled up by Ren Changji by the hair. He regretted why he had such long hair. The opponent's strength was so great that he was easily lifted up by a giant elephant like a branch. No. I think I've seen your photo. Are you a transfer student from class 11? Are you with Mubai? Ren Changji, who casually used Zhao Xianlong, the loser, as a chair and sat on him, licked the back of his hand. His habit of licking like a giant bear also showed that he was very determined in his research on the animal fruit. Facing the burly giant in front of him, Zwiqingya's back gradually turned into ice crystals, and there was a faint cry like a phoenix, which made Ren Changji's smile fade away. It's actually a mythical beast. On the other side, Mu Bai, who was wearing black casual clothes, had already gone upstairs. He frowned slightly after arriving at the messy KTV room. The girls hiding in the corner were a little distracted when they saw Mu Bai against the light. With the addition of charm value, his unclear face attracted people's attention. At this moment, Ren Changji and Zwiqingya were about to sublimate into a battle in the momentum confrontation. However, after noticing the footsteps behind him, Ren Changji said in surprise, what a coincidence. Mu Bai, I finally found you. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, calmly looked at Zhao Xianlong, who was trembling under his buttocks, and the glass's brother, who was limp in the corner, and said in surprise, did I miss something? Zwiqingya stood up and walked to Mu Bai's side with long legs. He is Ren Changji from class 2. It seems that he wanted to block you after school yesterday. Class 2. Grade 2 of Shitang High School? Seeing that the other party was coming aggressively, Mu Bai casually glanced at the time on his watch and calmly asked Ren Changji a question. Who is the strongest in your class 2? Let the strongest come. If there are small characters like you who come to bother me every day, isn't it a waste of my time? Hearing Mu Bai's arrogance, even Ren Changji was a little stunned. What an arrogant guy. I am the strongest in class 2. Now come and fight me. In a flash, Ren Changji had already punched hard. This attack was obviously a real one, and the shadow of the fist had a faint feeling of a giant bear's roar. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, tilted his head and easily dodged it. At the same time, he raised his right leg high and kicked a dragon kick, hitting Ren Changji's chin fiercely and accurately. The heavy force exceeded Ren Changji's expectations, so he covered his chin and became more and more excited. No wonder I was able to defeat the mad lion Li Qin. Haha. But I'm different from that kind of trash. Mu Bai, with a calm expression, didn't bother to listen to the other party's nonsense. Without even taking out his hands, his left foot turned into magma and drew a burst of sparks in the air. While spinning, he kicked the other party's chest with a bang. "It's so hot!" Renchongji took several steps back and covered his chest with fear. His intuition told him that if he didn't transform into an animal form now, he would probably be defeated soon. Animal-type fruit. Bear fruit. Armored bear form. Brown hair grows rapidly. Renchongji's body trembled suddenly, and his clothes were torn apart by the powerful force in an instant, turning into pieces of rags falling. The muscles under the skin began to expand rapidly, as if injected with violent power, becoming more and more solid and larger. His eyes became deep and wild, flashing with a sharp light unique to brown bears. His face gradually widened, and the mouth and nose protruded, forming the unique rough face of brown bears. His hair grew wildly, becoming thick and rough, and finally transformed into a thick layer of brown hair, covering his entire body. His bones expanded with a creaking sound, becoming thicker and stronger, and dark brown heavy armor appeared on his chest and back, as if a tyrannical giant bear was combined with high-tech visual effects. His palms and saws were also growing larger, becoming broad and powerful, and sharp claws gradually grew on his fingertips, and his back bulged to form the unique broad back of a brown bear. During the transformation process, the breath of wildness filled the KTV box, and everyone present was terrified in a blood suppression state. After transforming into an armored bear, Renchongji's bear claws slapped at an astonishing speed. The force was enough to blast through several layers of steel walls. Animal-type creatures with a lot of hair are naturally afraid of fire. This is the nature of creatures. After acquiring the wildness of animals, they will also inherit their weaknesses. As an expert in making fire, Mu Bai naturally knows how to kill the opponent. With great interest, he directly disintegrated his elements into several streams of magma to dodge and ignite the opponent's hair on the ground. "Asshole! Don't you dare to fight me head-on?" Although the armored bear covered in flames was afraid of flames, it was protected by the front and back armor, so it was somewhat resistant to flames. But the burnt hair was miserable. If he turned back into a human, he would probably become a bald man without eyebrows and hair. "Are you sure you want to fight head-on?" "Magma. Big fire." Mu Bai stretched out his left hand without hesitation to soak his arm with magma. The hot magma gathered here to form a barrel like a heavy artillery. Renchongji, who had no way to avoid this punch in a small space, wanted to use the armor on his chest to withstand it, but obviously he thought too much. The bursting magma punch gathered the power of the natural magma fruit, which was naturally extraordinary. Renchongji, who was hit almost instantly, was like an ant and was pierced through the wall behind him. The giant bear crashing down on the commercial street created a deep pit, but fortunately no one was hit. Everyone in the KTV had long been stunned, especially Zhao Xianlong. He never thought that Renchongji, a fighting monster, could be defeated so easily by the seemingly weak young man in front of him. This feeling made him feel very subtle. Although the other party rescued him, he could tell from the concerned look of the goddess next to him that he was probably a clown.